Last transformation, the leap change there was certainly less vast than the transubstantiation that created Tanya from the kidnapped betrothed of Stephen Weed. In personal terms, what could Patty have found among the Symbionese? How could she relate to them? In their common danger, their shared experience and commitment, there must have been a tremendous caring and interdependence in the SLA's tightly insulated world. Perhaps Patty found in the SLA collective affection and love that made the daily experience at less dizzy heights seem drab and sterile. As a group they were nearly all her 276 intellectual peers. And the SLA people are nearly all described by their close friends as warm, loving, intelligent men and women. As Patty's fear, probably her best defense, diminished with time and lenient treatment, she probably had to come to terms with the fact that these people were sincere, dedicated idealists. And there was much to respect in the Symbionese, their commitment, their selflessness, their love of the people and, of course, their moral certainty, no small coin in an ambivalent age. With this certainty, the SLA offered the classic attraction of the cult, an immodest conviction that they were the dozen most important men and women on the face of the earth, agents of historical inevitability. There is great lure in such faith. Yet it is intriguing to match the vulnerabilities of Patricia Hearst against the ideological strengths of her captors. The almost universal report of Patty's political apathy confronts the inflamed mix of white guilt and idealism among the Symbionese. Racial, social, and economic inequities might be useful levers on a vaguely liberal American aristocrat, but nothing in the SLA rhetoric suggests they could wield argument around these issues with the surgeon's skill necessary to probe Patricia Hearst's vulnerabilities. There was family guilt, her Georgia-bred mother's once outspoken racism, the legends of Grandpa's hoard. Histories claim that the Spanish-American War was a Hearst creation, but the SLA would probably use blunderbuss rhetoric of the sort the girl had heard, rationalized, and dismissed so often in the past. To exploit the conversion possibility, the SLA needed an argument honed like a scalpel, an ideal Patricia Hearst could recognize and grasp. And with their crude and contradictory mixture of anarchism, communism, tribal collectivism, and dictatorial militarism, their fifth prophet, prison myths, and incredibly unrealistic vision of the power realities of the American class elite, the SLA simply had no coherent political analysis of any but the most simplistic sort. What, then, could have been the fulcrum of the Tanya process? What sharp, subtle, and passionate argument could they have used to uncover what Patty herself must recognize as a bitter truth, one side of a value contradiction she had repressed and compromised, something that could make her shake and eventually tumble her entire pyramid of values? One possibility presents itself. Perhaps the most impassioned line in the SLA dogma, one of the rare few drawn from the personal experience of most of the SLA soldiers, emerged not from the classic state politics of revolution, but from the new and rather distinctly American personal politics of sexism. Feminism, self-justifying philosophy of female equality and self-possession, is the most volatile and vital idea in contemporary America's chemistry of change. Young women can attempt to integrate the new ideal into their lifestyles, but for those but a half generation removed, those who grasped it late and then had to rip apart already set life patterns to adopt the tyrannical morality of the new ideal, the collision with the feminist consciousness can be a brutal and traumatic experience. Angela, Nancy, Emily, Ms. Moon, even Camilla, 5 of the SLA 8 were all self-transformed feminists with bitter histories of rebellion against traditionally constrictive female roles. And if one were to scan for the most likely tension in the pre-kidnap life of Patricia Hearst, surely it would be in the contrast between her intelligence and mild feminism and the almost humiliating inequality of her relationship with her man, her former high school teacher, Stephen Weed. Angela General Jelena was the SLA captor who first got close to Patty, perhaps the one that got closest, according to the SLA manuscript. Talking, reading poetry, casually asking questions, it was Angela who probed Patty and got her talking about herself, said the Harrises later. It may have been just coincidence, but it was a fateful pairing, Angela's relationship with her husband, from which she had broken with such anguish and anger, had a close parallel to Patty's relationship with Weed. Atwood must have seen her own history in Patty's submissiveness to Weed. And as the parallel became more clear, she certainly must have expressed a vicarious rage, at least a condescending pity and sympathy. Patty was everything Angela had been before her feminist enlightenment. Jelena was no Marxist dialectician, despite her generalship. Angela's rhetorical passion was in her attack on the role of woman as spouse, the role that she, as much as Patty, had once completely absorbed. In her long SLA interview, Tanya writes warmly, intimately, only of Angela and Cujo, Willie Wolfe, and while for Wolfe she has but clichés and heroic labels, only Angela claims bittersweet memories. She writes as if all the others were already revolutionary warriors when she was kidnapped, and Angela the only novice among them. Only Angela was still learning, there to grow alongside Patricia. It was really heavy, wrote Tanya, for me to see part of her development as a revolutionary. Patty as Tanya eventually turned on Weed, but not at first. Not when she turned on her family, not when she accused the government of trying to kill her, not even when she first became Tanya. Her love for Weed was Patty's last sacrifice to the SLA, which perhaps paradoxically reveals both how central he had been to her previous life and how important her betrayal of him was to her final metamorphosis. Only after the bank robbery, when Weed continued to say he did not believe she had freely joined the SLA, did Tanya curse him. She called him a T. By Miss American Pie 279. Sexist, ageist *, pig. Not that this, she added, was any sudden change from the way he always was. Yet from Patty into Tanya there was more than wholesale rejection of her past. Tanya accepted and embodied beliefs wholly alien to Patricia. The alchemy of the Tanya transformation remains mysterious, incomprehensible, explained only in terms of Patty's background, the sundry attractions of SLA idealism, or even the contextual framework of situational stress, brainwashing. Like the angular faces of a gem, they define shape, but only reflect light. Abstractions lack persuasive strength divorced from the gritty, brutal force of the actual experience. An objective report on the conditions of Patty's confinement is non-existent. Ms. Hurst herself, on trial 2 years later, having admittedly joined the SLA, served as a soldier in the underground, tramped back and forth across the country, hiding from discrimination based on age. 280. The law, often alone and usually armed, argued that it was the unmitigated and unrelieved brutality of her early captivity that had so shocked and terrorized her that she fell into playing the role. That she did it well enough to mislead her captors and others she met in the radical underground for more than a year and a half was only a measure of her fear. She said she never believed in the SLA, never converted. If that was confusing, if the evidence of her guerrilla career in the underground implied willful criminal intent, enthusiastic revolutionary commitment, seemingly independent, uncoacted, willful criminal acts, Patricia Hearst told the jury she could explain it no better. Did she think she had been brainwashed? The prosecutor asked. "I'm not sure what happened to me," Patty replied softly. The defensive context in which Ms. Hearst detailed her experience, the trial, her obvious bias facing charges, made it difficult to take her description of even her early captivity, uncorroborated, at face value. Yet there was corroboration for much of her story. Even the Tanya interview, part of the manuscript found in the Harris's last hideout, sketches a story of crude, brutal, and perverse imprisonment. Conditions much harsher than those assumed from the early SLA tapes. A second account, a published inside story from allies of the SLA underground, describes a young woman battered into physical and emotional exhaustion, then offered crumbs of freedom, friendship, and hope of survival itself, life doled out by the handful to reward her step-by-step concessions to her captors. According to the Tanya interview, the SLA propaganda version, written for publication while the three were safe and free, surely a calculated revelation to add weight to the rest of their tale. For about 6 weeks Patty was kept locked in the small bedroom closet at Daly City, a hot, windowless, stuffy closet with a single burning light bulb. How did this affect you physically, being in a closet for 6. By Miss American Pie 28. 1. Weeks? Asks the unidentified questioner in the SLA interview. Replied Tanya. Well, it was pretty cramped in there. At first I didn't get much exercise and certainly didn't move around much. After about a month I couldn't stand up without feeling dizzy and like I was going to faint. For about 2 weeks I had a blindfold on all the time. I had different kinds until we hit on one that was easy to keep on. And relatively comfortable. The first time I took the blindfold off to take a bath, I couldn't focus very well. Everything was out of proportion. My eyes hurt, I couldn't open them for a couple minutes because they hurt so bad. In fact, I even had to put my hands over my eyes while they were closed because the light coming through my eyelids was too strong. Whenever I took the blindfold off, the SLA wore ski masks. Everyone started to get worried about my health, because they weren't out to blind me or damage my eyesight or make me so weak that I couldn't stand. They did have the intention of releasing me, and they didn't want me to go back with all kinds of physical problems. When they realized that my physical condition had really deteriorated, I was taken out of the closet more often to do exercises. In fact, if I didn't do exercises they would jam me around it to make sure that I did do them. People in the cell didn't realize how oppressive it was being in the closet until they started going in there to make communiques, practice running rounds through the shotguns, things like that. Once they found out that they didn't want to be in there because it was so hot, and cramped and dark, then I was out of the closet most of the day sitting and talking with the cell members. And it didn't take long for me to get back in good physical condition again. The SLA version of the closet experience, like much the rest of the Tanya interview, has the tone of a woman explaining that the man who mugged her, and beat her badly, just accidentally happened to rape her in the process. When Patricia Hearst stood trial, having shed Tanya and turned bitterly against the Harrises, there was none of that, only anger and horror at the memory of those first weeks in the closet. The night of the kidnap, she said, she felt only fear, bewilderment, and pain. Her legs were scraped and cut from being dragged downstairs, and her cheeks swollen and bruised from where one of the kidnappers had slugged her with a rifle butt. DeFries had pulled open the closet door to inform her brusquely that she was a prisoner of war. Her captors called themselves the SLA, he said, and they used cyanide bullets. 282. And if she made any noise, they'd dangle her from the ceiling. Other voices, women outside the closet door, shrieked threats and taunts. They said that I was a bourgeoisie *, that it didn't matter if I got killed or not. In the emotional shorthand of the trial testimony, Ms. Hearst described herself plunged into a Kafka vision of Alice in Wonderland, terror in a bizarre and topsy-turvy world. Sleepless, blindfolded *, hands still bound, she was put through a grueling interrogation the next morning, she said, and then again, the next day. The Symbionese simply could not believe she knew so little about her family's business affairs. Sink read her the SLA's Codes of War and the SLA's Revolutionary Declaration and Program. He told her that she was the chosen victim of the Symbionese National War Council, the court of the people, that she was being held for the crimes of her parents. Over the following days the pressure eased, but the scope of her reality had drastically narrowed. Slowly she learned to differentiate between the voices of her captors, and as the days seeped into weeks, they talked with her more and more. She said the SLA offered her food and mint tea to drink, but for the first 10 days she couldn't eat or move her bowels. They would take her out to go to the bathroom, and then once a week they allowed her a bath. She had to listen to long lectures on the sins of her family, the imminent revolution, and always there was the constant death threat. I could hear a lot of clicking and noises, Ms. Hearst told the jury. It sounded like clips going in and out of the guns, and sometimes they'd make noises like they were shooting, and I could tell like that they were standing right in front of the closet and doing it to me. She heard the tapes the SLA made, adding her bit. to each to authenticate that they still had a hostage to kill as they threatened more. She had been told from the beginning that her final ransom would be an exchange for Remiro and Little. And she didn't think the government would go along. The second generally corroborative account of Patty's first month and a version of the dynamic of the second month that produced Tanya was based on the recollections of Jack and Mickey Scott, authors and radical sports activists, who hid the SLA survivors after the May 1974 Los Angeles shootout. The Scotts. By Miss American Pie 283 version of the story they were told by Tanya and the Harrises was presented in a stylish journalistic expose in Rolling Stone, a hip rock politics bi-weekly of the counterculture based in San Francisco. Although generally sympathetic to the SLA, the Scott version, while it differs in tone and emphasis, jibes remarkably well with the Hearst defense story of Patty's early imprisonment, the weeks in the closet, DeFreeze's constant drumbeat of rhetoric and threats, being told her parents had abandoned her, fear, terror, dismay, and despair. In the closet, Patty lost track of time and was unable to eat, according to Scott/Stone. DeFreeze did not physically molest her, but he kept up a constant intimidation. He berated her and her family for being part of a ruling class that was sucking blood from the common people. Your mommy and daddy are insects, he yelled. They should be made to crawl on their hands and knees like insects if they want you back. At first, according to the Scotts, Patty tried to defend her parents, but then she herself became angry with the delay. Patty was terrified of DeFreeze. She fully believed him when he told her that she would be killed if the Hearsts did not comply with all the SLA demands. Stone described a process of change. By degrees. Her own impatience with the ransom demand, her anger when her father's representative visited Remiro and Little at San Quentin and declared their solitary confinement quarters satisfactory, her fear of retribution when her mother accepted another term on the UC Board of Regents. A disillusionment grew. And with it, a sympathy for her captors. According to both the SLA interview and Stone, after a month with the Symbionese, Patty was so reduced emotionally and physically that she could not walk, could stand for only a few seconds before collapsing to the floor. It was at this stage, the Scots version recounts, that Patty's sympathy for the SLA began to gel. DeFreeze opened the closet as a reward, allowing her, for the first time, to walk about the small apartment hideout. One of the Scots recalled Tanya explaining, "Be able to walk freely from one room to the other seemed to be the world's greatest pleasure." DeFreeze let up on his baiting rhetoric, tempered his frequent beratings of her. And Patty was urged to attend the SLA's daily political study. 284. Group. She was given textbooks, statistics on wealth and poverty in the United States, articles about the holdings of the Hearst family, and in argument and debate the SLA soldiers encouraged her radicalization. They hugged her, called her sister, and ended her loneliness. Concluded Stone, the Tanya transformation was as much emotional as political. Although the Scott/Stone story doesn't make the point and the SLA Tanya interview is literally blind to it, both descriptions of Patty's weeks in the closet surely argue that her initial confinement gave her something to escape. And trapped as she was, the ransom stalled, she had nothing but her own resources to guarantee her survival. And she had nothing to barter with but herself, her body, her allegiance, her commitment. Despite the intense and undoubtedly deeply felt feminism of the SLA women, it was probably inevitable that sex and sexuality would be tangled in the Tanya transformation. They had simply lost the ability to contrast rhetoric with reality, they had little sense of their own roles within the dynamic of the collective, and they were utterly insensitive to the pressures inherent in the situation of their captive. The timing of Patricia's decision to become Tanya is subject to some dispute. The Hearst defense version seems too cagily engineered. Jack Scott's story and the several versions of the conversion in the SLA manuscript all time her decision with some logic in the week and a half after the shotgun tape, just before the SLA moved from the Daly City hideout to another on Golden Gate Avenue in San Francisco. Testifying at her bank robbery trial, Ms. Hearst claimed that it was 2 weeks later, just about April 1st. The SLA would seem to have little interest in the specific timing of her decision, they were more concerned with the decision itself. Hearst on trial, however, had a defense posture that could only be helped by the claim that Tanya was only 2 well-guarded weeks out of the closet before the bank robbery rather than the almost full month in the SLA version. Patricia Hearst on trial brought sex into her tale early, recounting a gratuitously cruel attack by Donald DeFries 4 days after the kidnap, allegedly right after she had taped the first recorded SLA message. "Cin came into the closet," she testified, "and he said, 'I heard from some of the sisters that you were not cooperating. And that I better not do that anymore.' With that," she said, DeFries reached up under the shirt they had given her and pinched a breast, clutching at her pubic area through her pants with his other hand. "It was the only such incident," she said, "until about a month after the kidnap when, she told the court, she was raped, first by Willie Wolfe, then Sink. It was Angela Atwood," she testified, "who pimped for the SLA. She said I was going to sleep with William Wolfe. And so I did. She said that she and everyone else wanted me to know more about what it was like being in the cell with them. That everybody had to take care of the needs of other people and sexual freedom was part of the functioning of the cell. That night Wolfe came into the closet, closed the door, stripped her, and had sexual intercourse on the closet floor. About a week later," she said, "DeFries did the same thing." The rapes in Ms. Hearst's story occurred shortly before she was forced to record the shotgun tape. She said neither man took her out of the closet, but they did allow her to remove her blindfold. The Tanya sex tale in the SLA manuscript is very different, but even here it's conceded that Symbionese sex non-exclusive and non-monogamous became an issue in Patty's captivity sometime before she became Tanya. A portion of the manuscript, which seems to have been written and edited by Bill Harris, explains. "From the beginning, we provided for Tanya's basic needs, shelter, food, clothing, medical attention, and news from the outside." 286. Although we considered sex a basic human need, our commitment not to exploit her sexually coupled with her overall status as a POW denied Tanya the freedom to have sex with another person. But later these conditions changed, partly due to her own initiative but also because of our growing love and respect for her. As she became more integrated into the day-to-day aspects of cell life, we tried to treat Tanya as an equal. It was only natural that, with the increased personal interaction between Tanya and members of the cell, these relationships would also develop sexually. We were all aware that a closeness was developing between Tanya and Kaja, which we wanted to see progress in a revolutionary way. Patty's attempt to establish some sort of rapport with Willie Wolfe, the youngest among the Symbionese, the one closest to her own age, was obvious, so the group decided that she should be educated to the revolutionary realities. We wanted Tanya to understand how we felt about building close personal relationships within the cell and the revolutionary responsibility of comradeship we all had to each other. Our position was one of conditional practicality. You can't just let people drop by a safe house to socialize. So far as sex was concerned, we had to get all of our sexual and personal needs met by comrades within the cell. Everyone realized that at this time there was no room for exclusive relationships because each of us had to help the other comrades meet their sexual needs and maintain harmony within the cell. We wanted to learn to love each other on an equal basis and on many levels, including sexually. We tried not to focus on just one or two people who we might have subjectively liked best. We had a need to develop collectively in many areas, and sex was just one of them. Because we still intended to release her if our demands were met, there was skepticism within the group that Tanya might misrepresent the sex question upon her release. Some comrades feared that the pigs and the media might say we raped her or forced her into sexual activity because she was afraid not to cooperate. However, it soon became clear to everyone that Tanya's understanding of this problem and her commitment to struggle with us decreased the potential for reactionaries to exploit this issue. By Miss American Pie 287. There are many people who still cannot comprehend Tanya's swift evolution from sheltered bourgeois to freedom fighter. A perfect example of the decadence of the present social order is the sick notion that revolutionary consciousness can be attained at the price of a mere fuck. We who witnessed the evolution of Tanya's revolutionary commitment wish to lay this absurd notion to rest. We wish to end all metaphysical speculation around brainwashing and sexual enslavement. To do so, we feel it will be necessary to provide a candid explanation of the events that transpired. It would be too easy to say that Tanya did not interact sexually with cell members prior to being a member of the SLA, that her relationships broadened only after her decision to stay and fight. This is not the case. Therefore, it would be inexact to contend that her decision was totally free of any personal consideration of her relationships, sexual or non-sexual, with cell members. Even General Takeo realized that a smile and sex from a captive under threat of death is not exactly willful and free. However, only the most foolishly naive bourgeois mentality could deduce that Tanya decided to stay because of some magical sexual satisfaction or because of a strong personal attachment to an individual. Anyone who would use this rationale to pick up the gun would be sadly fooling themselves and their prospective comrades. We have seen this happen to people, but they soon become disillusioned with the life of a freedom fighter because their commitment is so shallow. Tanya has certainly by her actions proven that her commitment was forged from a political rather than a personal outlook. Another section of the manuscript written, like the rest, apparently about 6 months after the kidnap, is in several drafts, heavily edited and scratched up, with both typed and handwritten versions scribbled, crossed out, changed, and changed again. In writing the SLA history, the 3 then remnant Symbionese and the few allies they found apparently had great difficulty dealing with SLA sex, the seduction of Tanya, and other questions relevant to feminism. In this section, Harris tried to describe Angela's approach to Patty on sex. In one draft, he writes, after about 4 weeks, she casually mentioned while talking about sex with Jelena that she was horny and that she would like. He breaks off in mid-sentence. He tried again, in longhand, at one point about a month or so af. 288. To her arrest, Jelena asked Tanya if she ever got horny. He crossed out part of that until it read, Jelena asked Tanya if it bothered her not being able to fuck. Tanya responded that it obviously bothered her, just like anyone else in a similar situation. Jelena then asked her, again not knowing what to expect, if she was attracted to anyone in the cell. In a different pen, perhaps at a different time, the last lines were again crossed out, and the sentence is rewritten in the spidery handwriting of Patricia Hearst. Jelena then asked if she wanted to fuck anyone in the cell. A line was added, again by Patty. She said that she would like to sleep with Kaja. T. The participants in the bank robbery also claimed to be members of the SLA. Donald David DeFries. N.M., Dob 11 and 1643, 59-511. 150-160, BLK Hare, BRIs. Patricia Michelle Solti Seek. W/F. Dob 5 1750, 53-5*4. 116, DKBR Hare, BRIs. Patricia Campbell Hurst. W.F., Dob 2 2054, 5 feet 3 inches, 110. It BR Hare, BRIs. Material witness. Nancy Ling Perry. W.F., Dob September 19, 47, 5, 95-105, Red BR Hare, High Eyes. Camilla Christine Hall. W.F., Dob 32445, 5 feet 6 inches, 125, blonde hair, blue eyes. If you have any information concerning these individuals, please notify be found on the first page of your directory. In view of the crimes for which the end armed and extremely dangerous, and no action should be taken which would endanger anyone. Local FBI Office, a telephone listing for which can individuals are being sought, they should be considafti. Very troll viewers. Clarence M. Kelly. Director. 7. The FBI wanted poster, issued after the bank robbery in San Francisco on April 15, 1974. Emily Harris. The April 15 robbery of the Hibernia Bank in San Francisco. T. Symbionese Liberation Army. Kumba. Kugchaglia. La libre deterre, inacion. Self-determination. Ujama. Produce ion cooperativa. Cooperative production. Umoja Ujima. Le la wast. A. Trabajo colectivo y responsabilidad. Collective work and responsibility. Man. Fe. Faith. 14 I asterisk. Nia. Propoitio. Purpose. SLA document with the familiar seven-headed cobra emblem. May 17, 1974, aftermath of the shootout and fire in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles safe house in flames. Los Angeles County Coroner Dr. Thomas Noguchi showing where he found the fatal bullet wound on the body of Donald DeFreeze. 15. I. Tanya. Whatever mortification and debate accompanied Tanya's rebirth among the Symbionese, Patricia Hearst's second month of captivity was publicly a quiet time, a tense stalemate, with each day, each week, seemingly burdened with the silence. There was no message from the SLA, and the family stood by the final $4 million offer from the Hearst Corporation. If Patty had felt abandoned before, the feeling must have deepened. After the shotgun tape, Steve Weed broke with the family and issued his own statement, but that served only to underscore the lack of response from the Hearsts. It was a full week before Patty's parents said anything. They had promised comment early, then delayed. They said they would hold a news conference, then delayed again. What could they say? How could they respond to their daughter, who now said she feared, not her captors, but only her parents, the FBI, and certain people in the government? The immediate reactions of the family were not unlike those common among the bewildered public. Randolph Hearst was certain that Patty had somehow been coerced into making the statement. Catherine Hearst believed her daughter had been brainwashed. It would not be long before Randy, too, would conclude that it must be some form of mind control. 2 days after the communique, March 1, Steve Weed held a press conference, making it clear he was not speaking for the family but only for himself. He had, in fact, already moved out of the Hillsborough mansion. Gingerly, Weed conceded that he could understand why Patty might be irritated. The 2 weeks of silence on our part was very unpleasant, he explained, but we really didn't know what to say or do at the time. From Patty's 289. 290. Comments, he said, it's clear she's reading something. The rhetoric isn't hers, but a good part of it is what she sincerely believes. From her point of view, it might look like we've made a mess. In his reaction to the tape, and as part of a deliberate campaign in the weeks that followed, Weed went out of his way to separate himself from the Hearsts, candidly describing for the first time some of the bickering that had gone on, talking about the disagreements he and Patty had constantly had with her parents, family jealousies, political differences. Jelena, in the same taped communique, had again brought up Mrs. Hearst's role as a University of California regent. Weed had picked that up, and he pointed out that neither Patty nor I would have appointed her, and certainly we would never have voted in almost all cases the way she voted. Yes, he answered reporters, Patty probably to a degree believed that the FBI wanted her dead, he himself did not believe it. But he suggested that the Bureau be forced into a very, very public position in their handling of the case as a precaution. In his alliance with the family, Weed had felt little more than a pawn, his tactical suggestions were ignored, he had no say in the money matters, and he simply had never gotten along well with the elder Hearsts. He set out alone, trying to build some sort of life insurance for Patty by publicly giving her an identity as something more than the daughter of a Hearst, while establishing his own position as an innocent party unaffiliated with the Hearsts, molding a public stance that would force the SLA to take him into account. In the following weeks Weed began carefully to leak stories to reporters about how he had been mercilessly grilled by FBI agents, stories about the truth serum test, the lie detector test. It was conscious and effective media manipulation. Weed projected an image of Patty as the liberal innocent and family rebel that was both more accurate and more sympathetic in the eyes of the radical community than the girl child the family described. Despite the cautious posture of the family, Weed's statements apparently spurred a reaction from Catherine Hearst, a reaction that could, and was, read as significant by the SLA and their captive. Governor Ronald Reagan announced on March 13, 2 days after Weed's press conference, that Mrs. Hearst had accepted reappointment for another 16-year term as a regent of the Tanya 291 University of California. Randy Hearst first heard the announcement on the radio, said a family friend, and was furious with his wife for approving Reagan's announcement without checking with him. He feared, with reason, it turned out, that the SLA would react angrily, but Catherine had her pride. On March 16 Randy released a brief written statement to the press, explaining that he had not responded sooner because this last message is more complicated than the previous messages. I have not broken my word to the SLA, and I am doing everything I can to carry out their demands. The one thing I want above all is to get Patty home as quickly as possible, and, I repeat, I am doing all I can to bring this about. I would rather not hold a live news conference at this stage because there comes a time when open discussion can become detrimental to a situation. 2 weeks after the communiqué, on March 21, Hearst held a news conference, in which he again stressed that he personally had done all he could to meet the SLA's demands but that the corporation offer still stood. Hearst said he had ordered the PIN program suspended temporarily, and it was being revamped in an attempt to meet the SLA's specifications. He listed court and police officials he had talked to urging that Little and Remiro be allowed their press conference, but said frankly that it did not look hopeful. Said Hearst, "We're still doing everything we can, talking to people in authority to see if 292. They can't relent." Hearst even went so far as to offer himself as a substitute hostage. "Any father would," he said. "I love her. I want her back and Catherine wants her back. The whole family does." Still in secret, Hearst had met a second time with Death Row Jeff at Vacaville. They had started groping for common ground, at the outset cautious and formal in their own ways. Now they began to speak candidly about what could be done. "He was a very interesting kind of character," said Hearst later, "and he was honestly worried about the people getting help, more worried about them getting help than he was about Patricia. But, in the interests of the SLA," Jefferson said, "he was willing to try to help set up negotiations to end the stalemate." Prison officials had been informed of Jefferson's connection with the SLA from documents found at the Clayton house. In fact, back in February they had arranged a midnight meeting of federal agents, Jefferson and Little and Remiro. Before that meeting began, the lifer convict and the two captured SLA soldiers were led through the gas chamber at San Quentin, then into a room where they were asked if they were willing to help in the Hearst case investigation. None of the three was interested in cooperating. After conducting their own investigation, the prison officials had concluded that, whatever the structure of the SLA on paper, it was an outsider's operation in which inmates had been recruited as window dressing. They were probably correct, but now some of the inmates who had been recruited into the group had developed a sense of responsibility for what was happening. The manner in which Death Row Jeff connected with Hearst is revealing. It might never have occurred without the intervention of a rather eccentric psychiatric therapist at Vacaville Prison, Dr. Wesley Hyler, who had gained the confidence of many inmates. Hyler had been steered to Jefferson by two convicts he had been counseling who had admitted they had been recruited into the SLA. One was Al Taylor, the friend of Nancy Ling Perry, who had thought what he had joined was the Lebanese Liberation Army. Taylor told the psychiatrist there was now an inmate SLA faction, which included Jefferson, which was becoming increasingly worried over the way the situation was developing on the outside. All three convicts, according to Hyler, thought the SLA had made a mistake in killing Marcus Foster and feared that Patricia Hearst, whom they viewed as an innocent, was in danger of being killed, either by the SLA or the FBI. Death Row Jeff was also afraid the SLA might be trapped by holding Patty too long pinned down in the field, as he put it, and find themselves unable to escape. He was concerned, too, that by continuing to hold Patty after Hearst had paid out $2 million for the PIN program and the Hearst Corporation had offered $4 million more, the SLA was undermining the goodwill they had created through the food distribution. Both the other inmates and Jefferson himself told Hyler that Death Row Jeff was the nominal leader of the SLA, but Jefferson explained that the authority structure of the Army was vague and that Sink's unit acted autonomously. Still, with all his fears about the kidnap action, Jefferson was unwilling to deal with Hearst until after several long talks with Hyler. Jefferson had developed his revolutionary politics wholly within the isolation of prison. His last memories of free life are from his train trip from Bakersfield north to San Quentin in the 1940s, looking out at the shanty towns alongside the tracks. He had been a leader in the struggles to break down segregation inside California's correctional institutions, and he had endured waves of prison crackdowns and reforms, but he had very little idea of what had been happening in the outside world in the past several decades. For him, Randolph Hearst was a member of the ruling class, and, said Hyler, Jeff had developed this monster image of the American ruling class. Jefferson at first refused to believe that a big-name capitalist like Hearst did not have access to unlimited amounts of money, or that Hearst did not have the power to put a leash on the FBI and police and pull them back off the trail of the SLA. Hyler said it was only after many long discussions that he was able to cast enough doubts on those assumptions so that Jefferson agreed to meet Hearst. And it was only after his talks with Hearst and Reverend A. Cecil Williams, the black activist minister brought into the meetings as an intermediary, that Jefferson began to accept a more realistic perspective. After meeting Hearst, said the prison therapist, Jefferson was much less paranoid, much more aware of the limitations on any individual, capitalist or not. While Randolph Hearst and Death Row Jeff were talking, Hyler tried to arrange a meeting between Al Taylor and Catherine. 294. Hearst. Both were willing, but prison's director Pecunior vetoed the idea. He said that Taylor was, after all, a mass murderer and there was no telling what might happen, said Hyler. On March 25 the fifth and last PIN distribution went relatively smoothly. The same day, Randolph and Catherine Hearst flew to New York for a Hearst Corporation board meeting. Someone had finally convinced Hearst that the SLA required some sort of guarantee of the $4 million, something more than a corporation spokesman's press conference promise. Hearst got the board to approve putting $4 million in escrow and naming 3 prominent California liberals as trustees empowered to release the money if Patricia was returned unharmed. In a widely reported New York interview, Mrs. Hearst said that she was beginning to lose hope for Patty's safe release. "I can't think of anything we can do right now. I don't know how you can deal with those kind of people." On the 28th, back from New York, Hearst announced the escrow plan. That same day, Joe Remiro and Russ Little sent an open letter to the news media, a long rambling diatribe accusing the judges, D.A.S., and sheriffs, with the supervision and support of federal law enforcement agencies, of blocking the TV appearance as part of a conspiracy to keep them from speaking to the people, as has constantly been the case since we were attacked and arrested on January 10. They said that they, too, realized the FBI was trying to kill Patty to discredit the strategy and tactics of the SLA, adding quickly that they were sure their comrades would be able to protect and guard her from outside harm until she could be released and safely returned to her fiancé. The letter continued. "We do not hold Patricia Hearst responsible for the actions of the Hearst Corporation or the part it plays within the ruling class. We do, in fact, admire the level of courage and objectivity she has displayed and send her our warmest regards." Addressing themselves directly to Patty, Remiro and Little wrote, "We feel confident that the SLA will release you unharmed. We hope that when you are released you will continue to speak your mind. Who knows, you might even look back on this as a worthwhile experience where people were fed and Tanya 295 you and the public were exposed to the cruelty and inhumanity of the corporate powers who rule this country. The following day, Hearst, FBI Special Agent Bates, and California Prisons Director Procunior met with Death Row Jeff and another SLA inmate associate, Raymond Scott. Now was the time, argued Hearst, for Jefferson to make a statement. Jefferson bartered. He wanted something to offer the SLA, perhaps the option of leaving the country. Would it be possible for them to fly to Algeria? When Death Row Jeff brought that up, Hearst recalled later, Bates said that would depend on what sort of specific proposal the SLA had for freeing the girl. Bates then turned to me and said, "What about it, Mr. Hearst?" And I said, "Look, I can put a plane at the end of the runway, but I can't get them there. To do that, I think you're going to have the support of somebody from the police, because what's gonna happen is, what might happen is they get stopped at a red light or something going to the airport." It was decided to wait for the SLA to make a proposal, but Jefferson and Scott clearly understood that such a deal was possible. The FBI either pretended to go along with it or agreed, and Hearst went along with it, said Hyler, but of course nothing was released publicly. There was, however, a message. Randolph Hearst tapped it out on a prison typewriter as Death Row Jeff spoke the words. "Greetings to the poor and oppressed people of the world. Greetings to Comrade Field Marshal Sink and to the combat units of the SLA. Greetings to Comrades Russell J. Little and Joseph M. Remiro, now prisoners in the tiger cages of the Alameda County Jail. Your comrade Death Row Jeff wishes to express solidarity with the communique issued by my comrades Russell J. Little and Joseph M. Remiro on March 28, 1974. You brothers and sisters are truly soldiers of the people and are more beautiful than life itself to me. In furtherance of my comrades' communique of March 28, 1974, I hereby suggest to General Field Marshal Sink that it would be for the best interest of the poor and oppressed people to start negotiations as soon as possible with Randolph Hearst to release the prisoner of war Patricia Hearst. I have been assured that upon the release of the prisoner of war, 296. $4 million will be placed in the appropriate organization for the purpose of feeding the poor as per the instructions of the SLA. Negotiations should deal with any combat unit that may be pinned down in the field. Dare to struggle. Dare to win, but do not forget the cry of the people." The letter was signed by Jefferson, Raymond Scott, and Al Taylor and witnessed in the corner by Randolph Hearst and Reverend Williams. A photocopy of the document was published in the Sunday joint edition of the Examiner 8C Chronicle on March 31. They had wanted to say some other things, that an arrangement had been made for the SLA to leave the country, Hyler recounted later, but the FBI didn't want that specifically mentioned in the letter. Even so, Death Row said afterwards he was sure the SLA would understand that some preliminary arrangements had been made for them to leave the country. He said they were used to communicating in that sort of vague double talk. Whatever the message was that got across, the two letters from the inside provoked an immediate response from the SLA. On April 2, a florist delivered a bouquet of roses to John Bryan, the editor of the radical San Francisco Phoenix. The Underground Weekly in its previous issue had published what was purported to be another SLA manifesto, but which in reality had been a hoax not too skillfully composed by Bryan himself. But this time there was no doubt. With the roses and communique number 7 came half of Patricia Hearst's driver's license. For Bryan there was also a comic birthday greetings card showing a stork delivering a package that opened up to the wry exclamation "Happy Birthday. Scared the hell out of you, didn't I?" And a 2-page document described as the SLA's codes of war. But it was the brief communique enclosed with the bouquet that drew all attention. It was dated March 29 and headed subject, Negotiations and Release of Prisoners. Herein enclosed are the codes of war of the Symbionese Liberation Army. These documents, as all SLA documents, are to be printed in full and omitting nothing by order of this court in all forms of the media. Tanya 297. Further communications regarding subject prisoner will follow in the following 72 hours. Communications will state the state, city, and time of release of the prisoner. II. Unit 4. Gen. Field Marshal CIN. SLA. Bulletins cut in on TV shows, and headlines barked the excited message, Patty Hearst was to be freed. The Hearsts were ecstatic. Death Row Jeff was pridefully certain his letter had tipped the scale. Checking with the florist who had delivered the roses, FBI agents and news reporters were told that a short but otherwise nondescript young woman had walked in the day before, picked out the $3 bouquet, paid an additional $1.50 delivery charge, and asked that an envelope she handed over be enclosed with the flowers. The florist said the young woman had insisted the flowers be delivered the same day, April 1, and had been assured they would be, but the delivery truck had broken down and delayed the order by a day. Reporters are notorious cynics, and there were not many who did not realize immediately that the communique had been meant to be delivered on April Fool's Day, but their reports made no mention of their fears this message had been too long and desperately hoped for. Radio station KSAN in San Francisco received the follow-up communique the next day, April 3rd. It was a far cry from the eagerly expected announcement of when and where the kidnap victim would be released. It opened with the defiant voice of Patricia Hearst herself. I would like to begin this statement by informing the public that I wrote what I am about to say. It's what I feel. I have never been forced to say anything on any tape. Nor have I been brainwashed, drugged, tortured, hypnotized, or in any way confused. As George Jackson wrote, it's me, the way I want it, the way I see it. Mom, Dad, I would like to comment on your efforts to supposedly secure my safety. The pin giveaway was a sham. You attempted to deceive the people, the SLA, and me with statements about your concern for myself and the people. You were playing games, stalling for time which the FBI was using in their attempts to assassinate me and the SLA elements which guarded me. You continue to report that you did everything in your power. 298. To pave the way for negotiations for my release. I hate to believe that you could have been so unimaginative as to not even have considered getting Little and Remiro released on bail. While it was repeatedly stated that my conditions would at all times correspond with those of the captured soldiers, when your own lawyer went to inspect the hole at San Quentin he approved the deplorable conditions there, another move which potentially jeopardized my safety. My mother's acceptance of the appointment to a second term as a UC regent, as you well know, would have caused my immediate execution had the SLA been less together about their political goals. Your actions have taught me a great lesson, and in a strange kind of way, I'm grateful to you. Stephen, I know that you are beginning to realize that there is no such thing as neutrality in time of war. There can be no compromise, as your experiences with the FBI must have shown you. You have been harassed by the FBI because of your supposed connections with so-called radicals, and some people have even gone so far as to suggest that I arranged my own arrest. We both know what really came down that Monday night, but you don't know what's happened since then. I have changed, grown. I've become conscious and can never go back to the life we led before. What I'm saying may seem cold to you and to my old friends, but love doesn't mean the same thing to me anymore. My love has expanded as a result of my experiences to embrace all people. It's grown into an unselfish love for my comrades here, in prison, and on the streets. A love that comes from the knowledge that no one is free until we are all free. While I wish that you could be a comrade, I don't expect it. All I expect is that you try to understand the changes I've gone through. San Francisco attorney William Coblentz, at the behest of Randolph Hearst, had inspected on February 20 the adjustment center at San Quentin where Remiro and Little were being held in small, separated cells. At the request of their attorneys, Coblentz said, he did not talk with the two SLA members, but I did discuss their situation with the warden. I checked the conditions of the cells, and saw and tasted the food being served. Afterward Koblenz issued a brief statement in which he concluded that Remiro and Little seemed to be receiving the same treatment as do other prisoners whose situations require special measures for their personal security. On March 8, a federal judge ordered the two men transferred to the Alameda County Jail to await trial on the grounds that only persons already convicted of a crime could be held in a state prison. Although Koblenz's visit to San Quentin received considerable media coverage at the time, 2 years later Bill and Emily Harris were insisting to interviewers that the attorney had lied, that he had never gone to the prison, that it had been a propaganda ploy by the Hearsts. Tanya 299. I have been given the choice of, 1. Being released in a safe area, or, 2. Joining the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army and fighting for my freedom and the freedom of all oppressed people. I have chosen to stay and fight. One thing which I learned is that the corporate ruling class will do anything in their power in order to maintain their position of control over the masses, even if this means the sacrifice of one of their own. It should be obvious that people who don't even care about their own children couldn't possibly care about anyone else's children. The things which are precious to these people are their money and power, and they will never willingly surrender either. People should not have to humiliate themselves by standing in lines in order to be fed, nor should they have to live in fear for their lives and the lives of their children, as Tyrone Guyton's mother will sadly attest to *. Crucial supportive evidence for Emeryville police had previously been arrested by one of the Guyton case officers, Phillips, for possession of heroin, but had not been formally charged. The new investigation was seriously considering the possibility that the witness, Dolores Wisingle, was in debt to Phillips before the Guyton killing and perhaps offered testimony favorable to him in payment. As 300. Dad, you said that you were concerned with my life, and you also said that you were concerned with the life and interests of all oppressed people in this country, but you are a liar in both areas, and as a member of the ruling class I know for sure that yours and Mom's interests are never the interests of the people. Dad, you said you would see about getting more job opportunities for the people, but why haven't you warned the people what is going to happen to them, that actually the few jobs they still have will be taken away? You, a corporate liar, of course will say that you don't know what I am talking about, but I ask you then to prove it. Tell the poor and oppressed of this nation what the corporate state is about to do, warn black and poor people that they are about to be murdered down to the last man, woman, and child. If you're so interested in the people, why don't you tell them what the energy crisis really is? Tell them how it's nothing more than a manufactured strategy, a way of hiding industry's real intentions. Tell the people that the energy crisis is nothing more than a means to get public approval for a massive program to build nuclear power plants all over this nation. Tell the people that the entire corporate state is, with the aid of this massive power supply, about to totally automate the entire industrial state, to the point that in the next 5 years all that will be needed will be a small class of button pushers. Tell the people, Dad, that all the lower class and at least half the middle class will be unemployed in the next 3 years, and that the removal of expendable excess, the removal of unneeded people, has already started. I want you to tell the people the truth. Tell them how the law and order programs are just a means to remove so-called violent, meaning-aware individuals from the community in order to facilitate the controlled removal of unneeded labor forces from this country, in the same way that Hitler controlled the removal of the Jews from Germany. I should have known that if you and the rest of the corporate state were willing to do this to millions of people to maintain power and to serve your needs, you would also kill me if necessary to serve those same needs. How long will it take before white people in this country understand that what happens to a black child Tanya 301 pence sooner or later to a white child? How long will it be before we all understand that we must fight for our freedom? I have been given the name Tanya after a comrade who fought alongside Che in Bolivia for the people of Bolivia. I embrace the name with the determination to continue fighting with her spirit. There is no victory in half-assed attempts at revolution. I know Tanya dedicated her life to the people, fighting with total dedication and an intense desire to learn, which I will continue in the oppressed American people's revolution. All colors of string in the web of humanity yearn for freedom. Osceola and Bo, even though we have never met, I feel like I know you. Timing brought me to you, and I'm fighting with your freedom and the freedom of all prisoners in mind. In the strenuous jogs that life takes, you are pillars of strength to me. If I'm feeling down, I think of you, of where you are and why you are there, and my determination grows stronger. It's good to see that your spirits are so high in spite of the terrible conditions. Even though you aren't here, you are with other strong comrades, and the three of us are learning together, I in an environment of love, and you in one of hate, in the belly of the fascist beast. We have grown closer to the people and become stronger through our experiences. I have learned how vicious the pig really is, and our comrades are teaching me to attack with even greater viciousness, in the knowledge that the people will win. I send greetings to Death Row Jeff, Al Taylor, and Raymond Scott. Your concern for my safety is matched by my concern for yours. We share a common goal as revolutionaries, knowing that Comrade George lives. It is in the spirit of Tanya that I say, Patria Honored, Vence Ramos. Accompanying the tape was one of the extraordinary poster photos of Revolutionary Camp. Tanya, posed like a mannequin in a tan jumpsuit, complete with a beret, legs spread as if in a crouch, and slung from a strap around her neck what appeared to be a cut-down ML carbine loaded with a full automatic banana clip, with either a scope or a flashlight attached atop the gun barrel. Her face was solemn, her eyes quiet, almost glazed in the flash, gazing out past the Polaroid for a horizon, perhaps, or a future. On the ring finger of her left hand, where a woman would wear a wedding or engagement ring, there was a single golden band. It was not a ring that Stephen Weed had given her. She had worn no ring when kidnapped. 16. General Field Marshal Sink. It would not have been the Field Marshal himself who placed the ring on Patricia's finger, at least not in pledge of union as in marriage. Tanya's later announcement that she had loved Cujo, Willie Wolf, drew a sensible connection to the ring. Yet in another sense, the ring, and the transformation it marked, was indeed dowry for DeFries. When Patty declared herself Tanya, Donald David DeFries had finally achieved the humiliation of the hearse he had so single-mindedly sought. This was the unspoken demand that echoes through all his long diatribes. The money, the food, even the blood of the fascist insect would not be enough. He kept repeating that the food was to be a gesture of good faith and regret, not a ransom or a payoff, but a form of repentance. Sink wanted to rob the spirit, to make the Hearst family, who for him represented the state, the society, the jailers, hurt as he had hurt, to have to give up something of themselves, to be filled with a frustrated rage and yet to be powerless, castrated. The conversion of Tanya was his greatest triumph. It was, in fact, the high point of the SLA, a catalytic moment full of opportunity, and to exploit it they openly rejoiced in their power. They were the new nation, the revolution come, those who could lead and govern us, and DeFries, the field marshal, was now the chairman of the Symbionese, no less than a prophet, surely more than a man, no longer a leader, now the leader. With but a pause in the tape, after Tanya declared herself, came the voice of Faiza, Nancy Ling Perry, the SLA Information Intelligence Officer, with a long paean to the General Field Marshal. Sink is a black brother who spent many years of his life in fascist America's concentration camps, man-child years in prison cells and man years in prison cells. Sink met literally thousands of black, brown, red, yellow, and white freedom fighters. 302. General Field Marshal Sink 303. While he was locked down, courageous comrade George Jackson was one among them. Now the spirit of all the brothers Sink knows lives in him, the spirit of all the sisters Sink never had the opportunity to meet, but knows by common bond. Like Asada Shakur, Lolita Lebron, and Bernardine Dorn is always in his heart. When Sink escaped alone on foot from Soledad prison, he did so for one reason only, to fight with the people and to lead the people in revolution. He did not escape so that he could kick back and hide and get high. he did not even escape so that he could satisfy a deep and longing personal ache to simply see the people and be on the streets and reunite with his family and be a father once again to his children. Sink escaped so that he could actively stalk the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. While in Vacaville, de Vries had cast away his given slave name and took up first the nickname Sink, then the formal Swahili reborn name Mtum. Said Faiza, Sink Mtum is the name that was bestowed upon him by his imprisoned sisters and brothers. It is the name of an ancient African chief who led the fight of his people for freedom. The name means fifth prophet, and Cin was many years ago given this name because of his keen instinct and senses, his spiritual consciousness, and his deep love of all the people and children of this earth. This does not, however, mean that Sink is from God or someone that is holy or that he has an extreme ego problem, but simply that he to us and to oppressed peoples is the instilled hope and spirit of his people and all peoples. We are speaking to the people now because we all know that we cannot afford the loss of another leader, and we want the people to know that in spite of the enemy's technology and prestige of terror we do have a leader that loves the people and lives and fights for the people. The oppressed peoples of this nation have and will continue to bring forth their leaders, prophets, and fighters until they are free. The people brought forth Malcolm X, who came to unite the people and warn the enemy of what would inevitably happen if the people were not freed. The enemy answered by murdering Malcolm. The people then did again bring forth another prophet. That prophet was Martin Luther King, who with nonviolence and humanity pleaded to the enemy to free the people. And just when King was ready to declare that nonviolent protest would accomplish nothing but the further enslavement and degradation of the people, the enemy murdered King. George Jackson was a prophet and leader from the streets, and when the enemy imprisoned him, George received his education in the raw. He learned firsthand that there can be no compromise with the merciless pigs. George Jackson came from the prisons of America and, love-inspired, he boldly fought the oppressor. When the fascist insect locked him down and murdered him, the people knew that they had suffered a great loss, but they failed to unite in immediate retaliation. Now, once again, the people have brought forth another prophet and leader. This leader comes not to beg and plead with the enemy, he comes not to warn of violence, but is himself the bringer of the children of the wind and the sound of war. He has one word to the children of the oppressed and the children of the oppressor: come. In the echo of his praises came the voice of de Vries, the prophet himself. Since the corporate state and the Hearst Empire were not willing to deliver, the SLA had decided to take no more prisoners. All corporate enemies of the people will be shot on sight at any time and at any place, he said. This order is permanent, until such time as all enemy forces have either surrendered or been destroyed. Somberly, he issued 3 SLA death warrants, declaring 2 former friends and a longtime adversary priority enemies of the people. He condemned Robin Steiner, Russ Little's 20-year-old girlfriend, who had fled Berkeley to Florida in December, Chris Thompson, the young black radical who had introduced several of the SLA members but who had gone to the police after he realized a pistol registered in his name was one of the SLA kill guns, and Colston Westbrook, the Vacaville BCA coordinator, who had made no secret of his distaste for the SLA and the stupid Maoists who had infiltrated his prison group. Steiner said. General Field Marshal Sink 305. Sink had informed on the SLA to the FBI. Thompson was accused as a paid informer, and Westbrook was credited with being a former CIA torturer in Vietnam and other countries, now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI. The 3, he said, should be shot on sight by any of the people's forces. Turning from the business of the revolution, he then spoke to his own family, a long message more poignant to hear than to read. I would like to take this opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies. Victor, Damon, Sherry, Sherilyn, Dawn, and Deed, I want you to know that just to say your names again fills my heart with joy. I want you to understand that I have not forgotten my promise to you, that whenever you needed me I would be there at your side, and so I am now. Even when you may not see me, I am there, because no matter where I am fighting for your freedom, your future, your life. Daddy wants you to understand. He ended the tape with an incredible symphonic finale. In closing, he said slowly, I will play the national anthem of the Symbionese Liberation Army. There was a pause, then, wafting slowly from the background, there came a light jazz riff with a spiced saxophone, part of Way Back Home, a cut on the new album by the Crusaders, Scratch. From the background, DeFries spoke again, pausing deeply between the phrases, with a reversed crescendo, his voice steadily deeper. My people. My brothers. My sisters. Free the people. Free the land. And save the children. The SLA simply had no sense of when they were ahead. The transformation of Tanya was an unparalleled propaganda stunt. It put them in the eye of the world. Perhaps the food giveaway plus Tanya would have given them credits nearly to offset the Foster murder. There would have been no queuing up at the recruiting booths, but perhaps they could have opened lines of support in the still largely hostile radical community. The enunciation of the fifth prophet exploded all the possibilities, blew them to pieces. Serious American radicals differ endlessly, but with a handful of cultish exceptions, there is emphatic agreement that the last thing they want is a revolutionary messiah. Poor Robin Steiner, a young radical who wanted as little to do with the FBI as she did with the SLA, had in fact repeatedly refused to give information to the police. The SLA intelligence unit, 306, must have done its research in tea leaves. After the death warrant, Steiner went into hiding from both the FBI and the SLA. Berkeley radicals had their own suspicions about Westbrook and Thompson, and it was public knowledge that both had talked to the FBI about the SLA, but few were willing to nominate them for Mod Squad Emmys. Sure, he had talked with the cops, said Thompson privately. The SLA had boxed him in but little, and Remiro, he said, no, I'm not a police agent. They would never have gotten as far as they did if I had been. Asterisk. Both Thompson and Westbrook went into hiding for a while. With Berkeley full of freelance crazies, the death warrants were no joke. In character, Westbrook left a message on his automatic telephone answering machine. Hello, this is Colston Westbrook speaking. I am not dead yet, but I still remain high on the SLA hit list. If the caller is a terrorist, please include your affiliation so the credit for my demise can be properly awarded. Beep. The day after the death warrant message, there was a statement issued from prison by Little and Remiro. The SLA was so ill-informed that their imprisoned soldiers, after checking with their families and lawyers, felt they had to speak up. They said nothing about Westbrook or Thompson, but they asked Sink to rescind the death warrant on Robin Steiner. She has, in fact, on several occasions refused to talk to the FBI, said Remiro. We think further investigation into the matter is necessary. 3 days later they sent out another message. Inside, the boys had a lot of time to think. They said that out of revolutionary love and concern, they felt they had to criticize the counter-revolutionary trends in the latest communique. While true revolutionaries could now have no doubt that Zin was a military/political genius, those who attempt through mystical rationalizations to build a superstar jeopardize everything. Mysticism, they said, is a dead-end street, and the people have learned through lessons of blood that such superstars, uncriticizable images, can lead toward counter-revolutionary opportunism. The people do not want one prophet, one revolutionary leader, they want a Rev. I. Alyoshin. There are many capable revolutionary leaders. The fifth prophet replied to neither message. The death warrant on Robin Steiner stood. Donald DeFries was selling a used Revolution, no cash down. Little credit needed, but the time was wrong, the politics were wrong, probably it was the wrong country, certainly it was the wrong army. In the mellowing of the 70s, the gurus and the shamans had scoured clean many of the corners in which Sink earlier might have found followers. Perhaps, in the eerie fatalism of his message to his children, a shadow of this had come to him. With Tanya's debut, the SLA had peaked. His was not a deep or subtle mind, but he had been a loser so often that perhaps he was familiar with the territory. On a 5-to-life sentence, Donald David DeFries had spent only 3.5 years in the California prison system, but there DeFries discovered sanctum within himself, the prison militant reborn. The field marshal was an eminently foreseeable man. Prisons continue to clone others like him, newly politicized rebels who have found in a neo-Marxist analysis an explanation for their crippled personal lives, their class experience, their racial history. The SLA worldview, life inside the murderous fascist state, defines more or less accurately life inside the maximum security prisons, repression under which the guerrilla has the only dignity, where the guerrilla mentality best keeps one alive. The SLA was born when this bitter and determined man emerged into the outside world with his prisoned zeitgeist intact and chanced across a group of crippled misfits whose personal frustrations were such that they could empathize and adopt as their own this vision so far from the realities of the outside. A man like DeFries had a great stake in holding to his prison guerrilla persona, the man of dignity who had been born again in cell block communism. It was perhaps the only positive self he had ever known. To let it slip, to acknowledge a more mundane reality, to see America as something less than a Star Trek prison with Hitler as warden, would rob him of heroic choice and leave him the human shell he had been before. It was revolution as an act of will, desperation of personal rather than collective sort. As Faiza wrote, revolutionary violence is nothing but the most profound means of achieving internal as well as external balance. At 30 years of age, Donald DeFries needed a whole revolution for balance. 308. If the field marshal had not the intellect to edge his passion with logic, the pragmatic vision to rise above his hate and desire for revenge, if he was murderous, wanton with his death warrants and bloated with Star Trip, he was a limited man primed through life to explode just so. From his past there emerges a bewildering series of profiles. DeFries as a fundamentalist Jesus freak a mere 4 years before he emerged as the field marshal, DeFries as a minor league police informer, the petty hood, the beaten man, the loser, the betrayed husband who plotted his own arrest because prison offered refuge from his demanding wife. And beneath them all, the desperate fear, in his own words, of becoming a nothing. Woe is me! For I am as when they have gathered the summer fruits, as is the grape gleanings of the vintage, there is no clutter to eat, my soul desired the first ripe fruit. In April, 1970, DeFries waxed biblical, writing a long testimonial of his fundamentalist faith. It was sent to the judge who had just sentenced him to 5 years to life, after DeFries was convicted of armed robbery, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, and possession of a forged check. It was his 3rd felony conviction. He got the maximum. The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men, they all lie in wait for blood, they hunt every man his brother with a net. That they may do evil with both hands earnestly, the prince asketh, and the judge asketh for a reward, and the great man, he uttereth his mischievous desire, so they wrap it up. In the 2 years from 1968 to 1970, DeFries had been spieling off jive scripture to police, courts, and probation officers. Many thought it was sincere, some thought it further proof of his mental instability, perhaps it helped in his charmed career through the courts in the late 60s. The best of them is as a briar, the most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge, the day of thy watchman be their perplexity. Trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a guide, keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. For the son dishonoreth the father, the daughter riseth up against her mother, the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, a man's enemies are the men of his own house. T. General Field Marshal Sink 309. This was not the affected voice of the con man begging leniency. The judge had finished with him, sentenced and remanded him, and this was the voice in which DeFries responded, the prayerful lament but the prelude to an angry message of revenge. I told you that God would bring you down. I don't understand its meaning, but there is a meaning for you. I fear that my God will come to you when you are not ready to go. Maybe you say I have sinned and must pay, but even you will ask for forgiveness, but you will not forgive, and as you have done unto others so will be done unto you. The letter was long, threatening, bitter, it was not a message of pretense. During that 1970 trial, his last appearance in open court, De Vries had preached and lectured the jury, declared police records forgeries, witnesses liars. Acting as his own attorney, he stood in the court and prayed aloud for the Lord to reveal somehow that dear dumb Donald was innocent, but it was an open and shut case. Spotted with a stolen check in a Los Angeles bank, De Vries had run into the street and engaged in a gun battle with police. The judge, in sentencing him, publicly urged prison authorities to note that the defendant needs help and needs a lot of it. When he wrote the judge, he had already been committed to Vacaville for psychiatric therapy. At the time, the Lord was still with him, the revolution ahead of him. Donald David De Vries was born in 1943, the oldest of 8 children, in the ratty ghetto of Cleveland, Ohio. He hated his father. He told a prison therapist that as punishment his father had broken his arm on 3 occasions, twice when he was 10, again when he was 12. He dropped out of school at 14, after the 9th grade, and either ran away or was sent away by his mother to protect him from his father. In Buffalo, New York, he roomed with a fundamentalist minister, the Reverend William Foster, and became involved with a street gang called the Crooked Skulls. In August 1960, he was arrested trying to rob a parking meter, and 9 days later was arrested again trying to steal a car and a pistol. He was 16. He told a psychiatrist later he had planned to return to Cleveland and kill his father. He was committed to the Elmira State Reformatory. He did 2.5 years. 310. Life in the little prison, De Vries later wrote, was nothing but fear and hate day in and day out. The hate was mating, the only safe place was your cell that you went to at the end of the day. He got out when he was 18 and returned to Buffalo, where he asked Reverend Foster for permission to marry Foster's daughter, Harriet, then 14. When he was refused, De Vries left New York State for New Jersey. Reverend Foster said he never heard from the boy again. Investigating De Vries' early past is difficult. While free, he was a loner and a drifter, with few friends. Even after he married, he never put down roots. An extraordinary, if some would suspect, source is from his own hand, a 14-page autobiography written early in 1970, while he was awaiting trial for the bank shootout. It was part of a plea for leniency sent to yet another California judge, who was then considering revocation of suspended sentences he received for his 2 previous felony convictions. The scribbled booklet is laced with piety and self-justifications and full of self-serving excuses, but there is much of it that has the ring of bitter truth, explaining confusing facts already known and even the lies reveal. In 1962, he wrote, he had settled in Newark. Girls would disappear when they heard of his record, and he said he was very lonely until he met beautiful Gloria Thomas, 23, mother of 3 children. I was 18 and in love, and life really became real to me. I asked Glory to marry me and she said yes. We had just 1 month before we were married. As a minor he needed his parents' consent, they agreed but told him he was a fool. Things were lovely all the way up to a few months, he wrote, then in a fight his wife told him she didn't love me at all, but that she needed a husband and father for her kids. Although deeply hurt, he said he smoothed things over. But 7 months later I came home sooner than I do most of the time from work, and she and an old boyfriend had just had relationships. Furious, he said he offered her to the boyfriend, who said he did not want her. Husband and wife fought and talked, and at length he decided to forget the incident and try again. But then he found out that none of my wife's kids had the same father and that she had never been married, contrary to what she had told him. I was a little afraid, but I said I would give her a good chance. I really put faith in her, but somehow, little stories kept coming to me. One was that my boss had come to my home looking for me and that my wife had come to the door in the nude. General Field Marshal Sink 311. He had hoped their first child would bring them closer, but as soon as the baby was born it was the same thing. I had begun to drink very deeply, but I was trying to put up with her and hope she would change. But as the years went by, never did. Once, he said, he just abandoned the family for 2 months and went to Canada. He returned to find his wife pregnant. He thought it was his child, he said, and worked at 2 jobs to provide for the newborn, but he began to hear stories about his wife with other men while he was in Canada and realized that the new child was not his. His wife left him for 4 months to live with another man, then returned and begged him to forgive her. He did. He was 22 years old, legal father to 5 kids, alternating between welfare and menial jobs, always pressured financially. He wrote, "I started playing around with guns and fireworks and dogs and cars. Just anything to get away from life and how unhappy I was. I finally got into trouble with the police for shooting off a rifle in my basement and for a bomb I had made out of about 30 fireworks from 4th of July. After I went to court and got probation, I was really ashamed of myself. I had not been in trouble with the police for years and now I had even lost that pride." In his autobiography, DeFries goes on to place the blame for all his past and present troubles on his marriage, a more than small overstatement, but odd bits of information buttress much of his story. In one of his first SLA communiques, DeFries describes himself as the father of 2 children, but later acknowledges the 6 who bear his name. The 2 would be the first and third born of the marriage. The 4 others were the 3 he adopted when he married and the child he thought not his. DeFries writes about how he hid his family and personal life, and the Orange, New Jersey, painting contractor who employed him intermittently over several years and thought of himself as one of Donald's closer friends, said that in all the time they worked together, he never knew DeFries and his wife had children. DeFries, he said, was unusually quiet. He kept strictly to himself, just didn't talk about himself. Another thing the man remembers vividly was Donald's fascination with guns. He'd talk about them all the time, this one and that one, about how much he'd like to go hunting. 312. Working off and on for other painting contractors, DeFries tried to open a little house painting business on his own. House of DeFries, he called it, but he overextended his credit and the company went bankrupt. On top of business and the marriage, he had other problems. His fascination with guns and bombs had him constantly in trouble with the law. In March of 1965, while under New Jersey indictment for possession of the firecracker/gunpowder bomb, he decided to visit California alone. On March 3, he was stopped by police while hitchhiking through Los Angeles on the San Bernardino Freeway. When DeFries reached for his identification, the cops spotted a sharpened butter knife and a tear gas canister tucked in his waistband. Searching him, they found a sawed-off rifle in his suitcase. He was arrested and charged with illegal possession of the gun and tear gas bomb. He was in the county jail 3 months awaiting trial, and when convicted, he was sentenced to time served. In New Jersey, his family was on welfare. 2 weeks after his release in California, he went on trial for the bomb charge in New Jersey. The judge continued the case for a year and in June 1966, put DeFries on 2 years probation. "All my friends and family knew of my wife's ways," wrote DeFries, "and of my foolishness in believing her and forgiving her. It was just too much to face. I had to get out." He writes nothing of his own failures. "I moved all over New Jersey, but everywhere I went someone knew me or my wife or about my kids. I just couldn't take it anymore. I was slowly becoming a nothing." He said he first planned to move to California alone, but then, because of his wife's pleading, decided to move the whole family. "I put my age up so no one would think about me having so many kids. I hoped it would be a new start for both of us, no one would know me or her or anything about my family." In Los Angeles, in 1967, another child was born. Donald was 23, now father to 6. "The marriage got no better," wrote DeFries. "More and more I was unhappy with everything. I started back playing with guns, drinking, pills, but this time more than I had ever before did. I really don't understand what I was doing. She wanted nice things and I was working and I was buying and selling guns, and the next thing I know I had become a thief." In the spring of 1967 he had been working at a Los Angeles car wash, but was laid off. Unskilled, unschooled, he could not find General Field Marshal Sync 313 work. State welfare turned him down because he was not a resident. The manpower training program rejected him because he had a police record. On June 9, 1967, Los Angeles police officers stopped DeFries for running a red light on a bicycle. He gave a fictitious name to the cops and they spotted it. He was arrested and searched. Police found a homemade bomb in one jacket pocket and a second bomb and a .22 caliber pistol in a bag in the bike basket. He pleaded guilty to a felony, violation of the deadly weapon control law, and came up for sentencing in September. Arnold K., the court probation officer who investigated DeFries' case, wrote in his confidential report to the sentencing judge. The has found himself deeply troubled by this case. First, he feels that the difficulties which the defendant has encountered in his life are real and serious. He feels his responsibilities deeply and is overcome when he cannot meet them. The type of behavior encountered in the present offense appears to be the defendant's way of compensating for feelings of inadequacy and powerlessness. K said he worried about DeFries' mental stability and felt that perhaps the defendant should be committed for a short-term psychiatric evaluation, but urged leniency. He noted the irony of the fact that only after DeFries was arrested did the welfare department help the family financially, and only then, with DeFries on bail, did the job training manpower program find a priority slot for him. He quoted DeFries, "If I had known that we could have got help by me going to jail, I could have did a lot of lesser things like broke a few windows or something. It would have been worth it to help my wife and kids." The judge gave him a suspended sentence and put him on probation for 3 years. It was only 3 months later, however, that DeFries was again arrested. Again it was guns, but this time the charges were more serious. On December 2, 1967, at 3:30 a.m., a Los Angeles prostitute named Gloria Yvonne Sanders picked up DeFries as a trick in downtown LA. They checked in at a motel, had sex, and then DeFries pulled a small Derringer pistol and put it to the woman's head. He took back the $10 he had given her and robbed her of the rest of her night's earnings. After DeFries again used her and performed unnatural acts, Sanders told police she was shivering and told DeFries she was cold. When he allowed her to get up and put on her coat, she snatched the Op. 314 Port Unity, ran out the door and down the street. At a payphone she called the police. Apparently sure the whore would never go to the cops, DeFries dozed off in the motel room. He was sleeping, gun under the pillow, when Sanders returned with 2 LA patrolmen. It was a new gun, with the serial numbers obliterated. As the cops were leading him handcuffed from the motel, DeFries stopped and pointed out his car to Officer L.J. Henricks. He did not want it stolen, he told Henricks, and asked that the police not leave it at the motel. The car was impounded. Incredibly, in the trunk of the car police found 12 stolen handguns in a blue canvas bag. Both the bag and the pistols were part of the loot in a major gun theft the month before. More than 200 guns had been stolen in a burglary at the Western Surplus Store, a major LA gun shop. The break-in was the subject of a major police investigation. The cops put the squeeze on DeFries. After wrangling and threatening, they worked a deal. DeFries would finger the man who sold him the guns in exchange for a recommendation of leniency. 2 days after his arrest, DeFries led 2 detectives to his home. He had promised them his wife would be able to tell them where the gun seller lived, a man he said he knew only as Ron. No one was home. While they were waiting, DeFries suddenly scrambled, ran through the apartment, and dived out a second-story window. He landed with a roll, jumped up, and ran, escaping. He was free only 2 days. Acting on a tip from DeFries' wife, police raided a friend's apartment and recaptured him. Now the cops put the screws on him, and with a stack of charges against him, DeFries tried to salvage his deal. He not only identified Ronald Coleman, later charged with the theft, he set him up. DeFries told police Coleman still had in his possession 2 stolen guns which he, DeFries, had sold him earlier. DeFries said Coleman was a neighbor and a friend of his. With the police beside him, DeFries then telephoned Coleman, asking if he still had the guns. According to the police incident report, DeFries hung up and told the 3 detectives with him, "Ron is at his apartment. Let's hit him." DeFries then led police through the apartment, pointing out where Coleman had hidden a stash of marijuana and several dozen stolen guns. In neither his autobiography for the court nor in any of his several other pleadings for leniency in 1970 did DeFries bother to mention his assisting police. Although, according to his wife, DeFries was regularly asked for information by police through General Field Marshal Sync 315. The next several months while he was awaiting trial, DeFries was a small-scale tipster with a court hearing over his head, not a valuable informer the police would go out of their way to protect. In August 1967, DeFries pleaded guilty to the armed robbery of the prostitute. He was to be sentenced in September, but while still free on bail was again arrested for stealing a motorcycle. The charge arose out of an overdue rental and was later dropped, but since he was awaiting sentencing, the cops simply locked him up and kept him with a high bail. His wife, writing his judge in August to complain, said that ever since the Coleman incident, police officers have been running to and from the house just to talk to, but that the police had refused to give DeFries or his family any protection from constant harassment in the neighborhood. As a result of his cooperation in November of '67, she wrote, "He has been shot twice, I have been shot at, and our family has been threatened. We haven't had any police prod. Nor would they even come to the apt." In October the court committed DeFries to the Chino State Prison for a 2-month psychiatric evaluation. The staff at Chino recommended that he be sentenced to the state prison, noting an apparent disorganization of his thought processes, the escape, and his penchant to possess firearms and bombs. Perhaps because of his assistance to police, the court instead chose to place him on a highly restricted and intensive probation program, with a mandatory program of psychiatric therapy and a provision for a probation officer to search his home regularly for guns and bombs. The probation department records note that they recommended the intensive street supervision over prison largely because of DeFries' warm and meaningful family relationship, his apparent religiosity, and the lack of assaultive or violent behavior in his criminal record. He was freed in December 1968, after spending 4 months in jail. Looking back, DeFries wrote to the judge of a marriage that was anything but warm and meaningful. "I started to tell you to send me to jail and that I didn't want to go home. But you should never have sent me back to her." He said his wife was driving him crazy. They had both realized their marriage was loveless, they stayed together for mutual exploitation. He said he had long 316 before realized that he was too weak and too afraid of loneliness to leave her on his own. He had mentioned divorce once before, but she had frightened him out of it, saying that he would still have to pay support for her and the 6 kids. Divorce would only increase his money worries. And now his loving family was his probation ticket. When he got out of jail, he said, his wife began pressuring him to take the family back to New Jersey, where she had family and friends. He asked his probation officer for permission to move, but was refused. His wife demanded that they move anyway, he said, and threatened to wreck his probation by leaving him if he did not. Everything closed in, he felt trapped. On March 20, 1969, 3 months after his release on a probation that absolutely forbade him to possess guns, Donald DeFries was arrested with a loaded 9mm semi-automatic rifle. He had bought the gun legally in his own name. He had even registered it with the police department in his own name. One of the few possible explanations for his behavior was the one offered in the autobiography a year later. More than anything else, he said, he wanted to get out from under his marriage. He decided the best way to do it would be to go to jail, so he blatantly violated his parole to arrange his own arrest. "I thought you would really send me to jail to New Jersey, that's why I didn't hide anything, not because I am crazy like I've led people to believe." After the gun arrest, a hearing was scheduled for the revocation of the probation. It was a good plan. If he had gone to court, he undoubtedly would have been sent to prison. But then prison seemed as frightening as his marriage. He bolted. Free on bond, he, his wife, and the children fled to New Jersey. In his autobiography, when he writes about the last half of 1969, the period leading up to the bank incident for which he was then facing charges, DeFries is vague and less than coherent, awkwardly skipping over anything that might reflect poorly on himself. He describes himself as a marionette, with his wife pulling all the strings. It is known that DeFries first spent several months in the Newark area, then brought his family to Cleveland, then returned alone to California. He wrote that his wife had expected that they could live with her family in New Jersey until they got settled, but that did not work out, and my wife and kids ended up in the streets. When they could not make a go of it in New Jersey, wrote T. General Field Marshal Sink 317. DeFries, he brought the family back to Cleveland, where his mother and family still lived. He said the family lived with his mother while he took on 2 jobs to try to build a stake for them. Of course, he insisted, he planned all the time to return to California and give himself up on the probation violation once he had set them up. Then came a crisis. As DeFries describes it, he stole $100 from the cash box of a restaurant he worked at, and when he brought it home, his wife was furious with him for not taking more when he had the chance. "Sir," what she said really did something to me, it opened my eyes to what she was and what she had made me become. That night, he said, full of righteous rage, he jumped into his car and drove 2 days and nights to get to California to turn himself in. Only, before he could turn himself in, before he got a chance, he was involved in this crazy incident in a bank and had to defend himself against a bunch of police officers shooting at him. He was arrested, he said, and charged with all sorts of crimes, crimes of which he was innocent, totally innocent. Actually, the true story of his departure from Cleveland was as melodramatic, but certainly not as virtuous as he described it. On the night of October 1, 1969, Cleveland police investigating a report of a man on the roof of the Cleveland Trust Bank arrested DeFries running from the building. He had a knife and 2 loaded pistols tucked in his belt and was carrying a briefcase in which there was a bomb as well as a number of burglary tools. DeFries identified himself as Stephen Robinson, a Cleveland man for whom the police had only a traffic citation on record. His mother put up surety for the $1,000 bail, and he was freed. Before police and the FBI were able to identify Robinson as DeFries, Donald had skipped town. On November 15, in Los Angeles, a tourist from Hawaii, Mrs. Milagros Bacalbos, was sitting in her car in downtown LA when a man she later identified as DeFries approached her and put a gun to her head and demanded her money. He grabbed her purse, pushed her to the floor of her car, and clubbed her with the gun. On November 17, DeFries appeared at a branch office of the Bank of America in Los Angeles and tried to cash a $1,000 cashier's check made out to Milagros Bacalbos which had been in the stolen purse. DeFries presented some identification in the name of Bacalbos, but the teller spotted the check as stolen. DeFries ran from the bank, chased by the bank security guard. The guard, 318, fired several shots at DeFries, and DeFries began shooting back at the guard and police officers who joined the chase. DeFries emptied his .32 automatic at the police but hit no one. He himself was wounded in the left hand and left foot and arrested. DeFries' long-winded but futile defense at his trial consisted of denying the armed robbery, claiming he had found the stolen purse with the check in it, and as he was attempting admittedly to cash the check, he suddenly remembered that his car was illegally parked and walked out of the bank to move it. As he was walking out, he said, the gun-happy security guard pulled his pistol and fired at him. He said he ran to his car, in which he had a gun, ducking and dodging bullets fired by the security guard and the police, grabbed his pistol, and began to fire in self-defense. After he was convicted and committed to Vacaville, he appealed the conviction on the grounds that the jury had not been instructed on the particulars of the law concerning self-defense. Appeal was denied. It was, in a sense, as if the patience of the California criminal justice system had been stretched like a rubber band. Now it snapped. Both the patience and the efficiency of the system left their mark. Both the lies and the truths of this odd man's crippled vision shaped his notorious destiny, his army, and his revolution. Still, the wonder is not that a field marshal emerged from all this, but that even in the torrid incubation of Berkeley the chance mating of personalities could have provided him with a cult. An unlikely interview that took place in March of 1970 documents just how different Donald DeFreeze was from the general field marshal he was to become. In January 1970, DeFreeze was indicted in New Jersey for allegedly joining with Ralph Cobb, a leader of the New Jersey Black Panther Party, to kidnap the black caretaker at a Newark synagogue, in May 1969, as part of a plot to extort money for the Black Panthers from a prosperous rabbi. Just before the Cobb case went to trial, the defense attorney for the Black Panther located DeFreeze in prison in California and demanded that a deposition be taken from him. The attorney and his prosecution counterpart flew to California and interviewed DeFreeze in the Los Angeles County Jail. Milton Friedman, the Panther attorney, remembers a truculent, defensive Donald DeFreeze who obviously wasn't willing to go an inch to help his client. He was just a cheap young hood, recalls Friedman. Paranoid? He thought we were somehow trying to set him up. DeFreeze had an alibi. He was working in Cleveland at the time of the alleged kidnap. He didn't know Cobb, he didn't know anything about it, but he was suspicious of everyone, particularly the young woman from the What's Black Panthers whom I had brought in with me. The official transcript of the interview, submitted to the New Jersey court, details a long discussion that focused on DeFreeze identifying the synagogue caretaker as an intimate friend of his wife and her landlord during a brief period when she lived alone in New Jersey and DeFreeze went to arrange for the move to Cleveland. Friedman recalls that DeFreeze got very agitated talking about this. At the end of the interview, Donald just reached over and grabbed the stenographer's notes and ran like hell down the corridor, brushing past the Manson girls, who were holding a session with Charlie in the adjacent visiting room, and into the bathroom, where he tried to flush them down a toilet. The interview transcript, salvaged by jail guards, quotes DeFreeze talking about black militant politics. "I have," he said, "I think, the reputation of supposed to be a Black Panther or something, because I've been hit with this 3 or 4 times with the Black Panther bit or the military bit, but I am not." The prosecutor asked what he meant by hit. Said DeFreeze, "I have been questioned about being a member of the Black Panthers or US or a member of the Muslims, and I never been a member of anything but a church." Repeatedly asked about the alleged kidnapping, he finally snapped, "I don't walk around slapping people in the face and talking and sticking them up. This ain't my bag. I'm too nervous to be slapping people because they might slap back." Said attorney Friedman after the SLA case exploded, "I have difficulty reconciling my image of DeFreeze, a hustler, with 320 Sync. With any concern for the black people. He certainly indicated to us that he had little sympathy for black political defendants." The man who described himself at his trial as Dear Dumb Donald must have undergone a huge transformation to emerge 3 years later as the General Field Marshal of the Symbionese Liberation Army, and surprisingly, little information is known about the reborn Sync. A number of former convicts interviewed describe him as quiet, very much a loner, but most of DeFreeze's prison friends have been silent, fearful of being linked with the SLA. Leftist prison activists, trying to discredit the SLA early in the case, have spread rumors that DeFreeze was known as a snitch, an inmate informer, before he escaped, but inmates and ex-cons formerly prominent at Vacaville said that was not true. Theo Wheeler, interviewed by the authors after he had been arrested in Texas, long after DeFries and most of the SLA were dead and shortly before Patty Hearst was captured, kept referring to DeFries as being used by certain unnamed moneyed radicals who, while not SLA members, were affiliated with the SLA. They used DeFries, said Wheeler, funding the SLA and advising him, then cutting him off when he went too far. They used DeFries. They tried to use me, too. I think he was being used by a lot of other people that felt certain things should be done but they didn't have the nerve to do, and because he was an escaped convict and was mad, you know, at the world and what was happening to him, they used him. At least in the early stages of the SLA, said Wheeler, DeFries was being dictated to. Sink, he added, just was not the sort of leader who could have planned the SLA. Donald DeFries was locked up in jail, messed up like thousands of others that go in and out of there. He was bitter, he was uneducated, and he was trying to find a way out. It's easy if you can find a person that's embittered to convince him to do something. Wheeler would not identify the persons or person. Once he used the singular he talking about the early guardian of the SLA, implying he was a known Bay Area radical. It is not a person who had been publicly linked with the Symbionese, he said. Not even Wheeler, however, challenges the fact that individual soldiers of the SLA, the Harrises, Remiro, and Little, and those who died in Los Angeles followed DeFries as their commander. Whatever connection there may have been to another leader or leaders ended sometime after the Foster murder, he said. And although he characterizes the SLA as naive, unaware that revolution is a long, slow process, an evolutionary process, he does not gainsay the allegiance DeFries claimed from them. It's clear that the personality of Donald DeFries underwent a great change while he was in prison, a change that became particularly evident when he began to connect with white radicals visiting the prisons. David Gunnell, the Peking House landlord and BCA activist, described DeFries as forceful, eloquent, and charismatic. A heavy black Oakland radical who was recruited by DeFries for the Symbionese Federation described Sink as a wonderful, magnificent man. And from his psychiatric isolation cell at Vacaville, SLA recruit Al Taylor described the field marshal as a very dynamic leader, a hypnotic leader, with an ability to stir, excite, and lead people. Taylor said DeFries relates particularly well to women, they sort of get captivated by his personality. None of this would seem to apply to the Donald DeFries who plotted his own arrest to escape from his wife, and certainly charisma is no common trait among even the newly politicized reborn prison militants. General Field Marshal Sink emerged from a deeper transmutation, rare but not unique. In his cell block proto-communism, DeFries found a cause that made everything meaningful, that gave him moral certainty, a newfound integrity both personal and political, and among his young white radical friends he found people searching for a black leader, willing to believe deeply in him, willing to be led by him. Probably one without the other could never have created him, but in the mixture of the two, with the certainty of cause and the process of leadership, the SLA forged a leader in its own likeness. 17. Tanya goes to the bank. Camilla Hall was at the wheel, steering the green LTD station wagon out Noriega Street through the Sunset District toward the ocean. Ms. Moon Solty-Seek sat alongside Camilla, riding shotgun. General Field Marshal Sink and Nancy Ling Perry, each with automatic rifle, were in the back seat. Beside them, behind Ms. Moon, was Tanya Hearst. She, too, had a weapon. A cut-down ML carbine. As they approached 22nd Avenue, someone spotted a police car. Camilla continued past the low white building, turned a corner, then another, then again, circling twice, before finally pulling up and parking, illegally in a bus zone, on 22nd just off Noriega. Moments before, a brand new red Hornet Sportabout had taken up position, motor idling, in an abandoned service station directly across the street from the Hibernia Bank. In the car were Willie Wolfe, Angela Atwood, and Bill and Emily Harris. The Symbionese Liberation Army 9, now with the recruitment of Patricia Hearst, was about to begin an action. Zig Burzins was in a hurry. He had a service call to go out on, but first he had to get across the street and make a deposit. That shouldn't take long, he figured. Not many people knew about the bank's new, earlier opening hour 9 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. He would probably be in and out and on his way in 5 minutes or so. He strode out of Tweeters and Woofer, his stereo shop, heading catty corner across Noriega. A beautiful sunny morning, he noted, rare for that often foggy section of San Francisco. Income tax day, he mused, happy his return had been mailed off well before the deadline. It was 9:50 a.m., Monday, April 15th. Tanya goes to the bank 323. Through the glass doors Berzin saw that nobody was lined up at any of the tellers' cages. He pushed one door open and, as he went through, gave it a shove backward. He heard a thud, then the clinking sound of metal objects. Christ, he remembers thinking, I've slammed the door on a little old lady and everything's spilled out of her purse. He turned. Kneeling in the entranceway was a young woman, busy at the task of picking up 2 clips of ammunition and a scattering of bullets strewn around her on the sidewalk. Cradled across her knee was a sawed-off carbine. The girl, he said, was Nancy Perry, or Patricia Hearst. Dashing past whoever it was came a strange procession. More women, all carrying guns. Then, following close, a bearded black man wearing a short leather coat and a floppy hat, armed with a machine gun. The Symbionese, nonplussed by the bowling over of a comrade, stormed into the bank. "Slaw! Slaw!" one of them shouted. "Everybody down on the floor and you won't get hurt." Ms. Moon, pistol in hand, ran toward the money, vaulting the counter behind which startled tellers were darting for cover. There were 18 employees and 6 customers inside the Sunset branch of Hibernia Bank when the holdup occurred. One was security guard Ed Shea, 66, a retired railroad payroll clerk stretching his pension check as a $2.06 an hour rent-a-cop. He had been at the bank several months, and he carried a .38 caliber revolver in his holster, but he had never fired it. He considered himself a showpiece, his weapon a decoration. He stood at his post near the door, greeting customers, answering such questions as "Who do I talk to about a loan?" He was there by the door when the slaw trooped in. For some reason the robbers seemed not to take notice of him, and though he heard the order to get down on the floor, he didn't. Shea stood, hands high above his head, a few feet from DeFries, who in a loud voice announced, "This is a hold-up," paused, then added, "The first motherfucker who don't lay down on the floor gets shot in the head." The bank had been cased, each soldier's role assigned. DeFries stood closest to the single entranceway, swinging his sawed-off automatic rifle in a narrow arc, barking orders. There is little doubt he was the one in command. The women herded customers and employees into one group, forcing them to lie face down on the rust-colored carpeting. One teller did not move fast enough. DeFries dragged her through a waist-high swinging door, past Shea, still standing, hands up. Shea turned slowly so. 324. DeFries could see he had a gun. When he spotted it, Shea said later, he made a grab for it, pulled it out of the holster, and stuck it in his jacket. Then he motioned me to get down. He didn't say one word. Berzin's, sure there was going to be shooting, tried to pick out a spot close by a desk, figuring he could roll under it if it became necessary. Faiza grabbed his shoulder and pulled him over with the others. Then she took position at the far end of the bank, her carbine trained on those on the floor. Patricia stood between DeFries and Nancy, closest to the prisoners. Shea and several others said they heard Patricia say at one point, "Keep down or we'll shoot your motherfucking heads off." Berzins did not hear that, but he and others agree she announced at one point. In a soft drawl, Berzins said, "This is Tanya Hearst." Behind the counter Zoya and Gabby Mizmoon and Camilla were emptying out 2 cash drawers. The slaw had missed someone in their roundup. Upstairs in a small room where employees take coffee breaks was branch manager Jim Smith, 62, reading the San Francisco Chronicle. Hearing a commotion downstairs, some woman screaming and a man's voice shouting, he recalls, he went to a tiny window overlooking the floor. He saw the 4 women and their weapons. Smith was astounded. It was his first bank robbery. After 40 years with Hibernia, 23 as manager of the Sunset branch, it had finally happened. A hold-up, and the robbers, from his vantage point, all seemed to be women. Moving away so he would not be spotted, Smith found the silent alarm button and punched it. Instantly 2 high-speed cameras with wide-angle lenses began snapping pictures of what was happening below, each shooting 150 feet of Kodak 400 surveillance film at the rate of 4 frames per second. Simultaneously the button flashed a 211 signal by leased telephone line to commercial fire dispatch, 5 miles away in downtown San Francisco. When the alarm came in, Willie Noonan looked up at a location board, then reached for a hotline telephone link to the police radio at the Hall of Justice. 211 at the Hibernia Sunset, 22nd and Noriega, Noonan announced. A police dispatcher immediately put out a citywide broadcast, "Attention, all units. Attention, all units, in the Terrible, a 211 in Prague. Res, 22nd and Noriega, the Hibernia Bank." In the Terrible Police District, officers inside the station ran for their cars, and those on patrol headed for the scene, routinely checking watches to note the time. It was 9:51. Most figured it was going to be a false alarm. They thought the bank did not open until 10. Tanya goes to the bank 325 o'clock. Nobody had bothered to inform police of Hibernia's new hours. One pair of patrolmen admitted later they drove toward the bank at a leisurely speed until their radio announced that shots had been fired. Only then did they hit red lights and siren. Pete Markofty knew about the 9 o'clock opening and had also decided to get his banking out of the way before 10. He stuffed the weekend's receipts into a small canvas bag, picked up some letters that had to be mailed, told his wife he would be back in a few minutes, walked out of his store Noriega Liquors toward the bank, 2 blocks away. As Markov, 59, a diminutive silver-haired man, neared the bank entrance, he remembered the letters and continued on to the corner mailbox. Behind him he heard a voice call his name, turned, and saw his friend Gene Brennan. Brennan, 70, a pensioner, was also on his way to the bank. Markofty dropped the letters in the mailbox, and with Brennan just ahead, the 2 men walked into the Sunset branch. Just as the door closed behind him, Markov caught sight of DeFries. Afterward he said he could not tell if he had been looking at a white man or a black man. All he knew was that he was staring into the barrel of a gun. Markov turned, scrambling to get out of the way, out the door. Nancy Ling Perry began firing, squeezing off shots from her machine gun. A .30 caliber slug tore into Markov's right buttock, came out the front of his right leg, and drilled a neat hole in the glass door. 2 other shots missed, one hitting the metal frame of the door, the second punching another hole in the glass. A 4th shot slammed Brennan in the hand as he, too, tried to get out the door. Markov stumbled through the door, collapsing on the sidewalk. Brennan, for a few seconds unaware that he had been hit, staggered out. Then he felt the blood and the pain. In shock, Brennan began walking slowly home, calling out, over and over, "T been shot. I been shot," until he, too, fell. Up the street, at Greg's Cocktail Lounge, Ken Outland, 62, a pharmacist, was nursing an early morning Bloody Mary and chatting with Greg Higuera behind the bar. 2 other customers were sipping beers and watching an old Spencer Tracy movie on TV. Outland was recovering from a broken ankle. The cast had been off only a week or so and had been stopping by mornings to visit Higuera, a friend. Suddenly they heard a series of sharp, cracking sounds. At first they thought it was just a lumber truck dropping off another load at the lumber yard down the street. Then they heard shouting outside. Both headed for the door. Higuera saw a figure slumped in front of the bank. Some 326. One across the street yelled, "I think he was hit by a car." Outland, who as a pharmacist has given first aid many a time, rushed toward the bank. He was perhaps 20 feet from the entrance, with Higuera a few steps behind, when he saw women with guns come running out, heading away from him, around the corner onto 22nd. Then came an armed man, who turned and spotted Outland and Higuera running toward him. Sink swung around, carbine at hip level, and fired. Outland threw himself against the wall of the bank. Higuera ducked into a driveway. The bullet missed Outland by only a few inches. DeFries disappeared around the corner where the getaway car was parked. Outland ran to the crumpled form. He shook Markoff's shoulder, asked, "Where are you hit?" The man groaned. "In the hip." "I'll be right back," Outland told him. The pharmacist ran onto the corner, stopped, peeked around the side of the building. Halfway down 22nd he saw a green station wagon speeding away, followed by a small red sedan. Both cars, tires screeching, turned left onto Moraga Street, heading toward the beach. Outland tried to note the license plates, but the cars were too far away. A minute or so later the first patrol car arrived. Outland's description went out over the police radio. Suddenly another officer came out of the bank and announced to the world, "Holy Jesus, they're saying it was that slaw bunch that did it." Minutes later a patrol car radioed it had located the getaway cars parked near an elementary school at 30th Avenue and Lawton Street, 10 blocks away. They had obviously changed vehicles there, but not a soul had witnessed the switch. People on Noriega gave conflicting versions of what they'd seen. Some said there had been 4 white men in the red sedan, others said there might have been a woman, maybe 2 women, with 2 men. Nobody had paid attention to it before the shooting started, then all eyes had focused on the bank itself. One woman said she had seen someone in the red car aim a rifle out a window and fire toward the bank just before the auto screeched off, right behind the green station wagon. The witnesses in the bank concurred on one point: the hold-up team had performed with military precision and considerable coolness at least up to that moment when Faiza opened up with her weapon. "They acted like commandos," said security guard Shea. "They said only what needed to be said. They looked at times like they were giving signals to each other with their hands." The fact that all 4 women were similarly dressed in 3/4 length pea coats, dark-colored flared slacks and Tanya goes to the bank 327. Hiking boots added to the illusion that the witnesses had been watching soldiers in action. The slaw had seemed totally unconcerned about the cameras, plainly visible just above the door. "Cool as cucumbers they were," Shea said of the slaw. By noon Noriega Street was swarming with reporters trying to find out if it was true, had Patty Hearst been among the bandits, and, if so, had she, as witnesses were saying, been carrying a weapon, shouting out words like "motherfucker," and giving the appearance of being a willing participant? They questioned the growing number of high-ranking FBI agents and police officers gathering at the scene. The reply for several hours was no comment. The 2 Mossler photo guard cameras were unloaded, and the film was rushed to the federal building, where it was developed, producing 498 pictures. The photos made it clear Patricia had been among the slaw group, and it even looked as if she had played as major a role in the hold-up as witnesses said. Nobody, however, was willing to say so flatly, and the media was spoon-fed a story suggesting Miss Hearst might have been forced to go along, that the guns of DeFries and Nancy Ling Perry might well have been covering her as well as those on the floor. The next morning's banner in the Chronicle read, "2 shot in SF bank raid, Patricia Hearst in photos," followed by the subhead, "She may have been coerced." The story quoted James Browning, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of California. "I think this is the first time in the annals of legal history that a kidnap victim has shown up in the middle of a bank robbery," he said. If she was involved and investigation proves it, we're going to charge her as a bank robber. But it's clear from the photographs she may have been acting under duress. The abandoned getaway cars turned out to have been rented by two young women, the one signing the contracts calling herself Janet Cooper. The station wagon, a 1973 Ford Ltd., had been obtained through an agency in a town a few miles south of San Francisco. The red sedan, a 1974 AMC Hornet Sportabout, had been rented from Continental Rent-A-Car in downtown San Francisco the previous Thursday. Clerk Phil Goldbeck remembered the girls well. Janet Cooper was a tall brunette who said she was a nurse at Kaiser Hospital, in San Francisco. She had shown a driver's license with that name and a city address. He had checked the phone book and found a Cooper listed at that address, and so when she handed him $40 cash as a deposit, he had handed her the keys. The other woman was a blonde. He'd paid her little attention other than to ask if she wanted her name added on the 328 contract as a possible driver. No, she had replied with a shy smile, San Francisco traffic scares me. Goldbeck was shown a sheaf of photos of known SLA members. He said he did not recognize any of them. By evening, dozens of FBI agents and plainclothes policemen were pounding the pavement of the Sunset District, knocking on doors, showing pictures of the SLA, asking if anybody resembling the photos had been seen around the area. The assumption was that somewhere close by must be a safe house, out of which the SLA had operated while casing the bank for the spectacular holdup in which they had made off with. A count of the cash showed $10,692.51. Some merchants pointed to pictures of Camilla Hall, saying she had shopped in their stores. Other people picked out pictures of Ms. Moonsolty Seek, Bill Harris, and Willie Wolf as people they had recently seen around. Nobody, however, came up with any possible SLA hideout. Near where the getaway cars had been found, agents did get one tidbit. Aldo Ricci, retired machinist, told how, over a period of a week or so, he had seen a dark-colored station wagon pull up at the corner of 30th and Lawton each night precisely at 9 o'clock. There were always several people in it. They'd pull up and stop for 4-5 minutes. Always with the lights on. Just sitting there, then they'd drive off, Ricci said. What he had seen, obviously, was an SLA rehearsal. Interesting, but not much help since he had no idea of the license numbers. It had been more than interesting, however, to learn that Willie Wolf might be back among the group. It had been suspected, of course, but never established for sure, that he had made his way west on leaving Pennsylvania on January 1, the day after the Concord arrests. Randolph and Catherine Hurst were ending their 8th day in semi-seclusion in Mexico when word of the bank robbery reached them. Patricia's scathing denunciation of her parents, the declaration that she had chosen to stay and fight as a soldier of the Symbionese, had staggered and bewildered the Hursts. The Tanya announcement had sent the media army rushing once again to Hillsborough. Reporters bombarded the couple with questions they could not answer. The transformation from terrified victim to apparent comrade seemed to defy explanation. Visitors to the mansion at the time say Catherine Hurst was on the verge of total collapse. When close friend Desi Arnaz offered his villa in La Paz as a retreat, the Hursts quickly accepted. Their departure was kept secret until they were aboard an airliner, and their destination was not given out, but it was only hours before the location of the hideaway was discovered and reporters were dispatched to La Paz. We came here to recharge our batteries and refuel our mental energies to await the next explicit and exot. I see torture the SLA might dish out, Randy wearily told an Associated Press reporter. I think they're just cruel people, and I think they fundamentally hate this society so much they think anything's fair. Hurst understood that the SLA hunt was slipping beyond the point where he had any influence. He had heard of Attorney General Saxby's response to the Tanya tape. Never had the SLA's ruling class label seemed so inappropriate. Unaware that he was even then being secretly watched by FBI agents who thought his daughter might contact him in Mexico. Hurst said, I know I cannot hope to control the FBI, but I certainly hope that even if they know where Patty is, they will not go in with guns blazing and get my daughter killed. The couple had rested, soaked up sun, and tried to make sense of it all. Randy had given several interviews, then begged for a few days' peace, and newsmen backed off. But when Patty's participation in the Hibernia robbery was flashed on the wire services, a reporter in Mexico City rang up the Arnaz villa. Mrs. Hearst answered. "I'm so upset I can't talk to you," she said. "We just heard it over the radio. It's so bizarre. I just can't believe it." Hearst would not comment at all that night. Early the next morning the couple boarded a chartered Grumman Gulfstream II jet and flew home. Landing at San Francisco International Airport, they were immediately surrounded by 100 or so reporters. "How do you feel about this latest development?" a television newsman shouted. "How do you think anybody would feel?" Mr. Hearst replied angrily. "It's terrible. It's something that I think is one of the most vicious things I have ever seen or ever had happen to me. 60 days ago she was a lovely child. 60 days later there's a picture of her in the bank with a gun in her hand." Another reporter asked if he thought Patricia had been forced to take part. "I have no idea," said Hearst. "I can't answer that until I talk with the police and find out exactly what happened." Mrs. Hearst, wearing sun. 330. Glasses to cover the signs of a sleepless night and tears, climbed into a waiting car without saying a word. Steve Weed, driving to Hillsborough to meet the Hearsts, felt he was trapped in a hallucinogenic nightmare. "I had this mental game," he remembered later. "I had these cutouts, these hollow outlines in my mind. They were the SLA people I didn't know. I had been trying to fill them in, to see them as real people. Now, suddenly, all the shading dropped out, all of them were just black holes, wraiths. The SLA suddenly seemed inhumanly cruel, infinitely malevolent. Before I left, I had written down all my options. The FBI wouldn't give me anything more than the 5 photos they gave the media. I didn't know what other evidence there was. I had filled 10 pages in my notebook, writing out things I could say and then thinking of what the SLA response would be. If I do this, they do that, that sort of thing. At the time I was most worried that we would never hear from them again, or that this would be the first of several things that would set her up to be killed for the revolution. I finally decided that if she had not been forced, if it had been free will, then I had nothing to lose. But if she had been coerced and nobody called them on it forcefully, then they might kill her and just fade away. I thought if I attacked them, they would have to respond. I wasn't sure of anything, but I didn't see what I could lose. I didn't even think about the possibility that she would be insulted and turn around and attack me. At Hillsborough he talked briefly with the Hearsts, then spoke to the TV cameras from the steps of the mansion. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. It was a strange way to convince people that Patty had become a revolutionary, when all they would have had to do was to let her go to say so, he said. If the bank robbery doesn't serve to convince people that Patty is indeed a revolutionary, they'll embark on some new action. Next time, they'll not be so clumsy as to be photographed with guns trained on her. Had he noticed anything else in the pictures? "She's lost a lot of weight," he said, "more than anyone 5 feet 2 can afford." But in Washington Attorney General Saxby opined that Patricia Hearst was now just a common criminal. The injudicious statement got Saxby flayed on the editorial pages and caused red faces at FBI headquarters. Newly appointed FBI Director Clarence Kelly tried to take some of the sting out, saying his agents were proceeding on the assumption that Patricia is the victim of Tanya Goes to the Bank 331 pressure or coercion, and that in any event the Bureau would be guided by facts, not by opinion. Yet Saxby's reaction seemed more accurately to reflect the gut opinions of the cops and FBI agents working the streets in the Hearst case. Randolph Hearst, although enraged by Saxby's comments, did not respond until after he had consulted Dr. Frederick Hacker, who urged that something must be said publicly to blunt the prejudicial remark. Hearst blasted the AG, "We happen to know our daughter better than Saxby does. I don't see that the statement does anything except confirm my original view that the man makes irresponsible statements and obviously talks off the top of his head when he should be listening." Hacker told Hearst, "The chances of capturing and recovering Miss Hearst are not increased by name-calling. Better," the psychiatrist suggested, "the Attorney General should concentrate on finding out why a bank can be robbed at 9 o'clock in the morning and the robbers disappear into thin air, instead of playing amateur psychologist." What the SLA had done was not really very surprising. One of the frequent rites of revolutionaries such as the SLA is initiation, Hearst was told. You involve the hostage in an act of violence. The guilt is thus shared and it greatly increases the difficulty for the hostage to return to the outside community. It is a participation and a bond sealed by blood. The SLA, wrote Hacker, most certainly must be aware that Patricia's value as a hostage, a shield against all the lawmen lined up on the other side of the chessboard, had virtually evaporated. There is a backlash about all this, he added. It is a feeling resulting from the emotional pain the public feels Patty has caused them. The question they seem to be asking themselves is, why do we have to go through all this pain to have this happen? He was convinced the SLA did not care about the effect the holdup had on the girl's public status. Producing Tanya out of Patricia Hearst had scored a propaganda coup. Hacker's assessment was on the mark. Media coverage of the case shifted emphasis. Miss Hearst was no longer the pitiable victim. Stories were less sympathetic to her, although the slant of the reporting as it concerned Randolph and Catherine Hearst continued to be quite sympathetic. Now they were the victims. 332. Yet there was another side, defining an ambiguity that would stand unresolved. Captain of Inspectors Mortimer McElnerney of the San Francisco Police, after personally examining all 498 bank photos, said it appeared to him Patricia Hearst had been a willing participant. The pictures show her holding a weapon in both hands and pointing it at one of the individuals who was shot, McElnerney said. The pictures also show her yelling at the time of the shooting and apparently smiling after the shooting. Because there was no witness identification of anyone in the bright red sport about, at least nothing strong enough to stand up in court, other members of the Revolutionary Army escaped federal robbery charges. It was the state of California that tagged them as wanted, too. The Harrises, Angela Atwood and Willie Wolfe, were accused of having fraudulently obtained driver's licenses by using phony names, a felony. State Attorney General Everly Younger said he expected the entire SLA band would soon be rounded up. Saxby echoed, "We're going to get them." The FBI issued a wanted poster bearing Patricia's picture. It immediately became a collector's item. Blow-ups, printed as a counterculture poster, sold for $2 on the sidewalks of Berkeley. A week before the bank robbery, Steve Weed had flown to Mexico City to talk to Regis Debray, the French Marxist intellectual. Debray had been friend and confidant of Che Guevara, Cuba's most famous revolutionary export to South America, and the real Tanya Burke, the Argentine woman who had died with Guevara in the Bolivian hills. The connection was made through two prominent Berkeley radicals with whom Weed had been conferring, activists who thought the SLA was beginning to pose a real danger to the legitimate left. Weed gave Debray a long update on the story, played a tape of the latest Tanya communique, and evidently impressed the French writer. Debray offered to dictate an open letter to the SLA urging Patty at least to deliver irrefutable proof of her free decision to join the SLA. Weed recalls Debray, in his precise and formal English, wondering aloud if the American left had not fallen into the hands of imbeciles. Usually they do nothing, he said, and when they finally do something, it comes out like this. Debray's letter was published on the front page of Hearst's Examiner on April 12, 3 days before the bank robbery, a cautious, careful letter that asked Patricia only to assure me that you have consciously and freely chosen to take the name and follow the example of Tanya. If such is indeed the case, we can do nothing but respect your decision no matter how questionable it may. Tanya goes to the bank 333 seam. He urged her to contact an intermediary, a common friend of Weed and herself, to offer proof of her real situation and relieve the anguish of your friends who fear for your safety and your life. Debray scored the SLA with a subtle critique. The fierce dedication of Tanya Burke, he said, was the result of years amongst the workers and the study of the theory of scientific socialism and the reality of the actual world. It was only a long and difficult apprenticeship, he wrote, which permitted Tanya to create her own revolutionary morale, and he as Tanya Burke's comrade felt called upon to speak out if any group sought to mar his friend's memory by dishonestly and cynically forcing a kidnapped victim to claim Tanya's name and heritage. You, he wrote Paddy, will understand that we must be cautious to protect the moral integrity and international purity of her commitment. Debray had touched a nerve, pointing out the shallow experience of these revolutionaries in particular. Paddy he clearly framed the radical critique of the Symbionese. It may have been this letter which pushed the SLA, always sensitive and reactive, into the propagandistic theater of the bank robbery. Perhaps, too, Weed, having arranged for the letter and then bluntly calling the Tanya transformation a hoax after being told by the FBI that the cameras showed SLA guns covering Paddy, set himself up for the final brush-off. But the federal authorities, when they filed wanted charges in the hold-up, hedged in dealing with Patricia. They made no announcement that they now had a witness who claimed Tanya was the last to enter the bank, the woman who had collided with the glass door. Shortly after the robbery, Zig Berzins had identified that woman as Nancy Ling Perry, but the next day, after studying the bank photos beneath the blaring Hearst headlines, Berzins had decided he was certain it had been Patricia Hearst. DeFries, Nancy Ling Perry, Ms. Moonsolti Seek, and Camilla. 334. All were charged with bank robbery, and bail should they be picked up was set at $500,000 each. The FBI issued a pick-up and hold order for Patricia, but the arrest warrant identified her merely as a material witness. Perhaps the tip-off to what the FBI and U.S. Attorney Browning privately believed was the fact that the bail figure set for Paddy was identical to that for the SLA soldiers $500,000. The nation seemed caught between Attorney General Saxby's quick condemnation and the Hearst family's defensive claim of coercion. Opinion settled with Saxby after April 24 with the issuance of the next taped communication from the SLA. In an emotionless drone, the new warrior heroine addressed the world. Greetings to the people, this is Tanya. On April 15 my comrades and I expropriated $10,660.02* from the Sunset branch of Hibernia Bank. Casualties could have been avoided had the persons involved kept out of the way and cooperated with the people's forces until after our departure. I was positioned so that I could hold customers and bank personnel who were on the floor. My gun was loaded and at no time did any of my comrades intentionally point their guns at me. Careful examination of the photographs which were published clearly shows this was true. Our action of April 15 forced the corporate state to help finance the revolution. In the case of expropriation, the difference between a criminal act and a revolutionary act is shown by what the money is used for. As for the money involved in my parents' bad faith gesture to aid the people, these funds are being used to aid the people and to ensure the survival of the people's forces in their struggle with and for the people. To the clowns who want a personal interview with me, Vincent Hallinan, Stephen Weed, and Pig Hearsts, I prefer giving it to the people in the bank. It's absurd to think that I could surface to say what I am saying now and be allowed to freely return to my comrades. The enemy still wants me dead. I am obviously alive and well. As for being brainwashed, the idea is ridiculous to the point of being beyond belief. It's interesting the way early reports characterized me as a beautiful, intelligent liberal, while in more recent reports I'm a comely girl who's been brainwashed. The contradictions are obvious. Consciousness is terrifying to the ruling class, and they will do anything to discredit people who have realized that the only alternative to freedom is death and that the only way we can free ourselves of this fascist dictatorship is by fighting, not with words but with guns. As for my ex-fiancé, I'm amazed that he thinks that the first thing I would want to do, once freed, would be to rush and see him. I don't care if I ever see him again. During the last few months Stephen has shown himself to be a sexist, ageist pig. Not that this is a sudden change from the way he always was. It merely became blatant during the period when I was still a hostage. Frankly, Stephen is the one who sounds brainwashed. I can't believe that those weird words he uttered were from his heart. They were a mixture of FBI rhetoric and Randy's simplicity. I have no proof that Mr. Debray's letter is authentic. The date and location he gave were confusing in terms of when the letter was published in the papers. How could it have been written in Paris and published in your newspapers on the same day? Adolf. In any case, I hope that the last action has put his mind at ease. If it didn't, further actions will. To those people who still believe that I am brainwashed or dead, I see no reason to further defend my position. I am a soldier in the People's Army. Patria Omuerd, Vence Ramos. DeFries and Bill Harris also spoke in the communique of April 24. The General Field Marshal talked in what he conceived to be military parlance. He justified the wounding of the two civilians as many another general has justified some wartime action in which innocent persons were hurt. Said Donald DeFries. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the will of freedom. Greetings to the people and all sisters and brothers behind the walls and in the streets, elements of the Black Liberation Army, the Weather Underground, and the Black Guerrilla Family, and all combat forces of the community. I am General Field Marshal CIN speaking. Combat Operations, April 15, the Year of the Soldier. Action, Appropriation. Supplies liberated, 1.38 Smith & Wesson revolver, condition good, 5 rounds of 158 grain .30 caliber ammo. Cash, $10,660.02. Debray, worried about offending the Mexican government during his visit, had predated the letter and told Weed not to release it until April 12, when he would be back in Paris. 336. Number of rounds fired by combat forces, 7 rounds. Number of rounds lost, 5. Casualties, People's Forces, none. Enemy Forces, none. Civilians, 2. Reasons, Subject 1. Male. Subject was ordered to lay on the floor face down. Subject refused order and jumped out the front door of the bank. Therefore the subject was shot. Subject 2. Male. Subject failed or did not hear warning to clear the street. Subject was running down the street toward the bank, and combat forces accordingly assumed subject was an armed enemy force element. Therefore the subject was shot. We again warn the public. Any citizen attempting to aid, inform, or assist the enemy of the people in any manner will be shot without hesitation. There is no middle ground in war. Either you are the people or the enemy. You must make the choice. The remainder of what DeFries had to say focused on Operation Zebra. He described Zebra as being far more than a normal counterinsurgency operation to attempt to entrap the SLA forces. The search for the killers was actually a planned enemy offensive against the people to commit a race war. Sink's reasoning. This could possibly be the only way the enemy can stop the SLA from bringing all oppressed people together against the common enemy. Bill Harris in his message on that tape, also described Operation Zebra as a plot to bring about a race war. The pigs hope to manipulate the fear and racism of the broad mass of unconscious whites in order to eliminate black revolutionaries, and by black revolutionaries we mean black people in general. Pigs like Alioto wish to maneuver these white people into allowing the fascist army to sweep the ghettos and machine gun and imprison the people. But anyone who by their racism and government manipulated fear supports genocide makes the glaring error of forging his or her own slave chains, and if white people in fascist America don't think they are enslaved, they only prove their own foolishness. Randolph Hearst's depression deepened. He is said to have shuddered when he heard the voice of Tanya refer to him as Adolf. Mrs. Hearst remained convinced Patricia had been put under a spell. Had it all been prophesied in, of all places, a poem by the bard of the Beat Generation, Lawrence Ferlinghetti. 3 years earlier, in a work he titled Las Vegas Tilt, Ferlinghetti had used the medium of imagined newspaper headlines and written these lines: Hearst's daughter castigates Hearst's America/attacks absolute spiritual bankruptcy. I don't know where that idea came from, Ferlinghetti said. I guess it was just wishful thinking at the time. The SLA again vanished a step ahead of the posse. When the FBI finally discovered one of their hideouts, it was not the result of detective work, but because of the keen senses of a blind woman. Lola Bell Evans had concluded that her new upstairs neighbors were mighty peculiar right after they moved into the third-floor apartment at 1827 Golden Gate Avenue in late March. Mrs. Evans cannot see, but her hearing is perfect. They was up to all hours of the night, the elderly woman remembers, making all kinds of noise, funny kinds of noise. One time it sounded like they was dragging something like machines across the floor. Another time, it was like they was drilling through the floor. I worried maybe the ceiling was going to come down on me. Occasionally she could hear voices. One night, just before the noisy tenants moved out, Mrs. Evans said, it sounded like they was counting money. The SLA left the Golden Gate apartment one evening in late April, shortly after the bank robbery. The young white woman who rented it on March 20 had called herself Louise Hamilton, a secretary, and paid $250 for 2 months' rent. Other tenants say several young white women and a black man were seen entering and leaving the apartment. Several quickly picked out pictures of DeFries and Nancy Ling Perry after police and FBI agents raided the place on May 2. Lola Bell Evans had discovered her apartment was swarming with cockroaches and complained. The manager guessed they were coming from upstairs, forced his way into the apartment. There were 6 locks on the door, found SLA debris, and called police. The place was a mess. Spoiled foodstuffs had produced the plague of cockroaches. The walls were covered with graffiti penned by various SLA soldiers, including Patricia Hearst, who wrote, "Freedom is the will of life," and underneath that, Patria Omuert Vence Ramos, signing the slogans with a flair, Tanya. On another wall someone had written, "Books, once read, make good bulletproofing." Emily Harris wrote, January 1, 1974. A New Year's resolution. Is it real? To load a gun with a magazine of dreams. No. The phrase "DDOMI," which Death Row Jeff had used in his letters to Willie Wolfe, was scrawled across another wall. The SLA before leaving had filled the bathtub with a variety of caustic chemicals into which they had dropped a mass of documents and half a dozen keys, including 2 for the cars they had hired for the bank robbery. On the wall of the bathroom was a message. Warning to the FBI, CIA, DIA, NSA, NSC, and CBS: there are a few clues in this bathroom. However, you will have to wait until they are dry. An additional word of caution: 6 pounds of cyanide crystals has been added to this home brew, so, pig, drink at your own risk. There are also many additional juicy SLA clues throughout this safe house. However, remember that you are not bulletproof either. Happy hunting, Charles. Tanya goes to TKE Bank 339. The jibe at the end was for the FBI's Bates. Several storekeepers in the neighborhood identified photos of Patty Hearst as a nice young lady who had shopped in their stores. One remembered having told the girl, "You know, you look a lot like that Hearst girl who got kidnapped." The young woman had laughed and replied, "A lot of people think that." Later, however, the FBI said it doubted the validity of these reports. The provisioning of the Golden Gate safe house after the Hibernia robbery had been carried out by 4 black Muslims, neighbors in the ghetto district, recruited, by their accounts reluctantly, into giving aid to the squad-size army. It was a brief enlistment, said 21-year-old Jamalia Muntaz. It had begun in early April with a mid-evening knock on the door of her apartment at 1743 Golden Gate. From pictures she had seen flashed on TV, she had had no doubts that the caller was who he said. Sink. De Vries spent about 10 minutes with Muntaz, explaining the dreams of the SLA and his personal mission in behalf of the people. He said the Symbionese needed assistance, someone to run important errands. The young woman agreed to help, out of fear, she would later say. About a week later, around noon, two white girls who had called themselves Yolanda and Jelena had dropped by, bearing a letter from CIN. It was an invitation to Muntaz to come calling at the safe house in the next block. Jamalia went, bringing along a black Muslim sister, Ridama X, 26, for support. After being introduced by CIN to his soldiers, Tanya among them, Jamalia and Ridama said, they were sent out on their first mission, a trip to the nearby Foodland supermarket for groceries. On their next visit the Muslim women brought along two friends, Ali Bey and Rashim. Singh said the SLA needed new transport, and over the next couple of weeks Ali Bey and Rashim, with cash given them by De Vries, purchased 3 vehicles, a $600 station wagon, a 10-year-old Buick sedan, and a redanned white Volkswagen bus. Ali Bey, with Jamalia posing as his wife, counted out $1,800 cash for the Volks at a used car lot, registering it in the phony name Ricky Delgado at a non-existent San Francisco address. In late April, maybe a week after the bank robbery, Muntaz said, the SLA asked her to find a new hideout. De Vries thought that 1827 Golden Gate was both too small and getting too hot. After safe house hunting for a week, she put down a month's rent, $375, for a rundown to 340 bedroom flat at 1808 Oakdale Street in another ghetto section of the city. The next night the 4 Muslims helped the SLA move. The transfer of weapons and supplies required 2 trips in the station wagon, which Singh then gave to Ridama X. It was about May 8, Muntaz thought, when De Vries told her the SLA was leaving San Francisco. He didn't tell her where they were going. On May 10, after buying the Morning Chronicle, the Symbionese decamped. The visits of the Muslims were later described by Patricia Hearst after her arrest. Tanya, however, had not felt the 4 were reluctant helpers at all. Once, after Xeroxing copies of Communiques for the SLA, she said, the Muslim women brought along Ridama's 2 daughters and Jamalia's little girl. Ridama lined the children up in front of De Vries, and on signal, the youngsters began reciting in Swahili, Patty said. The 7 principles of the Symbionese Federation. Ridama then told Singh that she had come with a code name for him. The code name, Ms. Hearst said, was Jesus. 18. Blunder. Tony Shepard glanced up at the large convex mirror above the doorway of Mel's Sporting Goods out of habit. That's how he happened to see Bill Harris, General Taco of the Symbionese Liberation Army, stuff a bandolier up his jacket sleeve. Shepard might have ignored the indiscretion had he known who Harris was or what was going to occur during the next several minutes, but all the 20-year-old security clerk was aware of was that he had a rather inept shoplifter to deal with. Shepard, a second-year police sciences major, kept pistol and handcuffs ready for such situations. There seemed nothing out of the ordinary about the couple who had strolled into the sporting goods store in the Los Angeles suburb of Inglewood a little past 4 p.m. on Thursday, May 16, 1974. They had browsed in the camping supplies and clothing section and picked out a number of items. It was while the woman, later identified as Emily Harris Yolanda, was carrying the merchandise to the checkout counter that Shepard spotted the man tucking the cloth ammo pouch into his sleeve. Harris then joined his wife at the counter. Shepard did not confront Harris right then. In California, a shoplifter cannot be accused until he physically leaves the premises with stolen merchandise. Once outside, he can be arrested or simply asked to pay for what he stole. That is the common practice of many small businesses which cannot afford the time, expense, and energy involved in making a petty shoplifting a police and court matter. The policy at Mel's was to try to get the thief to pay up or, failing that, bring in the police. The purchases were rung up on the cash register. A sweater, sweatpants, several pairs of sweat socks, and a watch cap. With tax it came to $31.50. Emily paid with two $20 bills. The clerk handed her back $8.50 and bagged her purchases. As Yolanda and Takeo started toward the door, Shepard got his gun and cuffs and signaled his boss, Bill Hewitt, to follow him. 341. 342. The Harrises were starting to jaywalk across Crenshaw Boulevard when the young black clerk caught up with them. "Hey, you, how about coming back and paying for what you didn't pay for?" he demanded. Harris angrily denied he had stolen anything and continued walking away. Shepard responded, "You're under arrest," and grabbed Harris's arm. A fierce struggle began between the two men. Emily, screaming curses, kicked Shepard's shins. Harris lost balance and fell onto the sidewalk, Shepard atop him. Emily leaped on the clerk's back and beat on his head with her fists. Hewitt and two other clerks who had rushed outside pulled Emily off. Harris reached into his jacket and came out with a snub-nosed revolver. Hewitt grabbed it away and stuck it in his pocket while the others kept wrestling. Shepard had just managed to lock a cuff on Harris's left wrist when the shooting started. From across Crenshaw came a staccato burst of .30 caliber bullets fired from a submachine gun. It was Tanya. Shooting in bursts, she sprayed Mel's plate glass storefront with 27 slugs and put 3 more into adjoining buildings. The most recognizable of the SLA, Patty, had stayed behind alone. In a Volkswagen van parked in a shopping center lot. Curled up in the back of the van reading a newspaper, she had heard shouting and looked out. Seeing two comrades in trouble, Tanya grabbed a machine gun, leaned out a window, and fired toward the store across the traffic-busy street. That no one was killed or seriously wounded was sheer good fortune. One ricocheting slug struck the chest of a clerk with enough force to bend a ballpoint pen in the man's breast pocket, and Hewitt's wife, Carol, was cut on the forehead by a shard of shattered glass. "Let us go. Let us go or you're going to be killed," Harris shouted. The 4 men ducked for cover. Dashing across the boulevard, Patty firing a final covering burst, the Harrises leaped in and the 3 drove off. Shepard fired 2 shots at the disappearing van with his pistol. He missed. The red and white Volkswagen sped up residential Ruth Ellen Street, a half-mile away, and squealed to a stop alongside a Pontiac sedan that had just parked. General Takeo and Tanya alighted, each armed with an automatic weapon. They had no trouble persuading the occupants, Ken Pierre and Marva Davis, to get out. "We're the SLA. We need your car." "I may have to kill someone and I don't want to kill you," said Harris. The couple fled. Emily Harris handed out an armload of weapons and the SLA took off in the Pontiac. Blunder 343. The scene repeated itself 2 blocks away. A father and son, Tom Patton Sr. and Jr., were standing on West 115th Street when the trio pulled up in the stolen lemons. Bill Harris emerged with his gun and demanded, "We need your car. We need it right now. We're the SLA." Patton Sr. handed over the keys, and the Harrises and Patty Hearst drove off in his blue Chevy Nova station wagon. It was now a few minutes past 4:30 p.m. By 6 o'clock every cop in Southern California was looking for them. At 7 p.m. Yolanda knocked on the door of Tom Matthews' home in Linwood, an LA suburb. Inquiring about his Ford van parked outside with a for sale sign, she asked to test drive it. Matthews, an 18-year-old high school student, said sure, and the two started off, Emily at the wheel. Driving around the corner, she stopped alongside the appropriated Nova, pointed at Bill and Patty, and said, "These are 2 of my friends. I'd like to take them along." It was okay with Matthews. As soon as the 2 got in, Matthews found himself facing a gun. "We're from the SLA and we need to borrow your car," Harris told him, adding, "Don't do anything stupid and you won't get hurt." As they drove off with Matthews, the test drive now a kidnapping, Harris gestured and asked, "Do you know who this is?" Tom looked, and shook his head. "This is Tanya, said Harris. Then they both smiled, Matthews recalled. On Ruth Ellen Street, police and FBI agents tore apart the abandoned SLA van hunting clues. They got a big break with the discovery of a crumpled-up parking ticket showing the Volks had been tagged 3 mornings before by the LAPD for illegal parking in front of 835 West 84th Street, in a black ghetto neighborhood. Black undercover officers were ordered to that area during the night to begin some quiet checking. Gun registration records in Sacramento revealed that the .38 caliber revolver taken from the shoplifter had been purchased by Emily Montague Harris at an Oakland gun shop on October 13, 1973. The SLA van turned out to have been purchased in San Francisco, at a used car lot only 4 blocks from the FBI office. The buyer had given a phony name, Ricky Delgado, and an address that did not exist. He was described as a black man in his 30s who had been accompanied by his wife and a little girl. The salesman, after studying FBI photos, said, "It wasn't DeFreeze." Matthews was kept captive through the night, covered up much of the time by a blanket. After the frightening first few minutes, Tom recalled, he figured they didn't plan to kill me or anything, and his kidnap became an adventure. 344. The first couple of hours were spent driving through sprawling Los Angeles County in search of a hacksaw. 2 stores Emily checked didn't carry them. The third did. Matthews sawed at the cuff, freeing Harris. Tanya showed off her familiarity with the rifle, deftly unloading a round from the chamber, fitting the bullet into a clip, shoving the clip into the weapon. She said there had been some stories that cyanide bullets didn't have enough in them to kill anyone, recalled Tom. She said they did, and she showed me a bullet. It had a dented tip. Matthews asked why the SLA had robbed the bank. Bill Harris said they needed money because they were fighting guerrilla warfare and it wasn't easy, what they were doing, Tom recalled. And then Patty Hearst said she'd heard a lot of publicity about the bank robbery, that she was supposedly tied to her gun and couldn't fire it, and that people were pointing guns at her, her own SLA members, and she said that all was false. Had she really been kidnapped? Tom inquired. Patty assured him she had been. But she had changed when she realized her father wasn't doing enough in the food giveaway. Tanya called the PIN effort a sham, said PIN was merely a subsidiary fund that the Hearst Foundation could give money to as a tax write-off. Patricia Hearst had told him that after she'd fired with her gun at Mel's, it was a good feeling to see her 2 comrades running across the street. The radio was kept turned to an all-news station for bulletin updates on the growing police manhunt. Harris became furious with the first report that he had blown the SLA's Los Angeles cover by stealing a 49-cent pair of sweat socks. It wasn't socks, he explained to Matthews and the women. It was a bandolier. Around 9 o'clock, Tom heard talk of a rendezvous, at midnight. A short while later the van pulled up at the ticket booth of the Century Drive-In. Emily paid the admission. The teenager remained hidden in the back while Patty and the Harrises watched the new Centurions and munched on junk food from the snack bar. The meager meal was shared with Matthews. Several times that night, Tom said, Tanya reached down and patted him on the head, asked if he was all right, reassured him he wouldn't be hurt. Midnight came. The SLA 3 had marked their location by putting a large paper cup upside down atop the speaker stand next to the van. But nobody showed. It was 1 a.m. when Bill said, "Blunder 345. It would be a good idea if we got some sleep." A long drive took them high up in the Hollywood Hills. Emily pulled off and parked on a little traveled stretch of Outpost Drive. Matthews, concerned about a baseball game he had to suit up for that afternoon, promptly fell asleep. He awoke to the 3 discussing how to get another vehicle. Harris was for just jumping out in front of a car at a stop sign and commandeering it. Patty and Emily wanted to pose as hitchhikers and then pull their weapons on the driver. The women won. Emily's revolver went into her purse, but Patty had trouble deciding where to hide her pistol. In the front of her pants or in back. Yolanda and Tanya were back in 15 minutes with a car and another kidnap victim. Bill Harris bundled up the two carbines in Matthew's blanket. Takeo told Tom to stay put for 10 minutes, thanked him, and tossed him the van keys. Bill Harris even offered me gas money, said Tom. Matthews declined the offer. By the time he drove home he'd made a decision. Tom told the cops two of his kidnappers had been the Harrises, but he didn't know who the girl with them was. Not until the next day did he identify Patricia Hearst and relate what she had said to him. And even then he neglected to mention he had kept the sawed-off cuff as a souvenir. The slaw was riding now in a 1973 Lincoln Continental. Frank Sutter, a building contractor, had made the mistake of stopping for two pretty girls. Patty and Emily both pulled guns and ordered Sutter into the back seat. "We need your car for a couple of hours," Tanya told him. "You're not going to get hurt if you do exactly what we tell you." Yolanda added, "We'll kill you if you don't." Sutter did what he was told. After picking up Sutter, the three drove aimlessly around Los Angeles for some 6 hours, stopping once to buy a newspaper, then several times to make calls from pay telephones. They finally released Sutter at a little before 1 p.m., telling him where he would be able to find his car. It was right where they said when he walked to the spot 15 minutes later. He telephoned police. The $250 he had been carrying, Sutter told the FBI, had been liberated by General Takeo * back on West 84th Street, tracing down the parking ticket. One of the black detectives was told of two white chicks, driving a red and white van, who had recently moved into a small cottage at 833 West 84th Street. He immediately reported. It was shortly before 6 a.m. By 7 o'clock on the morning of Friday, May 17, the block was surrounded by some 125 Los Angeles policemen and FBI agents. Marksmen were posted on roofs, sniper rifles trained on the house. An FBI SWAT team, the Bureau's Combat Assault Unit, was deployed with semi-automatic rifles, flak jackets, and gas masks. By 8:30 a.m. the number of law men at the scene was nearly matched by reporters and photographers tipped that the SLA was under siege. At 8:55 a police sergeant bellowed through a bullhorn, to those inside the house at 833 West 84th Street, "This is the Los Angeles Police Department. We want you to come out the front door with your hands up. We want you to come out immediately. You will not be harmed." There was no response. 8 minutes passed. A signal was given. Several FBI agents rushed the cottage, fired a barrage of 12 tear gas canisters through the front windows, then retreated to wait as the gas spread through the house. Not a sound came from the small wooden building. 5 minutes went by. On signal, the FBI men charged the cottage, the lead man kicking down the door, and several disappeared inside. A minute later an agent emerged, ripped off his gas mask, threw it down, and shouted, "Shit!" The cottage was empty. Yet another SLA safe house had been abandoned one step ahead of the posse. This time the Symbionese had left behind 3 suitcases filled with clothing. There were also stacks of SLA documents, a half-dozen gas masks, 3 purses, 2 wigs, a sack of medical supplies, 2 boxes of shotgun shells, a shortwave radio, and a carton of groceries. There was a schedule posted for lookout duty with 9 SLA soldiers traded off 2 to a watch. A notepad, reportedly that of one of the Harrises, had a list of ration survival items like beef jerky, chocolate bars, kippers, and sunflower seeds, and beside each its weight. The weights were totaled and divided by 9, probably for backpacking. A poem written by General Jelena Angela Atwood was also discovered. It read, "Reality. You're hard to find." Revealed later by Patricia Hearst. Blunder 347. "We've looked a long time. A newborn babe could tell. They bid you farewell. And stuffed cries of jive in your place. Face it, comrade. Now is the time we're all alive. Eat it, pig. In our minds. The bigger the trigger. The better the target. The cool, calm palm will smear heavy on the hit. Sucker pay. Malcolm, we're here to stay. Kyle Jones, who managed the property, said he had rented it on May 9 to two young white women, one calling herself Ms. Rivera, who had found the place through an ad in the Los Angeles Sentinel, a black community paper. Ms. Rivera had paid $70 for a month's stay. Jones and other neighbors said they had seen the women drive up at different times in several different vans. One was red and white. Another was faded blue in color, with curtains covering the windows and front end damage. A third was red except for a narrow white stripe around the middle. One neighbor remembered seeing the blue van drive off from in front of the 84th Street cottage late the night before. From the field, police and FBI agents filed their assessments, concurring that they had a hot trail. Apparently the Harrises and Patty Hearst had made no attempt to return to 84th Street to warn their comrades, and there was no telephone in the cottage. It was assumed that the rest of the SLA had learned of the shooting at the sporting goods store and the subsequent chase from a radio news report. Perhaps one among the six remembered the traffic citation and knew the cottage was now too dangerous, more likely it was just caution. Whatever it was, shortly before midnight Donald DeFries, Nancy Ling Perry, Ms. Moonsolty-Seek, Camilla Hall, Willie Wolfe, and Angela Atwood fled in haste from West 84th Street in search of a new refuge. The LAPD was excited at the prospect of cashing in on the biggest manhunt in the state. With the shoplifting and then the telltale parking ticket left behind, the SLA appeared to be lightweights from up north. And now they were flushed, off balance. If they stayed in Los Angeles, if they made just one more mistake. The SLA contingent in fact made no attempt to escape from the 348th city. It was night, traffic on the road was thin, it was too dangerous. Fleeing 84th Street, they probably spent the next several hours cruising the streets of Black Los Angeles where DeFries was on familiar turf desperately looking for a place to hole up while they awaited news of the fate of Bill, Emily, and Patty. None of the six apparently had anyone they could rely on to take them in. It seems clear it was sheer chance that led them to 1466 East 54th Street at about 4 o'clock on the morning of May 17. 19. Shootout. It was a small stucco house, one of many similar homes built during the 1940s. The neighborhood had once been all white. It is now almost entirely black. Possibly what drew the SLA's attention to 1466 was the fact that at that early hour all the lights were on. They may also have taken note of the 4-foot-high stone fence running across the front of the property. A natural shield, should one be needed. Inside the house were 6 people, 4 adults and 2 sleeping children. Christine Johnson, 35, and Minnie Lewis, 32, lived there. John Smith * and 17-year-old Brenda Daniels were visitors. They had dropped in, separately, the evening before to play dominoes and drink a little wine, Brenda said. They had all done a lot of drinking by the time the SLA arrived on East 54th Street. The 4 were in the front room listening to the radio when someone knocked on the door. What occurred inside 1466 during the next 13 hours is constructed from interviews by the authors, other reporters, and LAPD and FBI investigators of the nearly 20 persons who spent varying lengths of time in the house while the SLA was there. Some of these people have given conflicting stories, changing their accounts from interview to interview. The version that follows seems closest to what happened. Christine and Minnie answered the knock. A handsome black man was on the porch. He spoke in a soft, self-assured voice. I saw your lights, sisters. My name is Sink. I need your help. Stepping inside, DeFries told the women he and some friends, white friends, were being pursued by the police, that they needed a place to stay for a few hours. At first the women hesitated. Minnie recalled having heard the name Sink, but wasn't sure just why it stuck in her mind. DeFries offered them $100 and promised there would be no trouble. The women had a whispered conversation, then told Sink he and his friends could stay for a little while. The $100 changed hands. DeFries asked John Smith if he would help bring a few things into the house. The two went outside, where the rest of the SLA group was waiting. Smith remembers it took a good 20 minutes to unload the vans, for besides suitcases, a footlocker, sleeping bags, and cardboard cartons filled with documents, the Symbionese Liberation Army carried inside enough weapons to outfit an infantry platoon. In all, 19 rifles, shotguns, and pistols and well over 4,000 rounds of ammunition for those weapons were transferred from the vans to the house. DeFries chose the kitchen to store the arsenal. It included 4 mm.30 caliber carbines. All had been converted, capable of being fired only as fully automatic weapons, as machine guns. A Browning semi-automatic rifle, .30-06 caliber. A Remington semi-automatic rifle, .244 caliber. 7 sawed-off 12-gauge shotguns. 2 Mauser HSC double-action automatic pistols, .38 auto/9 mm caliber. A Colt .45 automatic pistol. 2 .38 caliber revolvers, one a Smith & Wesson snub-nosed Chief Special, the other a blue-steeled Rossi with a 3-inch barrel. The gun Oakland police say Russ Little bought, one of the guns that killed Marcus Foster. The ammo, some in bandoliers, the bulk in boxes stacked neatly on the floor, included a few rounds that were the SLA's terror trademark cyanide bullets. The unloading completed, DeFries turned his attention to security. The vans had to be hidden. Smith said he knew just the spot, off the street, behind a 2-story apartment house, empty because it was fire-gutted and condemned. And it was only a block away. The General Field Marshal inspected the location. Then he shoot out 351 and Smith moved the vans to the rear of 1451 East 53rd. They walked around the block, back to the $100 safe house on 54th. It was nearing 6 a.m. DeFries introduced his companions as soldiers of the SLA, then the 6 conferred among themselves for a while, much of the time loud enough for their uneasy hosts to overhear. They needed a place to lie low in for a couple of weeks, a place close by. Minnie Lewis quickly suggested a vacant house around the corner on Compton Avenue. Smith led Sink to the address. It looked okay. DeFries made plans to contact the landlord. Back inside 1466, Christine, Minnie, and Brenda were starting to worry. The SLA soldiers were all packing pistols. There were more guns in the kitchen. And boxes of bullets. Christine and Brenda had seen one of the white girls fill several bottles with gasoline. The 3 huddled in the kitchen and talked of their fears while they washed down what they later described as nerve pills with the last of a bottle of wine. A car pulled up in front of 1466 and honked. It was Smith's boss and a coworker. He went outside and told them to go on without him. The SLA, explained John Smith, was staying in Minnie Lewis' place and he had a chance to make himself a few bucks, helping Sink. About 7 o'clock DeFries asked Brenda if she would go to the store. He gave the girl a $20 bill, and she walked 2 blocks to a grocery, returning with beer, bread, cold cuts, and, for DeFries, 2 packs of Camels. Camilla Hall took charge of making sandwiches. Brenda remembers her well. She was acting like she was the woman of the house. Minnie Lewis was growing more concerned. Her children were awake and hungry. She gave the 2 of them sandwiches, sent them off to school, popped another nerve pill, drank a beer, and went to her bedroom for a nap. Her 3 other children were not there, they lived with their grandmother, Mary Carr, a couple of blocks away. Christine, too, took another pill, a beer, and a nap. The SLA stayed on alert during the morning hours. DeFries and Willie Wolf traded off half-hour shifts watching the street out the front windows. The 4 women soldiers took their turns at sentry duty and talked among themselves or with Brenda. Occasionally one would catnap on the wooden floor. There was no need for covers. It was already in the 80s, a beautiful blue sky smogless day, fast becoming an LA scorcher. 352. There were 2 radios and a TV in the house. But apparently the SLA never learned of the 9 a.m. raid on their abandoned West 84th Street hideout. At 9:30 a.m. or thereabouts, DeFries asked Smith if he would go out and buy a cheap van or station wagon for the group. The vans hidden on 53rd might be hot. A few minutes later Smith departed with $500 handed him by DeFries. He went to a payphone and called around to friends asking to borrow a car. He offered up to $40 for the use of one for a day or so. No luck. Not even when he explained it was for Sink and the SLA. He came back with the bad news, said he would try again later, and had a beer. On West 84th Street the LAPD was trying to pick up the SLA's trail. Neighbors around the raided cottage showed no hesitancy in telling what they knew about the strangers who had lived on their street for a week. Kenny Johnson, 17, said he had chatted with 2 of the girls on their front lawn while they sat smoking a reefer. He and others remembered the various vans, and their several descriptions jibed. A locate but take no action bulletin was broadcast. During the late morning several people dropped in at 1466. The SLA made no secret as to its identity. In fact, a few visitors that day say they were given recruitment pitches. One girl asked Sink what he was doing in LA. DeFries took time from handing out carbines and bullets to the others to explain their mission. The SLA had come to Los Angeles to start a revolution and get the police, the girl later told LAPD investigators. No one stayed long. Once outside, each hurried to spread the word. The SLA was right there on 54th. By 1:30 it was being talked about over backyard fences and at Sam the Burger Pusher's food stand 2 blocks away. 63-year-old James Reed stopped by about noon with some fresh-picked collard greens for Christine. He found her sitting on the edge of her bed. Reed thought she looked pretty sick. Suddenly he noticed 2 white girls, wearing guns. They smiled cordially at him and said hi as he hurriedly exited. At 12:20 p.m. 2 Metro Squad Cops SWAT team members back on regular duty following the West 84th Street raid decided to check out the rear of 1451 East 53rd. It was a regular stop for them, a routine check of a well-known drop spot for stolen and stripped cars. The officers knew as soon as they spotted the blue one with the bashed in front that they had. Shootout 353 stumbled on the SLA's vans. The discovery of the vans targeted the neighborhood. Black officers in civilian clothing were sent into the area. Gang kids quickly pegged them as cops and passed the word. The man was around. A teenage girl, a friend of Brenda's, dropped in at 1466 a little after 1 o'clock. John Smith was on his way out again with Sink's $500 in search of a vehicle. He never returned. By that time the LAPD and FBI were gearing for a 3 p.m. strategy session at Newton Street Station to plot out Operation SLA. They were working from the assumption that the Symbionese Liberation Army was somewhere close by those vans. Reporters picked up on the rumors, checked their best sources, and the media began making their way to Compton Avenue around 53rd. At 2 p.m. a female voice telephoned the FBI and said she had seen the SLA. She mistakenly gave the hideout address as 1462 East 54th. An hour later another anonymous woman caller told the LA police operator she had just seen 2 white girls sneaking through backyards into the rear of a house at 531 1 South Compton. 3 addresses now had to be checked out. By 3:30 p.m. the SLA must have been aware that they had been cornered. Even from inside the house DeFries had somehow sensed the presence of cops. A young black girl recalls him asking why so many pigs were in the neighborhood. He did not seem satisfied with her explanation that it was probably just another dope raid or the LAPD hassling one of the area's several youth gangs. At one point, said the girl, DeFries told one of the white women, "Trish, we got to get out of here, it's getting too hot." The woman replied, "Why? It's hot everywhere." If the girl heard the name correctly, then it was to Zoya Mizmun Solti Seek that DeFries addressed the remark. DeFries also told a black man, Clarence Ross, who had wandered in early in the afternoon, the station wagon should be here by now. Shortly before 3 Minnie's children began arriving at 1466 from nearby schools. Minnie was passed out on her bed when 11-year-old Timmy came home. He walked into a house full of strangers. Rifles and ammo boxes were stacked around the living room, and the SLA women were then loading cartons of cartridges into backpacks. "Who are you?" Timmy demanded. "We're your mama's friends," DeFries replied. "No, you're not. I know all my mamas." 354. "Friends," said Timmy. DeFries told the youngster to sit down. Suddenly Timmy recognized the man. "Are you Donald DeFries?" he asked. Sink said, "No." Timmy dashed out the back door a few minutes later. He saw the elderly James Reed and told him what had just happened. "I'm afraid," the boy said. Reed told him, "Go fetch your grandma." 2 more Lewis youngsters arrived at the house. They told LAPD investigators afterward they had seen Brenda and Christine fighting in a bedroom and that a white lady had pulled them apart. Brenda says one of the SLA women asked her to join up, that they liked the way she fought. At Newton Street Station the LAPD and FBI traded intelligence and planned for the soon-to-start SLA sweep. It would be another task for SWAT, but this time it would be the Los Angeles Police SWAT team, and LAPD made it clear to the FBI that they were going to be running the show. Plans were set out, only a small number of officers would be directly involved in any confrontation with the SLA. Many more would be needed to secure the perimeter 3 square blocks, control the anticipated crowds, and divert and direct traffic. The Los Angeles SWAT officers suited up and reported to a field command post set up near the target area. Around 4 p.m. Mary Carr stormed into 1466. A glance told her Timmy's tale about Sink and the SLA had been true. "Where's Minnie?" the 52-year-old grandmother demanded. Brenda pointed to the bedroom. Mrs. Carr found her daughter passed out on the bed. Christine was awake but in an alcoholic daze. "Is everybody here drunk?" Mrs. Carr asked. Brenda took her aside and whispered that there were 2 white women in the other bedroom, that they had bombs in there with them. Mary Carr exploded, strode into the kitchen, and confronted DeFries. She told him to get himself and the SLA out of this place, right? No. DeFries said something to her about black people sticking together. Mrs. Carr did not reply. Rounding up 2 of her grandchildren, she left unaware that 8-year-old Tony was still inside. She took the youngsters to her place, fixed them a bite to eat, and, with Timmy along to back up what she had to say, went out in search of an officer. A little before 5 p.m. Brenda went to the grocery again with another of DeFries' 20s. He wanted 2 more packs of Camels. On her way back a policeman stopped Brenda. Nobody was being allowed past the perimeter lines. Shootout 355. Minnie Lewis left her house to go see a friend. She did not come back. Clarence Ross and young Tony were in the living room. Tony was watching cartoons on TV, Clarence was drinking from a pint bottle of whiskey. DeFries spent some time in the kitchen talking with another 18-year-old black girl, who had come over to see the SLA. She says he told her he was aware police were in the area, that there was probably going to be a shootout, and that he was prepared to die. But, he told her, "We're going to take a lot of motherfucking pigs with us." She also told LAPD investigators DeFries was drinking from a jug of Boone's Farm wine during their conversation, but that he appeared in the stiff words of the police report sober and in full control of his faculties. The girl said Christine stumbled into the kitchen and started to say something. Before any words came out, however, Christine passed out, fell to the floor, and began snoring. DeFries lifted her gently and carried the woman to her bedroom. The neighbor went home shortly before 5:30. At 4 o'clock the command post, set up in the offices of a tow truck business a few blocks from East 54th Street, had gone into operation. An LAPD tactical alert was called. That allowed the field commander of Operation SLA to order in cops from throughout the city, as many officers as he needed. SWAT Teams 1 and 2, 18 policemen under the command of an officer in charge, reported for duty shortly before 4:30. At 4:20 perimeter boundaries had been established. Eventually 218 LAPD cops and 127 FBI agents would be handling the task of traffic and crowd control. Until Mary Carr pinpointed her daughter's home as the sanctuary the SLA had chosen, the LAPD had had 3 other suspected hideouts under surveillance. Although it was decided that attempts would be made to evacuate homes near all 4 suspect dwellings, the LAPD ruled out a mass evacuation of the area as being too dangerous. If the SLA soldiers caught on to what was happening, they might try a breakout in the midst of an evacuation effort. The LAPD says it evacuated a number of residents prior to the start of the shootout, but that others refused to leave their homes. In one instance, police reported, occupants of a house called the officers trying to talk them into leaving motherfuckers. Most residents of the area and community leaders as well. 356. Contend that little or no effort was made to get people to safety. At a little after 5 o'clock the LAPD had targeted 1466 East 54th as the house where the SLA was staying. Final attack plans were mapped. At 5:40 SWAT officers were in position, armed with semi-automatic carbines, sniper rifles, shotguns, tear gas launchers, and personal sidearms. Team 1 was at the front of 1466, Team 2 at the rear. Ready to give the surrender announcement, radioed Team 1 leader. Go. Ordered the OIC. It was 5:44. Occupants of 1466 East 54th Street, this is the Los Angeles Police Department speaking. Come out with your hands up. Comply immediately and you will not be harmed. Team 1 leader commanded by Bullhorn. A few seconds pause. He repeated the message. Behind the house, some 70 feet away, Team 2 leader reported he had heard the broadcasts clearly. There was no response from inside. A minute went by. Team 1 leader spoke again. People in the yellow frame house with the stone porch, address 1466 East 54th Street, this is the Los Angeles Police Department speaking. Come out with your hands up. Comply immediately and you will not be harmed. Another minute went by. The front door. Somebody's coming out, Team 1 leader reported suddenly. A tiny form came through the doorway. It was Tony. He had heard the bullhorn over the noise of the TV cartoons. He had not understood the words. Tony had come out to see what was going on. He walked down the steps, started toward the sidewalk and froze. All around him were gas-masked figures with guns. Come this way, over here, Team 1 leader called. Tony just stood there. Team 1 leader darted into the open and scooped up the 8-year-old. Tony was crying, screaming, "Mama, Mama." An officer carried him to the corner. Detectives began questioning him about who was in the house, whether they had guns. It was several minutes before Tony stopped sobbing long enough to give answers. 2 more surrender announcements. Another figure appeared in the doorway. It was Clarence Ross. He had understood the order. Ross walked out, hands clasped behind head, onto the sidewalk. He balked when Team 1 leader yelled, "Come this way, slowly." The SWAT officer again exposed himself. He dashed out, collared Ross, dragged him to the corner. Questions were fired at the man. Was the SLA in the house? Was DeFreeze? Were the white women inside 1466? What weapons had he seen? Ross shrugged. He had seen a black lady inside, but no one calling himself DeFreeze or any white women or any guns. He stuck to that story. Young Tony, however, had given the LAPD a good idea of what it was up against. SWAT knew it was facing at least 5, possibly 8, heavily armed soldiers of the SLA. The SWAT OIC decided a quick move had to be made if appeals for surrender failed. He was concerned about the approaching nightfall. An escape attempt by the SLA under cover of darkness would be a likely move, that would greatly increase the chances of people, cops and civilians getting killed or wounded. There was even the possibility the SLA might try to escape by tunneling to another dwelling, the OIC noted later in his report. Unnoted in any report, but certainly a consideration, was the fact that with night falling, police might have to deal with hostiles both in front and behind them. In the Los Angeles ghetto, perhaps in any black ghetto, police are on a limited visa. Crowds could gather, perhaps angry crowds, during a police siege of radicals led by a black man. The LAPD had previously had nasty experiences in such situations. The SWAT officer in charge decided to move in. Tear gas would be the next approach. He radioed his intention to the command post. Team 1 leader continued bullhorning surrender commands. In the 9-minute period between the first broadcast and the firing of the first gas canister, a minimum of 18 separate surrender announcements were made. The official LAPD report of the events of May 17 states as calls for surrender continued. SWAT officers on both sides of 1,466 reported hearing movement inside, sounds like furniture being pushed across the floor, sounds of people shouting to one another. There was no indication there would be a surrender. The LAPD, latecomers to the drama, did not know the SLA code forbade the act. The 18th appeal went ignored. At 5:53 the OIC signaled Team 1 leader. A front window shattered as 2 flight right rockets whooshed through it into the house and exploded into white clouds of eye-searing, throat-choking CS tear gas. A burst of machine gun fire from the house was the SLA's response to the tear gas. The automatic ML sprayed .30 caliber bullets into an apartment house directly across the street. SWAT officers instantly answered with their semi-automatics. The battle was joined. For the next few minutes firing from both sides was intense, almost continuous. The cops and the SLA stopped shooting only when emptied guns forced them to reload. The gunfire drowned out the screams of other residents on the street who suddenly found themselves in the middle of a firefight. Weapons were firing out of 1,466 from several windows, hitting all over the place, ricocheting off the street, off buildings, miraculously neither killing nor wounding anyone. Police bullets drilled into the house. The FBI, miffed at being kept on the sidelines serving as traffic cops, saw a chance to get into the act after the battle had raged for 20 minutes. When the LAPD ran short of tear gas, the FBI asked if its own SWAT team could lend a hand. Approval was given, reluctantly. 7 agents spent the next half hour shooting tear gas and bullets at the house from a spot across and down the street. The LAPD finally told the FBI no further help was needed. 6:30 p.m., heavy firing from the house still continued. Team 1 leader climbed to the roof of 1,468 and crawled to the edge overlooking 1,466. He took aim with a gas launcher at a side window and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The weapon had misfired. He loaded another flight right into the gas gun, raised himself up, and leaned over. An SLA automatic weapon fired at him. The slugs hit low, raking the stucco wall just below the roof line. The officer threw himself backward onto the rooftop and lay there for several seconds. 1,000 feet above, a police helicopter radioed that a possible wounded officer was atop 1,468. Team 1 leader was not hurt, however. He jumped to the ground, leaned around a corner, and fired yet another rocket of tear gas into 1,466. 3 SWAT officers smashed through a window of 1,468 at 6:35 and climbed into what they supposed would be an empty building. They found 3 black women huddled on the floor. The interior walls of 1,468 were pockmarked with bullet holes. The officers immediately began evacuating the women, lifting them through a window. It was Mattie Morrison's house, and as the 58-year-old woman was being handed through, she begged the policeman, "Don't leave my dogs behind." She said afterward the cops had told her they did not have time to go around saving animals. Maddie Morrison's 3 pets "They was my family" died in the fast-spreading fire that erupted in the SLA's fortress a few minutes later. It will never be determined just how the fire started. The SLA had a 2-gallon can of gasoline inside 1466, carried in with the weapons and ammunition. Christine and Brenda both say they watched an SLA woman fill bottles with gasoline from that can. If Molotov cocktails were in 1466, one could have burst into flame on being hit by an exploding tear gas canister. At 6:40 a Team 2 SWAT man tossed a couple of federal 5.55 riot gas canisters into a window on the east side of 1466. A minute later black smoke could be seen pouring out windows at the rear of the house. Within another minute flames started shooting up through the roof. Team 1 leader radioed, "Cease fire," and called into the burning building with the bullhorn, "Come on out. The house is on fire. You will not be harmed." There was no response. He ordered breathing apparatus readied for expected smoke inhalation victims. In less than 4 minutes the whole of the rear of the house was aflame and fire was spreading throughout the small structure. There had been no response to the latest surrender appeal. A TV reporter theorized live to the nation that probably all in the house were dead or dying. Just then Christine Johnson burst through 360. The doorway. She stumbled down the concrete block steps. She was screaming, hysterical. Christine, apparently only slightly less intoxicated than terrified, lurched onto the sidewalk. A SWAT officer ran out, grabbed the woman, and began pulling her toward the corner. Christine lost balance, fell, and was dragged on her stomach the rest of the distance to the intersection. As she was being handcuffed, Christine started yelling, they held me," at intelligence officers bellowing questions at her. It was not until after she had been cuffed, searched, and put in a cruiser that the cops discovered Christine had been wounded not seriously by a shotgun blast and had sustained minor burns in the blazing house. She was treated and arrested at the University of Southern California Hospital Prisoners Ward. Christine explained later where she had been during the hour she spent in the midst of the fierce shooting. Oblivious to the siege, asleep across her bed, she had been totally unaware of the battle until the bed caught fire. At about the time Christine emerged from the burning house, a patrol car was arriving on the scene with 4 automatic weapons from the LAPD's Special Equipment Arsenal. 2 M16s, the gun mass-produced for Vietnam, went to Team 1, Team 2 got the pair of 9mm Schmeissers. Bursts of machine gun fire were still coming from 1466. There was a lull in the gunfire at 6:47. Team 1 leader broadcast the final surrender call, "Come out, you will not be harmed. The house is on fire. It's all over. Throw your guns out the window. You will not be harmed." An SLA soldier answered with an ML. 3 minutes later the SLA's bunker was a sea of orange flame out of which a coal-black pillar of smoke rose 100 feet or so and then, bent by the wind, drifted northeast across Los Angeles. The SLA guns were still firing. No longer able to withstand the flames and smoke within the house itself, the SLA chopped a hole through the floor and sought shelter in the 18-inch high crawl space beneath. The Symbionese MLS were now being fired out narrow air vents in the T. Shootout 361 Foundation. Suddenly Team 2 leader shouted excitedly into his radio, "We've got one down under the house." Came out. Went back in. Possibly hit. Still firing. Faiza and Gabby had taken the fight to the enemy. Nancy Ling Perry, clad in combat fatigues, hunting knife sheathed on web belt, gas mask discarded, came out of a crawl hole in the foundation at the rear of the house. Russ Little's .38 Rossi was in her hand. She began crawling toward the house next door. Team 2, the LAPD report says, held its fire. Faiza was several feet out when Camilla Hall emerged through the crawl hole firing an automatic pistol. The SWAT officers opened up on her with several weapons. One slug hit her in the center of the forehead and killed her instantly. A comrade grabbed the ankles of the lifeless Gabby and pulled the body back inside. Machine gun fire from the crawl hole resumed. Faiza had not come out to surrender, according to the official account, which was corroborated by monitored police radio instant reports. The official police report. A. Bluebound, mass-printed 138-page book entitled The Symbionese Liberation Army in Los Angeles describes the death of Faiza, the only SLA soldier to escape from the building. Nancy Ling Perry then turned to her right and fired a revolver toward members of SWAT Team 2. Members of Team 2 returned weapon fire toward the crawl hole and Nancy Ling Perry. She fell to the ground approximately 10 feet from the crawl hole. The autopsy report states that Nancy Ling Perry was killed by 2 gunshot wounds to the back, one severing the spinal cord and the other penetrating the right lung. It was almost over. For a minute or so longer one soldier of the SLA continued firing out the crawl hole. Team 2 blazed away at the opening with automatic weapons. Then the last gun of the SLA fell silent. The final ceasefire command was given at 6:58 p.m. as the walls and roof of the house collapsed. 4 minutes later LA firemen began pumping streams 362 of water into 1,466 and 3 adjacent homes, which were also ablaze. They stood back a safe distance. Ammunition and pipe bombs were still exploding. The bodies of DeFries, Soltysik, and Wolf were found close together in the right rear corner of the crawl space beneath the structural floor. Nancy Ling Perry's body, just outside the building, had been buried beneath the falling wall. Angela DeAngelis Atwood died just inside the crawl space portal from which Ling and Camilla Hall had rushed. Camilla Gabby, who had been fatally shot as she stepped out and then dragged back into the crawl space by her comrades, was buried deep under the charred debris. Her body was not found initially, resulting in a mistaken body count. 5 bodies were removed that night, all badly burned and crushed, gas masks melted on their faces. Camilla was found 2 days later as investigators continued to sift through the charred rubble. With white nylon cords, police and coroner's investigators charted out the ruins into 15 square grids, double sifting debris, collecting evidence, charting the location of everything found. Police even collected all shell casings and identified the guns that had fired them by the firing pin impressions. No police officers, FBI agents, or bystanders were hit by SLA bullets, although the houses all around 1466 East 54th bore evidence of the heavy outgoing fire from the house. 5 police officers sustained injuries related to the incident. One police officer strained his back carrying a heavy wooden case of gas projectiles, another strained his lower back and right shoulder evacuating citizens from nearby houses, and 3 others were injured working perimeter crowd control, one hit by a thrown brick, one injuring his arm making an arrest, the third pulling a leg muscle in another arrest. 35 persons filed a total of $150,000 in damage claims against the city for damage done to cars and buildings by bullets and fire. According to the official police report on the siege, only 20 shootout 363 9 of the 37 SWAT officers actually fired weapons, but the prolonged gunfire at 1466 East 54th Street caused the barrel riflings of weapons to completely wear out and the magazine springs to become unserviceable. The LAPD allocated $1,450 for the replacement of 2 M16 and 10 AR-15 rifle barrels. The SWAT siege team fired a total of 5,371 bullet slugs and 75 tear gas rockets and tossed 8 tear gas canisters. The cost of 2 police helicopters hovering over the scene for 4 hours was billed at $415.53. 321 police vehicles were assigned to the scene and related area patrol, and $3,386 worth of damage was done to police equipment. Personnel costs were substantial, the LAPD assembled a task force of 410 officers for the siege. On the day of the shootout, 305 received assignments and 105 were held in reserve. The following day, Saturday, 196 officers were assigned for crowd control and traffic and crime scene security. On Sunday, 157 officers were again assigned to crowd and traffic control in the area. Associating the cost of all 3 days with the incident, the police report billed personnel costs at $59,581.81. Adding all expenses, the LAPD report tallied the cost of eradicating the SLA in Los Angeles at $67,576.55. The coroner's announcement that Patty Hearst was not among the victims was received as a public relations godsend at the Parker Center headquarters of the LAPD. A second plus came by way of a subtle comment on the character of DeFreeze. LA Coroner Thomas Noguchi, famed for his handling of the Robert Kennedy and Tate LaBianca murders, issued a verbal report claiming that the field marshal had committed suicide, noting powder burns in the head wound. 364. In the hours, days, and weeks following the shootout, there were numerous, scattered, and contradictory reports of Tanya, Takeo, and Yolanda being seen in the Los Angeles area. The three had quickly slipped from sight. Then, 3 weeks later, from an unknown hideout there came another communique, the last taped message ever received from the Malcolm X combat unit of the Symbionese Liberation Army. Speaking with evident rage, pain, and grief, Tanya Patricia Hearst gave the SLA eulogy for the 6 victims. General Takeo Bill Harris also gave his version of the Battle of 54th and Compton. Rather incongruously at the time, Takeo announced that the SLA now took up the banner of the New World Liberation Front. 20. Eulogy. Los Angeles radio station KPFK broadcast the messages from the surviving Symbionese soldiers immediately upon receiving the recording on the morning of June 8. Stations throughout the country patched in, and millions listened to the words of Tanya, Takeo, and Yolanda. Said Patricia Hearst, in a voice cold and angry. Greetings to the people. This is Tanya. I want to talk about the way I knew our 6 murdered comrades because the fascist pig media has, of course, been painting a typical distorted picture of these beautiful sisters and brothers. Cujo was the gentlest, most beautiful man I've ever known. He taught me the truth as he learned it from the beautiful brothers in California's concentration camps. We loved each other so much, and his love for the people was so deep that he was willing to give his life for them. The name Cujo means unconquerable. It was the perfect name for him. Cujo conquered life as well as death by facing and fighting them. Neither Cujo or I had ever loved an individual the way we loved each other, probably because our relationship wasn't based on bourgeois, fucked up values, attitudes, and goals. Our relationship's foundation was our commitment to the struggle and our love for the people. It's because of this that I still feel strong and determined to fight. I was ripped off by the pigs when they murdered Cujo, ripped off in the same way that thousands of sisters and brothers in this fascist country have been ripped off of people they love. We mourn together, and the sound of gunfire becomes sweeter. Jelena was beautiful. Fire and joy. She exploded with the desire to kill the pigs. She wrote poetry, some of it on the walls of Golden Gate, all of it in the LA Pig Files now, that expresses how she felt. She loved the people more than her love for any one person or material comfort, and she never let her mind rest from the strategies that are the blood of revolution. Jelena would have yelled fire power to the people if there wasn't the need to whisper the words of revolution. We laughed and cried and struggled together. She taught me how to fight the enemy within, through her constant struggle with bourgeois conditioning. Gabby crouched low with her ass to the ground. She practiced until her shotgun was an extension of right and left arms, an impulse, a tool of survival. She understood the evil in the heart of the pig and took the only road that could demoralize, defeat, and destroy him. She loved to touch people with a strong, not delicate embrace. Gabby taught me the patience and discipline necessary for survival and victory. Zoya wanted to give meaning to her name, and on her birthday she did. Zoya, female gorilla, perfect love and perfect hate reflected in stone-cold eyes. She moved viciously and with caution, understanding the peril of the smallest mistake. She taught me, keep your ass down and be bad. Faiza was a beautiful sister who didn't talk much but who was the teacher of many by her righteous example. She, more than any other, had come to understand and conquer the putrid disease of bourgeois mentality. She proved often that she was unwilling to compromise with the enemy because of her intense love for freedom. Faiza taught me the perils of hesitation to shoot first and make sure the pig is dead before splitting. She was wise and bad, and I'll always love her. Sink loved the people with tenderness and respect. They listened to him when he talked because they knew that his love reflected the truth and the future. Cin knew that to live was to shoot straight. He longed to be with his black sisters and brothers, but at the same time he wanted to prove to black people that white freedom fighters are comrades in arms. Sink was in a race with time, believing that every minute must be another step forward in the fight to save the children. He taught me virtually everything imaginable, but wasn't liberal with us. He'd kick our asses if we didn't hop over a fence fast enough or keep our asses down while practicing. Most importantly, he taught me how to show my love for the people. He helped me see that it's not how long you live. Eulogy 367. That's important, it's how we live, what we decide to do with our lives. On February 4, Sanctum saved my life. The Malcolm X Combat Unit of the SLA was a leadership training cell, under the personal command of General Field Marshal Sink. General Takeo was his second in command. Everything we did was directed toward our development as leaders and advisors to other units. All of us were prepared to function on our own, if necessary, until we connected with other combat units. The idea that we are leaderless is absurd as long as any SLA elements are alive and operating under the command of our General Field Marshal. It's hard to explain what it was like watching our comrades die. Murdered by pig incendiary grenades. A battalion of pigs facing a fire team of guerrillas, and the only way they could defeat them was to burn them alive. It made me mad to see the pigs looking at our comrades' weapons, to see them holding Cujo's .45 and his watch, which was still ticking. He would have laughed at that. There is no surrender. No one in that house was suicidal, just determined and full of love. It was beautiful to hear Gabby's father. He understands. Gabby loved her father, and I know that much of her strength came from the support he gave her. What a difference between the parents of Gabby and Cujo, and my parents. One day, just before making the last tape, Cujo and I were talking about the way my parents were fucking me over. He said that his parents were still his parents because they had never betrayed him, but my parents were really Malcolm X and Asada Shakur *. I'll never betray my parents. The pigs probably have the little Olmec monkey that Cujo wore around his neck. He gave me the little stone face one night. I know that the pigs are proud of themselves. They've killed another black leader. In typical pig fashion they have said that Sink committed suicide. What horseshit. Cin committed suicide the same way that Malcolm, King, Bobby, Fred, Jonathan, and George did. But no matter how many leaders are killed, the pig can't kill their ideals. I learned a lot from Cin and the comrades that died in that fire, and I'm still learning from them. They live on in the hearts and minds of millions of people in fascist America. The pigs' actions that Friday evening showed just how scared they really are. They would have burned and bombed that entire neighborhood to murder 6 guerrillas. The SLA terrifies the pigs because it calls all oppressed people in this country to arms to fight in a united front to overthrow the fascist dictatorship. The pigs think they can deal with a handful of revolutionaries, but they know they can't defeat the incredible power which the people, once united, represent. It's for this reason that we get to see live and in color the terrorist tactics of the pigs. The pigs saying, "You're next." This kind of display, however, only serves to raise the people's consciousness and makes it easier for our comrades, sisters and brothers throughout the country to connect. I died in that fire on 54th Street, but out of the ashes I was reborn. I know what I have to do. Our comrades didn't die in vain. The pig lies about the advisability of surrender have only made me more determined. I renounced my class privilege when Cin and Cujo gave me the name Tanya. While I have no death wish, I have never been afraid of death. For this reason the brainwash/Duras theory of the pig hearse has always amused me. Life is very precious to me, but I have no delusions that going to prison will keep me alive. I would never choose to live the rest of my life surrounded by pigs like the Hearsts. I want to see our comrades in this country's concentration camps, but on our terms, as stated in our revolutionary declaration of war, not on the pigs' terms. Patria o muerte, Vence Ramos. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Emily Harris also eulogized the dead and scorned public reaction to the fiery LA shootout as expressed in media editorials. There's been a lot of talk about wasted lives, referring to the 6 dead bodies of our comrades and to Tanya, Takeo, and myself. There are no editorials written for the wasted lives of the brothers and sisters gunned down in the streets and prisons. The present uproar of white America over the fate of Patty Hearst was barely a murmur as hundreds of young men, mostly black and brown, went off to die in Vietnam. The most bizarre of the 3 was the diatribe of Bill Harris. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our people. Eulogy 369. Let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Greetings to the people, the Black Liberation Army, the United People's Army, the Black Guerrilla Family, the Weather Underground, and all freedom fighters of the United Symbionese Federation and the New World Liberation Front. This is Takeo speaking. Yolanda, Tanya, and I extend profound feelings of revolutionary love and solidarity to General Field Marshal Cabrilla * and all soldiers of the United People's Liberation Army, to Battalion Commander and all elements of the anti-aircraft forces of the SLA, to Combat Unit No. 4 of the Black Liberation Army, to Comrade Martin Soester and all other comrades, brothers, and sisters in America's concentration camps. To our beloved comrades in arms, Osceola and Bo, we echo the words you could have often left us with, a lucha continue. Vence Ramos. We have come together in many different cells, squads, and military political units. We have taken many different meaningful names. But we are not hung up on names, for, as comrades in arms, we are one in our struggle for freedom. The determination to eliminate our common enemy by force of arms has united us. To our comrades, sisters and brothers of the Black Liberation Army and all other fighters, let it be known that the Malcolm X Combat Unit of the Symbionese Liberation Army proudly takes up the banner of the New World Liberation Front. The Malcolm X Combat Unit of the Symbionese Liberation Army left the San Francisco Bay Area in a successful effort to break a massive pig encirclement. It had become clear from other SLA elements and from the people in the community that the pigs were preparing to trap us on the San Francisco Peninsula. We knew there was a great risk in setting up a base of operations in San Francisco, which is a natural defile, a trap. The area was very small, surrounded by water, and with limited choices for breaking a major encirclement. However, we accepted this potentially dangerous condition because we saw the importance of making solid contacts in the oppressed communities of the city. We considered ourselves to be an underground unit, however, the majority of our unit's members moved about freely, and in the 5 months we were there, we made many good contacts. We decided to move our base of operations to Southern California, concentrating on the greater Los Angeles area with its vast oppressed communities and more favorable terrain. In April, the War Council dispatched an intelligence and reconnaissance team to Los Angeles. Its mission, to make some additional contacts and survey the area. Based on the favorable results of this mission and the concentration of pig activity in the San Francisco Bay Area, our unit slipped out of San Francisco and into Los Angeles on May Day, 1974. On Thursday, May 16, 1974, 3 members of the Malcolm X combat unit of the SLA were sent out to buy a number of items needed by the unit. At Mel's sporting goods store in Inglewood, a pig agent clerk named Tony Shepard, attempting to show his allegiance to his reactionary white bosses, falsely accused me of shoplifting. It was impossible to allow a verifying search by a store security guard because I was armed, and therefore we were forced to fight our way out of the situation. The pigs originally said that a 49-cent pair of socks were stolen and that this was what caused the shootout at the store. The people found this very difficult to believe when it was pointed out that we had already purchased over $30 worth of heavy wool socks and other items. This, apparently, became increasingly confusing to the pigs, who later charged that an ammunition bandolier was the item taken, supposedly to make the accusation more believable. The policy of the Symbionese Liberation Army has always been to avoid shoplifting, because of the heavy risk involved to the whole unit. We cannot afford to have soldiers busted on humbug charges. However, we realize that the combat and support elements run a great risk of being jammed whenever we move about above ground. The most unfortunate aspect of this situation was that the pigs then learned that SLA elements were in the Los Angeles area. It appears that even with this knowledge, the pigs would not have located our comrades if a collaborator named Mary Carr had not snitched to the enemy. On Friday, May 17, 1974, a CIA-directed force of FBI agents, Los Angeles City, County, and California State pigs, with air support and reserve assistance from the United States Marine Corps and the National Guard, encircled elements of the Malcolm X combat unit of the Symbionese Liberation Army. The result of the encirclement was that the people witnessed on live television the burning to death of 6 of their most beautiful and courageous. Eulogy 371 Freedom fighters by cowardly, fascist insects. In most cases, when an urban guerrilla unit is encircled by the enemy, it can expect to take great losses, especially if the enemy has time to mobilize a massive force. Our 6 comrades were not on a suicide mission, as the pigs would have us believe. They were attempting to break a battalion-sized encirclement. By looking at the diagrams of where their bodies were found, it is clear that they had split into 2 teams, moved to opposite sides of the rear of the house, and were preparing to move out of the house by force. The heavy automatic weapons fired from the front of the house was a diversionary tactic to force the pigs to concentrate some of their forces in the front. The 2 dynamite-loaded pipe bombs were to be used as fragmentation grenades to clear a path through the cringing pigs who had started the blaze by firing incendiary grenades into the house. Cin, Faiza, Zoya, Cujo, Jelena, and Gabby died of smoke inhalation and burns before they could get outside. The pigs want us to believe that the fire was started by the SLA, that it was caused by SLA Molotov cocktails, or by accident from pig tear gas grenades. This is pig shit. The SWAT squad, FBI, and LAPD would have had to go into the house themselves to clear it out. They showed their true cowardice by using incendiary grenades to cause the fire that killed our comrades. For those that don't know, incendiary grenades burn at such an incredible temperature that they melt steel and armor plate in a matter of seconds and are impossible to extinguish. The pigs want the people to believe that the badass tactics of the SLA guerrillas drove the fascists to use such barbaric force. But we say that the SLA is a reaction to fascism. The SLA uses automatic weapons and homemade bombs because the pigs have automatic weapons, artillery, and hydrogen bombs. The pigs want the people to believe that General Field Marshal Singleton committed suicide. To this absurdity, the SLA responds by quoting our beloved comrade brother. He often said, "We must not fear death, for to fear death is to put our fear of pig terror before our love of the children and the people's struggle for freedom." The pigs have historically focused on eliminating black leaders. Many have been murdered and imprisoned in America's concentration camps. For over a year the pigs couldn't find Cin to murder him, so they attempted to isolate him from the people with pig propaganda. 372. First they worked on the most blatantly racist whites with their traditional crazy black nigger, escaped convict Trappist routine. Next we learned that Cin was a plum wine alcoholic. This obviously was the white racist, liberal answer to the logic that a black revolutionary leader could order and assist in the assassination of a jive-assed, pig-agent school superintendent. It followed that the white supremacists and bourgeois black elements of the revolutionary left so-called leadership would be pimped with ridiculous tales of links between the SLA and the CIA, that CIN was and had been a paid informer for the Los Angeles Police Department and the California Attorney General's office. If this were true, we dare these fools and collaborators to explain CIN's reward for his deeds: a life term in California's concentration camps. White, sickeningly liberal, paranoid conspiracy freaks and spaced-out counterculture dope fiends proved their naivete and amateurish research skills as they rambled on and on and on about the California Department of Corrections. Bizarre stories about CIN having been programmed and electrodes implanted in his brain while at Vacaville began to appear in the so-called underground press. Sanctum, the name means fifth prophet. CIN was indeed a prophet. The pigs would have the people believe that CIN was just, as they would say, another dumb nigger. They continually attempted to undermine his leadership by propagandizing that CIN was being offed by whites, that he wasn't smart enough to be the brains behind the planning and execution of the successful SLA actions. To this display of racism we say, go on into the black community and ask the people if Sanctum was not a prophet. Ask the people if they think he was being used by whites. The people know that a black man in America does not need conscious whites to push him into leading a revolution. Racists cannot believe that middle and upper middle class whites and a daughter of a super-fascist ruling class family would ever have reason to follow the lead of a beautiful black genius, revolutionary warrior, and give their lives for the people. Sick-assed racists would have us believe that white women who follow the lead of black revolutionaries are only mindless cunts enslaved by gigantic black penises. The cringing pigs who face the firepower of Jelena, Gabby, Faiza, and Zoya know much better. Racists believe that it is impossible for white men to denounce. Eulogy 373. White racism and follow the revolutionary leadership of black men, but the SLA proved this theory to be a sick delusion. Sanctum, himself, was the spirit of Frederick Douglass, Gabriel Prosses, Denmark Vesey, Marcus Garvey, the Scottsboro Boys, Medgar Evers, William E. Burghardt Du Bois, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Emmett Till, Little Bobby Hutton, Fred Hampton, L.B. Barkley, Jonathan and George L. Jackson, Mark Essex, and every other black freedom fighter who came before him. To racist slander, the SLA and all the people say, death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. And now, after our comrade brother fought valiantly against a battalion of pigs, a battle witnessed by millions, these same chicken shit pigs are trying to have us believe that General Field Marshal of the Symbionese Liberation Army Sanctum killed himself. CIN was so determined to kill pigs that as long as his heart was beating and that there was any air in his lungs at all, he would fight, even if his only weapon was his body. We all know that revolutionaries do not kill themselves. Revolutionaries kill the enemy. CIN was the baddest member of the SLA and therefore our leader. Our 5 white comrades who died with him were among his students and had learned well. They, too, showed incredible determination and courage. Cujo, Jelena, Faiza, Zoya, and Gabby did not commit suicide, as the pigs would have us believe. Pigs tell us it is suicidal for whites to join blacks and other oppressed people in making revolution. To this oinking we say, it is suicidal for the ruling class and all its pig agents to believe that they can continue to oppress, exploit, murder, and imprison an undivided revolutionary army of people. White Americans who follow the example of our beautiful comrades and join the fight for the freedom of all oppressed people will not do so because they wish to die, but because they wish to be free. The pigs boast that they have broken the back of the Symbionese Liberation Army. But to do this, the pigs would have to break the back of the people. The military/political leader of the SLA and 5 top cadre have been killed by the fascists. However, the SLA is not dead and will not die as long as there is one living, fighting member of any oppressed class, race, sex, or group left on the face of this earth. The pigs have won a battle, but the war of the flea is not over. As our dear comrade Ho Chi Minh once wrote from an imperialist prison, Today the locust fights the elephant, but tomorrow the elephant will be disemboweled. 21. Refuge I. The Symbionese Liberation Army suffered their first blood in the Los Angeles ghetto, their first casualties, and it seemed it was there the SLA's revolution died. 3 refugees survived, but these 3 could never recreate the strange chemistry that had made 8 an army. Too much around them had changed. De Vries was dead, and it had been he who catalyzed and directed their furious passion. Takeo wore his command as a little man. There was no longer a magic, no longer a dancing illusion of a nation teetering on the edge of revolution. The remnant SLA was able to retreat and find refuge, but only by chance. Later they tried again to recruit and reform. They found allies, bought new guns, and again they would kill, but never again would they raise banditry as the specter of revolution, probably not even among themselves. After the fiasco at the sporting goods store, the flurry of flight. Failing to make contact at the drive-in, Bill, Patty, and Emily knew they were on their own. But the trio had been sent out together because they were a self-sufficient fire team, one of the 3 subunits of the Cotter 9. There was another meet set 2 weeks hence. All they had to do was lie low. They abandoned the hijacked Continental only after Emily purchased a small sedan compact in Los Angeles, tracing down newspaper ads until they found a private owner willing to take cash and give up the car on the spot. Emily bought food and new wigs for herself and Patty. Then the 3 took to Southern California's labyrinth of freeways, driving southeast into Orange County. They must have heard the radio bulletins about the raid on West 84th, heard that the others had escaped, that the 374 Refuge I-375 police were now sweeping the city. They had the textbook theory of escape: chase the tourists, lose yourself in a natural and diverse crowd. They drove for Anaheim, where Emily had spent one college summer, for Disneyland, the famed California amusement park, with its mob of May vacationers. They drove right up to the big gated entrance of Disneyland and found a motel across the street. It was late afternoon, about 5:30, when Emily checked in for the 3 of them. A single room. Patty stayed with the car, but Bill wandered into the lobby. Minutes later, just as Patty and Emily were opening the room, he came rushing back. He had overheard something about the police surrounding a house in LA, that it was on television. Bill turned on the color TV, spun the dial, and there Tanya, Takeo, and Yolanda watched the scene unfold at East 54th Street. It was so unreal, recalled Emily much later. I said, it couldn't be them, it's just a mistake like the raid on 84th Street this morning. Bill said kind of flatly that he recognized the sound of their weapons, the automatic carbines. They watched it all, the police platoons, the smoke, the fire. Listening to the steady crackle of the gunfire and then the soft roar of the wind-sucked flames. Patty recalled everyone screaming, crying, almost hysterical. The Harrises would recall only Patty crying. She wanted to go back to LA, they said, to attack the police from behind, full of a vengeful rage. But they stayed and shared a night of pain, panic, shock, and loss. They stayed at the Anaheim Motel 3 days, then drove 15 miles west to Costa Mesa. Another motel, for a week. They kept inside as much as possible. Patty never left the room. Those must have been long, close, claustrophobic days. They drove north then. Away from the sunny, friendless city that had so briefly been the southern base of the revolution. Up the valley route on Interstate 5, back to Berkeley, back to the cultural womb that had created them. Even in the Bay Area, even with the radical community shocked into new sympathy for the SLA by the televised barbecue in Los Angeles, they found no easy refuge. The horror of the 54th Street shootout had deeply shaken a precious delusion, the white middle-class sense of invulnerability which had been so central to the gun-waving rhetoric of armed struggle. And personal politics rather than mass politics had created the SLA. The Symbionese had never had a base of their own, never a network of support. Now, desperate, the fugitive 3 had no connections. 376. Few friends who could or would help them. They were in the Bay Area for at least a week before they made safe contact, and that with a woman who was but a friend of a friend, 27-year-old Kathleen Solia, bosom buddy to Angela Atwood in the months before Angel became General Jelena. The three checked into a downtown San Francisco motel for 2 days, then with the last of their money rented a cheap apartment on Walnut Street in Oakland and began an urgent search for a patron. They must have taken heart when, a couple of days later, on May 31st, the Weather Underground bombed the California Attorney General's Los Angeles office, dedicating the attack to our sisters and brothers of the SLA. 2 days after that they had found Kathy Solia. It would have been difficult to miss her. A memorial rally for the SLA was held in Berkeley's Ho Chi Minh Park on June 2. The rally was small by Berkeley standards, about 400 people, many there just out of curiosity. The notable absence of any California leftist luminaries, the single exception being Wilbur Popeye Jackson, leader of the United Prisoners Union, reflected the critical and mixed emotions with which the left and even Berkeley viewed the SLA, even in the common outrage over police tactics in Los Angeles. Jackson lambasted the armchair revolutionaries who scorned the SLA, but even Kathy Solia, in the most impassioned speech to the crowd, bespoke the ambivalence. She had watched, she said, unknowing, as Angela became Jelena. When I first met her she wasn't very political, but she was always on the right side. They had lost touch the winter before. Kathy had returned from a Mexico vacation to discover Angela on the run and the SLA in the headlines. A lot was happening that she could not understand. There were many times when I wanted to talk to her and ask her what the hell was going on with her and the SLA. Certainly there were times when I felt they made serious mistakes and should have connected more with the people they were supposedly fighting for. Still, she argued, Angela, Camilla, Ms. Moon, and Nancy Perry were among the first white women to fight so righteously for their beliefs and to die for what they believed in. I believe that Angela was a truly revolutionary woman, she said. And the amazing thing is that she and her women comrades came from the same background as many of us here. They were white middle-class people with a lot of advantages who had gotten into the women's struggle and then generalized that struggle to Refuge. I-377 include all people. The TV cameras panned the crowd, then zoomed in on Solia at the microphone as she roused the crowd with a chanted salute. To Bill, to Emily, to Tanya she cried, keep fighting. VM with you. We're with your. Kathleen Solia had been the prime mover in organizing the Berkeley Memorial, and she had already begun to gather another group, which would call itself the Bay Area Research Collective, a pro-SLA propaganda group to republish the SLA communiques and drum up radical support for the fugitive underground. Solia had virtually enlisted in the SLA before the TV cameras, and if she was not an uncritical acolyte, her speech had rather precisely captured the egocentricity that had informed the original SLA. The possibility that Kathy Solia would become helpmate to the SLA was apparently so obvious it was considered unlikely. Like the proverbial butler, Kathy Solia was too prominent, thought police too public, to be in direct contact with the fugitives. By any logic it was true, but Yolanda, Takeo, and Tanya, destitute and desperate, had nowhere else to go. It was apparently a day or so after the memorial rally that Emily Harris contacted Kathy Solia. Steve Solia, Kathy's brother, himself a key figure in the SLA Renaissance, 4 months later said Emily appeared at his sister's home one evening, alone, uninvited, unannounced. But she surely didn't have to introduce herself. It was like a lost spider finding a web weaver. While Solia had never been politically heavy, never more than a follower on the fringe, she had access to everything the SLA had always lacked: contacts, resources, experience. Perhaps only now, in the aftermath of Los Angeles, was it available for an SLA connection, but upon the alert of Kathy Solia, there was a tight and effective network of friends mobilized to save the SLA. Solia was nearly a Berkeley veteran. She had arrived in the Bay Area only in 1971, but 1971 was the last of a bitter 3 years that had transformed many young liberals infatuated with idealism into radicals motivated by a burden of conscience. Something died in 1968, with Martin Luther King's murder, Robert Kennedy's assassination, the Children's Crusade for McCarthy, the Bloody Democratic Convention in Chicago. Solia had been 378. Schooled at the University of California at Santa Barbara, graduating in 1970, and with most of her generation she still had scars, memories, and friends from the years of dread, 1969, 1970, 1971. They were years of imperial war in Vietnam, years with the scent of domestic fascism. Suspicions that it would take Watergate and its cathartic aftermath finally to validate 5 years later. They were years for conspiracies, years when the phrase good German became the radical's curse upon the liberal. Nixon was inaugurated in 1969, and his secret plan for peace called for escalation in Indochina. Anti-war demonstrations became bigger and more bitter. SDS split, the days of rage in Chicago gave birth to the Weather Underground. In Berkeley, an attempt to claim and plant a People's Park on a vacant, barren, ugly University of California lot spiraled into a National Guard mobilization and days of vicious street battles, tear gas, the shotgun blast death of a young demonstrator fired on by a sheriff's deputy. Cambodia was invaded by the United States in 1970, and the response was a national student strike and the Jackson State and Kent State students murdered. In August, Jonathan Jackson, kid brother to George, raided the Marin County Courthouse and died with his hostage judge, and others, in a bullet-riddled van. At UC Santa Barbara, where Kathy Solia was then a senior, anti-war demonstrators burned a Bank of America office and police struck back with a brutal rampage through the off-campus Isla Vista student ghetto. In 1971 there were mass arrests in the nation's capital during the huge May Day anti-war demonstration. On August 21, a day many blacks and California radicals recall with the livid memories others associate with JFK's assassination. George Jackson led his murderous revolt in San Quentin's adjustment center and was cut down by guards' bullets, alone in the middle of the prison yard. And Nixon, seeking peace with honor, sent B-52s to carpet bomb civilian Hanoi during the Christmas holidays as anti-war Vietnam veterans took over the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor to fly the stars and stripes upside down in the international signal of distress. Those 3 years that turned the decade were among the nation's darkest since the Civil War. The SLA was but sad spectacle because it was fundamentally irrelevant, irresponsible, and amoral, born of its own incestuous narcissism. But in those 3 terribly years a large part of a generation teetered at the edge of treason, caught up in the contradiction between the American reality and American ideals. Refuge I-379. It was a small network of friends from that era who responded. When Kathy Solia asked for help for the SLA, the Los Angeles burnout was like a flame from the past, igniting a fuse not yet too old to burn. Samaritans and soldiers, different people were drawn in at different times, some infatuated with the electric sensation of the SLA, some caught up in a spasm of reaction to the old smell of revolt. All, it seemed, took the Tanya transformation at face value. Kathleen Solia was an outspoken feminist and an actress, as Angela had been. She was a strong, dominating woman, tall and blonde, whose love of theater had only slowly and recently been overshadowed by her commitment to the revolution. Kathy was the oldest of 5 children, daughter of a high school track coach and English teacher in Palmdale, on the high desert 35 miles north of Los Angeles. Of the 5 Solia siblings, the 3 oldest, Kathy, Steve, and Josephine, would be drawn into the SLA conspiracy. In the ironic mold that had become the SLA routine, the Solias were quiet American middle-class stock, a conservative family. And Kathy's Vita was resplendent WTH teenage honors, Girl Scout counselor, junior high yearbook editor, churchgoer, pep chairman for Palmdale High, from which she was graduated with honors. Kathy Solia had come to Berkeley in late '71, moving up from Los Angeles with her boyfriend, 24-year-old Jim Kilgore. Son of a prosperous lumber dealer in San Rafael, just north of San Francisco, James Kilgore had dropped out of his graduate program in economics at UC Santa Barbara the year before, when Kathy graduated with her BA in theater. The two traveled, settled for a while in a commune in Monterey, then LA. They moved north at the urging of a new friend, Jack Scott, then a prominent Berkeley activist who had made a name for himself with a controversial mix of politics and athletics. Scott had come out of the late 60s as perhaps the leading advocate of the jock liberation movement, protesting the authoritarian nature of coach-dominated sports and the pressure of commercialization on college and professional athletes. Kilgore, a sports enthusiast and one-time college sports writer, had corresponded with Scott and then met him in Los Angeles. At the time Kathy and Jim were already thinking of moving to San Francisco. Live theater is almost non-existent in Los Angeles, smothered perhaps in the aura of Hollywood. Kathy hoped for a 380 chance to get on stage with one of the myriad small theaters in the Bay Area. Kilgore, having discarded econometrics, was hoping for a career as a freelance photographer or writer, perhaps a sports writer. Scott encouraged the move, and when Jim and Kathy first arrived in September 197 he had them stay at the apartment he shared with Beverly Mickey McGee, on 58th Street in Oakland. They were Scott's guests for 3 weeks, until they got a place of their own on Shattuck Avenue in Berkeley. Steve Solia, Kathy's brother, arrived in Berkeley in the end days of that year. Steve, then 23, a year younger than Kathleen, had been a star athlete, a record-breaking runner at Humboldt State College in Northern California, but had dropped out in his junior year and slowly drifted south for the Berkeley scene. Steve connected well with Scott's circle of self-questioning athletes. He stayed with Jim and Kathy for a month, then moved with a new girlfriend, Emily Chu, back into a small Berkeley Way commune to live with two new friends he met through his sister and Scott, Michael Borden, a 23-year-old San Francisco native, graduated from Berkeley the previous June, and Borden's longtime sweetheart, Pat Jean McCarthy, 20, a granddaughter of former San Francisco Mayor Henry Pinhead McCarthy. Borden was a busy Berkeley activist, an officer of the campus SDS chapter in 1969, but while still a student, he had started his own private contracting firm, and he hired both Steve and Jim Kilgore to work with him as house painters. It was a casual, itinerant profession, and both Steve and Jim took to it rather well. Josephine Solia had followed her brother and sister to the Bay Area in 1973, 2 years later. Joe, then 20, had dropped out of the California State University at Long Beach, in Southern California, during her senior year, deciding she no longer wanted teaching certification. She was intent on a new vocation, nursing, but when she couldn't get into a training school immediately, Kathy persuaded her to come north. The two sisters moved together into an Oakland commune Kathy and Jim had chosen to separate for a period. Kilgore and Steve Solia were still working together as house painters, and Jim still had a close relationship with Kathy, but Kathy had become deeply involved in the women's movement, said friends, and wanted to live independently. But the four of them, Kathy and Jim, Steve and Joe, saw a lot of one another, and each of them, by the spring of 1974, had come to share a vague empathy for the SLA outlaws. After the Refuge I-381 shootout, all pitched in to arrange the memorial rally. Kathy's pain and outrage at the death of Angela had shaped the response of the other three. And when Emily Harris recruited Kathy, the others Jim, Steve, and Joe were ready to be brought in on a draft. Angela Atwood and Kathy had first met in September 1972, during auditions for a production of Ibsen's Hedda Gabler with the Theatre Company of Oakland. They both won lead roles, and working on the play, they quickly became friends. When Kathy said she needed a job, Angela got her hired as a waitress at a downtown restaurant lounge, the Great Electric Underground, where she herself worked. They began to hang out together all the time, said friends. Angela and Kathy took a night course together in radical feminism, and at the restaurant they tried to organize a waitresses' union. For an acting class Angela took, the two of them created a one-act play called Edward the Dyke. Kathy played Edward, a lesbian. Angela was a psychiatrist who tried to convince her that all her problems could be solved by a soft bed and a sexy man. Angela's marriage was then floundering, and she was exchanging her wifely image for a tough feminist identity. Angela became more outspoken about women's liberation eventually, recalled an actress who worked with both, but her expression of that and being outspoken seemed to come from Kathy. They were both into women's liberation when they met, but Kathy much more so. 382. Angela's mix of politics and feminism had the edge and tumult of a new convert, at least that's the way Kathy and mutual friends saw it. She was just getting into it all at once, said one woman friend of both. Kathy thought she would level off with a little time and experience. But time and experience is just what Angela did not have. Waitresses who worked with them at the Great Electric Underground recall both Kathy and Angela as the organizers, picking up on every little issue, often fighting battles for other employees who would as soon let matters lie. Although the two were a team in office politics at the restaurant, it was Angela who seemed to grate on the nerves of her co-workers. When Angela got into the social classes and that stuff, said one, that plus her feminist rap became just all-consuming. She was always miserable and upset about something. It just became unpleasant to be around her. As Angela became involved with the early SLA, in the late summer of 1973, she began to drift apart from most of her old theater chums, but not, apparently, from Solia. Angela and Kathy kept working together at the Great Electric Underground until late December, about 3 weeks before the SLA took to cover following the arrests of Remiro and Little. Both were caught up in their rapidly collapsing union effort at the restaurant. The focus of the organizing drive, a running feud with management over the hem and cleavage of the waitress's uniform, was not the sort of bread and butter issue that created the Knights of Labor. Just a few days before Christmas, both Kathy and Angela quit with a bombastic 4-page denunciation of management and their co-workers. We consider our employment situation a microcosm of the working world at large. Our actions here are a reflection of our beliefs in the radical political spectrum. At GEU, we have gone as far as we can. We have no support from our peers. No one is willing to take chances. We leave to find areas in which our concerns and actions are productive. By mid-January, Angela would be a fugitive, General Jelena of the SLA, but before then, over the Christmas holidays, Kathy Solia had left for a long vacation in Mexico. Despite reports to the con. Refuge I-383. Trary, and despite Solia's later protestations, it seems a strong possibility that Kathy knew something about Angela and the SLA. Both Angela and Kathy had been utterly committed to theater. At one point in 1973 they talked with friends about starting their own, but even then, for Angela, theater had become a political tool, while Kathy seemed intent on polishing an art. The producer for the Oakland theater that put on Hedda Gabler, Jerry Roth, describes Angela as a non-entity, and not very bright either. But for Kathleen he had only rave reviews. An excellent actress, he said. Kathy had emotions, could feel love, hate, anger. Angela seemed apolitical. You ever see somebody who was totally blank? You got the feeling there was nothing there. More likely, Angela's politics outside the theater had come to engross her, while Kathleen could balance and discipline her energies. When she returned from Mexico, Kathy had taken several odd jobs, working in a bookstore, for a while painting with her brother and Kilgore. Then she got another acting job, with the Emeryville Shakespeare Company. Right after the Los Angeles shoot out, she quit. From her stance in arguments among the cast, we knew she was an SLA supporter or something, said one actor in the group. But on stage she did beautiful work, he lamented. She made it all happen. She was fine before the killings in LA, but after that there was a real change. When Angela Atwood died, she wilted like a flower out of water. When Patty, Bill, and Emily had made contact with Kathy Solia, their most urgent need was money, but nearly as important, they wanted to get out of the Bay Area, then again being swept by a tight dragnet of police and FBI agents. Patty said during her trial that the Solias and others, friends of the Harrises, provided funds. And Kathy Solia said she thought she could arrange a hideout refuge. Steve Solia later said that Kathy and Jim Kilgore told him 2 weeks after the Berkeley SLA rally that they had been contacted by the Harrises. Steve claimed he warned them the whole scene was too hot. I told them they were crazy. I advised them to get out. But he gave his sister $100 for the rescue fund, and a few days later, when Kathy asked him if he wanted to meet the three, he jumped at the chance. He said he went, alone, to an address Kathy had given him, unlocked an empty apartment in North Berkeley, and waited as he was told. If it was a rendezvous, the SLA team apparently staggered crosstown with full armament. 384. Steve said the Harrises and Patty arrived with heavy bags, which they immediately unpacked to unlimber lots of weapons. Steve said the only thing he could really remember about the conversation was Bill Harris urgently explaining that the three of them had to get out of the area. To stay would be suicide, and there had been enough death. Patty testified at trial that she recalled staying 2 weeks, perhaps longer, at the Oakland hideout on Walnut Street, and it was there that the last SLA tape was made. Later, she said, at the Berkeley apartment owned by a friend of either Kathy Solia or Kilgore, she for the first time was introduced to Jim Kilgore, Kathy Solia, and Jack Scott. Scott, she said, was the SLA's ticket east. When Kilgore and Kathy Solia first met Jack Scott, he was still finishing his PhD in sociology at UC Berkeley but was already perhaps the best-known graduate teaching fellow in American. 386. Academics. He had already published the first of 2 books he developed out of his thesis, Athletics for Athletes, and had become a minor guru for thousands of amateur and professional athletes who had begun to search for a more positive self-image than the traditional brawn and bonehead stereotype. Scott was one of the first to offer an alternative and to challenge the sacrosanct authority of the coach as the Lord's stand-in. He had been Rampart's sports columnist. In 1967 he had raised such a furor with an article sympathet. I see to Harry Edwards' proposed black boycott of the Olympics that his house had been firebombed. Within a couple of years, many of his complaints would seem common sense, but he had grabbed America by the jockstrap, and the initial reaction had been explosive. In 1971, after he received his doctorate, he was hired and then fired by the University of Washington. He collected a full year salary without working a day, but a revolt of the coaches had made the university back out of his contract. Scott's private research group, the Institute for the Study of Sports and Society, became a national clearinghouse and hotline contact for maverick college and professional athletes. In 1972 Scott had been named Director of Athletics at Ohio's Oberlin College and launched a brief, stormy career in college sports. He hired Tommy Smith, famed for his black-gloved 1968 Olympics salute, as his assistant athletic director and track coach, and brought in Cass Johnson as the first black head coach at a predominantly white college. Tall and gangly, warm with friends and bitterly sarcastic with critics, himself a former track star of national stature, the earnest and articulate Scott had helped numerous professional athletes shape and express critiques of their sports. The Scott is helped prepare and publish Dave Megiesi's Out of Their League, Gary Shaw's Meat on the Hoof, and Paul Hawk's Rip Off the Big Game, as well as Scott's own writings. He was a gadfly on the powerful American sport industry, and sports writers around the country valued him as a source. In 1973, after Scott had criticized Alabama football coach Bear Bryant, then Vice President Spiro Agnew loosed a verbal barrage, publicly denouncing Scott as an enemy of sport. As if the industry were the game, and suggesting that Scott's heroes, if not the likes of Bryant, were Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. Refuge I-387. With rank and title from Oberlin, Jack Scott had been testifying before congressional committees investigating the use of coach-prescribed drugs among athletes, a subject on which Scott, the critic coach, was a walking encyclopedia. Scott had carried his institute to Oberlin, and the school became a center in the national debate on American sport ethics. But the tall, balding Scott had a brusque, often offensive personal manner that rivaled his theories for creating enemies. In early 1974, a new Oberlin president forced Scott out, buying the remainder of his 4-year contract for $40,000. Flush with cash, but dismayed and discouraged by his loss of position, Jack, his mate, Mickey, and the is moved to New York City. It was there, in the flow of headlines, that Scott's interest in the Hearst case and the SLA germinated. 2 months after the kidnapping, it was enough to spur him to write a Boston sports writer to complain of the harsh line on the SLA being published in the left-liberal Boston Phoenix. It may have been, as Scott later claimed, that he decided in June 1974, to return to Berkeley and seek the roots of the SLA for a book, but it seems unlikely. Scott's SLA connection was certainly more direct than the slow blind grope through the Berkeley left he would come to describe so dramatically. Scott knew, intimately, virtually all those who would later become involved in the SLA renaissance. Patty testified that it was not Scott but Bill Harris who first began talking about an SLA book, shortly after they arrived in Oakland. It was, she said with bitter recall, supposed to be a propaganda thing about the SLA, their politics, and just how great they were. Scott, she said, was introduced by Kathy Solia as a writer and some kind of sports director from New York. He said that he was going to help get the three of us across country and that he felt that being in the East was the best place for everyone to be, recalled Patricia at trial. He said he was going to pay for everything, and I think what he said he wanted out of it at first was a chance to struggle, as he put it, with the people of the SLA. Scott, said Patty, arranged for Emily's transport first, calling in an old friend, 31-year-old Phil Shinnick, a former University of Washington athlete, and his associate, and member of the 1964 U.S. Olympic team, now an associate professor at Rutgers University's Livingston Division. Patty said she met Shinnick * the night he picked up Emily at the Berkeley apartment to drive her to New York, where Scott's now common-law wife, Mickey, was already arranging for a farm country refuge. Patty herself went next in late June, she said with Scott him. 388. Self, the two of them driven by Scott's elderly parents, John and Louise Scott * the Scotts, both in their mid-60s, were then living in Las Vegas, where Mr. Scott managed a motel apartment complex. Patty said she rode in the back seat with Jack, Mr. and Mrs. Scott up front. She was but thinly disguised, with a wig, new clothes, and glasses, and virtually every state trooper on the interstates had received a special SLA alert, but no one was looking for Tanya in the company of such a sedate elderly couple. For the 4 or 5 day trip, they always ate in the car or in motel rooms, said Patty. Mr. Scott would register himself and his wife in one room, Patty and Jack in another. They reached New York and went directly to Jack's Upper West Side apartment, and there Tanya was reunited with Emily and introduced to Mickey Scott and a close friend of the Scotts, Wendy Yoshimura, a 29-year-old Japanese-American woman. Patty said Wendy was first introduced as Joan Shimada, but Jack Scott had explained en route that he had arranged for Wendy, a fugitive on Berkeley bomb charges since 1972, to spend the summer with them. He wanted the SLA to learn some of the subtle arts of survival on the run. Jack, testified Patty, said he and Mickey had done this all once before when they shuttled Wendy cross-country, one step ahead of the posse, 2 years before. Mr. and Mrs. Scott stayed at the apartment for only an hour, said Patty. Jack apparently stayed a day or two, then flew back to California to drive Bill Harris east, leaving Patty, Wendy, Emily, and Mickey to get to know one another. Much later Jack Scott would describe his role in the Hearst case as that of a human Switzerland, and the phrase "perspective book aside" seemed accurately to characterize his motives for initially getting involved with the fugitives. A surprisingly small number of Scott's personal friends expressed surprise when rumor first linked him to the SLA. Jack, said some, had been lately talking about the futility of peaceful reform. Others emphatically argued that whatever Jack did, it was only to forestall another Los Angeles massacre and indicated only sympathy, not approval, of the SLA. Scott himself, in the colorful, albeit sometimes inaccurate account he gave Rolling Stone magazine for its first inside story of his SLA experience, claimed to have stumbled over the fugitives in Berkeley, researching his book, and cut a bold deal for his asses. Refuge I-389. Tense. Stone said Scott told the Harrises and Patty he had money and was willing to help, but only on the condition that they disarm. Reluctantly, after some bitter argument, they agreed. Scott claimed he had covered himself on all the angles. Not only did he force the trigger-happy SLA to put down their guns, but he also offered Patty her freedom as soon as he got her away from the Harrises. As Stone described it, Jack stopped his car just outside San Francisco as he and Patty, alone, began their trip to New York. It was, as far as Jack knew, Tanya's first hour apart from the SLA since her kidnapping. Jack allegedly pulled to the side of the road and told the girl that she didn't have to go with the Harrises. He told her he would take her anywhere, even to Hillsborough. Patty allegedly turned to him, incredulous, on the verge of panic, and demanded to go where my friends are going. Patty thought the offer inexcusable, reported Stone. Whichever story is true, it is apparent that despite the risks they were taking, Jack and Mickey still had an ambivalent attitude toward the SLA, a contradiction that would soon place them at odds with their new dependents. But there is another tangled story in the Scots' connections with the Solias, Yoshimura, and a little-known Berkeley group called the Revolutionary Army, a tiny 1970 vintage Berkeley Bombers club that suddenly went defunct in early 1972. It was difficult to be an activist at UC Berkeley during those years and not at least to know some of the people who dropped into the underground with the Weathermen or an assorted variety of armed struggle collectives, but the Scots seemed to be unusually knowledgeable. On March 30, 1972, police discovered what was described as a massive bomb factory in a Berkeley garage while investigating a complaint of gas fumes. The garage had been rented by an Nwang later identified as Wendy Yoshimura. Police evacuated the area and removed several hundred pounds of various chemical explosives, gunpowder, fuses, blasting caps, a large quantity of ammunition, and a small arsenal of rifles and pistols. Also found was a fused pipe bomb, a partially completed beer can grenade, and a 3-gallon oil ammonium nitrate chemical bomb. 390. Police staked out the garage, and that night, at about 3 a.m., 3 men in a small blue Volkswagen drove up, unlocked the garage, and went in. Trapped by the cops, the 3 surrendered: William Brandt, 24, Wendy Yoshimura's roommate and lover, Michael Borden, 23, painting partner of Steve Solia and Jim Kilgore, and Paul Rubenstein, 22, a Lawrence, Kansas, SDS weatherman, a new roommate sharing the Shattuck Avenue home of Kathy Solia and Jim Kilgore. Brandt refused to give police his name or address, which allowed Yoshimura her opportunity to escape, and Borden, while giving his name, gave a false address. Only Rubenstein gave his true name and address. All 3 of the men had been armed, dressed in dark clothing, and they carried flashlights and a glass cutter. In the car, police found a ready-to-mail communique from the Revolutionary Army, claiming credit for an arson bombing of the UC Berkeley Naval Architecture Building, apparently scheduled for that night. Also found in the garage were plans and notes for a planned RA bombing of the UC Berkeley Space Sciences Laboratory and a detailed multi-page plan apparently for the kidnap or assassination of former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. The McNamara plan included maps of the former cabinet members' Aspen, Colorado, ski camp, detailed descriptions of the McNamara family, and extensive notes on the Aspen area, with lists of hostile residents and possibly sympathetic supporters. The arrests of Brandt, Rubenstein, and Borden occurred only a few months after Steve Solia arrived in Berkeley, about 6 months after his sister and Jim Kilgore settled on Shattuck Avenue. Police at the time believed that additional evidence had been removed overnight and destroyed from both the house Borden shared with Steve Solia and the Brandt Yoshimura apartment. They had no evidence to charge anyone but the three arrested. And Wendy Yoshimura. Patricia Hearst would say in court that Jack Scott had told her that, on the night of the 1972 arrests, Mickey Scott had gone to the Brant Yoshimura apartment and helped clean it out. And that he, Jack, had taken Wendy Yoshimura to LA, she thought, and then arranged to get her transport to the East Coast. Details remain unclear, but it seems certain that Kathy Solia knew she could trust the Scotts long before she contacted Jack about sanctuary for the SLA. Both the Scotts, Kathy Solia and Jim Kilgore, were among Brant's visitors at Soledad Prison. In 1973, Kathy Solia had been Brant's most frequent visitor, usually making the 100-mile drive south to Soledad once a month. When she missed a month, Jim Kilgore usually visited. Jack Scott had written to the court in behalf of Brant, describing himself as a close friend, urging release consideration, and in June 1973, Jack and Mickey Scott, visiting California from Ohio, had driven down from Berkeley to see Brant. Wendy Masako Yoshimura, brought in by Scott to be senior advisor to the SLA trio, was a woman of unusual background. She was one of a generation of Japanese Americans who had been born in U.S. concentration camps in California during World War II. Although both her parents were American-born and her father had attempted, unsuccessfully, to enlist in the U.S. Army after Pearl Harbor, the Yoshimuras were imprisoned in the infamous Manzanar detention camp in Southern California as part of the national program to jail Japanese Americans during the war. After the war, her parents fled the United States and went to Japan, her mother for the first time, where Wendy was brought up in the A-bombed city of Hiroshima. In 1957, when Wendy was 11, the family moved back to the United States, to Fresno, in California's Central Valley. Her parents were returning home, but their daughter was a native-born foreigner, unable to speak English. She was dropped from the 7th to the 2nd grade. She was 17 when she entered high school, but she was a prize-winning artist as a student and at Fresno State College, and in 1965 transferred to the California College of Arts and Crafts in Oakland. She was apolitical, socializing largely within the Bay Area Japanese community. For the first 3 years she was in the Oakland-Berkeley area. In a short biography she wrote much later, Wendy recalled the sequence of her political education. In 1969 at Merritt City College I took an evening philosophy course in order to graduate. I met a man who opened my eyes to social injustice. Now that I think back, I was aware of it but never stopped to think of the whys. I didn't like what I saw, but I simply accepted it. Then I met another man who had the time and patience to help me understand about the Vietnam War, capitalism, colonialism, imperialism, racism, classism, sexism, etc., etc. This was in the spring of 1969. With my new awareness I found myself less interested in art. The second man had been Willy Brandt, with whom Wendy fell in love. She joined the 2nd Vence Ramos Brigade of young Americans harvesting sugarcane in Castro's Cuba in 1969 and became a Berkeley anti-war activist. In 1970 the UC Berkeley football season had been marred with a series of jock-lib demonstrations. In the highly inimitable Berkeley style, the protesters called themselves the People's Athletic Commission. Although Jack Scott was not the leader of the group, he was involved, and it was reportedly then that Scott first met Brant, Yoshimura, Mike Borden, and Pat Jean McCarthy. Borden and McCarthy were two names apparently deliberately omitted from the long list of people Patricia Hearst identified in Refuge I-393, her trial testimony as assisting the SLA shuttle eastward. After Borden was released from jail in early 1973, he had gone back to work painting houses with Jim Kilgore and Steve Solia. Able Painting they called the firm. Kathy and Joe Solia would often join the three of them painting their bigger projects. Pat Jean McCarthy had waited for Borden and rejoined her lover when he was released under conditions of parole. Borden, McCarthy, the three Solias, and Kilgore were all close friends, and although there is no direct evidence that Borden and McCarthy were brought into the rescue plot after Emily Harris contacted Kathy Solia in June 1974, the close daily association of all of them and the background they shared strongly suggest that Borden, at least, had been introduced to General Takeo before they went to the East Coast, probably before Harris's proclamation that the SLA was joining the New World Liberation Front. During the trial of Patricia Hearst, in early 1976, the authors briefly interviewed both Borden and McCarthy. Both claimed to have known nothing at all about the Solia clan SLA involvement, but from their longtime friendships with nearly all the participants in the rescue operation, they offered some sense of the motivations that affected it. In 1972, when he and Brandt were involved with the Revolutionary Army, argued Borden, the Solias and Kilgore were intel. Although he had briefly talked with the authors shortly after the arrests, Borden approached them again in the latter days of the Hearst trial as an emissary, he said, from the Solias and Kilgore and the other former SLA fugitives. He wanted to talk with us, to look at what we had been writing. He said that he had been commissioned to locate someone to whom the people underground could send a tape cassette giving their side of the widely disputed last months of the SLA. Borden read most of this book in draft form and said he was impressed. He said he would recommend that the Solia group send us their story. When it was given, it was a heartening compliment, and it remained that, but became more confusing after Michael Borden was named by Patty as the only recruit in the SLA Renaissance who vied with Bill Harris for leadership. The intense interest of the FBI in both Borden and McCarthy apparently blocked further negotiations for yet another side of the story. 394. Lectually radical but not practically. They knew nothing, he said, of what was going on. But with the SLA, Kathy was just driven after Los Angeles, said Borden, and I think guilt had a lot to do with getting her involved. Kathy was just caught in between a second time. She had seen us go into armed struggle and get busted in 72. Two of her close friends, and after Angela went with the SLA, I guess she just felt she had let it go by again. I think she just felt she had watched, twice, as her closest friends committed themselves, and it was time she joined them, made her own commitment. It was, lamented Borden, sad that the group she got tangled with was the SLA. It was the most unreasonable of all the options. In the first weeks following the Los Angeles shootout, a whole new cast of characters had moved on stage, and it would be these people who would play out the final act of the SLA psychodrama. It would be they who would organize and effect the Symbionese Renaissance in California that began in late 1974, after the rest and recuperation sojourn on the farm. But they were new personalities, with different beliefs, different assumptions, and although they would be enough caught up in their infatuation with the SLA myth to participate in varying ways in the SLA's final violent spree, their different perspectives would introduce a conflict into the SLA that would eventually lead to an internal schism. A shattering of the SLA that preceded, and perhaps foretold, the arrests in the fall of 1975 and the confusion of stories that followed. In the welded collective of the original Symbionese Liberation Army, in their heedless and headlong rush to their fate, there had been no time, no relaxation of pressure, no opportunity for all the blatant and bizarre conflicts in the beliefs they expressed to come back to haunt them. Whatever their professed creed, the SLA had so tangled their militarism, their economics, their dogma, and neo-refuge I-395. Fury in a combination of total abnegation and alienation that knew no master, neither Marx nor Mao, that their faith was defined in a conflict of furies, a totalitarian anarchism that was no less absurd for the havoc it wreaked. The second team was no mainstream group themselves, but they carried certain fundamental ideals, a more humanistic sense of self, feminism among the women, that could not be smothered in the Luddite militarism of the SLA, and the tensions that evolved in that conflict would eventually lead to the SLA's self-destruction even before the Bureau closed in on its quarry. The retreat east was an epilogue for the first SLA story. What began in the fall that followed, the apparent renaissance of the SLA, was a different story, perhaps a different book, but it was then that all the twisted contradictions that had been carried along in the furious plunge of the original SLA were exposed among their successors. It would be said later that the SLA story was clearest when it was all a mystery before people began to sort and define the threads of their belief, before it all unraveled. That may be so, but only because the whole of the SLA experience could then be written off as a nihilistic absurdity, and there is, perhaps, more to be learned tracing its devolution than describing its predictable evolution. After Jack Scott returned to California to ferry Bill Harris east, Mickey Scott, Emily Harris, Patty Hearst, and Wendy Yoshimura reportedly set off on their own for the farm Mickey had rented to shelter the fugitives. Patricia would say in testimony that she had spent only 2 or 3 days at the Scotts' New York apartment. An advertisement in the New York Times had offered 38 acres in the Pennsylvania Poconos as a summer rental. The landowner, Timothy O'Sullivan, a New York City fireman, had got but one reply, from Mickey Scott, who said that she and her husband were writers who needed a quiet place to work. O'Sullivan said he went up to the Scotts' West 90th Street apartment himself to give Mickey a 3-month lease and to collect her $2,000 check. The farm was unoccupied, and apparently there was no complaint if the new tenants moved in a week early. And so, as the heat of summer began to settle on New York City, this part of the last detachment of the Symbionese Liberation Army decamped for rural Pennsylvania. 22. Refuge 2. In the rubble of the Los Angeles massacre, somehow preserved in the smoldering heap of wood, tile, and stone, scavengers found a few scraps of paper that had survived the inferno. One of these was a Polaroid photograph of 7 people. On the wall behind them had been draped a cloth the size of a sheet, on which had been painted the shadow form of the Naga, the SLA's 7-headed cobra. The group was posed. Directly in front stands Donald DeFreeze, centered so that the splayed necks of the cobra encircled his head and settled like some plumed crown. To the right of CIN stands Nancy Ling Perry, and beside her is Bill Harris, glasses and beret, with a dark goatee. On the other side of DeFreeze, to the left, is Patty Hearst. Next to her, only a shoulder and the edge of a face visible along the charred side of the photograph, stands a short and stocky figure, perhaps Camilla Hall. Neither Angela Atwood nor Willie Wolfe is shown. One apparently held the camera, but in front, crouched or kneeling to the right and to the left, are Zoya and Yolanda, Ms. Moonsolti Seek and Emily Harris. The photo has a quality of rigid formality, the court of the people. Each of them holds a gun. Takeo has a pistol, each of the others an automatic rifle or shotgun. All are dressed in black, almost in uniform, but with various types of shirts and jerseys. Emily has perhaps the involuntary glimmer of a smile, but Ms. Moon, beside her, glowers fiercely. There is a solemn air about all but Tanya. Patty is wearing what appears to be a short blonde wig, and while the others have on shirts buttoned high or turtlenecks, her black blouse is unbuttoned low and pulled back to expose one shoulder. She is grinning broadly. The new SLA garrison was an isolated farmhouse in the village of South Canaan, some 20 miles northeast of Scranton. 396. T. Refuge 2 397, where Jack Scott had grown up. As a hideout it was ideal, as a refuge it was idyllic. The house itself was a tall, dingy 2-story white frame building. It sat on a bluff overlooking miles of gently rolling countryside, with the ridge of the mountains crowding the horizon. There were 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a dining room inside and out, more safe space than the Harrises had seen in nearly a year. Behind the house were a barn, 3 small ponds, and a windmill. There was a screened porch on the first floor of the house, and on the second, a long open balcony. Curbed by a low wrought iron railing in which 4 letters were worked in blocked iron scroll, PAIX. Paix French for peace. The house was well situated for privacy, and with many of the nearby farms abandoned by absentee landlords, local people had become accustomed to young transients renting houses for the summer. Few noticed the quiet group at the old farm. There were 2 men and 2 women, recalled Mrs. Lewis Proddy, who lives in the closest occupied house. One man, who called himself Alan, told her he and the 2 women were assisting a writer, a sports writer, Alan was a proofreader, the two women, secretaries. A local gas man, who delivered a tank of propane soon after Alan and his companions arrived, recalls seeing 7 people at the farm, 3 young white men, 2 men he thought were black or Oriental, a very attractive Oriental woman, and another woman, who just lay on a cot with a blanket pulled over her head while he was in the house. For 2 hours she was under that blanket, he said. She just moved a little bit, but she didn't uncover her face. Even after it got warm. Patty Hearst testified at her trial that she thought the group had stayed at the South Canaan farm only 2 or 3 weeks before shifting the hideout, for unexplained reasons, to another camp about 20 miles northeast, just across the New York-Pennsylvania state line, in the small village of Jeffersonville. John Fullwood, a substitute mail carrier from nearby Hamlin, recalled delivering mail to the South Canaan farm sometime in July. He said he saw Wendy Yoshimura and another woman, possibly Emily Harris, sunning themselves in the field beside the house and stopped to chat briefly with Bill Harris, who met him in the yard. He recalls Harris saying something then about moving on soon. The neighbor, Mrs. Proddy, could make no positive identifications, but said one woman she remembered was a redhead, the other Oriental. The Oriental girl was really pretty, she said. 398. The redhead had freckles all over her. Although she only occasionally saw the people over at the old farm, she did not when first questioned think she had seen Patty Hearst. But an 11-year-old girl who lives nearby identified a photo of Tanya as a woman she had met picking blueberries near the farm. The Oriental woman was Wendy Yoshimura, and by several accounts, the redhead was Patty hair-dyed, body freckled with makeup, occasionally even appearing pregnant. Scott's Rolling Stone memoirs were selective and undoubtedly defensively skewed, but however uncertain the source, they offer a rare glimpse of the psychological state of Patty Hearst and the Harrises that summer. During the ride east, Scott had soured on Patty's paranoia and her random curses on anyone who had not wholeheartedly supported the SLA. All the liberals and virtually all the left were pigs. Scott himself was a borderline case. Sports, Jack's avocation, was irrelevant, no use at all to the revolution. The Harrises, Scott recalled, were tense and exhausted when he first met them in Berkeley. There was a sense of hysteria on a hair trigger, but they were still determined and capable. Patty seemed a blustery echo of Bill and Emily, tense, explosively temperamental, adept at grabbing a rifle and rolling into firing position at a sound in the midnight darkness. The manic image of Patty sharpens in Scott's recollections of the first weeks in Pennsylvania, Tanya grabbing the Daily New York Times to X out photos of corporate pigs and political enemies, Patty trying to pull rank on Scott since she was number 3 in the SLA, anyone associated with the SLA was under her command when Bill and Emily were elsewhere. Pearl, the tense and troubled Patty Hearst who arrived at South Canaan, might have been reduced to such a fevered freak by the experience of watching 6 comrades incinerated in Los Angeles, but in the recollections of both Scott and Wendy Yoshimura, the Pearl of the farm seemed an almost logical product of the closet captivity that transformed Patricia into Tanya. Yoshimura some 15 months later, having watched Patty seemingly redevelop, a personality and independence in an evolution unimaginable when she first met. Refuge 2399 her would recall Hearst in Refuge as a fucking vegetable. Asterisk. Yet it remains difficult to get a fix on Patty's psyche. As the summer months passed, reported Stone, the sun, space, and safety of the farm slowly mellowed all 3. They read the scriptures, Marx, Debray, Fanon, architects of other revolutions in other nations. They skinny dipped, sunbathed, picked berries, and romped in the fields. Yes, Patty was number 3, a sister, confided Emily, but she's still learning. Even on sabbatical, they maintained a military regimen, daily calisthenics, jogging, sprinting, 30 minutes to an hour of daily practice with a BB gun, and echoes of Clayton-antic duels of cops and robbers. The Scotts apparently paraded a number of their friends out to the farm to review the ranks, and General Takeo kept trying to recruit for the number 4 slot. But outside the Bay Area the violent fanaticism of the SLA was more a curio, a tourist attraction. Even the Scots, while willing to hide them from American justice, kept up an insistent challenge to their past. On July 2 Scott brought Jay Weiner, a young summer-intern sports writer for Newsday, a Long Island newspaper, up to the South Canaan farm. It was Weiner's 20th birthday, and Jack Scott, his old professor and friend, had a gift surprise. Weiner reportedly just smiled as he was introduced to Alan and Judy, Joan and Susie Hurst, pretending not to know who they were. Rolling Stone reported that Scott took Weiner for a walk and began to explain the situation when Weiner interrupted, saying he didn't want to know what was going on. "I don't want to get involved." Weiner, who would be the first of the farm visitors tracked down by the FBI, told a different story to a federal grand jury. Jack Scott had been Jay Weiner's mentor while still a college. Quoted by a San Francisco attorney, one of the very few people who had privately discussed the SLA experience with the reticent Ms. Yoshimura. 400. Student, Weiner had transferred from Temple University in Philadelphia to Oberlin to study with Jack and work with the IS. Weiner thought Scott brought him to the farm for 2 reasons, explained a federal source. Jack wanted to buff his fingernails a little, to show he was still a pretty sharp guy. Secondly, he wanted Weiner to go out and do some fundraising for the fugitives. He saw himself going through that $40,000 he got from Oberlin, and he wanted Weiner to go out and buzz around the radical athletic community and raise some cash. Weiner told him, okay, he'd go back to Philly and New York and see what he could do, but to himself he was thinking, screw this is too heavy. He said Scott kept bugging him for money but that he never did much about it. The move from South Canaan to Jeffersonville, in rural New York State, was apparently sudden, just as the group had begun to settle in Pennsylvania. It may have had something to do with the casual visit of landlord O'Sullivan. The New York City fireman Berkeley rumor would later explain that the fugitives had been spooked when they realized O'Sullivan worked for the government. The Jeffersonville Safe House was another summer rental, a large one-room camp built alongside a ramshackle abandoned cheese creamery which had gone out of business in the 20s. The place was even more isolated than South Canaan, screened by heavy woods, and again up a little-used dirt road off a minor county highway, 22 acres of privacy. Jeffersonville is a tiny hamlet in Sullivan County, along the edge of the Catskills, between Callicoon Center and Canosa Lake. It's an old country German community settled by refugees from the Revolution of 1848. The stable population is in the hundreds, but it's another area favored by big city dropouts, and the locals have a tolerant attitude toward hippie hermits and strange newcomers. One of the several related owners, Beverly Nirenberg, told local reporters the place had been rented through an ad in the New York Village Voice to a tall, 30-ish woman with short blonde hair and a pointy nose. The woman, apparently Mickey Scott, had an unconvincing English accent and told Ms. Nirenberg she had just arrived in the United States from Britain. Despite reservations, Nirenberg rented the property, but she came to rue the decision long before the SLA was ever associated with the creamery. When the group cleared out after Labor Day, 74, she said, she discovered they had left the place incredibly filthy. Refuge 401. The woodwork scarred and chipped, old food encrusted all over the kitchen and with a circular track, apparently from the jogging exercise, worn into the lawn around the buildings. There were at least 2 Patty sightings reported to the police and the FBI while the fugitives were living at the creamery. In one case, a resident called the local New York State Police barracks and told the duty sergeant he thought he had just seen Patty Hearst in what passes for downtown in Jeffersonville. Later, about midsummer, Jim Owens, the owner of the One Step Inn, a tavern in Youngsville, just a little up the road from Jeffersonville, called the Sullivan County resident agent of the FBI, Leland Lowery, to say that he was almost certain Patty Hearst had been in his bar the night before. It was a Tuesday night. He remembered the weekday long after he forgot the date because he picks up his copy of the National Enquirer on Tuesday, and it was while reading an Enquirer story on the FBI search for the SLA. Looking at the pictures, he suddenly realized the Hearst girl had been one of the 4 people who had been playing pool and drinking in the bar that night. They had come in about 1 p.m., he recalled, and left about an hour later, driving off in a small foreign car. Neither report resulted in any threat to the SLA sanctuary. Patty said that it was at Jeffersonville that the group began target practice with Scott's guns, general weapons training still. Keeping up the calisthenics, the obstacle course combat training. And, taking advantage of the heavy forest, a study in Last of the Mohicans woodsmanship. The point/slack maneuvers were the most fun though strenuous, recalled Harris, General Taco, for New Times. There would be an objective chosen some distance away, a split into 2 teams. One group would get a 5-minute head start, then would try to ambush the one that followed, which in turn would try to circle and ambush the one ahead. The idea, he explained, was to try and locate each other in a surreptitious manner and make counter maneuvers. There was a lot of sneaking around, low crawling, things like that. We tried to learn how to move quickly, stealthily, quietly, pick up the kinds of instincts. 402. That people who grow up in the suburbs don't have. Emily at one point visited Grossinger's, the U-Borscht Belt resort at the far end of Sullivan County, and Bill got himself a yarmulke to become one of the fish in the sea as he hiked the Catskills. And they worked on a book. It was to be a military history of the SLA as well as a statement of politics like the Weather Underground's Prairie Fire. It would have a question and answer format and 2 sections, personal interviews with Tanya, Taco, and Yolanda, and then a collective discussion of the SLA career and politics. The manuscript was never finished apparently because of increasingly serious dispute among the group after they returned to California. Arguments about the political line, accuracy, and attitude of the portions of the manifesto written back east. Taco Harris's version of the SLA history might have touched several nerves among the others. In the manuscript, Harris still couldn't face up to the truth about the shoplifting incident at Mel's that triggered the Los Angeles police search and led to the fatal confrontation of the shootout. And Emily's explanation of why the men had been shot during the Hibernia bank robbery offered something less than a revolutionary sensitivity. We felt that these men, by their actions, had attempted to interfere with us being able to carry out the operation successfully. We can never hesitate to stop someone who actively attempts to fuck us up during an operation. Yet the most fascinating portion of the manuscript later seized was the Tanya interview. Studied, it seems to reveal far more about Patty's psychological state and position within the group that summer than it was ever intended to. It's an incredible portrait. With its internal inconsistencies, the contradictions between it and other portions of the manuscript, the deadened emotions, tunnel vision, and the utter lack of subjective presence, the disassociation, the way Tanya talks about Patty, the girl kidnapped and Refuge 403. Closet captive, as if Patricia Hearst were a pet hamster, lacking all natural emotions, feeling no anger, no resentment, not even fear. The SLA's Tanya is a stand-up figurine, a cardboard character. If there was no other evidence, the Tanya interview would suffice to throw a strong suspicion upon the SLA's transformation of Patty Hearst. This is the voice of Yoshimura's fucking vegetable. Patty would testify at her trial that the interview was a group effort involving not only the 2 Harrises, but an editorial consultant Jack Scott had recruited, Paul K. Hawk, a PhD from Brown University then teaching at Dawson Junior College across the border in Montreal. Hawk was a friend of Scott from Berkeley and Oberlin days, an author of several books, one describing student unrest at the London School of Economics in the late 60s, and another on football, Rip Off the Big Game, in part sponsored by Scott's. Preparing the Tanya interview was the first task of the summer, said Patty on trial, and it became a major group effort. They discussed all the questions and answers before they began. First I went over it with the Harrises. The question and how it was going to be answered, and then I went over it with Paul Hawk. They began with 7 hours of tape-recorded Tanya, transcribed that onto about 200 pages, then boiled that down with considerable revisions into this neat little 34-page package profile. For the final version, I sat down with the Harrises and they made up the questions, and then we did like an outline of how the question was going to be answered, said Patty. They took certain facts and I knew how I was supposed to answer the question. And if it wasn't right, they'd correct it and I'd answer it the way it was supposed to be answered. That, with all the editing, this incredible profile could result says something about the Harrises, but that the interview could be written as it was, blind to so many things, silent about so many others, says a great deal about the character of Tanya. The objective facts are there, it's the subjective facts that are missing. How did this affect you physically, being in a closet for 6 weeks? Asks the interrogator. Tanya answers. Well, it was pretty cramped in there. At first I didn't get much exercise and certainly didn't move around very much. After about a month I couldn't stand up without feeling dizzy and like I 404 was going to faint. For about 2 weeks, I had a blindfold on all the time. The first time I took the blindfold off to take a bath, I couldn't focus very well. Everything was out of proportion. According to the interviewed Tanya, it was only after the SLA realized that my physical condition had really deteriorated. Apparently when she could no longer stand that the Symbionese took her out of the closet to exercise. Everyone started to get worried about my health because they weren't out to blind me or damage my eyesight or make me so weak I couldn't stand. They didn't want me to go back with all kinds of physical problems. This, then, was the objective situation in the SLA's own version of Patty's first month, a girl physically crumbling, painfully enclosed in a 6 by 2 foot cell, hot and cramped and dark. What was the psychological reality? What was Patty thinking during these first brutal weeks? Tanya tells us. After only a couple of weeks I started to feel sympathetic with the SLA. I was beginning to see that what they wanted to accomplish was necessary, although at that time it was hard for me to relate to the tactic of urban guerrilla warfare. But how can someone disagree with wanting hungry people to have food? It was like Arnold Townsend said at a news conference, "We will help distribute the food because we have people who need the food." The real tragedy here is that there are so many poor and hungry people in California. It's pretty hard to see that starvation and hunger are the real tragedies, and not the fact that one person had been kidnapped and might get killed. I'm not trying to say that I was super brave or anything, just that I could see my situation clearly. I would have been dishonest with myself if I hadn't agreed with the goals of the SLA. At the same time there were so many ideas that they talked about that I couldn't understand. Yet, there is such a thing as generosity, Christian charity, even revolutionary self-sacrifice, but that one person who might get killed is she herself. In the Olympian perspective, one life against many, her equation has a certain validity, but even if she had the clarity to see that, is it reasonable that 2 weeks into the closet captivity, her single emotion toward her captors was sympathy? The mention of that person who might get killed is the only reference in the Tanya interview to the death threats that she, Refuge 2405, heard on each SLA tape message. But she wasn't worried about the nice people who had locked her in the closet hurting her. Q, did you know that they intended to release you, or was there some doubt in your mind that you'd get back alive? Tanya, I could tell from their concern for my physical health that they did not intend to release me, and they didn't kidnap me to kill me. At the same time, I definitely had my doubts that I would stay alive. I told CIN right away that I didn't think that my parents would cooperate, that they had no love for me, and I had none for them. I realized that they would have to do something to secure my release, if only to save face, but I was totally unprepared for their bullshit response to the SLA's demands. Their bad faith gesture. The description of the first weeks of her captivity gets more and more complex. 2 weeks into the experience we have Tanya physically debilitated, approaching the point where she cannot stand, her vision blurred, but able to see her situation clearly, certain because of the SLA's concern for my physical health that her kidnappers meant her no harm, feeling an increasing sympathy for the SLA, and worried more about the fascist government's agents than the kidnappers who kept threatening to kill her. There was no doubt in my mind that if the feds were lucky enough to find me I would get it. They had no intention of letting me stay alive. In the face of the first political kidnapping in this country, what could have been better for the pigs than if the victim was killed? I would instantly become an establishment martyr. It wouldn't have mattered who killed me. The pigs, through the media, would have said that it was done by the SLA, and for all anyone would have known this so-called terrorist group would have murdered an innocent young woman. Because of this, at the end of 2 or 3 weeks CIN asked me if I wanted to have a class on how to defend myself with a shotgun. After he proposed the class he let it go to see if I would pursue it, to see how interested I was. That was the way he did things. He wanted to see where I would take his suggestion. For a few days I kept asking, when are we going to work with the shotguns? Finally, when he was convinced that I was interested and wanted to learn, we had the class. 406. As one reads the Tanya interview, it's the disembodied voice that becomes haunting. The way in which the voice of Tanya talks about her former self, Patty, in such a weirdly condescending way as a separate person, almost subhuman. At one point the interrogator asks her to describe how the media portrayed her during her imprisonment. Well, that kind of depended on what was happening at the time. At first, I was an innocent child. My parents released baby pictures in an effort to rouse public sympathy for a multimillionaire whose little white girl had been taken away in the night. However, it finally came out that their little girl had been taken away from an apartment which she shared with a man, and the image had to change. The media was able to exploit its sexism and racism to the highest degree. I began to be portrayed as a liberal-minded young woman who was abducted by crazy black escaped convicts. My mother appeared at press conferences dressed in black to urge me through her racist tears to keep praying, honey. God will bring you home. It was incredible. During this period when this type of propaganda was being spread, Catherine and Randy solicited sympathy through a devious bandwagon method which exaggerated public support for my family's plight. More than the tone, more than the stupefying inability of the SLA to believe that there could have been any genuine public pain felt for a ruling class mother and father whose little white girl has been kidnapped, what is really incredible is the missing perspective, the absent voice of that girl who was locked in that closet. Where is Patty Hearst in the voice of Tanya? The only visual image in the whole of the interview comes when Tanya dwells on the memory of her SLA lover, Cujo, Willie Wolf. It is quite a stunning picture. It was the beginning of their relationship, apparently the birth of the romance, in the first week or so after the kidnap. 19-year-old Patricia Hearst is locked inside the closet, in the dark, and Willie Wolf is sitting outside, reading Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism aloud to entertain her. Cujo was an incredibly patient, loving and dedicated person. His experiences with the brothers in California's concentration camps played an important role in his political development, and they were always in his heart. He taught with the patience he, Refuge 2407, learned from the brothers inside. He explained everything as he read, and never got frustrated if I asked a stupid question. In fact, everyone in the cell would always take the time to make sure that I really understood what they were all about. Cujo was a beautiful and gentle man, and at the same time a strong and ruthless guerrilla soldier. Although Bill Harris, in his section of the manuscript, cautiously admits that Willie Wolf and others had sex with Patty while she was still captive, the Tanya of the interview denies it outright. Presumably the contradiction would not have been there when the manuscript was finally published, but we learn something from it in the contrast. Said Tanya. My personal relationship with Cujo was based on a political and military relationship. The strong personal relationship did not develop, could not develop, until after I joined the cell because there would have been no common understanding and therefore no basis of trust between us. I had a lot of good feelings for him before I was accepted into the cell, but I had those same feelings for other comrades, too. And after Cujo, there was the revolutionary responsibility of comradeship. People in the cell didn't have exclusive relationships. There was no room for bourgeois types of personal relationships. The cell couldn't function like that on a military/political level. Everyone in the cell had the attitude, and for very good reasons, that personal/sexual relationships could be dangerous. With an absolutely mind-boggling frankness, Tanya explains that it was about 4 or 5 weeks after the kidnap, precisely about the time she found she was no longer able to do anything but crawl out of the closet, that Sink seriously suggested to the group that Patty might want to join them. And it was only a week or two later that Tanya was reborn with the realization that I had come to feel too strongly about the need for revolutionary change in America, about the need for revolutionary violence directed against the capitalist ruling class, about the need to organize the people into a fighting force to destroy imperialism and the racist class society which keeps the people enslaved. My decision to struggle to become a guerrilla fighter wasn't one that was pried off the wall. What some people refer to as my SUD 408. Den conversion was actually a process of development, much the same way that a photograph is developed onto paper. You've got the picture there because you've used light and the negative to begin the printing process. All you have to do after that is put the paper into a bath and the picture comes up. You could destroy what is already there before it's printed by taking the paper out into the light, but if it's done right, the picture gradually comes up. By August, the alliance between the Scots and the SLA had become very uncomfortable. The Scots had spent a fortune, risked themselves, but not once, said Rolling Stone's report, had anyone said thanks. What began as debate between them was reduced to bickering. Tanya and the Harrises had become openly scornful of the Scots' moderation. The SLA was sworn to guns, and Jack and Mickey could not finally accept a political horizon so limited. The Scots decided to help the Harrises, Hearst, and Yoshimura return west, but after that go their separate ways. Jack and Mickey had been invited to join basketball star Bill Walton in Portland, Oregon, to share his home and house their peripatetic institute in the Pacific Northwest. And General Takeo no longer felt so bereft and isolated. The East might be barren, but back in the Bay Area he had recruited another team. Bill had been regularly in touch with Kathy Solia over the summer, and she and several of her friends had agreed to reorganize the SLA. Now Takeo wanted to get back to California, back to the front lines. Patty testified that the group left the Jeffersonville Creamery and returned in early September to spend about 2 weeks at the still leased South Canaan farmhouse before they began the trek westward. The SLA's second team apparently did not wait for the general's return before launching their fall offensive. The new banner that the SLA had raised in their post-shootout communique, the New World Liberation Front, was already establishing a Bay Area battle presence. The first NWLF bomb, plant. Refuge 2409 ed in the Burlingame office of the General Motors Acceptance Corporation on August 6, had failed to explode, but it was the beginning of the promised campaign. The accompanying communique, the first from the New World Liberation Front, sent greetings and love to the Symbionese Liberation Army. In mid-September, Bill Harris mailed a secret letter postmarked from Boston to his mother in Indiana. It was a general communique to his family and old friends. The SLA, he wrote, was preparing to return to armed action. He and Emily were well, still committed to the long-term fight sanely, calculatedly. His daily physical exercises now left him too weary even for sex, he said. Harris admitted that the SLA had miscalculated, conditions were obviously not perfect. But, he urged his mother, don't let your concern for my life and safety make you weak. Pull for us, support us, because in the end we are going to win. Asterisk. The Scots were eager for the parting. They had closed down their New York apartment, and Jack Scott had already surveyed Oregon. Solia and company were to have handled SLA transportation, but there were several delays. Takeo's second team had not yet mustered enough revolutionary courage to cart Patty Hearst, the nation's most wanted fugitive, Cross country. Scott's recollections for Rolling Stone again cast him as the hero of the situation. Jack, to extricate himself from the underground, consented again to be drafted for the job. Unmentioned in the Stone article was a curious incident involving the Scott's tan Volkswagen, allegedly stolen in New York City. Mickey Scott reported the 68 VW Bug stolen on September 6. 13 days later it was discovered, badly damaged, in an isolated section near Sealyville, Pennsylvania, just 7 miles from the South Canaan farmhouse. The car was so badly damaged that it was sold for scrap, and the Scotts claimed $1,160 in insurance money from Ohio Casualty. On September 19, the same day the VW was located by the Pennsylvania State Police, Mickey Scott rented a yellow van from Ryder Truck Rental in Manhattan. The van was to be returned on October 18 in Denver, Colorado. Steve Solia said later that his sister Kathy told him after talking with Taco long distance that they wanted to come back to California, near the Bay Area but not in it. They said Sacramento looked good, and that in September he and Kathy had gone to Sacramento to locate a new safe house for the SLA. Each of the fugitives was reportedly driven west separately. Patty started off with the two Scotts in the rented van, along with the Scott's dog. But on reaching Cleveland, Mickey had caught a plane west, leaving Jack and Tanya a less conspicuous married couple for the rest of the route. Wendy Yoshimura drove with Margaret Tersick, a friend Wendy had met while a fugitive living in New Jersey, Bill Harris reportedly with Kathy Solia, and Emily Harris with an unknown driver. According to Rolling Stone. Reporting Scott's story straight, Jack drove Patty to Las Vegas, where his parents live, and left her at a secluded motel, carefully avoiding any introduction to the members of the SLA's second team. But Scott needed no introduction to Taco's new recruits. The details of the rendezvous and the shuttle, first to the Bay Area, then up to Sacramento, remain unclear. But shortly after he arrived in Las Vegas, Jack Scott placed a call from his parents' Refuge 2411 telephone to a San Francisco number listed to Alexander Berkman. Berkman was actually an alias among several of Michael Borden, still on probation status from his conviction in the 1972 Berkeley bomb factory case, who was then sharing a flat in the outer Richmond district with girlfriend Pat McCarthy. Confidants of Wendy Yoshimura later claimed that she decided to withdraw from the group when they reached the Bay Area. As Joan Chimata, she moved into a Hyde Street apartment on the fringe of San Francisco's Tenderloin district, with Mary Margaret Tersick, 23, and another friend from her underground days in New Jersey, 22-year-old Peter Fittipaldi. May have stopped in Colorado, at the Duck Lake Commune, the lesbian collective at which Ms. Moon and Camilla had once vacationed. By unlikely coincidence, Cecil Moody, the convict who had beaten out DeFries as president of the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville, happened to be in the area when the radical community in nearby Denver was whispering of an SLA presence. Moody once had been considered a prime suspect as the second male on the scene at the Hearst kidnapping. Although technically still a convict, Moody had been out of prison on a work furlough. 412. At the time of the kidnapping and was living in a Department of Corrections halfway house in Oakland. At CDC, halfway houses regulations require a convict to return directly after his workday, sign in and stay in. The records showed that Moody signed in the night of the snatch, but ex-cons said such things could on occasion be arranged, and several SLA investigators had never been satisfied that Moody could not have been a mere 5 miles away in Berkeley for the kidnapping. When neither Weed nor any of the other witnesses could identify him, however, Cecil Moody was paroled on February 26, 1974. He walked out of prison directly into the arms of the FBI. Moody was only one of several ex-convicts and former friends of DeFries pressured into becoming FBI informers on the Hearst case, but Moody was considered of unusual value because of his ties to the nascent SLA through the BCA. Moody was still on the FBI payroll when he was arrested on May 5, 1974, for the brutal beating and robbery of an elderly Berkeley man. Moody's jailers decided he was psychologically disturbed and transferred him to the Napa State Hospital, from which he promptly escaped on May 25. 4 months later, in the early fall, Moody appeared in Colorado. He played guitar in the Tombstone Bar in Denver and reportedly traveled regularly to Nederland, a small mountain town near the Duck Lake commune. He stayed in Colorado through autumn, launching a late fall spree of armed robberies with 2 teenage girls as sidekicks. The FBI's investigation had run long and empty through the summer and through the fall. Publicly, the FBI had stated early in the summer that it was certain the SLA trio had fled California. Privately, agents admitted they were certain of damn little else. The SLA never made the FBI's 10 most wanted list, but only because the list was nothing but a publicity device, and the SLA needed nothing to draw attention to it. Still, a stream of exclusive interviews with FBI Director Kelly and key FBI officials kept the fires stoked. The American Legion magazine ran the SLA wanted poster, and at the Bureau's request the Journal of the California Dental Association reproduced the dental records of the Refuge 2413. 3 fugitives, with photographs to the side. The FBI had even printed 60,000 wanted posters in Spanish for distribution in Mexico and Central and South America. The FBI was trying hard. Public interest had perhaps peaked, but it was still the American crime story of the year, perhaps the decade. And the FBI was becoming dangerously overinvested in the Hearst case. A national police dragnet of virtually unprecedented proportions had been organized, but to no avail. In preparation for the February anniversary of the kidnapping, the FBI even had a film crew preparing a TV documentary on the case. Tanya was a trinket that still fascinated millions. At every press conference, every ceremonial dinner, FBI Director Clarence Kelly could expect rote questions on the investigation. Why couldn't they find her? How soon did he think the FBI could find her? What was the FBI doing all this time? Watergate and the darker secrets of J. Edgar Hoover's FBI regime had already stained the Bureau's once burnished image, but now, improbably, the success of this 20-year-old socialite terrorist in eluding capture had become an important measure of the FBI's capability in their mandated police function. In political cases, in which radical fugitives could disappear into a sympathetic underground network, the FBI had a sorry record. But this was a case it simply had to close. Failure would not be ignored. Perhaps more than ever before, the FBI's credibility depended on the apprehension of a single fugitive. San Francisco agent in charge Charles Bates tried to explain his problem to Middle America. In the past 10 years, finding some kinds of people who agree with certain ideologies has become more difficult, he told reporters. We have a group of people who agree with certain ideologies. We have the phenomenon of communal living. Very few people would hide an ordinary bank robber or murderer, but many will help conceal someone for ideological reasons. At FBI headquarters in Washington, the Village Voice, of New York City, was granted a rare informal interview with the 2 agents charged with coordinating nationwide kidnap investigations. 10 months into the case, Special Agents Ellie Turner and Tony Murray, 414, claimed that the FBI had already spent more than $3 million, invested 270,000 man-hours, and interviewed 25,000 people or tried to. In a revelation as astonishing for the source as for the fact, the FBI said that more people had refused to cooperate with their agents than had agreed. The myth of the radical underground is vastly overblown, but there is a loose network of old friends and comrades from the decade of resistance. And here with entree, political fugitives ranging from draft resistors and military deserters to retired protest bombers of the 60s find refuge, but it is a principled subculture of sanctuary. It is rarely open to the violent fringe of the left. Until after the debacle in Los Angeles, it was not open to the SLA. Revolutionary groups like the Weather Underground have their own small support networks, but the underground of media myth is more accurately described as a conspiracy of silence, speechless witnesses. Leftists who bitterly disagreed with the SLA felt still bound by principle to refuse to cooperate with the FBI and police investigators. America as a nation is held together by shared ideas and ideals. Americanism is a state of mind, a commitment of consensus. But the 60s had seen that cloak of consensus ripped. Agencies of government, and particularly the FBI, came to represent illegitimate authority and tainted power to an unmeasured but sizable minority of American citizens. It's a popular idea to be a revolutionary these days, Agent Murray told The Voice. Not a bad life, I guess. The underground has manuals now saying what to do when we come to the door. We're pigs, you see. We represent authority, and people won't talk because of that. As kidnap specialists, Turner and Murray had perhaps the most ironic perspective on the Hearst case. The agents showed The Voice reporter the two most widely circulated photographs of Patty Hearst. One showed Patty walking happily alongside Steve Weed, the second was of Tanya, with beret and machine gun, against the Naga backdrop. "Look how she's changed," exclaimed Turner. From a radiant, full-faced girl to those hard-chiseled features. She went from Patty to Tanya. Where does she go next? She was an heiress, he said. How could an heiress go from that plateau to the degradation of living in these pads? That's what I can't fathom. The filth, the menial squalor. No heat, the refuge to 415 shabbiest kind of existence. No beds, no furniture, just filth. This is a gal who is used to the finest things in life, all her life. Now, with 6 or 8 other people, she's living like a pig. What causes that? What makes her become a bank robber? How often does a victim of a kidnapping become a kidnapper? The months ticked off with an unnerving silence for the Hearst family, a silence more painful for the uncertainty it held. 2 of the Hearst daughters had enrolled in Midwestern colleges under assumed names. The elder Hearsts had moved out of the Hillsborough mansion to a condominium atop San Francisco's Nob Hill. The mansion has got a lot of memories that are rather painful for us, explained Randolph. It's easier for me than it is for Catherine because I have a job and she hasn't, and so she has more time to think about it. Mr. Hearst's message to Patty through public interviews had become less assertive, more tentative, and cautious. If I say come out because you're worth more out than you are underground, I'm talking as a capitalist to a radical, he complained to one reporter. I can make a lot of sense to the average guy in the street or to the mother and father that's sitting out there, and so can Catherine. But I keep thinking, what is Patty thinking all the time? Can I have any effect on her? I believe she's alive. I just hope she's well. I hope she comes out of her own accord and doesn't remain a fugitive for years. I have to assume that she's underground. If she does come out, we would help her, of course. If she doesn't want our help, she might use some of her own funds. She has a small fund enough to defend herself *. If she wants to get a group together to have a defense fund for her, fine, she can do that. We'd like to see her free and we'd like to see her living her own life any way she wants to live it. At least so we know she's all right. And isn't going to spend the rest of her life hiding from law enforcement. Behind the scenes, Randolph Hearst kept probing for lines to the SLA and his daughter through the radical subculture. Patricia had a $35,000 trust fund left to her by her grandmother. 416. Personal contact with poor blacks, convicts, militant Indians, and other underclass groups seemed to make a deep personal impact on him, certainly on his newspaper. The Examiner began to report the problems and concerns of social outcast groups with enterprise and sympathy and tact quite unlike the Hearst tradition of tar and feather politics. Hearst himself acknowledged the paper's more liberal bent, but insisted the changes reflected plans made long before the kidnapping. He admitted his recent experience had accelerated the shift, but, he said, if I hadn't felt that way before, the change would have been in the opposite direction. The public got one glimpse into Hearst's strange odyssey in October, When reporters learned that the Los Angeles police had detained Randolph and Catherine Hearst at the LA airport to inquire why they had met with Mickey Cohen, an eccentric retired mobster who had once been a kingpin of organized crime in California. As Cohen later told the story, the Hearsts had asked him to use his contacts in the black underworld to try to trace the Harrises and Patty. When Cohen thought he had been successful locating the SLA in Cleveland, hidden by black nationalists, the Hearsts had flown down from San Francisco to discuss his plan for freeing Patty. After dinner in a posh LA restaurant, recalled Cohen, a depressed Catherine Hearst had worried aloud if it might not be a mistake bringing Patty back, to 30, 40 years in prison. Cohen, a convict himself for 19 years, was astonished the fix wasn't in. I say, hey, what do you mean? I says to Catherine Hearst, if that's the case, Catherine, I'm not going to bring Patty in at all. I don't bring nobody back to go to prison. Most of Randy's efforts were less ambitious but more serious. One of Hearst's regular contacts was Popeye Jackson, the leader of the Venceremos-oriented United Prisoners Union, a tough black ex-con who had spent 19 of his 44 years in prison. Hearst had first met Jackson during the Pin Food program, when Popeye was one of the radical leaders the SLA asked to oversee the handout. Jackson didn't really disagree with the idea of terrorism or revolutionary kidnaps, recalled Steve Weed, who also kept up contacts on the circuit. He just thought the SLA was stupid. Even before the Pin program started, Jackson, on parole, had been arrested and charged with possession of heroin found in his car. When the Pin program began, Hearst learned that the state parole board was considering revoking Jackson's parole despite his acquittal, which was within their authority, and he brought personal and editorial pressure to bear to keep Jackson on the street. After an article and editorial favorable to the UPU, Jackson's parole was reinstated. The two men talked often, albeit agreeing less. Popeye believed that Hearst had respect for him as a man, explained Jackson's mistress. The Jackson-Hearst relationship had a strange and fatal pivot. A messenger occasionally used between them was 47-year-old Sarah Jane Moore, the former Pin bookkeeper and controller whom Hearst had kept on after Pin ended, in an attempt to straighten out the chaotic records. Moore was a woman of several sides, with a foot in several camps. Playing on acquaintances she had made through Pin, she became an odd but ever-present regular on the fringe of Berkeley's revolutionary circles. Then, playing on her radical contacts, she gained personal access to Randolph Hearst. And through it all, she was a paid informant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Sarah Jane was one of those people who became just completely obsessed by Patty, recalled Steve Weed. For months, right up until she herself was arrested, she would call me up at odd hours, often in the middle of the night, to talk about Patty, the SLA, whatever was happening. I think I might have been her only friend at the end. I'm pretty sure it was the strain of the whole thing that eventually pushed her over the edge. Ms. Moore was a white suburban matron, a widow with some money of her own. For months after Pin closed down, Sarah Jane took to hanging around the UPU office, tailing after Jackson like a puppy dog, said one UPU staffer. The streetwise Jackson played it for what it was worth, reportedly borrowing several $100s from her, then openly accused her of being a police agent. Denying the charge, Moore retorted that Jackson was selling out the movement for favors from Randolph Hearst. Months later, an outcast among the Bay left but still in regular attendance at public rallies, Sarah Jane went public. Yes, she admitted, she had been an FBI informer, but she had been converted. Now she was a true revolutionary. And now, again, she charged that Popeye had dishonored the cause, selling out for money and middle-class life. Implying that Jackson had become a police snitch was no way to guarantee her own credibility. Sarah Jane remained a pariah on the edge of the Bay left, but her accusations, despite the source, were apparently believed by some. Popeye Jackson was murdered on June 8, 1975. Both Jackson and a young woman friend, Sally Voie, were shot and killed by an unidentified young man as the two sat and talked in a car in front of Jackson's San Francisco apartment at 3 a.m. Sarah Jane Moore attempted to assassinate President Gerald Ford in San Francisco. She shot at him and narrowly missed, was disarmed, and captured. At the time of her arrest, Ms. Moore was still working as an informant for the U.S. Treasury's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and perhaps, still or again, for the FBI. For the return of the SLA, Kathy and Steve Solia had rented a shabby one-bedroom duplex in downtown Sacramento, at 1721 W Street, less than a mile from the state capitol buildings. The lease began on October 1, and it was apparently shortly thereafter that Mr. and Mrs. Carol Simmons Taco and Yolanda moved in. Refuge 2419. Accompanied by Tanya Hurst. The apartment was cramped, smelly, and dirty, 3 small rooms, $80 a month. Busy Interstate 80 crossed just alongside the building, and so even inside there was a constant racket of highway noise. Patty reportedly shared the single bedroom with the Harris's cohabitant, daughter, and disciple in one. But the SLA, coming down from the hills, had walked into a swirl of new people, and soon there was high tension among even the three. It is difficult, if not impossible, to trace the subtle pressures. Amid the group, even more difficult to attempt to identify the new face of Tanya that was then emerging. What is clear, from several reports, is that Patty began to squabble more and more with Bill Harris, and when it came to outright disputes, Emily would always side with Bill. Why Patty then began to speak up, what brought her now to react against the discipline and daily paternalism she had accepted unquestioningly through the summer, is unclear. Part of it may have been the counsel of Wendy Yoshimura, part may have been bitterness that Yoshimura, because of the Harrises, had decided to stay in San Francisco rather than Sacramento. And part of it may have been Steve Solia, and the new sexual triangle or quadrangle he set up among them. Inside information on what was happening among the group is extremely limited and all from highly suspect sources. Patty's post-conviction FBI interviews confirmed for the first time that Borden and McCarthy and several others were then deeply involved with the SLA fugitives, but their impact is unclear. The only glimpse into the SLA dynamic in Sacramento was in the unattributed interview Steve Solia gave Rolling Stone in early 1976. Solia traced the beginnings of the split back to the first month the SLA had been in Sacramento, when a sudden and spontaneous spark of resentment in Patty had set off an angry and continuous round of bickering among the three. Rolling Stone's account has Solia making a rare visit up to Sacramento in late October, allegedly the first since he and Patty had had a brief affair right after her return to California the month before, and Tanya dragging him aside to blurt out angrily. 420. How she hated living with the Harrises, particularly Bill. If I had any alternative at all, I'd jump at it, she is quoted as saying. Harris, she said, had some sort of complex. He acts like he's a coach. Or drill sergeant or something. At the time, said Solia I. Stone, Taco was still the unquestioned commander-in-chief of the SLA. Drill master for the calisthenics, discussion leader in the daily political study sessions, tactical commander for strategy. A bull moose disciplinarian who wielded all the authority of a spit and Polish general over the non-coms in the motor pool. It's a striking image, but it seems overplayed and mistimed. It's certainly true that Harris's leadership and the authoritarian style he affected became major issues in the internal squabbles the following year and may have even been part of the tension that fall. But Solia understates the sexual dynamic in his whole story. Although there are but scant details, it's also apparent from SLA documents later seized that the cell was undergoing tremendous changes as it absorbed the Berkeley group. What tangled Patty's relationship with the Harrises may have been more personal than political. All summer Harris had his two-woman army to himself, but almost as soon as Patty arrived in California again. The second night, according to Solia, she and Steve Solia became lovers. It seems more than coincidence that it was just then that the Sacramento trio suddenly began to spat. Another factor may have been the influence of the Berkeley women, which seems according to both the captured SLA documents and Patty's FBI confessions to have brought Emily's star into an ascendancy and pushed Bill, at least temporarily, to one side. Refuge 2421. As sisterhood developed, the women became the motive force in the collective. There was tremendous strength and energy coming from us that had been suppressed before, and because of this the whole group was really moving ahead with incredible speed. But we still weren't moving as a collective as fast as we should have been. The men were dragging their feet. Their sexism had made them afraid of our strength in spite of the fact that they could intellectualize about how great it was objectively. Subjectively they felt threatened. We had been too isolated to solve the problem ourselves, and only in the last year have we begun to understand the problems and contradictions of the past and really started to deal with them. It takes struggle and study for us to unite and support each other, because it's a fact that the men feel threatened by us, not because they consciously want to oppress us with their machismo, but because subconsciously they still have leanings toward relating to women in a traditional way. We realize, however, how much we can accomplish as a group of strong, unified revolutionary women struggling against sexism in a cell situation. Whatever the internal tensions, they were not sufficient to disrupt the new SLA's urban guerrilla plots. There was work at the library. Poring over the Bay Area Social Register, Moody's and Standard 8 pours, clipping from newspapers, they began to gather a new list of target candidates for future actions. It was work that employed certain talents that only Patty had, according to Emily Harris in New Times. She was different from anyone else in the SLA. She knew people personally in corporate America, some of the same families whose daughters had gone to the same private schools and country clubs. She knew these people, so it was logical for her to do the research on them. There was work on the book, honing arguments that would be broadcast to the nation as the voice in the wilderness. Believe it or not, wrote General Taco, many above-ground left groups and organizations do not think that fascism is the order of the day in America. The purpose for studying this question is to understand the historical and present contradictions which have led us to agree with George Jackson's analysis and say that fascism is here now, thereby understanding why we are underground. And there were the bombings. Even before the SLA trio left Pennsylvania for California, the second team had launched a series of New World Liberation Front bombings that had state and federal cops in a frenzy in California. The first NWLF bomb, 422, planted at the Burlingame GMAC office in August, had been a dud, but by September they had improved their ordnance. On September 3 a bomb exploded shortly after midnight in the downtown San Francisco office of Dean Witter and Company. An NWLF communique said the brokerage firm was targeted because it profited from selling stock in corporations that exploit people. Similar NWLF messages, redundant and of expressive length, claimed 7 more bombings through the fall, one at the Palo Alto office of Dean Witter, another in the warehouse of an ITT subsidiary in San Leandro, in a women's restroom of the ITT-owned Sheraton Palace Hotel in San Francisco, at the Sheraton Airport Inn in Los Angeles, and at the Los Altos Hills home of retired ITT President Robert Halleck. Other targets were 7-meter-made 3-wheeled motorcycles in a Berkeley parking lot and the downtown San Francisco office of General Motors Corporation. The NWLF claimed responsibility for each bomb in a communique, and each when necessary was preceded by a phone warning. There were no personal injuries. Although the obvious connection to the SLA's last message, the June eulogy tape, was immediately made, there was nothing to indicate the original SLA was back in the area. According to Patty's post-conviction FBI confessions, it had been decided among the group that they would keep the SLA low profile. They used the NWLF signature for all their bombings and planned to send no communiques at all for their heavier high-risk operations. They had apparently learned something from the intense negative public reaction over the 2 men shot during the Hibernia bank robbery, and they felt they could well do without the increased police attention that would be brought to bear if the 7-headed cobra resurfaced. The grand plan called for the liberation of Remiro and Little Bo and Osceola. Perhaps then they would crow, but not yet. Joe Remiro and Russ Little were still being held in the Alameda County Jail in downtown Oakland pending transfer to Sacramento. With all the pretrial motions scheduled, it appeared that the trial would be delayed at least until March. The Harrises made contact with Joe and Russ inside reportedly through an attorney and passed the word that they were back and trying to plan a breakout scheme, trying again to do what they had originally hoped the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst would achieve. Patty Ladd. Refuge 2423. ER told the FBI that the escape plan involved a sizable group: the Sacramento Three, the Solias, Jim Kilgore, Mike Borden, Pat Jean McCarthy, a cousin of Remiro's Patty knew only as Sally, and another woman, a longtime Berkeley friend of Mike Borden, whom Patty knew as Bridget. The Alameda County Courthouse is an imposing structure, 1930-style cement Gothic, with the county jail on the 10th floor. The Alameda Sheriff's Department headquarters is in the same building, along with most of the county offices. The location is downtown Oakland, Center City, only blocks from the Oakland School building outside which Marcus Foster was killed. The plan called for the SLA assault teams to hit the place commando style, get to the 10th floor, wreak bloody havoc with automatic weapons and escape. It was not a modest plot. Inside, Remiro and Little drew up a detailed diagram of the jail, pacing out the distance between gates, noting the exact time of each of the jail routines, the number of guards on duty when and where, and smuggled both the diagram and their description of the jail routine out to Cousin Sally again, through an attorney. Patty told the FBI, who in turn brought it to the Solias, who then ferreted it to Sacramento. Emily Harris, said Patty, redrafted the diagram and began to design scenarios for the breakout. Emily was apparently the operations officer for the project. In early December she assigned others to place the courthouse under surveillance, particularly watching the tunnel entrance. Beneath the building, running east to west, is a basement-level tunnel used to deliver supplies to the courthouse and by prisoner vans delivering or picking up jail inmates. There is a special elevator from the tunnel directly up to the 10th floor jail, and that would be the main entrance for the assault squads, which would use a kidnapped sheriff's deputy to gain entrance. For at least a week, the two tunnel entrances were watched. Surveillance notes later found charted the movements of pig cars and pig deputies in and out of the tunnel on December 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16. The plan called for a simultaneous break from the inside by Remiro and Little, according to Patty's tale to the FBI. It would be timed for a weekend, when there were only 424 deputies on duty in the jail. The two SLA soldiers inside were to arrange a joint conference with one of their attorneys, then, at the designated hour, they were to attack the two guards in the area with sharpened pencils, stab them, and get the key to the jail gun locker from the duty officer. Armed, they would become another assault team. Patty told the FBI that there were two lengthy meetings in Sacramento going over details of the plan, meetings reportedly chaired by Emily. The Harrises, Kilgore, the Solias, Borden, and McCarthy attended both. Patty said, Bridget sat in on only one, and she wasn't certain if Cousin Sally attended only the first meeting or both. Just what was said and by whom is not known, but according to Patty, at the conclusion of the second meeting it was Emily who made the final decision. Such an attempt would be suicide, she ruled. They didn't have enough people, they couldn't muster enough firepower. Yolanda's veto message was received angrily by Remiro and Little, Patty said. From the jail they sent back a response that was something like, "Fuck you, we're going to try anyway." 23. Renaissance. Recreating the SLA, even reclaiming the name of the SLA, involved some very fundamental problems. The mystique of the Symbionese had been shaped in the heady aura of Sink's convict fury. The others had been middle-class whites scratching at the outside of the prison walls for a rush of authentic cell block rage. Without the black connection, without the prison connection, the SLA had lost their precious legitimacy. No longer were they the vengeful fist of the oppressed, the chosen champions of the underclass. THIRD had no claim to the heritage of George Jackson, nor did any of the others. All were disqualified by class privilege and white skin. They were trapped in their own ethnocentric dogma. They were white so they could represent only whites. They were middle class, so they were effectively classless, spiteful rebels among the elite. In their own terms, the political reality of the SLA had been reduced to their public image. They were sworn to follow only non-white leadership, but they had a lily-white army. The contradiction was so blatant they apparently tried to draft another black field marshal. Ulysses McDaniels, the former cellmate of George Jackson and the man death row Jeff referred to as U. In his letters to Willie Wolfe had been deputy chief commander of Jefferson's partisan Vanguard Party. In April 1973, Jefferson had named M.C. Daniels, along with Wolfe and Russ Little, members of the Vanguard Central Committee, but it was only a week and a half later, in a letter to Little, that Jefferson declared U. purged. 425. 426. McDaniels, 44, on parole and living with his girlfriend in Palo Alto, apparently did not take Jefferson's Vanguard very seriously, but then McDaniels himself was one of the few ex-convicts with a prison reputation and political stature to match Jefferson. If the SLA was seeking an heir to sink, McDaniels was a more than likely choice. There is no evidence that DeFries had tried to enlist McDaniels when the SLA formed, but shortly after the Los Angeles shootout THIRD may have contacted him. McDaniels was being pressured by someone. Right after the shootout, said one friend, Ulysses and his 20-year-old lover, Barbara Kessler, began acting strangely. Ms. Kessler, the topless and bottomless girl Jefferson wrote of with such envy, was working at the Green Door massage parlor in Palo Alto, 40 miles down the peninsula from San Francisco. McDaniels told friends he might have to leave Palo Alto quickly even though Barbara was making good money. Somehow the threat passed, and for several months McDaniels appeared unconcerned and at ease. Then, in early October, right about the time the Harrises returned to California, Barbara Kessler suddenly quit the Green Door and told a close friend that she and Ulysses had to leave Palo Alto. When she told me they were buying guns and planning to split because of the SLA, I offered to let them stay with me, the friend recalled. Barbara was really afraid that somehow the cops would find out about the guns and bust Ulysses for violating parole, but Ulysses was more scared of the SLA than his parole officer. McDaniels apparently feared a siege or attack from the SLA, and he had assembled a small arsenal of weapons, said the friend, at least 3 semi-automatic rifles and a shotgun. In late October, neighbors recall Ulysses spending an afternoon burning letters and documents of some sort in a vacant lot near his home. Then, on October 31st, McDaniels and his lady left Palo Alto for Canada, explaining cryptically to another friend that the SLA was leaning on him. The SLA had done little to commend them to any serious prison revolutionary. They had largely alienated the left. They had. Renaissance 427 reduced the issue of prison reform to a stage setting for their personal star trips. And the letters they left behind at Clayton had branded most of their convict allies by name and number. In the media games of modern terrorism and armed propaganda, symbol becomes substance. And the SLA, for both symbol and substance, had in the end created nothing more than Tanya. Always the cult. It had finally become the cult of its best-known victim. On the anniversary of the kidnap, Emily Harris wrote a commemorative essay for the SLA book and dedicated it to Tanya. My life really changed a year ago today. On February 4th I proved to myself and we all proved to each other that we were guerrillas and that the revolution will be made by determined people who do determined things and don't let anything stand in their way. It was really a turning point in history because it kicked the whole intellectual movement out of their armchairs and it showed all those beautiful people on the streets that the SLA is another material reason for them to hope for change. She recalled the food program, Randy and Catherine, the pigs and all their harassment clues, all the tension of being 8 fugitives holed up in a tract house. It was, she wrote, all such frustrating shit, especially knowing we weren't going to get Aussie and Bo out. I mean the only highs we got were from looking forward to the next action, from seeing the few responses of righteous people on TV, and from seeing you change to become a comrade. Yet even in this celebration of the Tanya transformation on a manuscript page festooned with cobra drawings and the slogan, "Just as the caterpillar becomes a butterfly so the man-child becomes an armed combatant," there was a hint of the struggle then current among them. It's clear that conditions aren't going to fall into our laps and nothing's going to be easy. We aren't even close to sharing revolutionary relationships with each other because we don't even know. 428. What those kinds of relationships should be, we only have hints and hopes. But what's talked about and fought about between these four walls don't amount to shit compared to revolutionary action. According to both Steve Solia and friends of Yoshimura, the three weren't even sharing four walls in Sacramento. The squabbles between Patty and the Harrises had become so bitter by January that the Berkeley group had to finance a second hideout, on T Street, also in downtown Sacramento, which Patty reportedly shared with Kathy Solia. The Harrises, in their New Times memoirs, have a bitter recall of Tanya's disaffection, but that seems to be a final verdict on the whole last year. The neighbors of Mr. and Mrs. Simmons on W Street remember the Harrises living there through the winter, but being regularly visited by a young woman, believed to be Patty, often in the company of Steve Solia. "We just needed to get away from each other sometimes," Emily told New Times. "She'd get tired of our habit of patronizing her and we needed relief from her stupid bourgeois rebelliousness. She had that whole problem of her class background. She didn't do an about-face one day an heiress, the next day a revolutionary. She had aspects of both in her personality. But was there a revolutionary personality for Emily any more than Tanya? Somewhere in that nexus of the personal and the political, the struggle to capture in one's personal life, in the very fabric of the personality, the rigid and moralistic tenets of proper class, sexual, and social politics, the new Symbionese collective was being caught up in circular dialectics very similar to those which marked the incestuous squabbles in the latter days of the New Left. Notes from SLA study sessions later seized by police list the dogma knots they pondered, but the disruptive dynamic was in the personal politics of sex and gender role. Renaissance 429. While we all had a degree of consciousness about progressive ways of relating to men, as heterosexual women we still had subjective fears of relating to men in a strong and independent way. We women struggled to build close personal relationships among ourselves. We wanted to be able to go to each other for love and support instead of feeling we had to go to our main man for this. We had to smash the dependencies created by monogamous sexual relationships, and to do this we had to destroy monogamy within the cell. Monogamy serves only to reinforce male supremacy and the oppression of women. Monogamy means that the men wear the pants. It was the underside of the SLA dynamic sometime in the spring, according to Patty's post-conviction story to the FBI. Emily Harris and Kathy Solia became lovers, and by May the SLA women had decided they all wanted to live separately from the men in their own collective, and yet it was only one level of the SLA reality. Even as they wrenched themselves into properly liberated roles, the group remained successfully active on the streets. In fact, the NWLF would begin to achieve what the early SLA had only dreamed of, an armed and disloyal opposition. Isolated, illegal, but almost established by its constant presence. 430. The New World Liberation Front bombings had continued into the new year. 3 explosions seemed almost time to celebrate the anniversary of the Hearst kidnap, although the NWLF communiques focused on global politics and made no mention of Tanya, the Hearsts, or the SLA. On February 3, the eve of the anniversary, the San Jose office of General Motors Corporation was bombed. On February 4 the NWLF claimed responsibility for 2 explosions, one at the Pillar Point Air Force Radar Station near Half Moon Bay and the second at the Vulcan Foundry in Oakland. Another, protesting news coverage of the previous 3, came on February 6, when an NWLF pipe bomb exploded at the local Krone TV station in San Francisco. Not unnoticed, the New World Liberation Front now had adopted a familiar signature phrase in their communiques: "Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people." For a decade, California has led the nation in bombing statistics, but by February 1975, the Bay Area alone was averaging one bombing every 16 days. "It's been like this for a year," the San Francisco Chronicle complained, "and lawmen are embarrassed and chagrined that they have not been able to make a single arrest, and they are not even sure whom to suspect." The NWLF messages had a standing invitation to other groups to adopt the name, and there were apparently one or more independent NWLF units that became active in bombings, but according to Patty's FBI confessions, it was Bill Harris and the second team who were behind most of the 24 NWLF bombings over the following 9 months. The SLA shuttle on the 90-minute route between Berkeley and Sacramento must have been busy in January and February. Precisely who was spending time where is unclear, but on top of the bombing campaign there were several percolating plots. Steve Solia applied for a phony driver's license and in mid-January filled out state transfer forms selling his 1962 Corvair to an imaginary Oakland man, apparently because the Harrises were using the car so much. Michael Borden got permission to take a month's vacation out of state to visit friends in Mansfield, Ohio, and from January 9 to February 9 he was released from his probation reporting obligations. Renaissance 431. The meetings on the Remiro Little breakout plan apparently took place in January. It was February before they received final word from Joe and Russ that the two of them would attempt escape from the Oakland jail on March 1. But even before, it must have been clear they needed more funds, money in amounts that can only be quickly obtained at gunpoint. Once they decided on a bank robbery, it must have taken at last a week, perhaps more, to plan for the heist. The FBI would later seize, at the Harris's San Francisco safe house, a long and detailed checklist euphemistically titled Bakery, describing how to rob a bank. It was a 59-point outline that focused largely on the preliminary planning and the details of the advance work. The planning team chose the general area largely on the basis of local police activity, then made a list of all good possibilities from the yellow pages of the telephone book. Each of those was surveyed, and then the list was narrowed to the 3 best. Those 3 were carefully diagrammed, each building and its locale photographed, the neighborhood, possible escape routes, backup gun stations and switch car locations all carefully mapped out before the team leader made a final choice. The bakery list was meticulous and thorough. No plan can foresee the unexpected. This left little room for mistakes. 6. Final surveillance. A. Retreat. 1. Detailed maps of the area. 2. Knowledge of main access routes, natural barriers, files, parks, schools, dead-end streets, stop signs, stop lights, shopping centers, parking lots. 3. Initial planning of route. A. Bakery to switch point. B. Switch point visibility, proximity to target. C. Switch point to home. 4. Final planning of route. A. First plan for route isn't always the best. B. Dry run. C. Initial route changed because of dry run, initial route. 432. Didn't utilize the terrain the best way it could and switch points were too apt to be detected by neighbors. D. Final dry run with all drivers. 5. Checking area at proposed time of heist for traffic and available parking, number of people on the streets, etc. B. Interior of bank. 1. Detailed floor plans. 2. Positions of members of assault team. 3. Time inside. 4. Entrance and exit of assault team. 5. Where assault car was parked. C. Backup. 1. Firepower. 2. Position of backup, number of teams. Number of people on each team. 3. Teamwork, working together, covering and assisting each other. 4. Backup's role during the retreat. D. Cars for the operation. 1. All possibilities of getting them. 2. Types, what kind of cars. 3. Coordination of getting them and placing them at switch point, picking up people, etc. 4. Disposal of cars. 7. Assigning people to team positions and designating leadership. A. Responsibilities of each position. B. Team discussion of responsibilities and coordination. C. Inter-team rehearsal. D. Final dry run. Total rehearsal. It was a commando handbook. They followed the procedure step by step, and when they went into action, everything fell into place like the intricate gearworks of a Swiss-tooled clock. At 9:30 a.m. on February 25, the week before the scheduled Oakland break, the Revolution requisitioned a treasury at the Guild Savings and Loan Branch in suburban North Sacramento. Guild Savings is a small banking operation, located in a busy Renaissance 433 shopping center called Arden Plaza. Two men walked in quietly together, split and positioned themselves, then the one closest to the door announced in a loud and businesslike voice, "This is a robbery." Ordering customers and employees to lie on the floor, he began to count off the time, glancing at his wristwatch every few seconds. The other bandit, a burly redhead, face half hidden by a pulled-up turtleneck sweater, calmly rifled the teller's drawers, stuffing the money, $3,729 cash, the bulk of it in fresh $20 bills, into a blue cloth tote bag with a white drawstring. "Travel. ER's checks. Where are the traveler's checks?" he demanded. One teller spoke up to say they didn't carry them but pointed out a stack of money orders. He snatched up 39 blank American Express money orders, shoved them into the bag, and vaulted the counter, shouting for everyone to stay down for 10 minutes. The two ran out, leaped into an old Chevy in which a third man was waiting with the motor idling, then they were gone. It was swift and neat, but the precision didn't indicate the sort of military teamwork that had a backup team poised. The investigating sheriff's department deputies never thought of the bandits as an assault team, it was just another robbery. They were in and out in less than 3 minutes, but there had been no violence. It wasn't even clear if the two had been armed. No one saw any guns, although the men had each kept one hand in a pocket and poked it about in a way that gave every indication of a pistol. The bank had no surveillance camera, there were no photographs, and descriptions were the usual, vague and varying. Employees and witnesses who had seen the car outside could offer little beyond the fact that the three robbers were white, probably in their late 20s. It would be 7 months before police would even connect the SLA to the crime, and a full year before they would get the full story from Patricia Hearst when she finally decided to talk to the FBI with a 35-year federal prison sentence hanging over her head, after she had been convicted of the Hibernia bank robbery. According to Patty, the two men inside Guild Savings had been Jim Kilgore and Mike Borden, the getaway driver had been Steve Solia. After the three had fled, said Patty, Kathy Solia calmly sipped coffee in a restaurant across the street, timing the police response. The assault team had 5 minutes clear before the first sheriff's cars arrived, long enough, they thought, and more time than they'd get in the city. For the next job, a bigger bank, Patty said. 434. The group decided to stay in the jurisdiction of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, in the suburban communities just outside the city limits. Then they began again, with a list from the Yellow Pages. The day after the holdup, on February 26, Steve Solia was stopped by a highway patrol officer and given a ticket for speeding northbound on California Interstate 5 near the village of Castella, nearly 200 miles north of Sacramento, but only 20 miles south of the turnoff for the vast Hearst Wilderness estate of Wyntoun. The car he was driving was registered to Mike Borden's mate, Pat Jean McCarthy * back in Sacramento. Also on the 26th, a young white couple introduced themselves as Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Burton when they purchased a 1966 Chevrolet station wagon from a Sacramento wholesale produce firm. Harris bartered the price down to $400 and paid for it, cash, with a stack of fresh 20s. Newly funded and still unidentified, the SLA must have felt secure and self-sufficient in Sacramento. Ironically, it was on that very Wednesday, the 26th, that the fates began to tilt against them, as the FBI moved against the Scotts. 2 FBI agents delivered a subpoena to 66-year-old John Scott, Jack Scott's father, at his Las Vegas, Nevada, home. The subpoena ordered him to appear for questioning before a Pennsylvania grand jury investigating the SLA's South Canaan refuge. Acting on an anonymous telephone tip, the FBI had attempted to talk to Jack and Mickey about the SLA in late January at the Portland, Oregon, home of Bill Walton. The agents had been rebuffed, but that was neither uncommon nor even particularly suspicious in this investigation. But now the FBI had something more solid. And now they had subpoenas. One can refuse to talk to the FBI, but a grand jury can compel testimony, even self-incriminating testimony, with a grant of immunity, and to refuse can mean jail for criminal contempt of court. Probably already suspecting, if not certain, where the leak had come from, Jack Scott called Mickey, who was then visiting friends in San Diego, and arranged to meet her in California. Both flew to San Francisco the next day. Together they rented a car from the Trans Rent-A-Car in suburban Burlingame, and shadowed by a FBI car they drove to Berkeley. There, at the corner of Ashby and San Pablo Avenues, the Scotts jumped a yellow light and left the FBI car trapped by a line of cars that stopped for the red light. The Scotts abandoned the rented car in an Oakland parking lot and walked away. They disappeared for 5 weeks, visiting friends, said Jack later. The FBI had finally gotten its Scott connection on January 31. Walter Scott, Jack's 41-year-old older brother, wandered drunk into the Scranton, Pennsylvania, police station at 2 a.m., babbling that he had information of where Patty Hearst had been hiding. Walter had demanded to see an old high school chum, Scranton Police Captain Clem Ross. Scranton, only 20 miles from the SLA farmhouse, had been the Scott family's hometown before the elder Scotts moved to Nevada. Both Jack and Walter had been star athletes for Scranton high schools. Even 3/4 drunk, said a Scranton police officer, Walter was sufficiently convincing that the duty officer called in detectives to question him. As Walter became more sober and began to flesh out his story, Scranton PD called in the local FBI. By dawn, Walter was being interrogated by a team of FBI agents. Police sources said Walter told a long, involved story outlining the basic tale as he had heard it from his kid brother, Jack, but embellishing it with melodrama and family gossip. Jack, said Walter, had bragged to him of hiding Patty and the SLA. Walter did not know exactly where the farm was, but from what Jack had told him, he could describe it, and he knew it was somewhere in Wayne County. Agents were able to locate it and put it under surveillance within days. Walter Scott is a complex personality, an unusual man acting under unusual stress in an extraordinary situation. Walter was then living in Syracuse, New York, but he was a well-known figure in the Scranton bars as a heavy drinker, usually broke, famous for 436. Making up fabulous stories about himself. Yet there seemed to be more to Walter's stories than imagination. He had often implied that he was working for the government in some secret capacity, and he was often off to or returning from some distant and exotic land. Privately, Walter described himself as a computer expert with an IQ of 139 who had worked at NATO intelligence headquarters, Xerox, and RCA, then freelanced for various American spy agencies on classified assignments. A West Point dropout, an ex-Marine, and very proud of it, Walter would later be described as an alcoholic, often manic-depressive. Walter, in fact, would admit that he had several times voluntarily committed himself for treatment of severe depression. Jack Scott later claimed Walter had worked as a hitman for the CIA and other U.S. spy agencies, a charge that not only fed the slew of rumors around Walter but unleashed speculation as to why Jack chose his brother, of all people, to confide in. Much later, after Walter returned from a long European vacation sponsored by the FBI, the New York Times reported that the freshly wounded Walter Scott claimed to have been one of several hundred civilian gunmen, presumably under CIA contract, flown into Phnom Penh to provide security for the evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Cambodia. Even after Walter was identified as their key witness in the Pennsylvania investigation, the FBI refused to comment on the more exotic rumors surrounding the man. Whatever his difficulties as a court witness, Walter Scott had given the FBI their first good lead on the SLA in a long 7 months. The SLA trail had seemed stone cold. Agents had investigated all leads, checked out each of several thousand sightings, all to no avail. The case files had been checked and rechecked, and seemed perpetually sterile. Now the investigation was localized again, in California, and the FBI had 2 fresh leads, Jack Scott and Wendy Yoshimura. Walter had not known about Wendy Yoshimura on the farm, but FBI technicians, when they finally searched the farmhouse in late February, found the fingerprints of both Bill Harris and Wendy. The FBI's Patty dogs, flown in from California to identify Tanya's scent, yelped at the bed she'd used. Everything seemed to come down at once. The Scotts went underground, and then, shortly before 5 p.m. on March 1, Remiro and Little made their breakout bid from the Alameda County Jail. Little and his attorney, John Bain, were in the lawyer's interview room when Bain requested that Remiro be brought in for a joint conference. It was a Saturday. The jail had only 4 guards on duty. Sheriff's Deputy Lawrence Franks escorted Remiro from his cell, and Duty Sergeant Robert Jensen opened the conference room to let them in. When Franks brought in another chair for Remiro, Little met him at the door, suddenly slashing up with one hand and jabbing a sharpened lead pencil 4 inches into Frank's throat. Remiro brushed aside the attorney and jumped the sergeant, slugging Jensen, dazing him, then leaping on top of him to gouge one eye. The 4 struggled on the floor, a tangle of arms and legs, then Remiro snatched the sergeant's keys and dashed to the nearby jail weapons locker. The other 2 guards were at the door by now. They shouted to Bain to push the door button to let them in, but Bain, who had not been harmed at all, was off in a corner, screaming for help, seemingly in hysterics. Deputy Franks, the pencil still jutting from his throat, managed to break free of Little and punched the electric door lock button, and the other 2 deputies burst in. It was a close thing. Remiro had already found the right key and inserted it into the locker full of loaded guns when he was tackled and overpowered. There was now a full press SLA hunt again in California and across the country. Yet even on the night of the Oakland jailbreak attempt, there was another NWLF bombing, damaging 3 Pacific gas and electric transmission towers in the hills above Oakland. 2 days later, in San Jose, 50 miles south of Oakland, Steve Solia got into a car accident and was painfully if not seriously injured, breaking 5 ribs. A flip of chance, it seems, brought the Sacramento police to interview one of the SLA, probably Emily Harris, on the 18th. Investigating the unrelated murder of a man beaten to death and robbed in a vacant lot close by the W Street hideout, a detective routinely canvassed the neighborhood for witnesses. A woman answered the cops' knock at the door of the SLA duplex. No, she told him, nobody there had seen or heard anything. The detective thanked her and departed, not even bothering to ask her name. That same afternoon, wearing a nurse's uniform and identifying herself as Jessica Henderson, Emily Harris rented another tiny $85 a month utility apartment in an 11-unit complex at 2728 Capitol Avenue. And it was only the next day, March 19, that Art Peterson James Kilgore rented the first of a series of garages in Sacramento that would be used to 440 stash SLA vehicles for future actions, several already well into planning. In the recharged FBI investigation, the Scott lead took first priority and brought an immediate grand jury inquest. The Scotts were potential defendants on harboring charges, but the thrust of the investigation was still directed toward the SLA fugitives. The Scotts had led a public life easy to backtrack, but most of their close friends were radicals hostile to the FBI and the trail had inherent limitations. Walter Scott had told agents that Jack and Mickey had split with the SLA and knew nothing of their whereabouts. The Scott investigation was one thing, but the second lead from the South Canaan farmhouse, Wendy Yoshimura, was a much more intricate study. Wendy had been underground for nearly 3 years, with friends and associates unknown, and police intelligence reports indicated inaccurately, according to Yoshimura's friends, that she traveled in the most secure of political fugitive circles, with the Weather Underground. Jay Weiner's FBI interrogation had produced one important new clue. He knew that Yoshimura had been using the name Joan Chimata underground, but even that, until well into the summer, didn't. Renaissance 441 connect with the FBI circuitry. The Yoshimura link may have been pushed to a back burner, or perhaps the Bureau was focusing on trying to trace her through the weather underground, but certainly the leads from Yoshimura's past were not followed up for several months. A review of the Yoshimura case certainly should have quickly brought up the name of William Brandt, and Brandt's visiting list was a virtual who's who of SLA associates. Signed in on Brandt's Soledad guest book were Jack Scott, Mickey Scott, Jay Weiner, Pat Jean McCarthy, and Kathy Solia and Jim Kilgore, then well known to the FBI as two organizers, perhaps the prime movers behind the Bay Area Research Collective, now the SLA propaganda voice in California. But no one seemed to be studying the roots and tentacles of the 1972 case. Brandt had been something of a loner in Berkeley radical circles before his arrest. Street rumor had it that for a time the Revolutionary Army was he alone, but since he had been jailed, his obvious intelligence and articulate politics had made him a popular contact for prison reform. People. He had a lot of visitors. At Soledad, Brandt was considered almost a model prisoner. He was a member of the Prison Bridge Club, the choir, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, and the Inmate Council on Higher Education. He is described as very intelligent by prison officials who, at the time, seemed to look favorably upon his hope for a December 1975 parole. His political background and the fact that his politics had led to the bomb conviction had been cited as factors when he was twice before denied parole, but in interviews with CDC counselors, Brandt swore that his political ideology had matured and he no longer advocated violence to seek change. From Yoshimura to Brandt to Solia and company there was a trail like a 5-lane interstate. The FBI was neither hasty nor in-spirited. It would be midsummer before they pressed the Solia connection, but in its diligent, plotting manner the Bureau began to trace back from South Canaan to Berkeley. The NWLF bombings continued. There were 4 more bomb. 442 ings in late March and early April directed against the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. On March 21, 3 PG&E towers were bombed in the Oakland Hills, and on March 27 a PG&E substation in San Jose was bombed, and after the damage was reported as slight, the NWLF made a return visit. First, on the 29th, they bombed another PG&E installation near Sacramento, then they went back to San Jose, to the same substation, and on April 8, exploded 5 powerful pipe bombs. And there were more communiques. PG&E, if you inhumane dogs won't realize that you're draining the lives of poor people, we the People's Forces of the NWLF will continue to haunt you parasites. You cause misery and suffering to millions of poor people daily as you line your greedy ass pocket with money. Pure and simply blood money. Dogs. Jack and Mickey Scott had stayed underground only just shy of 6 weeks. On the night of April 8, San Francisco television viewers received a titillating news scoop that Jack and Mickey were at the very moment en route to Algeria by jetliner. The next morning, the 9th, the Scotts, with their attorney, hosted a surprise press conference in San Francisco. They issued a statement that reiterated the message they had telephoned to several reporters while in hiding. Vietnam, Watergate, the economy, and the almost daily revelations of CIA and FBI illegalities had convinced them that the US government was morally bankrupt, they said, and thus made them willing to struggle alongside all progressive people, despite profound disagreements. Our actions over the past year are completely defensible, they argued. If we somehow acted to avert bloodshed and killing, we certainly find that nothing to apologize for. We want to make clear that we find the tragic and senseless killing of Marcus Foster to be morally and politically intolerable, but no more so than the execution without trial last May of 6 alleged members of the SLA in Los Angeles. It was a position Randolph Hearst thought he might be able to relate to. Through the Scots attorney, Hearst contacted Jack that afternoon and asked if Jack and Mickey would be willing to give a worried father any information. Scott was willing, or at least intrigued initially, but before he agreed to meet, he played a little game with Hearst. Scott typed out a 3-sentence statement praising himself and Mickey as nonviolent, sincere people who, Renaissance 443, had helped the SLA for humanitarian reasons, and he demanded that Hearst issue it as his own before he would meet with him. On the morning of April 11, a front-page story in the Examiner quoted the statement as Hearst's personal opinion. On the night of the 12th, Jack and Mickey met Randy for dinner at the luxurious Pacific Heights townhouse of the Scott's attorney, Michael Kennedy. Speaking in cryptic unspecifics, Jack assured Hearst that Patty had been in good health when last he'd seen her, and that no, she was not pregnant by Sink, although she had been using a pregnant stomach as a disguise. Details of whatever else Scott said are unknown, but Hearst was grateful. Events, however, were quickly overtaking Scott's summer reminiscence. On Monday, April 7, in Sacramento, a car, a 1965 blue Ford Mustang, was stolen from where it was parked only 4 blocks from the SLA safe house on T Street. The following night, April 8, the NWLF made its second bomb attack on the San Jose PG&E substation. The next day, April 9, a very nervous gum-chewing Emily Harris, calling herself Janet White, rented another Sacramento garage for the SLA. The owner, Richard Roller, recalled that Miss White had been accompanied by a young man, never introduced, who let her do all the talking. She said she was going to store her mother's car, that she would be dropping it off in a few days. But she also asked and checked to be sure if the garage had an electrical outlet. Roller thought that strange, and suspicious. He called an old friend, Sacramento PD officer James Cook. Because of the unexplained concern over the electrical outlet, the cop figured he'd perhaps stumbled onto a workshop for an auto stripping ring. Cook told Roller to call him again as soon as the young woman brought the car in. On the night of April 12, at a large drop-in party in Oakland, a guest discovered her purse missing and with it, the keys to her car. Outside, the car, a 1967 Pontiac Firebird, was also gone. 2 days later, on the 14th, Janet White parked the Firebird mother's car in the Sacramento garage. Landlord Roller watched her padlock the door, then drive off with a young man in a newly painted Chevy station wagon. He jotted down both the license numbers of the Chevy and the Firebird, and rang up Officer Cook. Cook punched the license numbers into the station-wide police computer system and got an instant hit on the Firebird, stolen. Oakland. April 12. Roller asked what he should do. Nothing, he was told, the police would handle it. The Sacramento PD put a loose surveillance on the garage and hoped to catch the gang when they came back to strip the car. They missed. On the evening of April 20, the Firebird was moved and parked overnight on a residential street about a mile from the branch office of the Crocker National Bank in Carmichael, a suburb 7 miles out of Sacramento. Early on the morning of April 21, a Monday, it was driven to a shopping center parking lot, just behind the bank. The Carmichael Crocker branch had just recently begun to open for business at 9 a.m. The trial of Remiro and Little was going into its 4th week at the Sacramento County Courthouse. At precisely 9 a.m. the bank doors opened. A minute later, Mrs. Myrna Opsal, 42, mother of 4 teenage sons, got out of a car and, with 2 women friends, walked across the bank parking lot to enter. The 3 women were all members of the Carmichael Seventh-day Adventist Church and had volunteered to deposit the weekend church collections for their pastor. Mrs. Opsal was carrying a small plug-in adding machine with both hands. One of the women noticed 4 figures ducking through a large hole in the cyclone fence separating the shopping center from the bank lot. She noticed, with mild curiosity, that all 4 seemed to be wearing bulky, heavy coats, hunting clothing, as she described it later, and wool knit caps. Odd attire, she thought, for such a warm, though cloudy, spring day. One of the church volunteers, the eldest of the 3, held the door for Mrs. Opsal and her other friend. The 4 others had walked up just behind them. The woman glanced toward them. The first of the 4, Mike Borden, said Patty, reached out and grabbed the door, holding it for her to enter. Surprised and pleased at the courtesy, she nodded, smiled and said, "Thank you," as she bustled past him and into the bank. It was but a long instant later now in the bank she heard a harsh, woman's voice behind her shout out, "Everybody hit the floor. Move." All three of the church ladies spun around, shocked, to stare at the four bandits who had followed them inside. The robbers, 3 men and a woman, it seemed were now masked. Each held Renaissance 445. A gun. 3 were wearing ski masks, the woman had a knit watch cap pulled low on her forehead and a green scarf covering her mouth and nose, cowboy style. The woman, the apparent leader, screamed at them again, adding curses and obscenities. Mrs. Opsal jerked in a quick turn, flustered. Her friends thought she was trying to put the adding machine down on a counter. She never got the chance. The woman Ho still stood by the door as the others had fanned out. Swung her sawed-off shotgun slightly to the right to cover Mrs. Opsal's sudden movement, her finger tightened on the trigger, there was an explosion, and Myrna Opsal flipped backward and fell. The full load of heavy buckshot had caught her in the stomach and left torso, ripped open her body, lifted her slightly and tossed her to the floor like a bleeding rag doll. "I saw the pellets hit her side," the elder church woman recalled, "and I just stood there, horrified." The sudden bloodshed left everyone paralyzed for a moment, then a man shouted, "Get your noses to the carpet." Mechanically, the bank employees and customers lowered themselves to the floor. Obviously according to plan, 3 of the robbers spread out in the lobby and took positions to cover the people on the floor while the fourth, a short man with a pistol, dressed all in navy blue, vaulted the counter and began looting the cash drawers. In a husky phony southern drawl he demanded of a clerk, "Where are the traveler's checks?" When they were pointed out, he stuffed them, with the cash, into a blue cloth tote bag with a white drawstring. No one went near the fallen woman, who lay bleeding profusely. When several of the men and women face down on the carpet lifted their heads, craning to see if Mrs. Opsal was alive, 1, perhaps 2, of the bandits standing guard kicked at them and growled, "Keep down." The woman with the green scarf over her face kept glancing at her wristwatch, giving a countdown aloud, 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 40 seconds. 2 minutes. At the 3-minute count she shouted out, "Time's up. Let's get out of here." The 4 fled through the door they had entered, at least one spritelli leaping over the body of Myrna Opsal. Just an instant before the robbers burst from the bank, a blue Ford Mustang parked directly across the street drove off quickly. The manager of a nearby variety store had noticed the driver earlier, dressed so strangely in a bulky, heavy jacket, pacing back and forth beside the car. He was either mumbling to himself or talking into some type of walkie-talkie, the man recalled. He also 446 remembered, as did several other witnesses, the stolen license plates on the Mustang 916 LBJ. Sheriff's cars were already on their way. A woman walking past the bank had glanced inside, seen guns and masked bandits, and dashed to the corner gas station to call the alarm. The robbers had fled rough the bank parking lot, back through the hole in the fence, leaving a trail of 15 9mm bullets which spilled as they ran. From a distance, witnesses outside saw them unmask as they tumbled into the green and black Firebird which sped off moments later. The bank had no security cameras, and witness reports were confusing. 3 men? 4 men? 4 men and a woman? Reasons why became more apparent a year later when the convicted Patricia Hearst finally told the FBI of her own role in the murder bank robbery and identified the 7 other persons she said had been involved. According to Patty's account, Bill Harris, with an automatic rifle, had been with Steve Solia in the backup car, the LBJ-plated Mustang across Fee Street, although witnesses noted only 1 man. The 4 robbers inside, said Patv, had been Michael Borden, Jim Kilgore, Emily Harris, and Kathleen Solia. Emily had fired the first fatal shotgun blast BV accident, said Patv. Emily and Mike Borden both wore false mustaches, and the plan was for both Emily and Kath Solia to be mistaken for men. Emily's voice, despite its hoarse and harsh inflection, sounded feminine, but Kath Solia, consummate actress, had fooled all the witnesses. Hurst and Wendy Yoshimura had been assigned to drive the SWH cars, said Patv. When Bill Harris and Steve Solia abandoned their Mustang in an apartment complex garage about 2 miles from the bank, Patv said Yoshimura, wearing a blonde wig, picked them up in a rented Pinto. Pat was parked, in a rented VW van, BV a funeral home only blocks from the bank. When the escaping Firebird, with Borden at the wheel, passed her, she pulled out and followed in the van. A mile from the bank, the Firebird pulled over and the other 4 scrambled into Patv's van. One of them was shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" Patv recalled. The VW headed for the T Street safe house in Sacramento, where they were to meet the other 3. Kath Solia was sputtering something to the effect that a woman teller had been. Borden denied all charges. Renaissance 447. Shot, said Patty, and Patty asked how it happened and who did it. I did, said Emily. Let's not talk about it. Maybe the woman will live, Kathy said hopefully. No, replied Kilgore. I looked at her. An ambulance was then rushing Mrs. Myrna Lee Opsal to Carmichael American River Hospital, where Dr. Triji Opsal, the woman's husband, worked as a staff surgeon. The emergency room frantically paged Dr. Opsal when the woman was identified, but his wife was dead before he could reach her bedside. All of the Symbionese had returned safely to the safe house, said Patty, but everyone was upset as they listened to the radio reports. Borden said angrily that he should have been in charge of the assault team, recalled Patty, that Emily, who had been operations officer for the heist, was nervous and incompetent. Kilgore sullenly agreed. He drew a diagram for Patty and explained what the others already knew. When the shot was fired, Jim had already moved around behind the customers, into Emily's line of fire. If it hadn't been for good Oi Myrna, Bill Harris told Patty, one of our comrades would be dead. She got all the buckshot. Takeo snapped the expended shell casing out of Emily's shotgun and held it up for the others to see. This is the murder round, he told them. And now, he said, all of them would be wanted for murder, a gas chamber offense. Harris took the cartridge and went out. When he returned a short while later, he said he had buried it under a tree near the duck pond in Sacramento's McKinley Park. Through the afternoon they listened to the constant radio reports, the early obits for Mrs. Opsal, random details from the police, the FBI. There was no mention of the SLA. Sheriff's cruisers found 1 getaway car, then 2, a pregnant teller had been kicked, the Firebird linked to the rented garage. Myrna Lee Opsal. 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 After one report, Patty remembers Kathy Solia is turning to Emily and quietly saying how badly she felt for her, that she knew how much it must bother her. Emily tried to explain what had happened. The safety must have slipped, she said, the trigger lock on the shotgun must have accidentally been snapped off. Then she lashed out angrily. It didn't matter anyway, she told the others. The woman who was killed was a bourgeois pig, her husband was a doctor. An expendable member of an expendable class. On the LBJ Mustang, police found 2 fingerprints, not 448 identified until months later. There was no overt connection to the SLA. No flags, fireworks, or revolutionary pronouncements from the underground. The commando style and the fact that a woman had seemingly led the robbers did spur speculation about the SLA, but with no communique and the sheriff's investigators stating flatly that they had no evidence whatsoever to support an SLA theory, the Symbionese faded as suspects, at least in the public eye. Privately, both the FBI and the locals still considered the SLA a strong possibility, but the Sacramento Sheriff's Department, fearing a panicky public response, decided to underplay the SLA possibility. When the getaway Firebird was identified as the stolen car the Sacramento police had staked out so loosely a week before, there was a statewide alert for the tan Chevy station wagon Richard Roller had seen his erstwhile tenant drive off in. Roller, as conscientious as he was curious, had noted the car's license plate, TDC 315, but could make no identification of the woman. The registered owner, Elliot Burton, was non-existent. A day or so after the robbery, Patty told the FBI, the Chevy wagon was quietly stored in the empty Sacramento garage Art Peterson, Kilgore, had rented a month before. The car gathered dust, undisturbed for nearly a year, until Patty's FBI confessions gave federal agents a map to the hideaway garage. Month after month, the $15 rent had been promptly paid by mail. Even after the Harrises and Patty Hearst were arrested, in September of 1975, the rent kept coming in right through the Hearst trial, till March of 1976. From within the much-sought tan Chevy, FBI technicians lifted 9 fingerprints of Stephen Solia's. 24. The New World Liberation Front. It was in the aftermath of the Carmichael Bank robbery that the SLA went into its greatest period of turmoil. It was just after the April bank robbery that the SLA-Berkeley alliance began to fall apart and a feminist rebellion among the women led them to separate themselves from the men. Within a couple of weeks Emily had stalked out on Bill in Sacramento, and within a month the whole operation had moved down to San Francisco, apparently because that was where Emily and the other women decided to base their collective. Tensions seemed to explode on several levels. General Taco's aspirations to remain the undisputed commander-in-chief of the SLA and the tension that this set up with his SLA underling, Emily, were part of the problem. Tactics were another. According to friends of both Yoshimura and Steve Solia, the Harrises were still committed to political assassination as a terrorist weapon, and the Berkeley recruits were fitfully coming to the decision that however willing they were to be an NWLF bombing team, they would not support assassinations a la Foster. Steve Solia offered one version of what happened in court testimony 1 year later, and he gave another, more detailed account in his interviews with Rolling Stone for the article published just after his trial jury had been chosen. Solia sought to blame the strain among the group solely on Bill Harris's monomania for being head honcho. Solia described Harris as a sort of Symbionese Captain Queeg, a petty martinet, foot stamping, throwing tantrums, giving Patty a black eye in a squabble over wording in the manuscript, and streaming running dog lackey-type curses at anyone disagreeing with him. One account he gives of a fight between Tanya and Taco had Bill Harris screaming, "You little bitch. What do you know about the struggle of the people? You grew up in a fucking mansion." To which Patty spat back, "Kiss my cunt, Adolf." With Emily, said Rolling Stone/Solia, General Taco was no more lenient. At one point, Taco was trying to re-establish his authority over his wife as well as his army. For one of the still regular gun practice sessions, Emily wanted to use a favorite rifle, but Bill demanded she take another. When Emily said she was going to take the gun she wanted, Taco tried to kick her, reported Stone Solia. Emily, in turn, jumped on him and pounded away on his back. 2 weeks or so after Carmichael, Emily had walked out on Bill, moving south to bed and board in Berkeley with Steve Solia. Possibly as some test of non-monogamous therapy, Patty moved back to provide solace for Bill. But sex between Tanya and Taco was brief and mechanical, explained Stone/Solia. She stayed only a week with him, both of them bitching before Patty moved to San Francisco with Wendy Yoshimura. Bill Harris then arranged a meeting with Solia to tell him he didn't like Steve sleeping with his wife, and Steve, finding the affair too uncomfortable for his easygoing nature, explained Stone, asked Emily to move out. But Emily wasn't one to be pushed, certainly not back with Bill, so, in late May, she moved in with Wendy and Patty to form an SLA Women's Collective. The women then assigned Bill Harris, Steve Solia, and Jim Kilgore to live in another San Francisco apartment. Emily, said Stone/Solia, urged them to convene their own meetings with the other men in the group. Now that is Steve Solia's version, and it apparently omits more than a few people in all the dizzy bed shuffling. At some point in all this, according to Patty's tale to the FBI, Kathy Solia and Emmy Lee Harris became lovers. And then with Kathy and Jim Kilgore again broken up, Wendy Yoshimura and Jim became lovers. And then a couple of weeks after the women organized their collective, Steve Solia and Patty resumed their romance. For all that and more, it was a busy month of May. On May 1 the NWLF bombed a California Department of Corrections parole office in Sacramento. On May 9 another NWLF bomb exploded in a Berkeley PG&E office building. On May 19 an NWLF device destroyed a shack on the prison guard's rifle range just outside the walls of San Quentin. And there was a new recruit, Bonnie Wilder, 28, an old high school chum and close friend of Kathy Solia. Bonnie apparently enlisted in April. In late April she moved from her Alcatraz Street address in Oakland to an unknown location, refusing to give friends or family her new address, although she continued working as a clerk for an Oakland construction company until midsummer. On June 6, however, Wilder applied to become a woman police officer in Oakland. The SLA long-held fantasy plan for an inside man at police headquarters had apparently been attempted, and it was only an ironic measure of the evolution among the Symbionese that the inside man was to have been a policewoman. Despite all the hoopla in the media, the FBI had allowed Jack and Mickey Scott quietly to withdraw to Portland. Although the 452 Pennsylvania grand jury was still investigating, there were no indictments yet. Jack, however, was considering ways to collect on his new reputation, searching for an author to ghostwrite a Scott SLA memoir, using his material and sharing the profits, but allowing Jack to remain disassociated from the published book for legal protection. According to Scott business associates involved in arranging the deal, Jack had propositioned the team of Rolling Stone reporters in early April, shortly after he emerged publicly from hiding. Before the project got underway, however, in early May, Scott received word from Bill Harris in Sacramento, offering an even more lucrative book project, the manuscript Patty and the Harrises had been working on since Scott's SLA summer the year before. An SLA manuscript and the Tanya interview, Patty's own story. The SLA needed someone to front for them to publishers, and Jack Scott, despite his principled and profound disagreements with the Symbionese, was sorely tempted by the 50-50 royalty split Takeo offered. In June, Scott flew to New York and contacted editors at McGraw-Hill and Doubleday, two major publishing firms, and sounded out terms for an SLA self-portrait. He was agreeably surprised. A legitimate SLA manuscript partially written by Patty Hearst could bring several $100,000. Scott returned to the Bay Area very excited at his new prospects, only to get word from an SLA messenger that there were some internal problems among the group. There would be no manuscript soon, possibly not at all. Depressed and angry, Jack decided again to do his own book. He recontacted the New York publishers, particularly McGraw-Hill, and pressed for a contract for himself and Cohn and Weir to do an SLA memoir. His wife, Mickey, still sympathetic to the fugitives and upset at Jack's mood and the security threat such a book might be to the SLA, flew off to Portland, leaving Jack alone in Berkeley. Through the end of May and most of June there were no further NWLF bombings, then at the end of the month there were two in the Bay Area. On June 27 the New World Liberation Front bombed the Alameda offices of the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs. 2 days later gasoline bombs were thrown into the backyard of the New World Liberation Front 453 suburban Piedmont home owned by George Jameson, a partner in the Rhodes Jameson construction firm in Oakland. Then, all through July, the group was dormant. It was the longest period since the return to California in which there had been no Slan Wolf attacks. Internal problems absorbed their attention, then there was a flash of danger as the FBI nipped too close. The male SLA collective had held together for only a couple of weeks, according to Stone/Solia. By mid-June Bill Harris was living alone, probably at a Leon Street San Francisco apartment. Jim Kilgore had apparently moved back to his old apartment in Daly City, and Steve Solia was living either with Jim or at the Berkeley commune in which he had kept a rented room. The women's collective Wendy, Patty, Emily, probably Kathy Solia, and perhaps Joe Solia and Bonnie Wilder was still together, but the sexual separatism that had been the political line among the women in May had apparently been compromised. Emily and Kathy Solia had begun their affair, and perhaps in reaction, Jim Kilgore had become involved with Yoshimura and Patty had taken up again with Steve. It was a confusing period. According to Rolling Stone, the rest of the group had ostracized Bill Harris, and Emily was working desperately to try to mediate between Bill and the Berkeley group. Yet, according to Yoshimura, Harris was still able to order a purge sometime over the summer, kicking out Pat Gene McCarthy, putting Mike Borden on probation, then kicking him out, too. Whether General Takeo still had any authority among the group is unclear. Wendy wrote Willy Brandt that even she was once thrown out, but that obviously didn't disassociate her from the group. The dispute was apparently multi-sided. There was General Takeo's macho style of leadership, and there was his commitment to terrorism, political murder. Harris, said Sphone/Solia, felt the group should kill cops, because the police were to blame for the 6 deaths in Los Angeles and because he was convinced the silver badge was a symbol for black rage. The revolution would begin in the ghettos, argued Harris, the fuse just needed the right spark. Bill and apparently Emily, too, still clung to what had been perhaps the fundamental assumption that had galvanized the original SLA. White Americans were, in Bill Harris's phrase, the 454 racist punks of the world. White America was too racist and corrupt to be saved, it could only be destroyed. The revolutionary aspect of both the white SLA and the white New Left of the 60s had been defined not by their class origins, but by their rejection of their middle-class status. It was a conundrum that had plagued all their attempts to apply Marxist class war theory to the American reality. The SLA had ducked the question by equating their isolation with purity. They, a tiny group of white outlaws, were like renegades in Nazi Germany. The white nation had to be destroyed, and they as representatives of the oppressed non-whites would begin the process. It was the only attitude that could justify random terrorism in a nation where the white middle-class majority was obviously not interested in revolution. It was a creed burdened with more than a little self-hate. Harris apparently couldn't turn his back on the code of CIN and the original SLA. And the Berkeley second team brought the doubts of the 70s to bear on the 60s certainty of the SLA. But there was no blinding flash of illumination. Several of the people Steve Solia would later credit as arguing most strongly against the terrorist murders the Harrises advocated were, according to Patty's confessions to the FBI, themselves deeply involved in kill plots over the summer of 1975. Among the documents seized by police when the Harrises were arrested was a detailed diagram and map drawn and labeled by Patty of a small San Francisco coffee shop called Ms. Brown's, located in the city's Richmond district and frequented by police officers off-duty and on meal breaks. Patty told the FBI that at one point the group considered a raid in which SLA commandos would burst in with machine guns, line up the cops, and shoot them down in cold blood. Just when the plot was hatched, how it was justified, who vetoed it and why is unclear, but certainly it was a long way from that type of thinking to the letter Yoshimura wrote in September spelling out a critique of the Harrises' terrorist politics. Despite Ms. Brown's, however, the fact remains that the NWLF, the New World Liberation Front 455 bombers carefully avoided injuring people, and by September Wendy was scornfully separating the Harrises from the rest of the group as doctrinaire Marielists, advocates of terrorism as an end in itself, independent of politics and social realities. She and the others had been misled for a while, she wrote Willy Brandt, but we've come to the conclusion that we do in fact disagree politically very drastically with the Harrises. These people are totally unable to check out the objective situation and deal with it, Wendy wrote. They simply do not know how to take a theory and apply it to the reality that exists. They never went beyond where the New Left dropped off. Instead, Seemingly oblivious to the past, they plowed up old theory, discovering the will again and again, reliving the past rather than resolving it. Even the move into the sexual stockades and the new feminist critique of the group seemed part of an inexorable logic that had them programmed to repeat the past. Like so many of the feminist collectives of the New Left, confronting sexism within the group led to sexual separatism, which led to experimentation with lesbianism, which led into a whole dynamic that turned back upon the male leader. It had all happened before. There is no way precisely to date SLA documents later seized by the FBI, but it seems certain that the feminist revisions of the SLA history and dogma were written during this period. There was an extensive collection of notes, essays, and manuscript sections, many in the handwriting of Patricia Hearst, that came out of the Women's Collective, but they seem to have a logical progression and illustrate the unfolding of a new SLA dogma. At first there was the attack on monogamy. We began to destroy the attitudes that had made us think we had to be monogamous, wrote Patty in one essay. Fear and passivity, the false sense of security, jealousy, and power trips. But trying to restructure relationships by changing only the form, not the process, was apparently unsuccessful. Despite all their efforts, a truly liberated feminism was difficult to find within themselves, so they turned their focus to the group. Breaking down traditional sex roles and establishing recognized women's leadership as a group/class within the cell, one of the most difficult and longest struggles. Because like racism, sexism is a foundation of capitalist oppression. It was a formula that married the personal and the political. Bad psychology is a product of sexism, sexism is a function of MO. 456. Nogamy. Monogamy is class behavior between men and women. Class behavior is governed by economics, and American economics is capitalism. Ergo, if people are unhappy, it's because they have been corrupted by capitalism. Even in the text, Patty admitted, it all sounds too simple the way it's been run down. It was Marx out of context. Marx had argued that the social structure of the modern family had become a reproductive system to produce laborers for industrial work. It probably is true in a sense, but to take the theory stark literally, to assume economics governs the hormones, is to blink at everyday reality, to deny Freud, to salute Marx. But the feminist theory was even more productive for the SLA. The women, among themselves, finally declared a vanguard, the seed carriers for the revolution. Out of the women's movement we see emerging the potential leadership of white people in the coming revolutionary struggle. Throughout the past 10 years among white people, women have shown consistently the most initiative and creativeness. They have effectively united the personal with the political, a crucial aspect to revolution in a culturally alienated and economically unbalanced society. In the language of vanguard theory, they declared sexism the primary contradiction, the basic form of oppression. The freedom of women equals the freedom of all people because it ends the basic power imbalance in human relationships, which is the sanctioned domination of one half of the people by the other half. An analysis at last. There was something here of the welcome for the girl Wendy among the lost boys on Peter Pan's island. We have a mother. At last we have a mother. As oppressed people, women have a real stake in revolution and can, therefore, better identify with and understand third world and class struggles. Although the pig media characterizes the women's movement as white and middle class, and, to a great extent it is, we consider feminist revolution to be a unifying platform for all races and classes of women. It is a basis for fighting closely with groups who have other primary focuses of oppression. We fully understand that if we fight a revolution in this country we may gain a socialist economy and abolish racism and classism, but unless women push, shove, and fight like hell for a feminist revolution, sexism could very well flourish after that revolution. Feminist revolution means freedom and self-determination for all women, cultural and economic revolution, and recognizing the need for armed struggle to win a revolutionary war. In late June a family reunion in Palo Alto, just south of San Francisco, brought Martin and Elsie Solia north from Palmdale to see the relatives and their kids. Kathy, Steve, and Josephine arrived together and joined in the laughing and joking. Josephine talked of her teller's job at a Wells Fargo bank branch. Steve said he was still recovering from the rib injuries suffered in the auto accident in March, but he was planning to go back to work painting within days. Kathy said she was working, too, another stint as a waitress, but the tips were good. An uncle asked the name of the restaurant, saying he would like to drop by, but Kathy refused to give it. It was odd, but she joked her way past it. Late in the evening Kathy took her father aside. "We've always been a close family," recalled Martin later, "but not one that shows our affections with a lot of kissing. Hugs, yes. But that day Kathy came up, put her arms around me, kissed me full on the lips, and said, 'I love you, Dad. I love you so much.' It was," the father said, "the first time she'd ever done that." The elder Solias drove home to Palmdale feeling more in touch with the kids, Kathy especially, than we had in years, said Martin. A week or so later, Jo telephoned. She said she had quit her job and that she and Kathy were moving into a new place together, an apartment house in San Francisco. Josephine gave them the address 625 Post Street and said she would let them know the telephone number soon. She never did, and that caused the parents some mild concern. Of the three, Jo had always been the most dependable, the one who regularly called, who always rode home. On June 29, two part-time deputies with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department were on rescue patrol along Highway 1, the coast road that winds down the peninsula south of San Francisco. It was a beautiful, sunny, almost cloudless day, one of the high people density days that had climbers, swimmers, and city boy hoofers scattered all over the beaches and along the coastal cliffs. About 5:30 the two deputies were driving past a stretch of cliff called Devil's Slide when they spotted a man and a woman b. 458. Beginning the rugged climb up the slide from Grab Whale Cove Beach. The rescue team pulled over. It was too late to stop them. The deputies just watched the couple's progress. They've had seen the climb attempted before, but only skilled and experienced climbers usually made it. These people weren't climbers. Midway up, 200 feet above the rock shoreline, now obviously exhausted, the couple was stuck. Up was out of the question, backing down even more dangerous. The rescue team moved in with gear. Shouting to get the couple's attention, one deputy slung down a line. It was quickly grabbed. Following the shouted orders from the deputies, each looped the rope around them and then one at a time the rescue team walked them up the cliff. The girl was first. One deputy checked her out for injury or shock. She seemed okay, he recalled, but still scared. Understandably, it had been a close thing. When they pulled the man up, a tall sand-haired fellow, he too seemed shaken but all right. Devil's Slide is one of the posted danger areas along the San Mateo coast, and it's a misdemeanor as well as dangerous to ignore the signs and climb. But arrests are very rare. When the rescue squad had to come in, usually the culprits have been frightened enough to learn a lesson. These two looked worried enough. The man identified himself as Victor Silva, the girl Nancy Ann Silva, his wife. Both 26. Out for the DAV from San Francisco. One of the deputies gave them the standard warning lecture, then they were allowed to go. They did. Quickly. The deputies watched them drive off. Noting the time on the brief rescue report they filed. It was 6 o'clock. The rescue team returned to patrol status. Neither of the deputies ever suspected that for half an hour Tanya of the SLA and a friend and comrade, Steve Solia, had been in the custody of the law. It was Earl Jolve, and whatever was happening internally. Among the new team, the fates were about to deliver a new twist to the FBI's investigation, a turn that pivoted on Jack Scott's increased frustration and sliding fortunes. Scott's initial advances to McGraw-Hill had been well received at first, but when the publisher offered S125.000 for an insider's SLA manuscript, Jack put up a fuss and demanded $300,000. Confronted, BV agreed, and an increasingly agitated prime source who was not willing to put his name to the book, McGraw-Hill, began to rethink its proposal. They've had been burned badly on Clifford Irving's Howard Hughes book hoax, and they did not want to get caught again. On the New World Liberation Front 459. Reflection, McGraw-Hill backed out entirely. Scott was nearly broke, desperate, and according to Stone increasingly swayed by a perverse and angry bitterness that focused more on the Hearst family than the SLA. If anyone owed him something, he felt, it was Randolph Hearst, whose bratty daughter he had hid from trigger-happy police while she played revolutionary. Scott decided to play a daring and risky new card. His apparently regular discussion with his SLA contact had informed him that Patty was showing some sort of independence, defining herself as revolutionary feminist, and balking at General Taco's military regimen, not openly defiant, but now critical of the SLA tradition of macho militarism. Scott was told that Patty had even talked of trying to visit secretly her parents and sister. With this new information, Scott made an appointment to meet Randolph Hearst again. If Patty wanted to see her parents, her family certainly wanted to see her. And Scott thought it was a deal he could perhaps cash in on. There was even the possibility that the Hearsts could arrange something to keep Patty out of jail. Perhaps Tanya could go public. Playing with these possibilities, Jack Scott met Randolph and Catherine Hearst for dinner at the Señor Pico, a well-appointed San Francisco restaurant, on July 1. There, and into the early morning hours, at the Hearst's Nob Hill apartment, Randolph listened to Scott trying to edge a corner on what was obviously a proposition for Patty's coming out. Scott was interested in money, a lump sum for his expenses and legal fees according to Stone, perhaps a long-term contract as a sports columnist for the Hearst papers. Something that would not stink of a sale, but a deal nonetheless. According to the Hearsts, Scott was talking in terms of making an appeal for Patty's surrender, but at the same time making it clear he had a way of contacting the SLA and Patty. Randy was interested in talking out the possibilities, but Catherine had just had one too many revolutionaries trying to collect a capitalist buck with an offer to contact Patty. Scott left with a vague proposal hanging in the air, a suggestion that if Catherine resigned from her post as a UC regent, Scott could get to Patty. "I'd do anything for Patty," said Catherine the next day, but Scott had become just another radical trying to get money, playing his own angle. Could he really be speaking for Patty? For the SLA? It is a very sticky proposition, she decided, and Scott a rather slimy character. 460. The FBI had watched with interest as Scott came out of the background to huddle with the Hearsts. The following day agents visited Nob Hill and asked Catherine what had happened. She told them. And yes, she said, Scott seemed to imply he had recently been in touch with the SLA. Later the same day, Los Angeles Times reporter Jerry Belcher, a veteran on the Hearst case who had only recently switched to the Times from Hearst's Examiner, called Catherine at home to check a tip he had received on the Scott offer. The next day the Sunday Times carried the explosive exclusive quoting Catherine's version of the meeting. Mrs. Hearst said she would resign if she were sure Scott was really in touch with Patty, and that any of these things would affect her one way or another. But after a year of this, how could she be sure of anything? It put her in a difficult position, she said. It's really a sticky one. If Catherine felt she was in an awkward position, Jack Scott was suddenly pushed into an absolutely untenable one. Catherine had been diplomatic enough not to mention Scott's open palm, but Scott's secret meeting with the Hearsts was now slugged under headlines on page 1 across the nation. Scott was scared. General Taco would not take kindly to unauthorized negotiations. In fact, he might have a violent reaction. Scott vehemently denied making any offer and frantically demanded that Randolph Hearst publicly do the same. Without a blink, the following day's papers quoted Hearst contradicting Mrs. Hearst. Catherine Hearst's estimation of Scott and her report that Scott had a line to the SLA kicked a nerve at the FBI. Agents had been lagging on the Scott investigation. They had concluded that it was a cold trail with an interesting past, useless for locating the SLA's current whereabouts. Now they wanted to look again more closely at Scott and Yoshimura, and Brandt and all those other names that once seemed peripheral. But first they tried it the easy way. If Scott was for sale, they had a bid. Within a week after the dinner at the Señor Pico, the FBI sent brother Walter to see Jack with a $200,000 offer. Jack, reportedly both frightened and genuinely insulted, turned them down cold. In the field, the FBI's new interest in the Scott-Brandt connection produced a more interesting result. Right after the Scott-Hurst talk hit the headlines, people began to disappear. That was the significant thing, explained a senior FBI investigator. Working from Brandt's visiting list, we started coming up with names of people who we felt could help us, really help us, and the New World Liberation Front 461 couldn't find them. Others, like Bonnie Wilder, who were not being sought by the FBI, were also moving for deeper cover. 2 days after the Scott story broke, on July 15, Wilder, the prospective Oakland policewoman, quit her job at the construction company and dropped out of sight. The same day, or perhaps the day before, Kathleen Solia, who was working as a waitress at the Plate of Brasa restaurant in San Francisco's posh Sir Francis Drake Hotel using the alias Kathleen Anger, didn't show up for work. She didn't call in, and she never claimed the paycheck due her. She just disappeared. Brushing over all the Scott connections again, the East Coast Scott's Law investigators came in with a near bullseye. Scott's friend Jay Weiner had given the FBI the alias Wendy Yoshimura had used during her first 2 years underground Joan Shimada back in March. FBI agents had tried to check it out, but made little headway, although they did find that Shimada had a New Jersey car registration. There was an SLA bulletin on the car, and agents traced down the registered address, but it added little to the case file. Now, however, agents rechecked the registration and discovered Joan Shimada had sold the car, apparently in New Jersey, to Kathy Turcik, younger sister of Mary Margaret Turcich, Wendy Yoshimura's friend and former San Francisco roommate, who was now working with Kathy Solia at the Plate of Brasa. On July 19, FBI agents visited the Turcik family residence in Delanco, New Jersey. According to police sources, the agents were told of the family's long connection with Shimada. And that daughter Mary Margaret, Wendy's close friend, was in San Francisco, in touch with Wendy, if not living with her, and working at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel. Kathleen Solia had disappeared, but Turcik showed up that day, July 19, at the restaurant. Sometime midway in the morning shift, she received a long-distance telephone call apparently from New Jersey and walked off the job, leaving immediately. Hours later, 2 FBI agents arrived at the restaurant asking for her. It was apparently several days later, when agents questioned the hotel employees about Ms. Turcik's friends, that someone made the connection to Kathleen Anger. Anger was apparently identified as Kathy Solia from photographs of Scott-Brandt associates. Like beads on a string, pieces were coming together: Scott to Yoshimura, Yoshimura to Turcik, Turcik to Solia. A week later, on July 28, Inspector Terrell Dyer of the SAC 462 Remento Sheriff's Department Homicide Squad asked the state CINI Bureau of Criminal Identification and Intelligence to check latent prints from the license plates of the Carmichael Bank robbery getaway car against prints on file for one James William Kilgore, CII #3-772-066, member of the Pro-SLA Bay Area Research Collective, boyfriend of Kathleen Solia. CINI fingerprint expert Corna Sanders made a positive ID on a right-hand thumbprint found on the license plate. Scott to Yoshimura, Yoshimura to Turcik, Turcik to Solia. Now Solia to Kilgore to the Carmichael Bank robbery and the murder of Mrs. Opsal. The fingerprint alone was insufficient evidence for even a warrant, but the list of people sought by the FBI for questioning had grown quickly. But still they had to find them. On August 4, 3 NWLF fire bombs exploded in the carport of the suburban Woodside home of Charles de Bretteville, chairman of the Bank of California, a director of Pacific Gas and Electric, Shell Oil, Western Union, and Safeway Stores Incorporated. De Bretteville's Jaguar sedan was damaged. On August 8, an unclaimed pipe bomb was discovered under a parked San Francisco police car and defused. The bomb had probably been planted to explode the night before August 7, the 5th anniversary of man-child Jonathan Jackson's attack on the Marin County Courthouse. 6 days later, the NWLF claimed a similar bombing of an Emeryville police cruiser. August 13, 1973. Real date, 5 years, 6 days. We reckon all time in the future from the day of the man-child's death. The explosion at the Emeryville station of fascist pig repression is a warning to the rabid dogs who murder our children in cold blood. Remember, pigs, every time you strap on your gun, the next bullet may be speeding towards your head, the next bomb may be under the seat of your car. The people and the people's armed forces will no longer quietly submit to the occupation of our communities, and we will never forget the executions of Tyrone Govton, Clifford Glover, Claude Reese, Alberto Terrones and Derek Brown. The New World Liberation Front 463. There are to be funerals. Let there be funerals on both sides. Long live the guerrilla. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Jonathan Jackson / Sam Melville Unit. New World Liberation Front. The bomb had been planted by Emily Harris and Steve Solia, Patty would later tell the FBI, and in a nearby restaurant parking lot, waiting for the explosion and watching the reaction, were Kathy Solia and Jim Kilgore. Who wrote the communique is not known, but the explicit threat of police killings documented but one side of the debate among them. A month hence only the Harrises, Yolanda and Takeo, would argue for cop killing. Perhaps funerals was bombast, or perhaps for the moment, the group was swayed toward Takeo's bloody grand strategy. To sort out the alignments then, to separate the politics from the flux of personality and passions, is particularly difficult. Probably even for the participants, because the group was again caught up in shifting sexual liaisons. The affair between Emily and Kathy was apparently breaking up or had broken up. Yolanda was about to return to Takeo, and Jim Kilgore, then Wendy Yoshimura's lover, would again pick up with Kathy. Over the next several weeks there emerged a flip-flop pattern of sexual triangles and rectangles that must have played some kind of hell with the new code of feminist revolution. A couple of days after the Emeryville bombing, Kilgore and Kathy and Josephine Solia took off into Northern California on a scouting trip, apparently seeking a mountain stronghold in Mendocino County. They were gone for a little more than a week, bringing back maps of the Mendocino outback, lists of old abandoned mines, trail notes for future CHES of California. And while Wendy waited for her man, none of the four have been charged or indicted. 464. To return, Jim and Kathy, up in the hills, were apparently rediscovering each other. Some of the tumult of this, the last month of the SLA, was captured in a diary Wendy Yoshimura kept, later seized by police. It begins the day of the Emeryville bombing, just before the scout team went north, and the last entry is dated September 15, 3 days before the arrests. The entries are intensely personal rather than political, but she had tried so hard to weld the two that her most private passions are imbued with her politics. She writes frankly of her increasing disaffection within the group. But without the cooperation of the other two involved, it is impossible and very impractical for me for my mental well-being. Yet, while Kilgore is still away, she, Patty, and Emily are visited by another friend, probably Mike Borden, who stays more than a short while. My friend finally fucked her, she writes the next day. I guess I'm happy for him, mixed feelings though, I feel a little threatened, wonder if he is still interested in fucking me. He says he is but can't trust his words. She has the tangled syntax of the girl from Hiroshima for whom English is a second language, but it's expressive, BV turns whimsical, hopeful, bitter, and anguished and always earnest. She visits Tursik and Fittipaldi, her two New Jersey friends suddenly jerked into the underground, and finds them depressed, isolated, and alone, and lashes at herself. Why wasn't I more sensitive toward that feeling they're experiencing? It really makes me furious to have been so insensitive. Wendy is writing the day the Emeryville communique makes the papers, felt low. The New World Liberation Front 465 and depressed when I returned home. Those people were buzzing and high because of it, and it made me feel more down and out of it. What is it? Something is off. Maybe I am off. Why do I relate to men so fucking closely and I don't with women? My conditioning, but why am I still dealing it the same way? Why do I feel so close to and not to other women? Why do I feel so defensive around C? Why do I feel as I understand him better? Am I fucking up? I'm afraid to ask other women, including C, all the doubts and questions. I have fear of them saying I'm fucking up. I know if I ask C or T they'll tell me I'm not. What is it? I know that I'm not that different from other women in my fucked up behavior towards men, but at the same time I am different in a lot of ways, my behavior being able to say what I'm feeling, etc., etc. So where do I draw the line? I can't put myself down and think my sense of how I relate to men are totally fucked, but at the same time I have to see when I do fuck up. What is the solution? Where do I clearly draw the line? I feel so confused. She has an argument with Emily, who apparently suggested that the FBI went after Margaret Tursik because she changed her phone number. Wendy is infuriated. That's ridiculous. She is off the wall. My small friend has a good sense of things. I appreciate her the more I get to know her. Why do people seem so crazy to me? Do I come off like that to some people too? I wonder. She awakes one night with a weird nightmare. The dream was about him, but very strange, with all those characters, Reggie, Archie, Veronica, and Betty. There is a tender, joyous recall of her imprisoned lover, Brandt, but there are nearly daily notes for Kilgore. I love him and miss him, but not at all in a hopeless, helpless way, thank goodness. She writes of close, tight, loving relationships with 4 comrades, but they seem to be old ties, old comrades. Those around her share something less. How different these people are to me. I don't feel comfortable with them, nor do they with me. I am alone, being able to be alone with myself because I am high there in the other room eating. I don't feel like eating because I am high. I know I'm getting on their nerve, well, so are they on my nerve. They're here with me, and do I feel uncomfortable? I guess I'll leave the room soon. Why can't I get high and happy with these people? Am I uptight? 466. Or are they? I guess we both are. So she eats because she feels uptight and nervous, and I drink. What's the difference? So she doesn't like the music. Well, I don't like it either when TV is on constantly. After 5 o'clock news. For the revolutionary, the revolution has many faces, one for the private soul, one for the public to be led, one for the comrades in struggle, one for the mother and father left behind. Found in the notebook pages of the diary, unmailed, was a letter Wendy wrote to her parents in Fresno. Dearest. How are you? Fine, I hope. Yes, with all my heart. You too are. Doing well. I am doing just fine. I am with dear friends, and, other than not being able to see you too, I am happy, mentally, and very well physically. I want to thank you very much for sticking by me, loving me, and trusting me. You know me, M and D. You know I have strong principles. You're right, M, maybe I would have been in trouble if I had stayed in F and remained ignorant. I wouldn't trade anything in the whole wide world for what I know and feel now. What I believe in now to correct the injustice being done to the people seems at this point very idealistic, but I know that it will be a reality. I know more people will feel the same as I do and will participate in correcting the wrongs. There must be people like we are, however small the number now, who must start the process or it will not happen. Don't you read the paper? It is happening everywhere all over the world. We aren't idealistic, we are realistic. A day does not pass by my feeling outraged by seeing what wrongs are done to people. I am speaking of basic, simple thing as people being hungry, drunk, going mad, and many other symptoms of this insane and unjust society. My love for the people, the humanity, is intensely strong. I feel it so strongly that I cannot ignore it and live happily ever after. Don't think for twice that I am being unhappy or my personal needs are not being satisfied. All my needs are satisfied. I have friend whom I love dearly. I have not in my whole life, has friends like I have now. They are not like S.N. and the rest of the apolitical friends I have had in the past. Those old friends were good people, but they the New World Liberation Front 467 ways came first for themselves. No matter how much they loved me, they always came first. The friends I have now are different. Their love for me is not only personal but also political. They love me for my personality but also for what I believe it. And yes, I do love them the same way. It is probably hard for you to understand the whole thing as you never had the chance to experience such friendship. All I know is I feel fortunate to have such friends. Please, M&D, don't worry about me. I am really doing very, very well. So much love, respect and trust. 25. Quest, capture, and questions. Far from the front lines, distant from both the violence and the rhetoric, the SLA throughout its career had a second class of casualties back on the home front. The families of the SLA soldiers were all victims, irretrievably trapped between love and confusion. Although 4 of the original 10, Angela De Angelis, Nancy Perry, Remiro, and DeFries had married and divorced. It was the parents who bore the burden. It seemed that none of the parents were any better informed about the SLA than the average newspaper reader, but out of love and their own desperation to comprehend, each struggled to settle a logic to the Symbionese. After the campus rebellions, it was a rutted pattern: middle-class parents shocked at the allegations raised against their children, uncertain of what their son or daughter might be capable, utterly confused as to the politics, equating the SLA with naive and youthful idealism. Only DeFries had escaped the rebel child image, his age and prison blurred the equation, but for each of the others it was the most obvious analysis for the public, the media, and even the parents themselves. Politically, perhaps the most profound critique of the SLA was dramatized among the families. The SLA had goose-stepped to war, leaving even those who loved them most as ignorant and unconvinced of their cause as the mass public to which they addressed their blustery broadsides. Disbelief and bewilderment had been the first reactions from the families. Donald DeFries' mother and ex-wife both told reporters they thought Donald had a mental problem, but neither could believe he was Sink, the SLA leader. Joe Remiro's father blamed the pills the army gave him for changing his son's personality. Some of the families found no SLA logic and sought instead the root of illogic. Ms. Moonsolty Seek's family explicitly condemned the narcissist guilt of 468. Quest, capture, and questions 469. The Berkeley subculture, but perhaps all of the families blamed Berkeley. None of the families tried to explain or defend the SLA, none could see the SLA as anything other than suicidal, but after the Los Angeles shootout, anger, fear, pity, and guilt exploded in vague justifications and bitter condemnation of the John Wayne approach to law enforcement. There was a sense of personal failure and loss, but there was also an impressive dignity about each family as they claimed their dead. Each of the Symbionese was buried with love, pride, and great sorrow. These families deserved more than to have been written off, in Nancy Perry's phrase, as racist and politically asleep, and perhaps that was a core tragedy of the SLA. The families of both the SLA and its victims had been integral parts of the story. History will record Tanya, Randy Hurst, and the men who stood apart from family Sink and Marcus Foster as the dominant figures in the case, but in real terms, in human terms, the burden of the SLA had always rested on the home front. And in the fall of 1975, as the police closed in on the last of the Symbionese, yet another family was trapped. 2 days before the Marin County courthouse bombing, on August 18, Martin and Elsie Solia had received their first visit from the FBI. Special Agent Curtis Holt, the local resident FBI man, arrived alone at the Solia stucco-tract home in Palmdale shortly before Martin got home from playing golf at the country club. Holt told Elsie Solia he was making general inquiries about a young woman and then proceeded to give a careful and detailed description of Kathleen. "You must be talking about our Kathy," Mrs. Solia exclaimed. The agent conceded he apparently was. Martin's car had just pulled up in front, and Elsie, somewhat flustered, immediately deferred. "You better talk to my husband about this," she said. The elder Solias were not really shocked. The television report of Kathy's pro-SLA speech in Berkeley the year before had caused quite a furor in the neighborhood, but the idea of a federal agent investigating their daughter was still disturbing. At the June reunion, Martin had talked with the kids briefly about the SLA, very briefly. He had been satisfied when Kathy swore outright that she had never been a member of the SLA. Seen from Palmdale, the SLA had a spectral quality, distant headlines and hoopla, more of that Berkeley foolishness. And for all the effect. 470. In the family, neither Kathy nor any of the other kids had ever tried to explain their politics to their parents. Dialectical materialism was not dinner-table conversation, and it had been many years since the kids thought they could share everything with their father. Martin Solia was a sensitive if rough-hewn man. He could sense the distance, but it seemed no greater than a generation of parents had to endure. His children knew his values. He had never been meek expressing them. A former World War II fighter pilot, a graduate of Luther College, a Nixon supporter, he wanted his children to be honest people and good Americans, and that was the phrase he would use. Martin was still trying to adjust to the new morality that had Kathy sleeping with Jim Kilgore. The SLA was beyond him. He was not the sort of man to read an NWLF communique, and certainly they were not addressed to him. When Kathy had begun living with Jim Kilgore, her father had been outraged and had told Kathy so in no uncertain terms. For a while Kathy had stopped calling and writing home, but her sister Jo had passed reports back and forth, maintaining the connection and eventually bringing about a reconciliation. It was a kin bond, warm and caring. It was not structured to allow parents to understand their kids, but until now Martin had thought it normal and sufficient. Until now, there had been only the common confusion of a parent confronting the shifting values of the second generation. Until now there had been nothing inexplicable. Now the FBI was trying to find Kathy, Steve, and Josephine, and was unable to locate them. Special Agent Holt was from nearby Lancaster, and Martin knew him as a distant acquaintance. "He told us," recalled Martin later, "that our kids weren't in any trouble, that the FBI just wanted to talk to them about a couple of other people they were looking for. Just to talk." He told us that several times. The agent said the FBI was looking for 2 women, Margaret Tersick and Wendy Yoshimura. I'd never heard of one of the names he mentioned, but the other, Wendy Yoshimura, rang a bell. I said, "Didn't her name come up in the Hearst case?" And he said yes, but that this investigation didn't have anything to do with the Hearst case. The FBI apparently knew quite a lot about the kids, Martin discovered. As they talked, the agent began to tell him things he didn't know. About the Bay Area Research Collective, about Kathy's restaurant job at the Plate of Brasa. According to the FBI, Kathy had been working under an alias, Anger, Kathleen Anger. The Solias were deeply worried, but certain still that Quest, Capture, and Questions 471. There was some confusion, that the kids would straighten this whole thing out. Yes, they had an address in San Francisco. They showed the agent a letter from Josephine with 625 Post Street as a return address. He jotted it down, thanked them, and left. That evening the Solias tried to contact their daughters. Mrs. Solia dialed for San Francisco information, asking for a telephone number listed for 625 Post Street. The operator replied that she could not give out that information. Tell her we have to reach our kids. Say there's been a death in the family, Martin urged his wife. She did, and moments later a telephone company supervisor informed Mrs. Solia that the Post Street address was not an apartment house, it was a business, a rug company of some sort. I didn't sleep much that night, Solia said. The same day, August 18, the Harrises, together, moved into a new apartment, a $180 a month second-floor flat on Presida Avenue in San Francisco's Bernal Heights section. There had apparently been something of a blowout among the group. Jim Kilgore and Joe and Kathy Solia were still up in Mendocino, but among the others, something had happened the day before. Wendy's diary entry for the 18th has day after relief, very anticlimactic. Tick day, indeed. I can't wait for him to come back. This living situation is getting too crazy for my mental well-being. Wendy's report for the 19th is cryptic but prescient. She writes as though she were marking time. Something big is in the works, among the group, and something else, picked up her thing, my thing, a little hassle over that as he, again, didn't speak his mind until we paid for it. On August 20, the eve of the 4th anniversary of George Jackson's death, the New World Liberation Front exploded a bomb in the parking lot of the Marin County Civic Center, gutting 2 sheriff's patrol cars. Like the Emeryville bombing, this too was claimed by the Jonathan Jackson/Sam Melville unit of the NWLF. The Marin bombing communique was left in a phone booth in San Francisco's financial district, per usual taped to the bottom of the booth's table ledge and a radio station tipped for the pickup. The rebellions of San Quentin, Attica, and the Women's Correctional Center, Raleigh, North Carolina, have become symbols of the flames of resistance that burn throughout. 472. America's concentration camps. On the streets the fire also rages because the barbaric conditions in the prisons are merely the reflection of our brutal, inhumane society. The communique went on to include a famous quote from George Jackson. Violence is not supposed to work in America. For no one, that is, except the omnipotent administrator. But this has yet to be proven to my satisfaction, since I know that a bomb is a bomb, it twists steel, shatters concrete and dismembers men everywhere else in the world. Why not those made in America? A bullet fired from an assault rifle in the hands of a Vietnamese liberation fighter will kill a pig in Vietnam. Why won't it kill a pig in the place where pigs are made? A witness anonymously telephoned police the day after the Marin bombing to describe a sun-bleached blue Buick station wagon, containing 4 or 5 people, several of them women, which he had seen speed from the scene just before the blast. Yoshimura's diary for that day has the cool tone of a professional after a job well done, intellectually very satisfying day, but not so personally, and I know why. I was, indeed, very happy, but at the same time I couldn't get caught up in the whole thing. I guess these people don't satisfy my personal needs. The day after there was apparently another hassle with the Harrises, and Wendy rages in her entry. Bad. Started out very badly this morning. I didn't like the way the whole thing came down. 8C etc. At times like such we must maintain objectivity, especially dealing with people like them. Knowing them, I know they already feel badly enough. We all know when we make mistakes. Yes, of course, we must discuss it so it won't happen again, but we must discuss it. Then she notes something pleasing and painful, a phone call from Kilgore. But it's a bad season for couples, and Wendy feels a little upper. None of the 4 have been charged or indicted. Quest, capture, and questions 473. Pensive about his return. All one has to do is be honest and sincere, she reminds herself, no games whatsoever. It seems so simple, so easy. But then people keep telling me those things do come much easier for me. She talks with a woman friend. Apparently not one of the core group, and returns home, Worried again about her balance of energy between men and women, the feminist obligation to communicate and relate to women. I agree, but it is so difficult me. None of the women I relate to now would be the ones I would choose to relate to if I lived freely. I know that much, and it makes it very difficult for me to deal with it practically as well as progressively. Her criticism around that was she didn't think was not much different than those women, and in a sense that's true. But how much it isn't even clear in my head. I am probably putting more energy toward because I fuck him. Disgusting, but I don't know how to deal with it. But she is faced with dealing with it when Jim, Kathy, and Joe return. Wendy immediately senses something has changed. Personal crisis crashes atop political crisis. All the senses I have, is it all off? I can't figure it out. What is the matter with it? Am I off, or are they? I don't know. Do they all have the same kind of problem? Do they really? Who creates it? Who? If he goes, what's that to me? Am I being a man oriented? Come off it? He does make more sense to me. Not because he happens to be the man I fuck with. I have that sense. What I have to say to them is the truth. I feel no support, understanding, or communication with nobody. And a little bit from a couple of people just ain't enough. I can't tell him no as much as I can toward C. I, at the same time, maintain a clear perspective on what I feel. My senses of things. Maintain myself, my feeling 8C senses must be trusted by me. Who in the fucking world is going to trust it if I don't? Just keep it cool. I must for my sanity. So he had to do some thinking. Bullshit, what can he think about? It's all a big muck. Yes, that's why he'll fall right to sleep. The lady, where is her head at? I don't know, all I know is where mine is at. Nowhere. I'm ready to take on anybody. The all of 31,021. If you still maintain your position, then I am off I go. 474. For the Solia parents there was not even the emotional release of Wendy's raging melodrama. They could only wait and suffer the silence, the isolation imposed on them by their children. Worried, fearful, but not even knowing what there was to fear. They had received a letter from Josephine on August 23, almost a week after the first FBI visit, a chatty, affectionate letter home that briefly allayed their fears of the worst. Joe said she and Kathy had just returned from a wandering fishing trip, casting for salmon in the upcountry streams of Mendocino and Sonoma counties, north of San Francisco. It hardly seemed a letter from a kid in trouble. In fact, thought Martin Solia with some pride, the trip was just the sort of thing his girls would try. But there was still the mysterious return address on Post Street, and that still made no sense to Martin and Elsie. It was like a loose clue, and try as they might, they couldn't fit it into a natural scenario. 4 days after the letter, the FBI returned. Kurt Holt, Martin's FBI acquaintance, appeared at the door with 2 unfamiliar men, agents who had come up from the Los Angeles field office. The 2 LA agents did all the talking. They were all questions, not the least bit friendly, recalled Martin. He told them about Joe's letter, showed it to them. They said agents had checked and found 625 Post was a mail-holding outfit, you know, for people who don't have a permanent address, like merchant seamen. I told them we'd also learned it wasn't an apartment house, and I said, Took, I want to talk to my kids as badly as you guys. What can I do to help? They looked at each other, and then one of them asked, will you go to San Francisco and try to find your daughters and ask them to talk with us? Neither Martin nor the FBI men had mentioned Hearst, but Martin was certain it was all connected with the SLA case because of the Yoshimura name. Even his own granite faith in the kids' innocence must have trembled. I told them, you're asking a hell of a lot. You're asking me to put a tail on my kids. No, they said, we just want to talk to them, to find out if they know anything about Wendy Yoshimura or Margaret Tersick. Martin recalled that the FBI had talked to Kathy once before, talked to her for some 4 hours after the SLA rally, in mid-July, 1974. The FBI had nothing on her then, apparently they had nothing on her now. It was just a mix-up of some sort. He sat quietly thinking, then he told the agents bluntly that he was certain his kids were not involved in anything, so certain that, yes, he would go to San Francisco and ask them to talk with the FBI, at least with Agent Holt. Quest, Capture, and Questions 475. The next day, Thursday, August 28, Martin Solia and Agent Holt flew to San Francisco. Solia said later he had set only one condition in agreeing to assist the FBI. I asked their assurance that if the kids didn't want to talk that nobody would harass them or follow them or anything like that. They told me, absolutely not, Mr. Solia, and if they didn't want to talk, well then, that would be it and thanks for trying. It was a fool's demand, and Solia knew it. Kathy, Joe, and Steve were not the FBI's quarry, and while agents would surely have liked to debrief them, the FBI was more interested in finding them, watching them, and seeing where, and to whom, they might lead. In San Francisco, the FBI put Solia and Holt up in adjoining rooms at the Embassy Hotel, close by the Federal Building in the Civic Center. I offered to pay, said Solia, but they told me it was the least the FBI could do for my helping them. He left a note for Josephine at the 625 post address. It was a small storefront in a sleazy part of town, dog manure all over, and returned to his hotel to wait. Holt was there, and 2 San Francisco agents checked in with him regularly. Martin couldn't understand why one of them was so abrasive and surly. Friday morning, the 29th, he went back to the mail drop, redated the note, and returned to the hotel to wait with the agents. Solia said he and the agents had cooked up a cover story to explain his visit to San Francisco. In the note he left for Joe, he said he had stopped by for a surprise visit at their Post Street apartment, only to find it didn't exist. The FBI was apparently certain enough of Martin's mission that they agreed not to shadow his rendezvous. They would leave it up to him to find out where his kids were staying. But Solia was into this to clear his kids, not to catch them for the FBI. Friday afternoon, around 4 o'clock, the phone finally rang. It was Joe, recalled Martin, really excited, happy. Asking what am I doing in town? And is Mama with me? And that she and Kathy would be right over and they'll leave a note for Steve who's out house painting so he can meet us as soon as he gets home. The girls arrived 20 minutes later, and the 3 went out for 476. A beer. Then, when Steve joined them, Martin took them all to dinner. They walked up the street to the first restaurant and started to go in, but Kathy objected, saying it was too close to the FBI office. The comment startled Martin. "What are you afraid of?" he demanded. They walked to another restaurant and entered, the question hanging. Martin put aside the FBI's cover story and all that went with it. If I was going to ask them to be straight with me, I figured I had to level with them. Because he had come alone, the kids knew something was wrong anyway. I said, "Look, the FBI's been around. They're looking for some people they think you might know, and they couldn't find you, so they asked me to come up. Now I think you should talk to them, and if you know anything, you should tell them, but if you don't want to talk, okay, and nobody's gonna bother you." There was a moment of shock. The announcement drew differing reactions from the 3, but it was unmistakably a bombshell. Josephine began to cry. Steve said nothing, absolutely nothing, but Kathy exploded. She was furious. "Daddy! How could you?" she demanded. "How could you do such a thing? Don't you know you can't trust the FBI?" Martin, suddenly desperately worried that he had been used to trap his own children. Like a Judas goat. Tried to sort out the FBI's story with the kids. He accused Kathy of working under the anger alias "Aren't you proud of your name now?" Kathy met the accusation bluntly. They're liars, she said. I've never been anybody but Kathy Solia. Kathy acted as spokesperson for the three, denying everything, but she, too, began to sob. She said they did not know any Margaret Tersick or Wendy Yoshimura, that they had nothing to do with the SLA Underground or Patty Hearst. The FBI agents were liars. 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 Martin confronted his son with the FBI's charge that Steve and Jack Scott had been using the same car. Steve argued that even if that were so, it didn't mean he was himself connected with the Scotts. Friends often lent out cars in San Francisco. It isn't like it is at home, where everybody has a car, explained Steve. Mr. Solia spent a full 7 hours walking and talking with his 3 oldest children, but the conversation, he said, just kept going around in circles. He asked them to talk to Kurt Holt, an FBI man who was a friend, but they said we trust your friend, but we don't trust the other people in the FBI up here. Then perhaps Martin didn't either. But trust was an elusive quality even among the family now. They just kept saying that they hadn't done anything wrong, not a single thing, but that they couldn't hurt other people. I felt they knew more than they were saying, but they wouldn't budge, so I gave up arguing with them. I begged them to come home with me, right then. I told them I'd put up the money for them to start a business. I said, let's get the hell out of this place. Come back to the desert, breathe some fresh clean air. How can you live here? I asked them. How can you live in a place like this where there's dog shit all over the sidewalks? The argument framed the whole evening, fruitless and painful. They told me to go on home and it will be all over soon. What do you mean? I said. They said we can all be together in a few weeks and be a family again. I said, we're a family now. The talk, said Martin, just went around and around. In the early morning hours they ended up sitting on a stone bench just outside the federal building, then they parted tearfully. Don't worry, Dad, there's nothing to worry about, Kathy promised. When he returned to the hotel, Martin found the FBI waiting. They were disappointed when Solia told them the kids had refused to tell him where they were living, but at least one agent blew up when Martin said he had asked the kids to talk to Holt and told them the FBI had asked him to come to San Francisco to find them. If you told them the truth, said the agent, you blew the whole thing. Other agents apparently felt he had done all they could ask of a father. They thanked me for my cooperation, said Solia. They even reimbursed me the $33 I had paid for dinner. Saturday morning, August 30th, Martin Solia flew home, worried sick. Shortly after he'd left, the Embassy Hotel had a call for him. Told that he had checked out, Kathy, Joe, and Steve called home to talk with their mother. 478. They kept saying they had done nothing wrong, that they weren't in any trouble, recalled Elsie Solia. But there was something going on, something they could not explain. They promised, again, that it would be over soon. Then, they said, Dev would come home to visit. Yoshimura's diary entry for August 30th carried the impact of the news. The FBI had found the trail to Tersick and now the Solias. The above-ground connections were disappearing. Well, things look very bad. Where are we to go from here? What or who will feed us, clothe us, and house us? What we had, little, we had is gone. Where is it to go now? WTE mustn't forget the units. At the same time we must keep our perspective straight on our life now. Total confusing period. September 1st, the Geneva Avenue safe house was abandoned in haste. The owner, Eugene Zucker, who runs a cleaner's shop on the ground floor, recalled them leaving because the account ledgers had forced him to spend his Labor Day in the office. It happened so quickly. There were several people, they carted everything out into a couple of vans and drove off, waving goodbye. Landlord Zucker was sorry to lose them as tenants. Quiet, paid the rent on time, never any trouble, he said. Already the group had split at the seams. The Solias were talking about being free of it all soon. Wendy was still writing about preserving the NWLF units, but she had earlier decided she wanted to get away from the Harrises. As Wendy's relationship with Jim Kilgore dissolved, he apparently used political jargon to push her aside. So I'm been too dependent. So he tells me. So fucking what? WNAT I feel now is I feel so low and down and out that I want to be physically near someone I can talk to 8C relate to. And I thought I could be with, and I am proven wrong and he wants no part of it fine. I guess what it means is that he is too paranoid to respond to my need, which means he won't give me the room to figure it out for myself. To see if it means I am being too dependent, exclusive, and being a passive female. Then the conclusion is I don't need it. I can find it out for myself. As for now all I can be is what I am. I must say and express what? Quest, capture, and questions 479. I feel. And if I am rejected as I was tonight then all I'm doing is responding to that. Stay away from me. I don't need it. I don't need it, crammed down my throat. I have to figure it out for myself. What it is. Fuck him. The rhetoric of personal liberation is double-edged. Evasion can be the flip side of exploitation. And among this group, personal politics apparently drew an uneven tandem with the social ist crusade, and in both spheres, they seem to envision change by fiat rather than any humanistic process of education, adaptation, and social absorption. Apparently the political contradictions and the personal conflicts among them blurred only briefly even in the threat and confusion that followed Mr. Solia's visit. Already there had been the schism with the Harrises, implicit, if not overt, and within a week, it seemed the general consensus that even among the anti-Harris faction, personal problems made cooperation impossible. Yoshimura gave up on them all. I think, in fact I'm pretty sure, that I'm going to Boston. I see no future that is rational or positive in this area. I see no people positive or progressive. I am going. I am going. I am going. Yet they were able still to sort out the personal from the political enough to spell out their critique of the Harrises and the SLA. The cop-killing debate was only a front for the deeper issue, and among themselves they spelled it out in Marxist terms. It was, ironically, a black and white issue. All theories of terrorism assume that there is a social audience that can relate to and understand a given attack. The Harrises were certain the killing of police officers was understood and appreciated in the black community, and for that effect, they were willing to disregard its impact in the white community, among the working class from which most police are recruited. It was a twist of class war theory that came out of the guilt and alienation that had been the nadir of the New Left, although it was rarely expressed as bluntly as in the SLA dogma. It cast aside the political reality, the political possibility, for the privilege of purity political elitism and principled suicide. For the Harrises, that was enough, that was the heritage of the SLA. But for the others, once they understood, that wasn't enough. It's strange that it took them so long to understand the differences between them, but the plague of the American left has always been its language, a rhetoric imported, translated, twice and triple used, from Russia, from China, from the 30s. It was 480. Painfully evident in the 60s. To be in the movement you had to master the tongue, for no other language could be understood or respected, left historian Eleanor Langer perceptively noted. But the fact is that this language could rarely be understood either, because its referents were not concrete. It only rarely corresponded with what we saw or felt or needed to express. Yoshimura, when she spelled out the terms of the schism, wondered at the fact that although it sounded as if they all agreed, they had in fact found bitter differences. But then, stipulating point by point the differences, she took the key issue and boiled it down to another word symbol. Their understanding of importance of international perspective is very shaky to say the least, she wrote, and what she meant, in translation, was that the SLA had been in error writing off the American working class out of guilt and sympathy for non-white victims of American capitalism and racism. Willy Brandt Soledad, convict, former commander of the Revolutionary Army, once Wendy's lover, had for a while become a symbol of sane revolutionary leadership among the anti-TACO group. Patty later told her post-trial FBI interrogators that, to displace Harris, several among the group had schemed a plan to bust out Brandt. The plot called for arranging a court appearance in Salinas, then ambushing the prison transport car carrying Brandt. The plot, said Patty, had evolved so far that the group had contacted an attorney to set up the court appearance, but then Emily Harris, who at the time was something of a mediator between Bill and the others, managed to derail the scheme. It is not without irony that the document of dissolution, the autopsy of the SLA, was a letter written by Wendy Yoshimura that was to have been smuggled to Brandt at Soledad prison. Dearest brother, it is very difficult for me to begin this letter, as it will be very contradictory to the letter I've written you last. Well, I'd have to inform you that the group has literally ceased to be a group. How could this have happened so suddenly? You may even be thinking the letter I've written you previously was a full of bogus, but not so. Every word I've written in the last letter, I sincerely meant it. Ever since the group came together around those people a little over a year ago, we've had a very trying time. The security was a big factor, but there was the sensationalized media play on those people affecting our heads, in effect making us unable to think clearly of them as people with strengths and weaknesses, but as the leaders who knew everything. My experience during the summer made me realize that they in fact are very different from me, and personally I did not much like them. In spite of it, I decided to stick with it because of their fierce dedication, my knowing there were others waiting to work together, and I was under their spell. Unfortunately, the other people were also spellbound into submissiveness, and there began a massive confusion touched up with fucked up interpersonal dynamics between some of the people. To show you how confusing it was, it began with some ready to go underground to some pushing for jobs, staying cool and normal, some pushing for totally isolated communal living to some demanding normal separate living arrangements, some demanding fucked up interpersonal relationships be dealt with, to some seeing it as totally unnecessary, some wanting to off pigs, to some totally disagreeing. Let me tell you, I can go on forever. It was a psychodrama. Finally, at one point, we seemed to have found a middle ground, and it looked as though we were beginning to coordinate and work together. We finally were able even to do a couple of actions. This was when I wrote you the last letter. Since then it began to get obvious that the security that seemed to be existing was due to total repression, politically as well as personally, on everybody's part to maintain the group together. As you can well imagine, such calm can be maintained for only so long. It began to rattle, and once it started the process was very fast. M was put on some bogus probation. Then M quit. After that there were series of 482 incidents that took place, which only made it very clear to particularly J, K, PH, and me that we wanted no part of it. We, those of us who decided to go our own way, discussed the matter, and it became obvious to us what the problems were. On the surface it seems as though we all agree and believe in the same thing, but after working with them, we've come to the realization that we do in fact disagree politically very drastically. Let me give you some of the examples. They've no understanding of what it really means by third world leadership. Their blind insistence of third world leadership is clearly coming from white guilt. They continually separate the political from the personal. They have very shallow understanding of the women's question. So shallow that they are like Siamese twins. Their understanding of importance of international perspective is very shaky, to say the least. Their attitude around arms struggle is that it only is valid and anything else is irrelevant. And to add to this is the personal aspect of these people. They are two individuals with weak egos, lacking very much in sense of themselves. They have so little sense of themselves that they literally have to use the old Kantian bullshit, I think, therefore I am, to even function. They are doctrinaire materialists. These people are totally unable to check out the objective situation and deal with it. They simply do not know how to take a theory and apply it to the reality that exists. It's difficult for me to clearly analyze what exactly is the problem with these people, but I think, other than their lacking in strong egos, they are victimized by the guilt they feel, guilt death of their comrades possibly quickened by his fuck up at the sporting goods store, guilt they feel for being born white. I truly feel that what motivated them to take on an armed action is very different from what motivates me and the others. It's very different. Unfortunately, our vision was clouded for the reason I mentioned before, and it took us this long to get it together. Everyone rebel one way or another at different times. I was once thrown out, so was P, and so was MPH was hated by our leader for being so rebellious. J at the end kept having violent verbal fights with him, often almost becoming physical. All of this going on plus trying to survive at the same time, isn't it any wonder we could do no action to speak of for so fucking long? Well, you may think the rest of us should come together and quest, capture, and questions 483. Deal with them. Of course, that crossed our minds, by we see it clearly that they are not dealable. If we tried, we will only be doing that and nothing else. I swear. I wish that I am able to tell you what we are up to now. All of us still want to continue with our work, but we don't know exactly where and with whom. Some are definitely leaving the area, others are thinking about it, and some like M and P are definitely staying here. I don't know what I am going to do yet, but within a week or so I should come up with a decision. Either I go to Boston with a woman friend from back east, or stay here and work with P, M, and possibly others. It's totally confusing at this point for me. Don't even think that we all are going in all different areas, tripping off with total pessimism. We definitely plan to keep in contact and have the perspective of working in different areas and coordinating our actions. I wish that I could talk to you and tell you in every detail about everything. Someday I will. I tell you, this is an experience I'll never forget. It was horrendous, but at the same time I've learned a hell of a lot. Now I understand more clearly my political views, and, oh, the sense of myself I've gotten out of this ordeal. I wouldn't exchange it for anything. I think most of us came out of this ahead. I hope you'll have the chance to meet PH. She is incredible. She amazes me. I swear only the toughest could have come out of it as she did. What an ordeal she went through. What an ordeal all of us went through. I can write a book about it. As for how I feel about you, have not changed since the last letter. In fact, my love for you have increased since then. I have the greatest sense about you, politically as well as personally. Oh, brother, I have the highest respect for you and feel the deepest love for you. I also have the greatest sense of myself that I know when we see each other you will feel the same about me. I'm sure of it. I should be able to let you know soon what will happen with Irion involved. So much love, respect, and power, me. Only the week before Martin Solia's San Francisco visit, Bill and Emily Harris had moved into their new Presida Avenue apartment in the Bernal Heights district of the city. Even when they heard of the FBI's renewed interest in the Solias, they apparently felt secure. Everyone else bailed out, 2 safe houses were abandoned immediately. Some of the group crowded into Jim Kilgore's Daly City lodgings, the Solia sisters and Bonnie Wilder. 484. Moved in temporarily with the Harrises. A week after Mr. Solia's visit, Charles Adams rented a flat at 625 Morse Street in San Francisco's Outer Mission District, a poor working-class neighborhood about 2.5 miles from the Harrises' safe house. Adams said he would be sharing the small modern two-bedroom apartment with his Oriental wife, Emily, and his sister. 2 days later, on September 9, Steve Solia, Wendy Yoshimura, and Patty Hurst were settled in at 625 Morse. The Adamses were an oddly quiet trio. Several neighbors recall Solia as a kind of sleepy-eyed fellow with blonde hair, but they didn't see him often. The two women seldom came out during the day. One neighbor remembered that, while he had never seen anyone enter or leave the place, I would walk by and, I'd see people peeking out from behind the windows. It was strange. In the polyglot heavily Latino Bernal Heights, the Harrises blended into the neighborhood more naturally. They were good tenants, quiet, friendly people. They had rented the apartment using the names Christopher and Nanette Carswell. Chris and Nanette introduced themselves around and made several casual friends. Emily's downstairs neighbor invited her in for coffee and cake, and Nanette asked the woman up for tea. The Harrises jogged daily, around the block and nearby Bernal Park. Occasionally they stopped to chat with park regulars, including several people who exercised there about the same time they trotted. Neighbors do not remember many visitors to 288 Presida at first, but after a couple of weeks there were several people who came by almost daily, usually in the evening hours, young white folks. There was a lot of activity at night, said a next-door resident. At 12:30 or 1 a.m. they'd be doing things like washing dishes, things most people do a lot earlier. Another neighbor, a 76-year-old widow who guards her window sill as a hobby, recalled two really odd-looking young women who visited the apartment several times. The women seemed furtive, wearing big floppy straw hats clear down over their foreheads, and they were always in a hurry, explained the elderly Leona Forbes. They were so funny looking I wondered where they came from. Quest, Capture, and Questions 485. The Harrises were stocking their little apartment like a National Guard armory. And like Clayton so long before, the house was also becoming a library of SLA memorabilia. They carted in boxes and cases of files, manuscripts, and notebooks, lists of telephone numbers and names that agents would eagerly confiscate a month later. The bombing campaign was apparently to have been a long-term offensive. TACO had a well-equipped and stocked bomb factory, boxes of alarm clocks, reels of wire, batteries, stacks of iron pipe with caps drilled for fuse wires. There were several jugs of gasoline and 3 pounds of high-explosive gunpowder. Sunday, September 14th, in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, there was a rally for the San Quentin Six, prison inmates then standing trial in Marin County for conspiracy murder. The six were convicts charged with the bloody mayhem that accompanied George Jackson's 1971 escape attempt from the San Quentin Adjustment Center, when 3 guards and 2 white inmates had been murdered, and Jackson himself killed. Among the crowd were the Harrises, General TACO, and Yolanda, and of the rest of the group, at least Kathy Solia. James Doc Holliday was also there. Holliday, 33-year-old former leader of the Black Guerrilla family at San Quentin, had been a key prison contact for the early SLA. Doc Holliday had been paroled only 2 months before, July 23, 1975, after serving 14 years of a life sentence for robbery and murder. Kathy Solia approached Holliday at the rally, according to a source who witnessed the meeting, and told Doc the Harrises wanted to talk with him. Holliday was willing. They rendezvoused the next night, September 15th, at an Oakland motel. Holliday knew the Harrises. Emily had visited him in prison, and of course he knew the SLA. He listened quietly as TACO and Yolanda set out the situation. The second team was to hell and gone. But there was a chance of reorganizing, of recreating the Symbionese Federation if they had the galvanizing leadership of a famed prison revolutionary. Another black field marshal. A man like Holliday. Their commitment was proved, and they were offering themselves. All he had to do was say the word. Holliday, according to several sources, said no. How he refused, how he explained himself, what later possibilities they discussed is not known. But when they parted that night, the SLA was still but 2 lily-white soldiers in search of a black commander. It was the Harrises' last attempt to revive the past, and purely coincidentally, it was the prelude to the end. That Monday morning, September 15th, the FBI had finally found the Solias. In July, Mike Borden had taken on a sizable painting job, a large apartment complex in Pacifica, a coastal bedroom community on the peninsula just south of San Francisco. There were 200 apartments, and the contract non-union paid $80 to $100 per unit. For Borden, all the Solias, and Jim Kilgore, it had been a daily income. After Mr. Solia had told the FBI that Steve and the girls were still contract painting, agents had begun checking independent painting jobs throughout the Bay Area. At a little after 9 a.m. on the 15th, Special Agents Jason Moulton and Ray Campos interviewed Bill Osgood, the manager of the Pacifica Apartments. They showed him a portfolio of photographs, and Osgood identified one picture, Michael Borden. Osgood said he knew Borden as John Henderson, the contract boss for a crew of hippie painters who were working through the units 2 a day. Yes, he said, the crew included a couple of girls. He couldn't identify them, but they'd be arriving for work at any moment. The FBI men asked Osgood not to mention their visit, then took up position in their unmarked government sedan to wait for Borden's crew. At 10:30 a.m. they saw Kathy and Josephine Solia arrive on the job. Jubilant, they radioed the sighting to headquarters. They were ordered to back off while plans were laid for a major surveillance operation. About 5:30 p.m. Kathy and Joe and a man, never positively identified, but thought to be Kilgore, quit painting for the day. They climbed into a black over beige 67 Ford, drove up onto the freeway, and north into San Francisco. Apparently there was no concern that they might be followed, for with at least 3 FBI cars alternately on their tail they drove directly to Morse Street, residence of the most wanted fugitive in the nation, Patricia Campbell Hearst. They got there a little after 6, parked, and all 3 went into 625 Morse. Agents circled the block for perhaps 15 minutes, then orders came to break for the night. The Ford was there in the morning, and very early the FBI was, too. It was not until 10:50 that Steve Solia, alone, came out of the 3-story building, patiently warmed up the car engine, and drove off. Steve now led his bureau escorts in toward the center of the city, to Bernal Heights, Presida Avenue. Steve pulled up in the 200 block of Presida and waited. Moments later Kathy and Joe, dressed for another day of painting, came out of a building agents could not see, got in, and the 3 proceeded to Pacifica. At quitting time the Solias again piled into the Ford *, and again with the FBI cautiously trailing, set out into rush hour. This time, however, the first stop was Bernal Heights, where Kathy and Joe were seen to enter the white duplex at 288 Presida. Steve continued on to Morse Street. The FBI now had 2 Solia addresses. Agents assumed they had Kathy and Josephine living at 288 Presida, Steve at 625 Morse. The stakeout would be at Presida. Kathy, agents felt, was the key figure. If there were connections made, it would be through her. The FBI men moved in to situate themselves early the next morning, the 17th. The house was to be watched around the clock, any visitors were to be followed and identified. Cruising surveillance was underway by 7 One agent spotted Steve's Ford parked a block away. At 8:10 a light beige camper truck with Utah license plate slipped into a just vacated parking spot on Presida with a good view of 288. 3 FBI agents were in the van, the primary surveillance post had been established. At 10 a.m. they had the first sighting. Kathy and Joe came out of 288 and walked around the corner to the Ford. They drove off, apparently headed to work. They were not followed. There was no indication anyone else was inside 288, but there was no way of telling, the second-floor windows were all curtained. At precisely 10:50 agents caught their first glimpse of one of the FBI's 3 most wanted. General Taco, clad in cut-off jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers, came out, down the steps, stood for a moment stretching, then vanished back inside. At least it looked like the long-sought Bill Harris. Agents weren't close enough to be sure, but he seemed about the right age, height, and weight. The suspect's hair appeared to be jet black, and Harris's natural color was dark brown. A dye job perhaps? But the details of the man's features were obscured by a bushy black beard. The agents had no pictures of Harris less than 2 years old, and none with a beard. But still. The FBI's FM frequency crackled with the bulletin, and orders flashed back fast, get a closer look. The number 2 man in the FBI office, ASAC Larry Lawler, Assistant Special Agent in charge, was dispatched to Presida. At 1:30 a.m. a new suspect was seen. 2 people had come out of 288, the same man and a woman, short-haired. Who just might be Emily Harris. Volanda and Takeo were out for a midday jog, down the block and through the park, then looping back. Agents cruised by them, even timed the run, 20 minutes. The 2 were just climbing the stairs when Lawler arrived on scene and drove past 288. Radioing his own sighting, the ASAC signaled that he was taking charge. Just after noon the bearded man emerged again and strolled to the corner grocery a block away. He bought the Morning Chronicle and sauntered back to the apartment, reading as he walked. Through a small peephole in the side of the camper, a telephoto lens tracked him the last half block, catching a series of candid snaps of the suspected but unsuspecting SLA general. Quest, capture, and questions 489. At 4:35 p.m. the man came out, again alone, toting a white cloth bag. He walked 2 blocks to a self-service laundromat and went in. Busy with the shirts and underwear, he didn't look up as ASAC Lawler walked past him and over to the pay telephone. Larry Lawler is 35, 6 feet, broad-shouldered, jut-jawed, and with a razor-cut wave of thick brown hair in his suit, white shirt, and tie, he looks like Central Casting's answer to Ephraim Zimbalist, Jr. Lawler flipped through the Pacific Tel and Tel directory, but he was concentrating on the brow, the eyes, and lips of the face behind the black beard. Harris, bent to his task, found nothing to smile at. Then Harris turned, walked over to a woman at the laundromat's service desk and asked for change for $1. Lawler was right behind him, his own dollar in hand. Bill turned with his change to confront the biggest, most cheerful grin Lawler could muster. But Harris didn't crack. With a cool stare he turned back to the washing machines. Lawler left the laundromat a few minutes later, no more certain than when he'd entered. But on the man's left knee, just below the cut-off Levi's, he'd noticed what seemed a surgical scar, and when the field office checked Harris's Marine Corps records, agents found that Lance Corporal Harris had had an operation on that knee. The man spent an hour at the washing chore, then hauled the laundry home on his shoulder. An hour later, 6:18 p.m., the door opened again, and the woman, earlier seen jogging, walked to the grocery. She picked up a few things from the shelves, went up to the cash register, paid the clerk, and turned to leave just as Lawler's suit, tie, and smile walked in. The ASAC got a 2-second straight-on look, then she was past him. A couple of minutes later Lawler came out, joined up with Special Agent Leo Branizan, and the 2 of them strolled along the sidewalk comparing notes. Branizan wasn't of any opinion about the woman, but Lawler was certain of one thing. "I don't know who that lady is," he said of Yolanda, "but I'll guarantee you it's not Emily Harris." Dusk settled in. At 7:10, Joe and Kathy Solia were dropped off by Steve. They went inside, and Steve drove the Ford off to the outer Mission, to Morse. There still was no surveillance at the 490 Morse address, but the Presida stakeout continued through the night. New orders came as fresh agents took over the watch. If it appeared anyone was moving out, he or she was to be stopped and positively identified. At the Federal Building downtown, FBI SAC Charlie Bates debriefed the first stakeout team in an 8 o'clock conference that evening. The Harrises. Some agents were certain, others, Lawler among them, still weren't sure. There had been dozens of certain SLA sightings and numerous FBI and police raids that netted only shocked and scared utterly innocent citizens. with all the bad publicity and several lawsuits as well. The FBI was now trying to tread very carefully. The meeting broke up and then, at 8 o'clock the following morning, Thursday, September 18, agents gathered again in Bates' office. The general consensus was that if they had the Harrises, Patty was probably inside. If there was anything to the theory of modus operandi, all of those that remained of the SLA were probably living together. The SLA had always moved in unit strength, and from the Los Angeles shootout on, the Bureau had not got any indication that the three had ever lived apart. Bates gave the orders, if they go jogging, take them on and find out if it's the Harrises. Stripped for running, clearly unarmed, that was the time to grab them. By 9 a.m. Lawler had 15 agents in the vicinity of Presida. They waited and watched. At 10:02 Kathy and Joe left for work. They were not followed. At 1:30 a report from the FBI camper put the agents at the ready. A young black man drove up in an old truck, double parked in front, walked up the steps of 288, and rapped on the door. The bearded Harris answered the knock, then stepped out and talked with the stranger. A new SLA member? Takeo went back inside, returned almost immediately, and accompanied the man to the truck. Everyone tensed, then, a long minute later, relaxed as Bill walked back upstairs with a fish in hand. The visitor was the local black Muslim fish peddler. 12:50 p.m., both the man and the woman came out, Bill in purple track shorts and a green polo shirt, Emily all in white, tennis shorts and a t-shirt. At the sidewalk they broke into a slow lope. Lawler watched them round the corner, then began ordering men into position. Bates himself was parked atop a hill a few blocks away, listening as other agents gave spot reports on the progress of the couple. 1:12 p.m., an FBI car flashed the word. The suspects, still jogging, were heading home. A sedan carrying Lawler and 3 other agents pulled up and double-parked on Presida a few doors down from 288. Other agents closed in. Bill and Emily turned the corner, walking now, chatting. As they came abreast of the government car, the car's 4 doors sprang open. "We're the FBI," announced Lawler as agents surrounded the pair. Takeo stopped in his tracks, surrendering without a word. It was Emily who moved on fight reflex. The moment she realized what was happening, Yolanda reared back, wheeled, and tried to sprint toward the corner. She found herself facing 2 agents moving toward her, one with a shotgun, a third was on her heels. She got 10 paces, then they grabbed her. She struggled for a few moments. "You motherfucking sons of bitches," Yolanda raged. "You sons of bitches." Emily was quickly hustled into an FBI auto and driven off around the block, they hoped, before her tirade could alert anyone inside the apartment. Bill was still silent. A senior agent grabbed one of Takeo's hands and peered closely at the loops and whorls on the fingertips. "It's him," he told Lawler. "Double check," he was told. Harris was pushed into an FBI car where another agent quickly inked Bill's fingers and rolled them onto a 5x8 print card. Identification was positive. "He's Harris." By radio, Lawler gave the go to hit the house. Back and front, they rushed the building. The first 2 agents up the steps, John Schreiber and Tom Patton, discovered a padlock on the outer door. Schreiber pounded on it. "FBI! FBI! Open up!" Patton smashed the window beside the door with the butt of his shotgun, then reversed the gun to cover the room inside. Schreiber reached through, unlocked the window, threw up the sash. "FBI!" he cried again as he clambered over the sill, scrambling through pistol in hand. Others followed and agents fanned out through the apartment. A minute, 2. Then Schreiber came out to report, empty, no Patty, but there were guns and bombs, cases of papers and books. Someone must have cursed. No one was particularly happy. Still, 2 out of 3 was an improvement on the past. Charlie Bates, now out in front, ordered the Harrises shipped downtown. 492. And gave the customary mop-up instructions: secure the place, get the search warrant, alert the magistrate. He had the office flash Washington, and he ordered teams of agents out to check 3 other addresses they had connected with the Solias: an apartment house a block away, with a for rent sign in a window, an address on Masonic Avenue the girls had been known to visit in the past, and 625 Morse Street. Just possibly. Bates, who had commanded the FBI's Hirnap investigation from day one, was visibly disappointed. Even to the moment of arrest, Bates had kept his poise, reserving doubt. But then it had all come together, and for a moment he, too, was certain that Tanya Hurst was in the house. The bus came down at 1:15 p.m. Bates stayed at the Presida scene until 2 o'clock, then headed downtown. His PR assistant had scheduled a press conference for 3 p.m., in time for the evening TV news. The odds were against another arrest. He thought Patty, so long elusive, had slipped by again. Special Agents Tom Patton and Jay Moulton drew the Morse Street checkout. As they headed for their car, Patton spotted 2 San Francisco detectives who had just arrived at Presida. He asked if they wanted to check out another possible safe house, and Inspectors Tim Casey and Larry Passero were more than willing. "Hell yes," said Casey. A lumbering gray-haired veteran from the SFPD robbery detail, Casey wanted Patty almost as badly as Charlie Bates. The Hibernia bank job was his case, and he'd been Ches ing Symbionese shadows all over the country for 17 months. The 2 teams joined up, G-men and cops, and they rode out to the mission section in the FBI sedan, listening to Patton recount the story of the Harrises' capture. Morse Street was a long shot, all agreed. Patty had probably been staying with the Harrises and escaped the sweep just by chance. Still, long shots do come in. "We drove past the place a couple of times and looked it over," recalled Casey later. "There were only 2 ways out of it, and we figured we could hit it without any help. The only sign of people at 625 Morse was a middle-aged man working in one of the 2 ground-level garages below the 2 floors of apartments. The FBI did not know whether Steve Solia was living in the 2nd or the 3rd floor flat. The cops decided to talk with the man in the garage. He looked straight as a string," said Casey. The man was Jerry Prill, the owner of the Quest, Capture, and Questions 493 building. Prill told them nobody was living in the 2nd floor apartment and that the 3rd floor was occupied by new tenants, a young man and a couple of girls. The girls were upstairs now, Prill said. Patton flipped out a sheaf of slaw photos and displayed them for Prill. The landlord shook his head at the pictures of both Patty Hearst and Wendy Yoshimura. He had not seen anyone among the photos except maybe the older-looking one. He pointed to a picture of Emily Harris. "That one." The FBI man asked Prill to describe the layout of the apartment and asked advice as to the fastest way in. "Up the back stairs," Prill said. "The back door was half glass. It was a federal operation, so the FBI ranked in command." Patton chose Casey to accompany him up the back stairway and assigned his FBI partner and the other San Francisco inspector to cover the front. "They were wooden stairs, and we went up slow and quiet," said Casey. Both men had their guns in hand, Patton his custom-mounted .38, Casey a .357 Magnum, the heavy artillery of handguns, capable of putting a slug through an engine block. "I was right behind Patton," recalled the inspector, "and when he got to the top landing, he all of a sudden froze." Patton had found himself looking through the open top of a Dutch door straight at Wendy Yoshimura. And Wendy was staring right back. Patton broke the trance first. "FBI! Freeze!" he yelled, lunging with the big gun right through the open top of the door, arms straight. Wendy was standing, Patty was rising from a kitchen table. "Freeze!" he yelled again. Tanya was up and moving, toward the back, the bedroom, the guns. Patton had his pistol only feet from Yoshimura's head. At Patty, he yelled again, "Freeze or I'll blow her head off." Patty stopped. The door was opened, and the lawman burst in. I ran past him, inside, past the Oriental girl, and then I saw her, remembered Casey. All I could see was her back. She was heading for another room and I called out, "Patty," and she turned around and I said, "Don't move." I looked at her close, and I could see it was Miss Hurst. She looked pale and scared. I went over and put the cuffs on her. She didn't give any trouble. Prill, who had followed the two up the stairs, reached the landing just as Casey pushed past Patton into the kitchen. Patty had stopped at Patton's threat or Casey's shout and turned. "Patty," said Prill, laughed, then giggled, then put her hands up. Tanya was in custody. Patty Hurst was reclaimed if not for 494. Steve Weed, if not for her parents, if only for the courts, the psychiatrists, at least for the millions who still harbored a desperate curiosity about her transformation and the personality it had created. It had been 591 days since the SLA had kidnapped her. And they, too, had called it an arrest. Patton asked the two women if they had weapons. Patty pointed to her purse. The agent removed a revolver, loaded, from the bag. A pistol was also found in Wendy's purse, loaded. Yoshimura asked if she could get her contact lenses, and Patton let her take them off the kitchen table. On the table, between a vase of pink flowers, 3 coffee cups, and a box of envelopes, there as yet unsent, perhaps just finished, was Wendy's letter to Willy Brandt, the official death certificate of the Symbionese Liberation Army. "Let's clear out," said Patton. "We're not going to touch anything until we get the warrant." Casey started to lead Hurst out when suddenly, very politely, Patty asked if she could change her clothes. She had, it seemed, wet her pants. Postscript. The SLA was almost a cultural test tube, a specimen sample from a bitter side of the 60s that marched apace after virtually all their comrades veered aside. Yet they marked time oddly, tracing rather than resolving the past. Culturally rootless, out of their time, they leaped into the social void, and in the eerie half-life of their plunge, among themselves if nowhere else, there created something of the pained and pimpled adolescence of the new left. Now the corpse didn't even twitch, the cobra was dead. Crushed not by the police who trapped them in LA, not by the legion of G-men who tracked them back and forth across the country, but by the earnest and brute morality they lashed upon themselves. It was only the armored quality of their fevered rhetoric, its ability to blunt and foil even the most common sense, that allowed them to survive so long. The shadow of Marcus Foster still stood to measure their isolation and naivete, the ghost of Mir Opsal cursed the cheap pious arrogance with which they sloughed off responsibility. As the symbol of the SLA, the mysterious Naga had been replaced by the crumpled, cellophane-wrapped bandolier the shoplifting General Takeo had jammed up his sleeve. There will be judgments, perhaps better made with time, of just how just had been their rage, how pitifully naive had been their justice, how corrupting their self-righteous certainty of moral superiority. Perhaps the arrogance of that certainty will be the final lesson from the Symbionese, for their story was almost a case study, individuals unattached to any politic, no movement, no revolution, frustrated romantics with no liaison to the people they had reduced to such a pocket cliché. 495. 496. The nation from which they sprang is itself a mass of contradictions, and the times are more than usually confusing. But whatever the path of the future, it will not be mapped by kids plotting in dank cellars, and pride, not guilt, will give us leaders. Appendix I. Appendix. A selection of SLA documents. Codes of War of the United Symbionese Liberation Army. Penalty by death. All charges that face a death penalty shall be presented to a jury trial made up of the members of the guerrilla forces. The jury shall be selected by the charged and the judge conducting the trial shall be selected by the charged also. The charged shall select his or her defense, and the trial judge shall select the prosecutor. The jury shall number at least 3/4 ths of the remaining members of the cells, and the verdict must be unanimous. 1. The surrender to the enemy. 2. The killing of a comrade or disobeying orders that result in the death of a comrade. 3. The deserting of a comrade on the field of war. A. Leaving a team position, thereby not covering a comrade. B. Leaving a wounded comrade. 4. The informing to the enemy or spying against the people or guerrillas. 5. Leaving a cell unit or base camp without orders. Any comrade may leave the guerrilla forces if she or he feels that they no longer feel the courage or faith in the people and the struggle that we wage. A comrade, however, must follow the codes of war in doing this, that is, he or she must inform the commanding guerrilla of their wish to go from guerrilla force. Thereupon, the guerrilla in command will release them in a safe area. The ex-combatant may only leave with his or her personal sidearm. Remember, this is the only way a comrade may leave the SLA, any other way is deserting, punishable by death. 499. 500. 6. All paid or unpaid informants operating within the community against the people and the guerrilla forces are sentenced without trial to immediate death. Penalty by disciplinary action. Disciplinary action should be primarily to aid the collective growth of the cell, so that through positive action the mistake is understood. All charges that face disciplinary action shall be under the full control of the guerrilla in command, and she or he shall weigh all evidence and shall decide the verdict, and if needed, direct the disciplinary action to be taken by the charged comrade necessary to direct him or her. Examples of disciplinary action are, the cleaning and maintenance of all cell arms, ammunition, and explosives for 1 week, the upkeep of outhouses, the full suspension of wine and cigarettes, and extra duties such as additional watches, practice and study periods, correspondence, filing, typing, washing, cleaning, cooking, and physical exercises. 1. Laqk of responsibility and determined decisive ness in following orders. 2. Nonvigilance or the leaving of an assigned post without orders. 3. Lack of responsibility in maintaining equipment or proficiency in all guerrilla skills, especially shooting. 4. The use of any unmedically prescribed drug. This rule relates to the use of such drugs as heroin, speed, peyote, mescaline, reds, pep pills, whites, yellow jackets, bennies, dexies, goofballs, LSD, and any other kind of hallucinatory drugs. However, permission is granted for the use of only 2 types of relaxing drugs, these are marijuana, and/or beer and wine and other alcohol. This permission is only granted when approved by the guerrilla in command, and with very restraining use only. No officer may grant the use of any of these said drugs to the full number of forces under his or her command. If this permission is granted, only half the force will be allowed to take part, while the other half will stand guard duty. The past has shown once true revolutionaries. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 501. Have seriously undertaken revolutionary arms. Struggle, marijuana, and alcohol are not used for recreational purposes or to dilute or blur the consciousness of reality, but very small amounts for medicinal purposes to calm nerves under times of tension, not to distort reality. 5. The failure to sever all past contacts or failing to destroy all evidence of identification or association. Penalty by disciplinary action. 6. Killing of an unarmed enemy, in this instance. The enemy refers to members of USA rank and file only and not to any members of the CIA, FBI, or other special agents or any political police state agents. Members of the USA military rank and file are to be accorded this distinction because we recognize that many of them have been forced into membership either directly, through the draft, or indirectly due to economic pressures. 7. tortures or sexual assault on either a comrade or people of the enemy. 8. Criminal acts against the poor, comrades or guerrilla forces. 9. Malicious cursing or any kind of disrespect to those in command, a comrade, or the people. 10. Deceiving or lying to fellow comrades or the people. If any of these acts are committed on a continuous basis, the charged comrade shall become a prisoner of the cell and shall remain in this prisoner status until such time as she or he is able to prove their renewed commitment to revolutionary discipline and revolutionary principles, or the charged may request to be dishonorably discharged. Conduct of guerrilla forces towards the enemy soldiers and prisoners. 1. Prisoners of war shall be held under the international codes of war. They shall be provided with adequate food, medical aid, and exercises. 2. All USA military rank and file forces shall be allowed to surrender upon our conditions of surrender, and thereupon they shall be carefully 502. Searched and interrogated. All prisoners are to receive instruction on the goals of Symbionese Liberation Army, then released in a safe area. 3. All weapons, medical, and food supplies, maps, military equipment and money are to be confiscated and turned into the guerrilla in charge. 4. Under no conditions shall any rank and file enemy soldier be relieved of his or her personal property. Conduct of guerrilla forces towards the people. All guerrilla forces shall conduct themselves in a manner of respect toward the people, and shall, when able and safe to do so, provide food and other aid to the people. They shall, when possible, inform the people of the goals of the United Symbionese Federation and encourage other women and men to join our forces and to serve the people in fight for freedom. All comrades have one main responsibility, that is to struggle and win and stand together, so no comrade stands alone. All must look out for each other, all must aid the other black, brown, red, yellow, white, man or woman, all or none. This document may change from time to time, so officers are requested to follow the changes with discipline. To those who would bear the hopes and future of the people, let the voice of their guns express the word of freedom. Gen. Field Marshal. SLA. CIN. I. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 503. The 7 principles of the SLA. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Umoja la Unidad, unity to strive for and maintain unity in our household, nation, and in the Symbionese Federation. Cujacagulia la Libre determination, self-determination to define ourselves, name ourselves, speak for ourselves and govern ourselves. Ujima trabajo colectivo y responsabilidad, collective work and responsibility to build and maintain our nation and the Federation together by making our brothers and sisters and the Federation's problems our problems and solving them together. Ujama producción cooperative, a cooperative production to build and maintain our own economy from our skills and labor and resources and to ensure ourselves and other nations that we all profit equally from our labor. Nia proposito, purpose to make as our collective vocation the development and liberation of our nation, and all oppressed people, in order to restore our people and all oppressed people to their traditional greatness and humanity. Cumba creativo, creativity to do all we can in order to free our nation and defend the Federation and constantly make it and the earth that we all share more beautiful and beneficial. Imani fe, faith to believe in our unity, our leaders, our teachers, our people, and in the righteousness and victory of our struggle and the struggle of all oppressed and exploited people. 504. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army, Declaration of Revolutionary War and the Symbionese Program. August 21, 1973. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army is a united and federated grouping of members of different races and people and socialist political parties of the oppressed people of the fascist United States of America, who have under black and minority leadership formed and joined the Symbionese Federated Republic and have agreed to struggle together in behalf of all their people and races and political parties' interest in the gaining of freedom and self-determination and Independence for all their people and races. The Symbionese Federation is not a government, but rather it is a united and federated formation of members of different races and people and political parties who have agreed to struggle in a united front for the independence and self-determination of each of their races and people and the liquidation of the common enemy, and who by this federated formation represent their future and independent pre-governments and nations of their people and races. The Symbionese Federation is not a party, but rather is a federation, for its members are made up of members of all political parties and organizations and races of all the most oppressed people of this fascist nation, thereby forming unity and the full representation of the interests of all the people. The Symbionese Liberation Army is an army of the people, and is made up of members of all the people. The SLA has no political power or political person over it that dictates who will fight and die if needed for the freedom of our people and children, but does not risk their life or fight to our freedom, but rather the SLA is both political and military in that in the SLA the army officer, whether female or male, is also the political officer and they both are the daughters and sons of the people and they both fight as well as speak for the freedom of our people and children. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army is made up of the aged, youth, and women and men of all races and people. The name Symbionese is taken from the word symbiosis and we define its meaning as a body of dissimilar bodies and organisms living in deep and loving harmony and partnership in the best interest of all within the body. We of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA define ourselves by this name because it states that we are no longer willing to allow the enemy of all our people and children to murder, oppress, and exploit us nor define us by color and thereby maintain division among us, but rather have joined together under black and minority leadership in behalf of all our different races and people to build a better and new world for our children and people's future. We are a united front and federated coalition of members from the Asian, Black, Brown, Indian, White. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 505. Women, Gray and Gay liberation movements. Who have all come to see and understand that only if we unite and build our new world and future, will there really be a future for our children and people. We of the people, and not the ruling capitalist class, will build a new world and system, where there is really freedom and a true meaning to justice and equality for all women and men of all races and people, and an end to the murder and oppression, exploitation of all people. We of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA are the children of all oppressed people, who have decided to redefine ourselves as a Symbionese race and people. Yet, recognizing the rich cultures of each and enforcing our rights to existence of our many cultures within a united federation of independent and sovereign nations, each of them flourishing and protected by its own laws and codes of self-determination. We are of many colors, but yet of one mind, for we all in history's time on this earth have become part of each other in suffering and in mind, and have agreed that the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our children and people must end now, for we all have seen the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our people for too long under the hand of the same enemy and class of people and under the same system. Knowing this, the Symbionese Federation and the SLA know that our often murderous alienation from each other aids and is one of the fundamental strengths behind the ruling capitalist class's ability to murder and oppress us all. By not allowing them to define us by color, and also recognizing that by refusing ourselves to also internalize this false division definition, knowing that in mind and body we are facing the same enemy and that we are all comrades of one people, the murdered and oppressed, we are now able to become a united people under the Symbionese Federation and make true the words of our codes of unity that to die a race, and be born a nation, is to become free. Therefore, we of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA do not under the rights of human beings submit to the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our children and people and do under the rights granted to the people under the Declaration of Independence. The United States, do now by the rights of our children and people, and by force of arms and with every drop of our blood, declare revolutionary war against the fascist capitalist class, and all their agents of murder, oppression, and exploitation. We support by force of arms the just struggles of all oppressed people for self-determination and independence within the United States and the world. And hereby offer to all liberation movements, revolutionary workers' groups, and people's organizations our total aid and support for the struggle for freedom and justice for all people and races. We call upon all revolutionary black and other oppressed people within the fascist United States to come together and join the Symbionese Federation and fight in the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. 506. The goals of the Symbionese Liberation Army. 1. To unite all oppressed people into a fighting force and to destroy the system of the capitalist state and all its value systems. To create in its place a system sovereign nations that are in the total interest of all its races and people, based on the true affirmation of life, love, trust, and honesty, freedom and equality that is truly for all. 2. To assure the rights of all people to self-determination and the rights to build their own nation and government, with representatives that have shown through their actions to be in the interest of their people. To give the right to all people to select and elect their own representatives and governments by direct vote. 3. To build a People's Federated Council, who will be a male and female of each People's Council or sovereign nation of the Symbionese Federation of Nations, who shall be the representatives of their nations in the forming of trade pacts and unified defense against any external enemy that may attack any of the free nations of the Federation and to form other aids to each other's needs. 4. To aid and defend the cultural rights of all the sovereign nations of the Symbionese Federation, and to aid each nation in the building of educational and other institutions to meet and serve this need for its people. 5. To place the control of all the institutions and industries of each nation into the hands of its people. To aid sovereign nations of the Federation to build nations where work contributes concretely to the full interest and needs of its workers and the communal interest of its communities and its people and the mutual interest of all within the Federation of Nations. 6. To aid and defend the rights of all oppressed people to build nations which do not institute oppression and exploitation, but rather does institute the environment of freedom and defends that freedom on all levels and for all of the people, and by any means necessary. 7. To give back to all people their human and constitutional rights, liberty, equality, and justice and the right to bear arms in the defense of these rights. 8. To create a system where our aged are cared for with respect, love, and kindness and aided and encouraged to become assets in their own ways to their nations and to their communal community. That the life that moves around them is not a frightening and murderous one and where life is not a fear, but rather one of love and feeling and of unity. 9. To create a system and laws that will neither force people into nor force them to stay into personal relationships that they do not wish to be in, and to destroy all chains instituted by legal and social laws of the capitalist state which acts as a reinforcing system to maintain this form of imprisonment. 10. To create institutions that will aid, reinforce, and educate the growth. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 507. Of our comrade women and aid them in making a new true and better role to live in life and in the defining of themselves as a new and free people. 1. To create new forms of life and relationships that bring true meanings of love to people's relationships, and to form communes on the community level and bring the children of the community into being the responsibility of the community, to place our children in the union of real comradeship and in the care and loving interest of the revolutionary community. 12. To destroy the prison system, which the capitalist state has used to imprison the oppressed and exploited, and thereby destroy the love, unity, and hopes of millions of lives and families. And to create in its place a system of comradeship and that of group unity and education on a communal and revolutionary level within the community, to bring home our daughters and sons, and sisters, and brothers, fathers and mothers, and welcome them home with love and a new revolutionary comradeship of unity. 13. To take control of all state land and that of the capitalist class and to give back the land to the people. To form laws and codes that safeguard that no person can own the land, or sell the land, but rather the nation's people own the land and use it for their needs and interest to live. No one can own or sell the air, the sky, the water, the trees, the birds, the sun, For all of this world belongs to the people of this earth. 14. To take control of all buildings and apartment buildings of the capitalist class and fascist government, and to totally destroy the rent system of exploitation. 15. To build a federation of nations, who shall formulate programs and unions of actions and interests that will destroy the capitalist value system and its other anti-human institutions, and who will be able to do this by meeting all the basic needs of all of the people and their nations. For they will be all able to do this because each nation will have full control of all of its industries and institutions and does not run them for profit, but in the full interest of all the people of its nation. 16. To destroy all forms and institutions of racism, sexism, ageism, capitalism, fascism, individualism, possessiveness, competitiveness, and all other such institutions that have made and sustained capitalism and the capitalist class system that has oppressed and exploited all of the people of our history. By this means and the mutual aid and unity of each nation within the Symbionese Federation, will each nation be able to provide to each person and couple and family free of cost the 5 basic needs of life, which are food, healthcare, housing, education, and clothing, and in this way allowing people to be able to find and form new values and new systems of relationships and interests based on a new meaning to life and love. 508. If the quest for freedom is death, then by the death of the enemy will black and other oppressed people find and regain their freedom. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents. 509. The United Symbionese War Council. Terms of military/political alliance. Our commitment to the revolutionary struggle for self-determination for all oppressed people and races and the international proletarian revolution is total and fully uncompromisable. Therefore, any relationship the Symbionese War Council has with any group or organization is based on their active military/political commitment to the goal of gaining freedom for all oppressed people and races. 1. Our alliance with any group or organization is based upon their firm decision to fight as well as talk in behalf of the people's interest, and once this commitment is clear, then we can come together in order to 1. Collectively develop a common strategy. 2. Work together to develop tactical coordination. 3. Assist each other in developing the abilities and talents of all the members of the Symbionese War Council and to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the leadership in order to constantly better all aspects of the ability and actions of the War Council, and its individual leadership from other organizations. 2 Command positions of the War Council are subject to the approval of all members of the Council, based upon the military/political thinking and ability of the presented officer to work with others in the interest of freedom for all people and races. 3 Command positions in the War Council are not appointed by who one knows, one's sex, one's color or the group or organization one belongs to, but only by one's courage, determination, intelligence, aggressive initiative, and capability as a leader, and one's military/political thinking. 4. All members of the War Council are expected and fully are responsible for the military political leadership of the SLA, they must fight and speak for the people, and this must be understood clearly by all members. 5. No member of the War Council can elect or select himself or herself to a position such as the head of a government or people's council. The War Council is totally an alliance of war against the common enemy. The people themselves shall have and hold the only right to select and elect their governments and government heads of state. 6. It is not the policy of the War Council to rip off zero leadership or membership from other organizations, but rather it is the policy of the War Council to aid and support the development and education of leadership to fulfill truly its responsibility to the people, and to allow the collective intelligence, leadership, and resourcefulness of the leadership from different organizations and groups to flourish together and grow together, thereby forming an area where the collective interests and needs as well as weaknesses and 510 strengths of each can benefit each in the common struggle to liquidate the common enemy. 7 Military force is a necessity for actualizing political goals and must therefore be held as a priority. Therefore, the true assistance in the supplying of military equipment, materials, finances, personnel is of the utmost importance. Once these forces have fully committed themselves to open and total warfare against the common enemy, and members of the War Council must understand this clearly. 8. Leadership of any group or organization who is truly committed and in agreement with the goals of the SLA and the terms of military/political alliance may be presented to the War Council. However, the presented officer's membership is not confirmed until it is verified that prior to presentation for membership a combat action has been taken part in by that group or organization within the last 12 months. 9. Once the War Council collectively agrees to an action or plan of strategy, then that action shall be understood as an action of the SLA, and not of any single group or organization. Just as the fingers cannot call themselves a fist, and the fist cannot call itself the fingers. From time to time the membership on the War Council may disagree upon a particular action or strategy. When in disagreement, that particular membership need not participate in the SLA action, but membership on the War Council is maintained only as long as all commitments made to the collective Symbionese War Council are continued to be fully adhered to. It is the disagreeing group or organization's responsibility to, on its own, prove out their ideas in order to change or modify its own or the collective War Council's direction. 10. It is the policy of the War Council not to involve itself in the internal political affairs or disagreements that may result within different organizations or groups. However, the War Council recognizes and accepts membership to the Council of any military/political unit, cell, or organization that qualifies and shall recognize them as true representatives of that particular organization or group. It is the collective policy of the War Council that the failure of the elected leadership to take her or his revolutionary responsibility as far as the War Council is concerned shall be totally the responsibility of the elected leader and not that of the War Council. 1. Organizations or groups that wish to serve in combat units must elect 2 persons, 1 female and 1 male, who have full responsibility and authority to act and represent their group or organization and who will hold a command position in the unified command of the United Symbionese War Council. 12. All members of the Symbionese War Council must clearly understand that our commitment is total and our goal is the total freedom. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 511. Of the people and children and the destroying totally of the common enemy. Therefore, it is held that any restraining of supplies or other war materials etc. for political reasons or reactionary reasons or political chess games with the enemy, by any officer or other persons in the War Council, that by its actions endangers the lives of the women and men of the Symbionese Liberation Army shall be held as a full and total violation of this alliance pact and compromising with the enemy and the freedom and life of the people and children, and therefore is punishable by death. To those who would bear the hopes and future of the people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. 512 The voices of guns. A letter to the people. From Faiza to those who would bear the hopes and future of the people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Greetings, my comrades, sisters and brothers, all love, power, and freedom to you. I am very glad to have this opportunity to speak to you, even though I know that what I am feeling cannot be completely expressed in words. You may have heard of me, not because I am any more important than any of you, but simply because my former name has been in the news lately. My name was Nancy Ling Perry, but my true name is Faiza. What that name means is one who is victorious, and I am one who believes in the liberation and victory of the people, because I have learned that what one really believes is what will come to pass. So, my name is Faiza and I am a freedom fighter in an information/intelligence unit of the United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. I still am that, in spite of the fact that I am now being sought for a political action, and in spite of the fact that 2 of my closest compañeros are now chained in the adjustment center at San Quintin concentration camp. I am still with other members of the SLA information/intelligence unit, and I am hiding only from the enemy and not from the people. I have no intention of deserting my commitment. Nor would I ever try to run away from it, because I have learned that There is no flight to freedom except that of an armed projectile. Although it is the practice of the Symbionese Liberation Army to act rather than talk, I am compelled to speak because I wish to make clear my position and why I am fighting, what it is I am fighting for, what the purpose and nature of the SLA Information/Intelligence Unit is, and why I will continue to fight. First of all, I think I should tell you something about my background and the evolution of my consciousness. Basically, I have three backgrounds. I have a work background, a love background, and a prison background. My prison background means that I have close ties and feelings with our incarcerated brothers and sisters. What they have taught me is that if people on the outside do not understand the necessity of defending them through force of arms, then it is because these people on the outside do not yet realize that they are in an immediate danger of being thrown into concentration camps themselves, tortured, or shot down in the streets for expressing their beliefs. What my love background taught me was a whole lot of what love is all about, and that the T. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 513. Greater one's capacity for love is, the greater is one's longing for freedom. What my work background taught me is that one of the things that every revolutionary does is to fight to get back the fruits of her or his own labor and the control of his or her own destiny. When I was in high school in 1963-64, I witnessed the first military coup, against we the people of this country. I saw us passively sit by our T.Vs and unconsciously watch as the militarily armed corporate state took over the existing government and blatantly destroyed the Constitution that some of us still believed in. I listened to the people around me deny that a military coup had taken place and claim that such a thing could not happen here. The people that I grew up around were so politically naive that their conceptions of a military coup only recognized those that have occurred in South America and African countries where the military and ruling class took over the government by an open force of arms. But the method of taking over the government was different here. Here the coup was simply accomplished by assassinating the then President John Kennedy, and then assassinating any further opposition to the dictator who was to take power. That dictator is the current President Richard Nixon. In 1964 I witnessed these and other somewhat hidden beginnings of the military/corporate state which we now live in. And I heard my teachers and the government-controlled media spread lies about what had happened. I saw the civil rights protests, the killings and bombings of my black brothers and sisters and the conditioned reactions of extreme racism in my school and home. When I questioned my teachers about how these occurrences related to the meanings of democracy and freedom that we were told existed to protect us all, the answer I got was that we were better off not knowing the truth about what was happening. I told my teachers and my family and friends that I felt that we were all being used as pawns and puppets, and that those who had taken over the government were trying to keep us asleep and in a political stupor. I asked my teachers to tell me what happened in Nazi Germany. I asked them to tell me the meaning of fascism, I asked them to tell me the meaning of genocide, and when I began to hear about a war in Vietnam, I asked them to tell me the meaning of imperialism. The answer to all my questions then was either silence, or a reply filled with confusion and lies, and a racist pride and attitude that well, after all, it was all for us. The experience of living in America has since taught me the realities of what fascism, imperialism, and genocide mean, and I have discovered the truth about the military takeover and the police state dictatorship, not because I studied about it in college, but because I see it every day, and because truth is something that is honestly known, as easily as beauty is seen. There is no need for me to relate here everything that I have seen, or everything that I am sure you are already aware of. I am sure, my sisters and brothers, that you realize that the government is now in the rapid and steady process of removing the means of survival from the 514 lower class and giving these benefits to the middle class in an effort to rally support from them. And as the government is removing these means of survival from the people, then naturally the people who have been robbed must in turn take back what rightfully belongs to them, and take back what they need in order to survive. This the current dictatorship calls a crime, whether they take food from the grocery store, or take to the streets to make a speech, or take a gun in their hand to defend themselves. As a member of the Symbionese Liberation Army Information/Intelligence Unit, I fight against our common oppressor, and this I do with my gun as well as my mind. I try to use my mind and my imagination to uncover facts, so that when the SLA attacks it will be in the right place, and that the actions of the more experienced SLA combat units will truly serve to benefit the people and answer their needs. The action taken by the SLA combat unit in reference to the Oakland Board of Education was a specific response to political police state programs and the failure of the board to heed the rights and demands of the people in the community. The specific program was one of the photo identification, biological classification in the form of biodossiers which classify students according to race and political beliefs, internal warfare computer files, and armed police state patrols within the schools. Intensely thorough intelligence operations carried out by one of the SLA information units was able to obtain factual information that Foster's signature was the first to appear on the Nixon administration-inspired proposal for armed police agents within certain Oakland schools and various forms of computer classification of students. Further intelligence revealed that Foster's background included membership on the Philadelphia Crime Commission. Foster's sideman, Blackburn, is a CIA agent. As Director of Education in East Africa, he worked to implement test programs against black people there, and he trained other agents to carry them out so that he could return to his country and introduce those same programs here. I feel a need to explain this again because I want to make it clear that the SLA was not indiscriminately issuing death warrants for Foster, Blackburn, and anyone else, but rather we were attacking the programs and proposal of which they were the initiators, supporters, and first signers. Such an attack was the only means left open to us to demand that the people's wishes be met, and that all such dangerous, genocidal programs be stopped. The government-controlled media has made some reference to the effect that this action was carried out by white people made up in blackface. Members of the SLA do not have to make up in blackface in order to defend the black community, since the SLA is a federation formed in the style of a revolutionary United Nations whose commanding leadership is composed of representatives of the black, brown, yellow, red, and white communities. We have more than enough members from every race to carry out any operation. As revolutionaries we would never Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 515. Guise ourselves by race, because we would never deliberately act in a manner that would bring further police investigation onto any one race of peoples. But I would like to ask, since when does one have to be black in order to care about the murder of 14-year-old Tyrone Guyton by political police state death squads? Since when does one have to be white in order to feel for the starving children in Appalachia? Since when does one have to be an Asian in order to care about stopping the napalming of children in Vietnam? Since when does one have to be brown in order to fight against the mass slaughters being conducted by the military junta in Chile? Since when? Not since we have come to realize that we are all one in struggle. I am a member of the Symbionese Liberation Army Information/Intelligence Unit, and that means that my responsibility is to aid the combat units with information, and keep myself armed at all times. I am in a race to learn how to fight, because I am in a race to survive. SLA Information/Intelligence Units have a military/political alliance with SLA combat units. What that means is that information units totally support armed struggle. That is to say that all members of the SLA understand that politics are inseparable from struggle. In fact, politics have no meaning without armed combat and information units to give politics a purpose. The Symbionese Liberation Army is unlike many existing political organizations in this country which support the armed liberation struggles of peoples throughout the world, but when it comes to the struggle here in America, they consistently denounce militancy and revolutionary violence, and in so doing denounce the only means left to the people to achieve their liberation. I believe that whenever people are confronted with oppression, starvation and the death of their freedom, that they want to fight. It has been the history of many political leaders to suppress this will of the people, and to pretend that the people do not have the right to fight, and to pretend that the people will somehow achieve their liberation without revolutionary violence. But the truth is that there has never been a precedent for a nonviolent revolution. The defenseless and unarmed people of Chile can testify to that. All members of the SLA recognize that we, right here in America, are in a state of war, and that in a state of war, all must be armed, and understand the true meaning of self-defense. When any member of the People's Army strikes out at the murderer of our people and children, we are doing so in self-defense. We are doing so because we are left no alternative, and force of arms is now our only legal means to effect revolutionary justice. However, the natural instincts of many people in our country have become perverted by the conditionings to which they have been subjected. They have been conditioned to be afraid of revolutionary violence. I no longer have these fears because, as a comrade of mine named Osceola has taught me, the only way to destroy fear is to destroy the makers of fear, the murderer and the oppressor. 516. SOR. A revolutionary is not a criminal, nor is she or he an adventurer, and revolutionary violence is nothing but the most profound means of achieving internal as well as external balance. I would like to correct and clarify the information given to you by the regime-controlled media and police state reports associating the Symbionese Liberation Army with the August 7th. First of all, statements about August 7th literature and original communiques being found in the Concord House are completely untrue. The Symbionese Liberation Army is not the August 7th. In fact, the August 7th is a counter-revolutionary Oakland City and California State Police plot to discredit revolutionaries and confuse the people. Freedom fighters act only in the interest of the people. They do not unnecessarily shoot down a helicopter whose crashing would endanger lives of people in their communities, nor do they credit themselves with events or accidents that occur in which they had no part, nor do they issue threats which they are unprepared to carry out, nor do they expose the nature and whereabouts of their forces, as for example in the recent statement issued by August 7 saying that armed guerrilla units existed inside the prisons. The events and communiques associated with the August 7 served only enemy purposes, that is, a statewide lockdown went into effect in the prisons and the people began to think of revolutionary action as that which would endanger their lives and homes. As a member of the SLA, I can tell you that the SLA takes full credit and responsibility for its actions. We acknowledge everything that we do, and if we had shot down a helicopter, we would say so, and if I had participated as a decoy in the taxi cab incident, I would say so. However, I would like to tell you not to rely solely on my analysis that the August 7th and the Oakland and California State Political Police are one and the same, but instead, just take a look for yourselves. Ask yourselves of the extent to which the police state will go to discredit revolutionaries by labeling all street violence as revolutionary activity and by issuing nothing but threatening communiques and then saying that such threats were coming from revolutionaries. It isn't just coincidence that the week the August 7th issued an idle threat against the life of prison official Procunier, was the same week that the California legislature reinstated the death penalty. The house in Concord, California, was a Symbionese Liberation Army information/intelligence headquarters, nothing more. The house was set on fire by me only to melt away any fingerprints that may have been overlooked. It never was intended that the fire would totally destroy the premises, because there was nothing left there that was of any real consequence to us, nor was there any material left behind that could stagnate the functioning ability of the SLA to carry on the struggle. The reports that mass armaments were found in that house is a lie. It is an attempt to frame my two comrade brothers, and it is an assertion to cover up the fact that there were no weapons found there. All that remained were 3 bro. T. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents, 517 can BB guns, a couple of malfunctioning gas masks, a few research books, and several liberation posters on the wall. Also, let me tell you that no one living or coming to that house was a part of the SLA combat forces. This can be easily verified. First of all, everyone in SLA combat forces is offensively armed with cyanide bullets in all weapons that they carry, and up until today this had not been the case for SLA information/intelligence units or any support units, At that time all units but combat were only defensively armed with handguns and carried no cyanide bullets. Secondly, we can easily verify that the ballistics on the .380 now in the hands of PIG agents do not match those of the weapon used in the attack on the Oakland Board of Education. Information/intelligence units or any support units were never allowed to possess or have any contact with combat unit weapons. Beginning January 11, however, a directive was issued by the SLA and the Court of the People stating that as of that date, all units of the Symbionese Liberation Army are to be heavily and offensively armed with cyanide bullets in all their weapons. I would like to convey the word, to my 2 captured compañeros, you have not been forgotten, and you will be defended because there has been no setback and all combat forces are intact. There really are no words available to me to express what I feel about the capture of my 2 compañeros. They are in a concentration camp now because none of us were offensively armed, and because I was not aware that they were under attack. But my beautiful brothers, as we have said many times, we learn from our mistakes, and we learn from our active participation in struggle, not from political rhetoric, so we won't cry, but simply fight on, and right on with that. A comrade of mine, Bo, says something that I'd like to leave you with. There are 2 things to remember about revolution: we are going to get our asses kicked, and we are going to win. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Faiza. 518. To those who would bear the hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Greetings to the people, fellow comrades, brothers and sisters. My name is Sink, and to my comrades I am known as Cin. I am a black man and representative of black people. I hold the rank of General Field Marshal in the United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. Today I have received an order from the Symbionese War Council, the Court of the People, to the effect that I am ordered to convey the following message in behalf of the SLA, and to insert a taped word of comfort and verification, that Patricia Campbell Hearst is alive and safe. The Symbionese Liberation Army is a federated union that maintains political elements of many different liberation struggles, and of many different races. Our unified purpose is to liberate the oppressed people of this nation and to aid other oppressed people around the world in their struggle against fascist imperialism and the robbery of their freedom and homeland. Since this is the purpose of the SLA, it is therefore clear to us, as it will be to all oppressed people, that our interest is to serve and defend the people and not ourselves, since the people shall always come first, themselves. The SLA has arrested the subject for the crimes that her mother and father have, by their actions, committed against we, the American people, and oppressed people of the world. In understanding this charge, we must first understand who the Hearsts are, and who they serve and represent. Randolph A. Hearst is the corporate chairman of the fascist media empire of the ultra-right Hearst Corporation, which is one of the largest propaganda institutions of this oppressive military dictatorship of the militarily armed corporate state that we now live under in this nation. The primary goal of this empire is to save and form a necessary propaganda and smokescreen to shield the American people from the realities of the corporate dictatorship that Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford represent. This network of propaganda programs and confusion has succeeded in hiding the truth from the people, that truth being that this nation has suffered its first military coup and that the Constitution, which some of us still believe in, has been overthrown. The fascist Hearst Corporation, composed of, firstly, a national newspaper syndicate which includes the San Francisco Examiner, the Chronicle, and others which jump from California and to as far away as New York and Philadelphia. Secondly, a magazine monopoly composed of over 13 publications, which include, for example, House Beautiful, Harper's Bazaar, Town and Country and Cosmopolitan. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 519. Thirdly, a TV and radio station empire across the nation, with production and propaganda fields of both national and international use. Fourth, ownership of vast areas of real estate in the United States and Mexico, forest, grasslands, and cattle farms. All of this is directly connected with Washington and the corporate dictatorship of Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. That is to say, the Hearst Empire is one of the empires of the ruling class, and its interests are the rich and in direct contradiction with the interests of the people. Therefore, they are enemies of the people. Mrs. Randolph A. Hearst is a member of the University of California Board of Regents and is responsible, along with others appointed by Governor Reagan, for the lowering of funds and the investment of our California tax money in corporations which have interests and do gain profits from the robbery, oppression, genocide carried out by fascist and racist governments around the world, and within the United States itself. The Regents, with the support of Mrs. Hearst, have time and time again been requested by we, the people, to not invest our money in such fascist corporations as General Motors, Westinghouse, Gulf, Standard Oil, Bank of America and others, who have and do serve and gain profit in the oppression, robbery, and murder that is committed against black people of South Africa, where 70,000 black children a year die from malnutrition, against white people of Ireland, where US-trained British soldiers shoot down in the streets Irish fathers and mothers, and US-manufactured tear gas suffocates Irish children as their older brothers and sisters rot in British concentration camps, against the freedom of the Philippine people that the United States and Marcos puppet soldiers used US-manufactured napalm to attempt to burn away the spirit of freedom from the hearts and souls of the poor and starving. The U.C. Board of Regents, one of California's largest foreign investors, supports, through its investments, the murder of thousands of black men and women and children of Mozambique, Angola, and Rhodesia, murder designed to destroy the spirit that all humanity longs for. With all these crimes placed before the Board of Regents and Mrs. Hearst, with all the pleas from the people to stop supporting these corporations and the murders of thousands of men, women, and children, the Board and Mrs. Hearst did not raise one voice in protest, or refuse to be part of these crimes committed against these people, and those committed against the American people. For these acts and others, the court of the people finds the Hearst family accountable for their crimes and hold that they are enemies of the people. We of the Symbionese Liberation Army hold the Hearst Corporation and the Hearst family and the Board of Regents, as well as the corporate state which they support and aid, are enemies of the people, and that the people have the legal and human right and duty to attack said enemy according to the forms of war taken by the oppressed people against any 520 enemy or murderer and oppressor to regain their freedom and liberty and to give love to their children and people. It is therefore the directive of this court that before any forms of negotiations for the release of the subject prisoner be initiated, that an action of good faith be shown on the part of the Hearst family to allow the court and the oppressed people of this world and this nation to ascertain as to the real interests and cooperative attitude of the Hearst family, and in so doing, show some form of repentance for the murder and suffering they have aided and profited from, and this good faith gesture is to be in the form of a token gesture to the oppressed people that aid the corporate state in robbing and removing their rights to freedom and liberty. This gesture is to be in the form of food to the needy and unemployed, and to which the following instructions are to be followed to the letter. In closing, and speaking personally for myself, and as a father of 2 children, I wish to say to Mr. Hearst and Mrs. Hearst that I, as also the persons under my command for the authority of the court of the people, are not savage killers and madmen, and we do hold a high moral value to life. We value life very deeply, and with all the spirit that we, as human beings, can bring forth in our hearts. Speaking as a father, I am quite willing to lose both my children, if by that action I could save thousands of white, black, yellow, and red children from a life of suffering, exploitation and murder. And I am therefore quite willing to carry out the execution of your daughter to save the life of starving men, women, and children of every race, and I along with the loyal men and women of many races who love the people, quite willingly give our lives to free the people at any cost. And if, as you and others might so easily believe, that we will lose, let it be known that even in death we will win, for the very ashes of this fascist nation will mark our very grave. T. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 52. 1. P. to Sync. love to our sisters and brothers in prisons, courage and faith to our 2 captured soldiers, greetings to all oppressed peoples, may we connect. My name is Faiza. The SLA is taking these opportunities to speak with the people now, because we have been having a temporary period of inactivity while waiting for the completion of our unit's last action. We know that the people want far more than $6 million of food. 8C We will continue to fight for the total liberation of all oppressed peoples by the only means available, that is force of arms. The Court of the People has issued the Codes of War of the Symbionese Liberation Army, and I wish to state that Sinkhmtum is the General Field Marshal of the Symbionese Guerrilla Forces, as well as Chairman of the United Symbionese War Council. Sink is a black brother who spent many years of his life in fascist America's concentration camps, man-child years in prison cells and man years in prison cells. Sink met literally thousands of black, brown, red, yellow 8C white freedom fighters while he was locked down. Courageous comrade George Jackson was one among them. The spirit of all the brothers Sink knows lives in him now, and the spirit of all the sisters that Sink never had the opportunity to meet, but knows by common bond like Asada Shakur, Lolita Lebron 8C Bernadine Dorn is always in his heart. When Sink escaped alone on foot from Soledad prison, he did so for one reason only, to fight with the people 8C, to lead the people in revolution. He did not escape so that he could kick back and hide and get high. He did not even escape so that he could satisfy a deep and longing personal ache to simply see the people, and be on the streets and reunite with his family and be a father once again to his children. Sink escaped so that he could actively stalk the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. The lives both he 8C the people's fighting forces lead now may be harsh and dangerous, but it is better to work with hard reality, than to play in pleasant, but unproductive, enslaving dreams. Sinkhmtum is the name that was bestowed upon him by his imprisoned sisters 8C brothers. It is the name of an ancient African chief who led the fight of his people for freedom. The name means fifth prophet, and Cin was many years ago given this name because of his keen instinct and senses, his spiritual consciousness and his deep love for all the people and children of this earth. This does not, however, mean that Sink is from God or someone that is holy or that he has an extreme ego problem, but simply that he to us and to all oppressed peoples is the instilled hope and spirit of his people 8C all peoples, and that he is of the people. 522. And from the people. A prophet is a leader and fighter who is one of the people. Leaders are individuals who within themselves feel that it is time to lead and bring us one step closer to freedom for all peoples. A leader is one who is able to help the people understand the swiftness and fierceness with which they must move if they would survive. Part of the revolutionary process in which we are engaged involves the constant redefining of thought, word, and action. We must deal with all the conditions outside ourselves which oppress and enslave us, and we must deal with the enemy, within. We must deal with both these diseases simultaneously, and with an unrelenting commitment and understanding that in reality we are not living to die, but rather all who chose to fight to the death are dying to live. Cin's example to the people has taught us through his actions and by his own words, that he or she who is scared and seeks to run from death will find it, but she or he who is not afraid and who actively seeks death out will find it not at their door. We embrace the concepts of art and spiritual consciousness in material relevant terms based upon the common conditions of all oppressed peoples. We have begun to redefine art as the natural creative reflection of our desperate struggle to survive. Art for us is the total process of sharing and communally using what we learn in order to live and to fight. We recognize Jin as an artist for what he teaches the people, but we also realize, as he himself has said, that truth has no author. Another thing which we feel is necessary to clarify is the word spirit and all that which is called spiritual. The spirit is the bodies and souls of all the people, and the spiritual is the intensity of our common instincts, as reflected throughout history to fight for the freedom of all oppressed peoples, to save the earth and the children from the putrid disease of bourgeois mentality and the putrid disease of the corporate fascist military state. In a profound and spiritual sense, as our sisters and brothers in the SLA have said, resistance to this disease is the single greatest human endeavor today. Comrades in struggle, there is a high price that we have paid and will pay for our mistakes, and there is an even higher price which we have been paying for the loss of our leaders. We are speaking to the people now, because we all know that we cannot afford the loss of another leader, and we want the people to know that in spite of the enemy's technology and prestige of terror, we do have a leader that loves the people and lives and fights for the people. This example helps to make a love among comrades that gives attention, appreciation, care, and protection from each brother and sister to the other. The oppressed peoples of this nation have and will continue to bring forth their leaders, prophets 8C fighters until they are free. The people brought forth Malcolm X, who came to unite the people and warn the enemy of what would inevitably happen if the people were not freed. The enemy answered by murdering Malcolm. The people then did. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 523. Again bring forth another prophet. That prophet was Martin Luther King, who with nonviolence 8C humanity pleaded to the enemy to free the people. And just when King was ready to declare that nonviolent protest would accomplish nothing but the further enslavement and degradation of the people, the enemy murdered King. George Jackson was a prophet and leader from the streets 8C. When the enemy imprisoned him, George received his education in the raw. He learned firsthand that there can be no compromise with merciless pigs. George Jackson came from the prisons of America 8C. Love inspired, he boldly fought the oppressor. When the fascist insect locked him down and murdered him, the people knew that they had suffered a great loss, but they failed to unite in immediate retaliation. Now, once again, the people have brought forth another prophet and leader. This leader comes not to beg and plead with the enemy, he comes not to warn of violence, but is himself the bringer of the children of the wind and the sound of war. He has one word to the children of the oppressed and the children of the oppressor: come. We have joined together with love and unity and the understanding that those who would be free, must themselves strike the first blow. 524. Tanya interview. Q. Catherine and Randolph Hearst have been presented in the media both as rich pigs and as plain folks at various times. Can you tell us what your family was really like? My first memories of my parents, or any kind of family life, start when I was about 9 years old. The propaganda that's been spread in the media about how close my family is has no basis in reality. My parents hired nurses and governesses to take care of us because they didn't want to do it themselves, or didn't feel capable of doing it themselves. My parents didn't live a flashy, flamboyant, beautiful people type of life. They spent a lot of money on things like houses, planes, boats, vacations, but they still managed to keep themselves real low profile as far as publicity went. They didn't give or go to big parties. You just didn't see anything about Randolph and Catherine Hearst on the society pages. They left that for other members of the family. My father is a very rich and powerful man, and because he's so powerful it was in his interest to keep a low profile. He benefits from the fact that the public identifies my uncle, William Randolph Hearst Jr., as being the Hearst pig and doesn't even know about Randolph Apperson Hearst. In fact, most people get the two of them confused because the names are somewhat similar. Everything from my upbringing, due to my class position, was trying to make me declare allegiance to my parents' values and ideas. As a young woman in high school, I was more than anything else embarrassed by my parents' wealth and their class position. I had no support. No one to help me understand why I felt the way I did because everyone I knew was from backgrounds similar to mine and couldn't relate to my confusion. Q. At what point did Stephen Weed come into your life? It was during my last year of high school that I met Stephen Weed. I was 17 and he was 23. He was a teacher at the school that I went to and I decided that I was going to have an affair with him. I was first attracted to him because the way he felt about his pupils. He hated the little rich bitches from Hillsborough and Woodside. But as we started seeing Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 525 more of each other, he began to think that maybe a rich bitch isn't so bad after all. Most of my energies began to go into this relationship, and I started college and housekeeping at the same time. I fell in love with Steve and I felt very secure. I thought that I would be able to avoid any further confrontations with my ruling class upbringing because Steve would change my name and rescue me from being a Hearst. My escapism was reinforced by going to college because during the time when I wasn't with Steve or his friends, I would hide in my studies. For about a year and a half, I was content to think about nothing but becoming a gentlewoman and fitting into Weed's life. But in spite of reactionary attitudes, I was growing. My relationship with Steve was changing and I was becoming resentful of his patronizing attitude towards me, the way he was trying to mold me into his idea of supermate. While part of me was plotting my escape from this relationship, the other part of me was smiling for engagement pictures and cooking dinner, playing out various aspects of a role that I hated. Steve and I used each other for 3 years, but we both knew it couldn't last. By January I'd abandoned my subjective attachment to the idea that everything would be different once we were married, but I was still too afraid to break out of a relationship that had once seemed so safe. After I was kidnapped, one of the sisters asked me what Weed and I talked about, and I couldn't think of anything except bullshit chatter. Only then was I finally able to admit to myself that our relationship stunk. That it totally lacked the mutual respect necessary for people to grow and develop together. Q. What sort of model did your mother provide for you in terms of a pattern for you to follow? A. My mother didn't provide a very attractive model for me to follow. She was often on some kind of drug, usually barbiturates. I never liked to have friends over to the house, mostly because of the drugs. One day when I was in high school, a boyfriend came over and she was so fucked up she could hardly talk. I was real embarrassed, but he excused it by saying that his mother was an alcoholic. Our parents weren't unusual. The ruling class pastime activity consists of drugs, booze, and divorce. My parents were into dope and alcohol. Also, Catherine is incredibly racist. My father is too, but he usually isn't as blatant about it as my mother. He puts up his liberal nice guy front, or at least he tries to. He couldn't afford to be so obvious, being in contact with people the way he is in the publishing business. He's a real pig, but he usually makes a good first impression. Q. How did you feel about your kidnappers at first? A. At first I didn't trust or like them. For a while I didn't trust anything that anyone said to me. But I got over that level of mistrust pretty quickly. I realized that except for security information, I wasn't being lied to anymore. Q. What was your reaction when it was first suggested to you that you might become a member of the SLA? 526. A. My decision to join the SLA was the result of process of political development. After only a couple of weeks I started to feel sympathetic with the SLA. I was beginning to see that what they wanted to accomplish was necessary, although at that time it was hard for me to relate to the tactic of urban guerrilla warfare. But how can someone disagree with wanting hungry people to have food? It's pretty hard not to see that starvation and hunger are the real tragedies, and not the fact that one person had been kidnapped and might get killed. I'm not trying to say that I was super brave or anything, just that I could see my situation clearly. I would have been dishonest with myself if I hadn't agreed with the goals of the SLA. At the same time there were so many ideas that they talked about that I couldn't understand. Yet, so-called investigative reporters suggest that during these weeks, I was falling in love with some member of the SLA. In reality I was falling in love with the masses of people and learning how to struggle with my weaknesses to fight the enemy within. When I was given the choice of either joining the combat unit or returning to my parents' house, I was really worried. I had only read a few books, and was generally lacking the political analysis and military skills that I thought would be a prerequisite for joining the cell. But my comrades were willing to help me learn the military/political skills that I was lacking, as long as I was willing to struggle to become a guerrilla soldier. Q. What was the reaction to the suggestion that you might join the SLA from the other members of the cell when CIN first proposed it to them? A. I heard that there was a lot of opposition to the idea. Some members of the cell objected to me staying, because they did not want someone with them that had not made a well thought out decision. The comrades who objected, though, were the ones who were often gone all day taking care of different business for the cell. I finally got down and talked to each comrade individually so that they could understand what had gone into my decision so that we could get to know what each other was thinking. When the members of the combat unit decided that I could stay with the cell, the decision was unanimous. The media has at times put across the theory that you were being brainwashed during this period. How do you feel about that? I couldn't believe that anyone would come up with such bullshit. I feel that the term brainwashing has meaning only when one is referring to the process which begins in the school system, and is continued via the controlled media, the process whereby the people are conditioned to passively take their place in society as slaves of the ruling class. Like someone said in a letter to the Berkeley Barb, I'd been brainwashed for 20 years but it only took the SLA 6 weeks to straighten me out. I'm not sure how many people actually believed the brainwashed theory that Randy and Catherine cling to William. Appendix, a selection of SLA documents 527. Saxby certainly didn't. However, a lot of people who didn't think that I was brainwashed decided that there must have been some other equally horrifying reason for my refusing to return to my family. Some thought that there must be all kinds of bizarre sexual activities going down in the cell, and that I have freaked out as a result of being gangbanged. Other sick-ass racists were hoping that I had fallen in love with CIN after getting a little taste. The idea that I had been kidnapped by black men really played into a lot of people's fantasies, and many people immediately assumed that I had been raped. The media has told some pretty outrageous lies when they've discussed your comrades' personalities. How were you generally portrayed in the media? The media was now able to exploit its sexism and racism to the highest degree. I began to be portrayed as a liberal-minded young woman who was abducted by crazy black escaped convicts. My mother appeared at press conferences dressed in black to urge me through her racist tears to, "Keep praying, honey. God will bring you home." It was incredible. During the period this type of propaganda was being spread, Catherine and Randy solicited sympathy through the devious bandwagon method which exaggerated public support for my family's plight. The media spread outrageous and contradictory lies, saying that thousands of people had volunteered to distribute the food even though it was predicted that no one would go to receive the blood money food. Anyway, basically, the media hasn't dealt with me any differently than they have with my comrades. Their invention of our bizarre personalities is done in an effort to isolate us from the people, to make the people think that we're crazy. The pigs have to lie about the past lives of revolutionaries because most of us are from backgrounds similar to millions of other young people. We could be anyone's daughter, son, husband, wife, lover, neighbor, or friend, and that's what really scares the pigs. I think that it was about the time of your conversion that you began to develop a personal relationship with one member of the cell, Joe. Can you tell us something about that relationship? My personal relationship with Joe was based on a political and military relationship. The strong personal relationship could not develop, until after I joined the cell, because there would have been no common understanding and therefore no basis of trust between us. I had a lot of good feelings for him before I was accepted into the cell, but I had those same feelings for other comrades, too. Joe was an incredibly patient, loving and dedicated person. His experiences with the brothers in California's concentration camps played a very important role in his political development, and they were always in his heart. He taught with the patience he learned from the brothers inside. Before I got a reading light in the closet, Joe read Stalin's Dialectical and Historical Materialism and some other essays to me. He explained. 528. Everything as he read, and never got frustrated if I asked a stupid question. In fact, everyone in the cell would always take the time to make sure that I really understood what they were all about. Joe was a beautiful and gentle man, and at the same time he was a strong and ruthless guerrilla soldier. Q. Did you have sexual relationships with other people in the cell? A. People in the cell didn't have exclusive relationships. There was no room for bourgeois types of personal relationships. The cell couldn't function like that on a military/political level. The SLA had experienced certain difficulties with exclusive relationships in the past, and once I joined the cell, some of the comrades were afraid that the personal relationship between me and Qjo might become a problem. As a result, our comrades helped us deal with the potential for problems before a real problem ever came up. After a while, the comrades realized that our personal relationship was working well in the cell situation. Both Qjo and I were becoming stronger because of the reinforcement from each other and the understanding with which we were able to deal with each other's weaknesses. Our cell was divided into 3 teams. Our intention was to split up in order to live and work in different areas. Qjo and I were on different teams, not because we were in love and therefore nobody wanted us to be together, but because our military skills complemented different people. We really wanted to fight the enemy together, but more than anything else we wanted to fight the enemy no matter where we were, or which comrades we were with. Q. How did your comrades in the SLA compare with the sort of people you knew in your Patricia Hearst days? A. The sisters and brothers in the SLA are very loving people. They show their love for their comrades not only by giving them a big hug, but by administering a swift kick in the ass when it's necessary. Bourgeois liberalism in dealing with comrades has no place in a cell situation, because we want the people we love to be able to survive. The people that I knew in my above-ground life had no concern for a friend's survival. No one even thought about things like that. People only worried about whether or not a friend was happy. They had a very selfish and narrow view of the world. My comrades and I aren't always happy in the bourgeois sense, but there is true meaning to our lives. Our joy comes from the knowledge that the people will win their freedom and destroy this capitalist individualist society, and not from a trinket that someone bought for us. We live for the people, and some of us died for the people. It was horrible to watch our closest comrades burned alive, but the people were able to see just how fascist this government really is, and what kind of determination revolutionaries must have to bring this motherfucker down. Our own deaths do not frighten us, for death is a reality of life, and we no longer run from reality.